Peter Matthiessen. In the spirit of Crazy Horse. For all who honor and defend those people who live in the wisdom of Indian way. We did not ask you white men to come here. The Great Spirit gave us this country as a home. You had yours. We did not interfere with you. The Great Spirit gave us plenty of land to live on, and buffalo, deer, antelope and other game. But you have come here, you are taking my land from me, you are killing off our game, so it is hard for us to live. Now, you tell us to work for a living, but the Great Spirit did not make us to work, but to live by hunting. You white men can work if you want to. We do not interfere with you, and again you say, why do you not become civilized? We do not want your civilization. We would live as our fathers did, and their fathers before them. Crazy Horse. Acknowledgements. Many people, past and present, Indian and white, have made important contributions to this book. I wish to thank the following for useful interviews and /or information, with apologies to anyone I may have forgotten. Al Trimble. Archie Fire Lame Deer. Bill Hazlitt. Bill Means. Bob Burnett. Bob Robideau. Bruce Ellison. Chief Eagle Feather. Clyde Belcourt. Dennis Banks. Dino Butler. Dr. Gary Peterson. Ellen Moves Camp. Ernie Peters. Evan Hultman. Evelyn Bordeaux. Gary Spence. Jacqueline Huber. James Leach. James Roberts. Janet McLeod. Jean Bordeaux. Jim Calio. Joe Eagle Elk. Joe Flying By. John Lowe. John Trudel. Judy Godai. June Little. Karen Northcott. Kenneth Tilson. Kevin McKiernan. Leonard Crow Dog. Leonard Peltier. Lilias Jones. Lorelei Means. Madonna Gilbert. Mario Gonzalez. Mary Cornelius. Nilak Butler. Paulette Dowtuil. Pete Catches. Richard Erdos. Robert Hugh Wilson. Standing Deer. Roque Duenas. Roslyn Jumping Bull. Russ Means. Russell Loudhawk. S.A. David Price. S.A. Georgia Clock. Sam Moves Camp. Senator James Aburesk. Sheriff Don Correll. Sidney Keith. Steve Robideau. Ted Means. Vern Belcourt. Vine Deloria, Jr. Dennis Banks, Vine Deloria, Jr., Richard Erdos, Bill Hazlitt, John Lowe, Kevin McKiernan, and Kenneth Tilson have been kind enough to review particular sections of the manuscript. Nilak Butler, Bruce Ellison, James Leach, Leonard Peltier, Bob Robideau, and Al Trimble have inspected the entire book. All have contributed important corrections, comment, and advice, and none is responsible for any errors of fact or emphasis that may remain. Dennis Banks, Dino Butler, Nilak Butler, Russell Means, Kenneth Tilson, and Robert Hugh Wilson Standing Deer contributed lengthy interviews and /or correspondence. An extensive interview was also provided by Special Agent David Price. Bill Hazlitt and Kevin McKiernan have been generous with their own research material. Paulette Dowtuil was kind enough to make available a series of letters from Leonard Peltier in prison. Steve Robideau and the Leonard Peltier Defense Committee as well as the staff of the Black Hills Alliance have also been very helpful. Particular thanks are due to Bruce Ellison, Leonard Peltier, and Bob Robideau, who provided extensive research material, information, and support from the very beginning of this project. Finally, I wish to thank Elizabeth Sifton and Jennifer Snodgrass of the Viking Press for their cheerful and intelligent dedication in the face of a sometimes overwhelming project. Contents. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Book I. 1 Thieves Road, the Oglala Lakota, 1835 to 1965. 2 The Upside Down Flag, the American Indian Movement, 1968 to 73. 3 To Wounded Knee, February, May 1973. 4 The Wounded Knee Trials, January, September 1974. 5. The New Indian Wars, AIM vs. the FBI, 1972-75. 6. The U.S. Puppet Government, Pine Ridge and Dick Wilson, 1975. Book 2. 7. The Shootout I, June 26, 1975. 8. The Shootout II, June 26, 1975. 9. The Reservation Murders Investigation, June, September 1975. 10. The Fugitives I, July, November 1975. 11. The Fugitives II, November 1975 to May 1976. 12. The Trial at Cedar Rapids, June, July 1976. 13. The Trial at Fargo, March, April 1977. Book 3. 14. The Escape, Lompoc Prison and the Los Angeles Trial. 15. The Real Enemy. 16. Another Important Matter, Myrtle Poorbear and David Price, 1976-81. 17. Forked Tongues, The Freedom of Information Act and the New Evidence, 1980-81. 18. In Marion Penitentiary. 19. Pahasepa, The Treaty, the Supreme Court, and the Return to the Black Hills. 20. Red and Blue Days. Epilogue. Afterword by Martin Garbus. Notes. Index. Introduction. The Buffaloes I, the Buffaloes I. I am related to the buffaloes, the buffaloes. Clear the way in a sacred manner. I come. The earth is mine. The earth is weeping, weeping. On June 26, 1975, in the late morning, 2 FBI agents drove onto Indian land near Oglala, South Dakota, a small village on the Pine Ridge Reservation. Here a shootout occurred in which both agents and an Indian man were killed. Although large numbers of FBI agents, Bureau of Indian Affairs police, state troopers, sheriff's deputies, and vigilantes surrounded the property within an hour of the first shots, the numerous Indians involved in the shootout escaped into the hills. The death of the agents inspired the biggest manhunt in FBI history. Of the 4 men eventually indicted for the killings, 1 was later released because the evidence was weak, and 2 others were acquitted in July 1976 when a jury concluded that although they had fired at the agents, they had done so in self-defense. The 4th man, Leonard Peltier, indicted on the same charges as his companions but not tried until the following year, after extradition from Canada, was convicted on 2 counts of murder in the first degree, and was sentenced to consecutive life terms in prison, although even his prosecutors would dismiss as worthless the testimony of the only person ever to claim to have witnessed his participation in the killings. This testimony was also repudiated by the witness, who claimed to have signed her damning affidavits under duress, as part of what one Court of Appeals judge would refer to as a clear abuse of the investigative process by the FBI. Whatever the nature and degree of his participation at Oglala, the ruthless persecution of Leonard Peltier had less to do with his own actions than with underlying issues of history, racism, and economics, in particular Indian sovereignty claims and growing opposition to massive energy development on treaty lands and the dwindling reservations. In the Northern Plains, the opposition was based on a treaty, signed in 1868 between the United States and the Lakota Nation at Fort Laramie, in Dakota Territory, which recognized Lakota sovereignty in their Dakota-Wyoming homelands and hunting grounds, including the sacred Pahasepa, the Black Hills. With the discovery of gold in the Black Hills a few years later, this treaty was illegally repudiated by the U.S. government. Not until the 1970s was the justice of the Lakota Treaty claim recognized in court. In the year of the 1868 treaty, a former governor of New York State named Horatio Seymour was nominated as the Democratic candidate for President of the United States, and the history of the Lakota people might possibly have been less tragic had the Democrats won, since Governor Seymour held strong convictions that Ulysses S. Grant did not share about the offense to its own constitution in the young nation's shameful treatment of the native peoples. Every human being born upon our continent, or who comes here from any quarter of the world, whether savage or civilized, can go to our courts for protection except those who belong to the tribes who once owned this country. The worst criminals from Europe, Asia, or Africa can appeal to the law and courts for their rights of person and property, all save our native Indians, who, above all, should be protected from wrong. Seymour's unpopular opinion appeared on the title page of Helen Hunt Jackson's A Century of Dishonor, one of the first books to deplore the wrongs inflicted on the tribes who once owned this country. There is but one hope of righting this wrong. It lies in appeal to the heart and the conscience of the American people. What the people demand, Congress will do. It has been to our shame, be it spoken at the demand of part of the people, that all these wrongs have been committed, these treaties broken, these robberies done, by the government. The only thing that can stay this is a mighty outspoken sentiment and purpose of the great body of the people. Right sentiment and right purpose in a senator here and there, and a representative here and there, are little more than straws which make momentary eddies, but do not obstruct the tide. What an opportunity for the Congress of 1880 to cover itself with a luster of glory, as the first to cut short our nation's record of cruelties and perjuries. The first to attempt to redeem the name of the United States from the stain of a century of dishonor. 1. The Congress of 1880 did not redeem the name of the United States, and that century of dishonor was followed by another less violent, perhaps, but more insidious and sly, as the frontiersmen gave way to the railroadman and miner, the developer and the industrialist, with their attendant bureaucrats and politicians. And the Congress of the 1980s will do no better, to judge from the enrichment of the powerful and the betrayal of the poor to which it has reduced itself under President Reagan. The poorest of the poor by far are the Indian people. It is true that in our courts today the Indian has legal status as a citizen, but anyone familiar with Indian life, in cities or on reservations, can testify that justice for Indians is random and arbitrary where it exists at all. For all our talk about suppression of human rights in other countries, and despite a nostalgic sentimentality about the noble red man, the prejudice and persecution still continue. American hearts respond with emotion to Indian portraits by George Catlin and Edward Curtis, to such eloquent books as Black Elk Speaks and Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee, to modern films and television dramas in which the 19th century Indian is portrayed as the tragic victim of manifest destiny. We honor his sun dances and thunderbirds in the names of our automobiles and our motels. Our nostalgia comes easily, since those stirring peoples are safely in the past, and the abuse of their proud character, generosity, and fierce honesty remarked upon by almost all the first Europeans to observe them can be blamed upon our rush-shod frontier forebears. The tribes who once owned this country were simply in the way of the white man's progress, and so most of the eastern tribes were removed to Indian territory, and the western tribes mostly banished or confined to arid wastes that no decent white man would want. By a great historical irony, many of these lands were situated on the dry crust of the Grants Mineral Belt, which extends from the lands of the Dean people in Saskatchewan to those of their close relatives, the Dine, or Navajo, in New Mexico and Arizona, and contains North America's greatest energy resources. More than half of the continent's uranium and much of its petroleum and coal lie beneath Indian land, and so the Indians are in the way again. After 400 years of betrayals and excuses, Indians recognize the new fashion in racism, which is to pretend that the real Indians are all gone. Point 2 We have no wish to be confronted by these half-breeds of today, gone slack after a century of enforced dependence, poverty, bad food, alcohol, and despair, because to the degree that these people can be ignored, the shame of our nation can be ignored as well. Leonard Peltier's experience reflects more than most of us wish to know about the realities of Indian existence in America. Our magazines turn away from articles about the Indians of today, and most studies of Indian history and culture avoid mention of the 20th century. But the Indians are still among us. We are your shadows, one man says, and the qualities they were known for in their days of glory still persist among many of these quiet people, of mixed ancestry as well as full blood, who still abide in the echo of the old way. My travels with Indians began some years ago with the discovery that most traditional communities in North America know of a messenger who appears in evil times as a warning from the Creator that man's disrespect for his sacred instructions has upset the harmony and balance of existence. Some say that the messenger comes in sign of a great destroying fire that will purify the world of the disruption and pollution of earth, air, water, and all living things. He has strong spirit powers and sometimes takes the form of a huge hairy man. In recent years this primordial being has appeared near Indian communities from the northern plains states to far northern Alberta and throughout the Pacific Northwest. In 1976, an Indian in spiritual training took me to Hopi, where traditional leaders told us more about this being. Over several years, we visited the elders in many remote canyons of the West, and eventually I traveled on my own, from the Everglades and the Blue Ridge Mountains north to Hudson Bay and from the St. Lawrence westward to Vancouver Island. Along the way I learned a little of the Indians' identity with land and life and shared a little of their long sadness about the theft and ruin of ancestral lands. One reason, they felt, why that one you are speaking about had reappeared. From these journeys came a series of essays attacking the continuing transgressions against these lands by corporate interests and their willing allies in state and federal government. Point 3. Like most people with more appreciation than understanding of the Indian vision, I clung to a romantic concept of traditional Indians, aloof from activism and politics and somehow spiritually untouched by Western progress. This concept had a certain validity in the old Hopi nation, which was never at war with the United States and never displaced from its stone villages on the desert rim rock north of the sacred San Francisco Peaks. In Arizona, the Hopi traditionals are looked to by other Indians all over the continent for guidance in the quest to rediscover and maintain those roots of the old way that might still nourish the Indian people. In most Indian communities, however, romantic concepts were difficult to sustain. While it was true that, here and there, a few old ones still existed, it was clear that most reservation traditionals had resumed their traditions only very recently, and that many, as one Indian writer has observed, were conservative Indians whose cultural tenacity somehow got confused with a sadly compromised grasp of their own heritage. A decline in their first-hand experience in Native American customs has resulted in a reactionary mentality that poses as traditionalism. And a degraded and stereotypical powwow view of themselves, for such people were especially wary of the new activist organizations, in particular the American Indian movement and its young warriors from the cities with their red wind bands, guns, and episodes of violence, who were sure to bring down further grief on a desperate people. I had absorbed some of this attitude, having failed to perceive that whatever Ames' origins, excesses, and mistakes, that warrior spirit had restored identity and pride to thousands of defeated people and inspired attempts to resurrect the dying languages and culture. Then, in the spring of 1979, while investigating the proposed construction of a vast fuel terminal on Indian sacred grounds at Point Conception, California, I took part in a sweat lodge ceremony led by our chief fire Lame Deer, a Lakota of the Minnecoja band who had married among the coastal Chumash and was a leader in the Point Conception struggle. During a walk into the hills to the Vision Quest pits that he maintains in the mountains of the Coast Ranges above Point Conception, Lame Deer spoke of the sweat lodge he had established at Lompoc Federal Correctional Institution, on the far side of these Santa Ynez Mountains. Just recently, he said, the AIM leader Leonard Peltier had been transferred to Lompoc, to the great relief of Indians all over the country, who had feared that he would be assassinated in the federal penitentiary at Marion, Illinois. At first, I resisted the police state implications in this idea, discounting it as movement rhetoric and paranoia. But a few weeks later, when Peltier made a desperate escape from Lompoc in which a young Indian named Dallas Thundershield was killed, I had to take what Lame Deer had said more seriously. I began to make inquiries about Peltier's case, and I have been making inquiries ever since. Lame Deer made a firm distinction between a true leader such as Peltier and the self-appointed AIM spokesman who turned up at every political confrontation and split the local Indians by demanding leadership and encouraging divisive factions, or brought discredit on the movement through drink and violence. Many Indians had now concluded that AIM had been infiltrated from the start by the FBI, and the Chumash people were wondering if one of the AIM men involved in a Point Conception shooting had been sent in to damage the Indian cause with bad publicity. Lame Deer doubts this. Guys like these, every time they mess up, they start hollering about the FBI. Well, that is bullshit. The FBI has no time to fool with every loose Indian who comes along. But Leonard is different, he is a real leader, they are afraid of him, and they're out to get him. A very big man with a bearish walk, Archie Fire is a descendant of that Lame Deer who in the winter of 1835-36 shot a crow 3 times with the same arrow, and also of the Minnecoja chief of the same name who joined forces with Sitting Bull's Hunkpapa and the Oglala of Crazy Horse in the Great Battle of June 25, 1876, in which Colonel George Custer's 7th Cavalry Company was destroyed. At the death of his father, John Fire Lame Deer, in 1976, Archie Fire became head of his family, and one day he will return to the Dakotas. Lame Deer himself was raised on the Rosebud Reservation, but most of his Minnecoja people, the most traditional of the 7 Lakota bands, live farther north on the Cheyenne River Reservation, and also on Standing Rock, on the North Dakota border. There's a lot going on up in that country now, said Archie Fire, referring not only to the threat to the Great Plains from widespread mining but to recent appearances of the big hairy man at Little Eagle, on the Standing Rock Reservation, who came in sign, some people said, of those days at the world's end when the moon will turn red and the sun will turn blue and the Lakota people will resume their place at the center of existence. 5. Opening his tobacco bundle, he purified the vision pit with smoke from a braided hank of sweet grass, after which he assembled the stone pipe. We smoked the pipe together, facing successively in the 4 directions, giving thanks in our own ways to the Creator. To Wakantanka. 6 Lame Deer stood for a long time against the California sky, chanting in the Siouan tongue, his big voice rolling down the mountains to the grasslands that today reminded him of spring on the Great Plains, Mitakai-Yasin, which signifies not merely our own kin but our identity with all things on this splendid earth. A few weeks later, on my way to the Black Hills, I passed through the Turtle Mountain Reservation in North Dakota, in the wooded lake country just south of the Canadian border. Indian friends had given me names of people on Turtle Mountain, and a lively evening was spent with the family of Mary Cornelius, the traditional spokesman for the Pembina Ojibwe band since the death in 1976 of Chief K on Little Shell. In 1864, an ancestral Chief Little Shell signed a treaty with the United States that assigned to the Pembina band 8 million acres of this wooded lakeland. In the next 30 years, the reservation was drastically reduced, as white settlers pushed out the Indians, and today perhaps 72 square miles are left of the 1,150 or more to which the Pembina had held aboriginal title. Most of the treaty land was seized from the Pembina without payment, and only recently, with the discovery of oil, has the band been offered a government recompense of $52 million. Mary Cornelius was trying to persuade her people to refuse, since if they accepted this money, they would waive all future claims to the lost land and permit its exploitation by the oil companies. "I'm getting kind of tired of politics," Mary Cornelius said. "The only reason I was chosen for spokesman was because I can still speak my own language. I guess I'm the first woman chosen as spokesman in the history of the band." Like many traditional families, the Corneliuses have been harassed by the federal agencies that administer all Indian reservations. In 1969, Mary Cornelius's daughter lost her unborn child after a beating by Bureau of Indian Affairs police. The FBI covered up the episode and Mrs. Cornelius has been an energetic AIM supporter ever since. She is a second cousin of Leo Peltier, and is proud to have Leo's son Leonard in the family. "I've known him since he was a little boy. He was kind of an excitable child. He was not the kind who would sit around and wait. When Leonard saw something that he thought should be done, he did it. Even at powwows, that boy was never sitting still." Indian children are not really children after the age of 10, they take care of the house and take care of the smaller kids, and they all know how to cook, and Leonard was the same. I can't honestly say that I ever remember him in trouble, and he was never a bully. He was like a big brother to the other boys, breaking up fights instead of encouraging them, the way some kids do. And if you had started something you couldn't finish, or if you were an elder person, that boy was always there, ready to help. Turtle Mountain was among the many Indian communities that had been visited in recent years by the Rougarou, 7 as the Ojibwe call the hairy man who appears in symptom of danger or psychic disruption in the community. Mary's son Richard talked a little about the appearance of these beings in recent years to Lakota people at Little Eagle, South Dakota. There were just too many sightings down there to ignore. I mean, a lot of people saw it. Around here, we didn't have very many reports, most of them were right here where we live now. He waved his hand to indicate the woods outside, where I camped that night along the lake edge. From Turtle Mountain, south and west, the Ojibwe woodlands open out onto the buffalo grasslands that roll south all the way to Comanche and Kiowa country in northern Texas. Ohisa, a Santee Sioux boy whose band was hunting in this country in the late 1860s, refers repeatedly to the ancient enmity between Dakota and Ojibwe that made travel in this country dangerous for both. "Hush," says his grandmother, alarmed by a bird's song. "It may be an Ojibwe scout." And her lullaby begins, "Sleep, sleep, my boy, the Chippewas are far away." Ohisa, who as Charles A. Eastman was to become a Dartmouth graduate, a doctor, a Christian, a friend of presidents, and the author of several notable books on Indian life, describes the wonderful bounty of this country at the edge of the Great Plains. Our party appeared on the northwestern side of Turtle Mountain, for we had been hunting buffaloes all summer, in the region of the Mouse River, between that mountain and the upper Missouri. As our cone-shaped teepees rose in clusters along the outskirts of the heavy forest that clothes the sloping side of the mountain, the scene below was gratifying to the savage eye. The rolling yellow plains were checkered with herds of buffaloes. Along the banks of the streams that ran down the mountains were also many elk, which usually appear at morning and evening, and disappear into the forest during the warmer part of the day. Deer, too, were plenty, and the brooks were alive with trout. Here and there the streams were dammed by the industrious beaver. In the interior of the forest there were lakes with many islands, where moose, elk, deer, and bears were abundant. The waterfowl were wont to gather here in great numbers, among them the crane, the swan, the loon, and many of the smaller kinds. This wilderness was a paradise, a land of plenty. And we lived in blessed ignorance of any life that was better than our own. 8. I headed south on long straight roads of the Great Plains, past glittering reed ponds of the prairie sloughs and over the soft rolling hills and flowing grasslands of the buffalo peoples. Widgeon and teal rose from the reeds, and to the west, a cloud-colored flight of pelicans turned bone-white, catching the sun. As the wings banked in widening far circles, the huge birds sailed westward into infinities of summer blue. At Mandan, the road crossed the wide Missouri and, in early afternoon, the Cannonball River. Here, in 1883, Cree mercenaries and the U.S. Army slaughtered the last great herd of northern bison, to help in the final subjugation of the Lakota, known to their many enemies as Sioux. The Little Eagle settlement on the Standing Rock Reservation, not far south of the South Dakota line, sits between low buttes of the Grand River, just west of its confluence with the Missouri. According to Joe Flying By, a small, mild-mannered man whom I found standing outside his house, enjoying the late afternoon light of early summer, the Grand River had once been called the Mandan, for in the old days, before the coming of the Lakota, these grassy hills of the buffalo country had been the territory of the Mandan and Arikara, or Rees, who were driven northward by the 7 bands of the Lakota. The people here at Little Eagle are mostly descendants of the Hunkpapa band once led by Sitting Bull, who was killed just west of here, up the Grand River. The trail to his grave dies out in a graveyard of wrecked autos without tires, windshields shattered. Beyond this place it disappears into the undergrowth, and the grave is lost. The once mighty Hunkpapa, who had held the place of honor in the Indian camp on the greasy Grass Creek before the great fight with Long Hair, fell on bitter times after the death of Sitting Bull, and are considerably reduced in number. Joe Flying By pointed to the highest hill, a flat-topped eminence off to the north. That is Elkhorn Butte, he said. That is where we go to make medicine, that is our medicine place. All I do myself are the pipe ceremonies, but other medicine men who go out into the hills, maybe they don't talk Lakota anymore, so they use me. Joe's father had been a preacher, he said, and his older brother was an ordained minister. He shrugged. I talk both ways, Indian way and Bible way. If you really know about them, they are the same. But people today don't know about either, and these are the ones causing trouble. Drinking so much, and using that weed that used to be only for the medicine men. They don't know how to handle it, and they go crazy with it, and kill each other, he exclaimed suddenly, with real pain. A few weeks before, the big, hairy man had appeared in Little Eagle for the third straight year, and more than 40 people had seen him. I think that the big man is kind of the husband of Unksa, the earth, who is wise in the way of anything with its own natural wisdom. Sometimes we say that this one is a kind of big reptile from the ancient times, who can take a big, hairy form. I also think he can change into a coyote. He is very powerful. Some of the people who saw him did not respect what they were seeing, they did not honor him, and they are already gone. Not long before my arrival, the community had received an open letter from one of its young men, Dallas Thunder Shield, who was much impressed by his meeting with Leonard Peltier in prison. I like to express my inner feelings to all my people on Standing Rock. We realize the importance of our culture, and the keeping of our ancestors' teaching, but we are so much into the white man's way of thinking that we too are beginning to think as them. What means more to your children and all the unborn, land or money? Myself, I believe that this land is not to be sold, but to live upon by all people. If this land is sold, where would all your children live when the money is gone? People have died for these lands, so we too must at least show respect and keep the land or die. In the spirit of Leonard Peltier. Thunder Shield D. Joe flying by was very pleased that the first Sundance in 35 years had been held at Little Eagle just the week before. 4 people dragged the buffalo skulls, he said, suggesting that I go up to the Sundance grounds and look it over. On a flat grassy mesa high above the south bank of the river stood the sacred tree, a young cottonwood, 40 or 50 feet high, with a bundle of cherry branches at the fork which had been taken to this treeless place and placed in the consecrated ground with ancient ceremonies. White, yellow, red, and black cloths flew like pennants from the pole, strings of tobacco packets dedicated to the spirits, and broken thongs that had tugged and torn the breast and back skin of those sun dancers who had been pierced, tacketed softly on the early summer wind that stirred the grass beneath the skeletons of teepees and sweat lodges. In the quiet of the evening mesa, acknowledging the sacred ceremony and the courage and pain of those who had circled under the sun, I stood at a distance in the twilight. It is not possible to know and understand our traditional way of life without knowing and understanding the sun dance. Is, among other things, a ceremony of renewal and restoration, says Chief Frank Fools Crow, the Lakota medicine man who restored the sun dance to the Pine Ridge Reservation in the 1950s. The sun knows everything. To us it is like the sacred pipe. They are both instruments used by Wakantanka, and they are the greatest instruments of service he has, next to the directions. But the sun is not God. The sun is something he created for the rest of creation. We respect it and pray to it because it watches over the world and sees everything that is going on. It also serves God by bestowing special gifts that it has upon the world. We do face the sun and pray to God through the sun, asking for strength to complete the sun dance, and that all our prayers will be heard. As continue to do this, we are able to see the sun with our eyes completely open. It doesn't blind us, and in it we see visions. No one should be surprised about this. Wonderful and mysterious things happen at the sun dances to prove that Wakantanka's powers are active in our midst. What makes the real difference is that the pledgers are dancing, praying very hard, concentrating, and calling for God's pity. People forget that, but what we do brings us great power. 9. Soon a pickup truck appeared, driving right up to the tree, and an Indian family in Sunday dress emerged, talking loudly and laughing. The man of the family wore his hair short like a white man's, and his 4 children ran around the Sundance grounds, uncomprehending. Finally they drew near the tree itself, with its pennants and broken thongs lifting and falling on the evening breeze over the prairies. They fiddled and joked, then tugged the pennants and hide strings, until finally the mother, who had kept her distance, called out, alarmed, "You're not supposed to touch those things." But the grinning father, ignoring the woman's warning, encouraged his children to poke fun, and said nothing at all when the oldest girl and loudest giggler grabbed the broken thongs that had fastened the circling dancers to the tree. 10. Again the mother cried, more urgently, "You're not supposed to touch those strings that are broke off, that's where they pierced themselves." Her family paid her no attention. "They're all Christians up there now," Lame Deer had told me. And Joe, flying by, asked how the old people of Little Eagle accounted for the big man, had said shortly, "There are no more old people." That night I slept on a high hill above the Sundance grounds, where a prairie dog town sloped down toward the river. Not far to the west, in the dark bend of cottonwoods, was the site of the old Indian agency where Sitting Bull was killed. At daylight, upland sandpipers flew overhead, their melodious dawn voices mixing with the sharp squeaks of the prairie dogs, which have mostly been poisoned on white man's lands but are still found on the Indian reservations. From Standing Rock, the road led south and west to the Cheyenne River Reservation, coming down into Eagle Butte out of the high, open hills. From the top of a rise, a pickup could be seen in the far distance, perhaps 5 miles away, a bright metal glint at a T-fork where the road turned west toward the town. It was still there when I reached the top of the next rise, and again when I came over the last hill and rolled down to the crossing. Coming up behind, I stared into the back of the truck in disbelief. The old shoe soles and soiled clothes of a dozen bodies, tossed in like logs, filled the wooden truck bed. There was no visible twitch of life. Then the pickup door creaked open, and an Indian sagged out, as drunk as any man I ever saw who was still moving. He could not focus and he could not speak, just clung to the door window with both hands. Behind him, 3 more bodies, as motionless as all the others, had been wedged between the front seat and the windshield. After a moment, at a loss, I kept on going. Possibly the truck was broken down or out of gas or stalled, but it seemed more likely that the driver, ordered to halt by the stop sign at the crossroads, had simply run out of momentum, losing all track of where he was headed or why. Eagle Butte is a dusty and decrepit settlement on a windswept plateau of old fields, abandoned farms, and defunct autos. The people here mostly belong to the smallest of the Lakota bands, the Two Kettle, Sans Arc, and Blackfoot. Sidney Keith, a spiritual leader, accepted a small offering of rough tobacco, saying, "Good. Now we can talk." He told me that the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868 had been sanctified and sanctioned by Wakantanka because of the sacred tobacco smoked in the pipe. The white man had also smoked the sacred pipe, and therefore our treaty was inviolable and still valid, despite the white man's transgressions ever since. Of course, he said, there would always be Indians who wanted money for the land, who wanted to live like white men, and who would be favored by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But the old traditional people who want to be Indians, they get nothing. You go south of here to those last real traditional full-blood communities like Cherry Creek, like Bridger, you can still find people living in old cars. They keep quiet, so they get nothing. North of here, well, you saw all that good range when you came through, all those breeds in their pickups. They get that good land for next to nothing because they cooperate with the BIA. When they get together, they don't even have powwows, they have rodeos. Those people aren't Indians anymore, they're cowboys. Sidney Keith shook his head, disgusted. Now the BIA is trying to eliminate our rural day schools. All the kids would have to come in here to Eagle Butte and sleep in dormitories, just like we had to do in the old days, when they were breaking up Indian families. He gazed at me, tired. Wouldn't let you speak your own language, they would soap your mouth. Sidney Keith said that the big man seen at Little Eagle might be Unksiji, which means literally earth brown or brown shit, the filth of creation. Unksiji lived long, long ago, in the time of the great animals, but he had been covered up in the great flood, with all the other giants. He was down there too deep to be saved by Noah, Sidney Keith observed dryly. But all the mining, all these underground explosions of the white man's bombs, had made fissures in the earth and released not Unksiji but his spirit. His bones are still down there. That's why Indians get so upset when burial grounds are disturbed, when the whole burying ceremony is interfered with. It isn't just a matter of disrespect. Disturbing the burial grounds the way the white man does releases those spirits. Unksiji was here when Indian man first came here. He seeks out Indian communities because he knew Indians in the old days, and he sought out Little Eagle because that is the worst place for drinking in Standing Rock, and maybe Cheyenne River, too. We drink too much in Eagle Butte, but not like that, even their old people are all drunk over there. Unksiji appeared to kids who smoke grass, and drunks, and hotheads. His shrug suggested that what he meant were people not taken seriously in the community. Nice people, some of them, but they do bad things. He won't appear to the good people, that's why Joe flying by didn't see him. And he won't appear at the Sundance. That's a good circle. Cherry Creek, perhaps 15 miles off the main road, is so broken and scattered by poverty and neglect that it seems to have fallen from the high bluff on the north side of the Cheyenne River. The remnant full-blood Minnekoju here are descended from the people of Chief Bigfoot, who was in Cherry Creek in December 1890 when fugitive Hunkpapa warriors arrived with the news of Sitting Bull's murder. From this place, Bigfoot set out with his people on the winter trek of more than 150 miles across the Badlands toward the safety of the Oglala stronghold on Pine Ridge. East of Cherry Creek, I swam in the Cheyenne River, not yet aware of its contamination from uranium mine tailings piles at Edgemont, in the southern Black Hills. From there I went south to the Rosebud Reservation to see Joe Eagle Elk, a Yawippi healer whom I had met the year before at a sweat lodge purification and healing ceremony near Salt Lake City. At Rosebud, a broad highway much too large for the village was under construction, and Joe Eagle Elk commented sadly on the BIA's foolish use of federal money. Blacktop would have been good enough. We don't need all that heavy concrete, we need jobs around here, something to do. That money could have been so much better spent. He shrugged his shoulders. The people here, they've grown used to saying nothing, they just accept what is done for them or to them, maybe, and they don't complain no more. It had been raining off and on all day, and at his house in the Grass Mountain community, Joe Eagle Elk spoke of the unseasonable summer floods that were expected to rise again that evening. The river road was now impassable, and the road I had taken from St. Francis was already half washed away. Up on the mesa to the southwest, lightning appeared as fiery cracks in a heavy blackness, and soon an Indian policeman came to warn the community that torrential rains were expected in the next few hours. To avoid being trapped, I considered leaving the car on the far side of the low place in the road, but Joe Eagle Elk advised against it. Not long before, a local Indian whose car had broken down returned to it only half an hour later to find its headlights and windows all smashed in. It is not a good place here now, I tell you that, Joe Eagle Elk said mildly. He is a very gentle and soft-spoken man, with burn scars on his neck and face and nervous hands. I don't blame the young people, it's not their fault. They want a lot of things that they see on TV, but there are no jobs for them anywhere, nothing for them to do, and meanwhile everything is so expensive. All they have is their anger. It's not their fault. I don't know whose fault it is, he concluded, in that gentle, shy, remorseless voice of Indians. Maybe the government. Uneasy, he lifted his cap to scratch his head. This has been a bad summer. These bad floods, I never seen anything like that before. And they change everything along the river. Before, every tree looked familiar, everything I saw. I used to say to myself as I passed along here, that's where so-and-so is buried, and I'd know everything was in its place. But since the floods, everything here looks different, it's like I was in a new country. Joe shrugged again, trying to laugh. Maybe that's okay. All these old places that my eye remembered had sad memories of the people who were gone. Maybe it's a good thing that nature would come along and change everything, clear all that away, and start again. Of the big man, Joe Eagle Elk said, it seems maybe he has got a good heart. He has never hurt nobody. A lot of people over there at Little Eagle, they've been shooting at him instead of trying to exchange words and ask why he is coming around. Maybe he is trying to tell us what he wants and where he comes from, maybe he is bringing news for us, a warning. With the thunder and forked lightning ranging all over the night horizon, I made my way through rain squalls to the town of Mission, where I spent the night in an Indian motel. At Mission the streets were full of puddles, but the big rains had already rushed through and the night was clearing, and the next morning early, the sun rose on empty streets. The few human figures were lone Indians. One young woman in tight black sateen and heavy makeup was yowling angrily and pounding at the door of a ramshackle big building, and as I walked past, a man seated peacefully on a curb at the street corner looked up at me, shrugging his shoulders. She lost her key, he explained to me gently, concerned and embarrassed for the girl at the same time. A sun dance was being held that day in a hidden valley between hills, west of Rosebud Village. The sky was fresh and blue after the black rainstorms of the night before, and a clear breeze dispelled the heat from the pine bough shade built around the sun dance circle. In the center of the circle stood the sacred tree, a sapling cottonwood ceremonially decorated with the red, black, yellow, and white colors that represent the four directions and also the four races of man, each placed on the continent where it belonged by the Creator. An old man in a blue shirt stood with his back to the tree, addressing the 12 dancers in Lakota. The line of painted dancers included 2 or 3 young children and 2 old women. In the shade, 4 men were beating on the big plains drum, as the sun dancers stamped forward and back, blowing eagle bone whistles. The women wore buckskin, the men, bare to the waist, were in colored skirts, and all wore thong anklets and sage crowns in their hair. In mid-morning on this first day of the 4-day ceremony, less than 50 people had turned up. There were no white people among them, and because strangers might not be welcome, I stood back a little from the gallery where the Indians were sitting in the shade. Soon a big old man with a big-nosed Lakota face and a long braid of gray hair waved me in closer, and after a moment, asked bluntly what had brought me. When I told him why I was traveling on the reservations, the old man nodded, then politely explained certain details of the sun dance, which was being led by a portly, powerful young Indian in red neckerchief, blue singlet, and faded jeans, pulled together by a beaded belt and bracelet. After a little while, the old man said, "My name is Chief Eagle Feather, Bill Schweigman. I'm the last living traditional chief." Between dances, we were approached by the sun dance leader, and Bill Schweigman introduced Chief Leonard Crow Dog, whom he said he had ordained as a medicine man. Crow Dog's shy grin and self-effacing manner did not go with the hard squint that looked me over. He is admired by most supporters of AIM, which he was the first medicine man to endorse, but he is criticized by other spiritual leaders for using his healing power the wrong way. However, the atmosphere felt good, and besides, I had learned that these days, at least, Indians often badmouth one another with such brutal gossip that two groups rarely work together very long. Praise of one medicine man by another is almost unheard of, especially if the man becomes well known. Even Black Elk, the revered Oglala prophet, was dismissed as a catechism teacher and cigar store Indian by the late John Fire Lame Deer, and John Fire himself was widely criticized for his dedication to hard drink and stray women, which he pursued to the very end of his long life. "They respect me not because I'm good but because I have power," he once said. 11. In the pine bough shadows, Crow Dog and Eagle Feather sat surrounded by young disciples of both sexes. Speaking in English with scraps of Lakota, they cracked sexual jokes, jeered at bob-tailed Indians who wore their hair short, and laughed about a white friend of Crow Dog who tended to faint in the sun dance at the sight of blood. "What's the matter?" I told her, Eagle Feather said. "You see your own blood every month, don't you?" Everyone laughed. Such joking is expected at a sun dance, which has aspects of fertility and renewal, and there was a lot more talk about blood, together with rough teasing of the young acolytes, most of whom, despite long hair, wind bands, and beads, appeared to be whites. Now Crow Dog turned to give me a bad smile, his shy manner had disappeared entirely. I met Crow Dog's gaze without expression, at a loss to deal with his hostility, with which I was sympathetic in the first place. For all he knew, I might be an agent of the FBI. After years of harassment as an AIM spokesman, he was naturally suspicious of white strangers, having spent 27 months in prison for actions that would not have been crimes had a white man committed them. For Leonard Crow Dog, as for so many Indians, a white stranger would be regarded as an enemy until he had proven himself to be a friend. Soon the dancing resumed, and Crow Dog returned into the circle. This first day of the sun dance, Eagle Feather said, would be dedicated to one of the most sincere of his young sun dancers, who had returned here a few months ago on leave from the Navy, only to be murdered by 3 drunks in St. Francis. They bashed his head in, Eagle Feather said disgustedly. White men? I asked before I thought, and he stared at me, surprised. No, no, he said. Injuns. We fell silent a while, watching the dancing. Despite the small crowd and the small, uneven line of dancers, the ardor of the participants was stirring. In these sunny hills, under the blue sky of the prairies, the chanting dancers moved back and forth in pounding step, raising fingers to the sun on extended arms, the drums and wistful voices pierced by the shrill eagle bone whistles. One of the young men had scars over his nipples, the marks of flesh offerings made to Wakan Tanka in other years. They'll be pierced on Sunday, Chief Eagle Feather told me. From Rosebud, I headed west into the Pine Ridge Reservation, a tract of dry country just north of the Nebraska border that is one of the largest Indian reservations in the United States. Pettiga, or Pete Catches, a respected holy man who has strongly supported the fight of the traditional Lakota people to regain their treaty land in the Black Hills, lives in a small cabin on an open hillside north of Pine Ridge Village. A gaunt man in a lavender shirt with an intelligent, sensitive face, he regarded me peacefully for a time before inviting me into the disheveled room with the dartboard on the wall and the monastic iron cot that stood out away from the wall over toward one corner. Next to the cot sat a small traveling bag, not so much packed as not unpacked, as if Pete Catches were ready to depart Pine Ridge with the first person who made the suggestion. This nation, he said, and stopped to glare at me. This nation I can't say my nation, because they stole it away from me. He waved his arm in sudden anger. They cheated and lied, and broke every treaty, even the sacred treaty that protected the Black Hills. The medicine man subsided suddenly and became silent, composing himself. We've come to an age when we should know better what we are doing, Pete Catches resumed softly, in a silence that followed some meditations on the big man, who was trying to save mankind, he said, from the great cataclysm the Indian people knew was coming. We must now try to understand what is wrong with us, why we have to tamper with and change the forests and the land. We have done this too long, not us, but the white man. Let's not walk on the moon, then fail to understand what this creation is all about. This is life, this is beautiful, everything is the way it should be. That night I camped on a mesa north of the Badlands, where at daylight a flock of sharp-tailed grouse scratched the dew-softened dirt that with a dry sun would turn to the color of sand. In the western distance, sharp in the early sun, the Black Hills rose in a dark wall from the golden rises of the plains. This beautiful region, of which the Lakota thought more than any other spot on earth, caused him the most pain and misery. These hills were to become prized by the white people for reasons far different from those of the Lakota. To the Lakota the magnificent forests and splendid herds were incomparable in value. To the white man everything was valueless except the gold in the hills. Toward the Indian the white people were absolutely devoid of sentiment, and when a people lack sentiment they are without compassion. So down went the Black Forest and to death went the last buffalo, noble animal and immemorial friend of the Lakota. As for the people who were as native to the soil as the forest and the buffalo, well, the gold seekers did not understand them and never have. The white man will never know the horror and the utter bewilderment of the Lakota at the wanton destruction of the buffalo. What cruelty has not been glossed over with the white man's word enterprise. 12. I headed westward to the original homeland of the Minnekoju, that valley of the Rapid River on the eastern slope of the Black Hills where the concrete and neon conglomerate called Rapid City squats today. From Rapid City, a road climbs into Nemo Canyon, a beautiful steep-sided valley where the recent discovery of uranium-bearing rock had set off a whole new wave of mining claims on national forest land that by the terms of the 1868 treaty belonged to the Lakota Nation. From the upper canyon, in the heart of the Black Hills, a ridge route winds southward around high blue lakes that freshen the dry piney forests. On the higher ridges, a few mountain goats persist, and the rare cougar. It was now July, and the highways were churning with tourists, drawn from near and far to such scenic wonders as Sitting Bull Crystal Cave, Wonderful Wonderland Cave, Black Hills Holy Land Incorporated, and Crazy Horse, a mighty monument in the making. Keystone, a honky-tonk town with loudspeaker tin music and billboard facades, is tacked together by fast food emporiums and Golden West trading posts stuffed with Indian-type art made mostly in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and New Jersey. Beyond Keystone, the road climbs through the ancient forest to a vast parking lot and shopping and tourist center, from which the pilgrim may elevate his gaze to the mountain home of the great thunder beings, now Mount Rushmore, home of the most enormous novelties in the whole world. What does this Mount Rushmore mean to us Indians? Asked John Fire Lame Deer. It means that these big white faces are telling us, first we gave you Indians a treaty that you could keep these Black Hills forever, as long as the sun would shine, in exchange for all of the Dakotas, Wyoming, and Montana. Then we found the gold and took this last piece of land, because we were stronger, and there were more of us than there were of you, and because we had cannons and Gatling guns, while you hadn't even progressed far enough to make a steel knife. And when you didn't want to leave, we wiped you out, and those of you who survived we put on reservations. And then we took the gold out, $1 billion, and we aren't through yet. And because we like the tourist dollars, too, we have made your sacred Black Hills into one vast Disneyland. And after we did all this we carved up this mountain, the dwelling place of your spirits, and put our 4 gleaming white faces here. We are the conquerors. One man's shrine is another man's cemetery, except that now a few white folks are also getting tired of having to look at this big paperweight curio. We can't get away from it. You could make a lovely mountain into a great paperweight, but can you make it into a wild, natural mountain again? I don't think you have the know-how for that. Maybe it's not too late to put an elevator under this whole shrine of democracy, press a button and the whole monument disappears. And once a week, say, every Sunday from 9 to 11 you press the button again and those 4 heads come up again with the music going full blast. The guys who got an astronaut on the moon should be able to do this much for us Indians, artists, and nature lovers. Point 14. At the Visitors Center, postcards of Black Elk at Mount Rushmore are available to historically inclined tourists. The postcards suggest Indian approval of this desecration of Indian sacred grounds and neglect to say that the sad-faced man in movie Indian regalia with the 4 huge faces of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt looming behind him is not the renowned spiritual leader, but his son Ben. The alert visitor may notice that Mount Rushmore is unusually well guarded, due to the recurrent fear that Redskin terrorists or other unpatriotic types might try to obliterate this monument to the westward course of empire. I found a soft pine needle bed in a ponderosa pine grove under Harney Peak, the highest in the hills, named in honor of Lieutenant General William S. Harney, who fought against the Seminoles in Florida, then traveled west to war on the Lakota. General Harney was among the U.S. commissioners who signed the treaty that reserved these hills for the Indians forever. As an old man, in 1931, Black Elk had climbed to Harney Peak to offer prayer. Hey 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 hey. Hey 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 hey. Hey 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 hey. Grandfather, Great Spirit, once more behold me on earth and lean to hear my feeble voice. Hear me in my sorrow, for I may never call again. Oh, make my people live. 15. To Harney Peak came a wild wind and rain, and hollow reverberations of heat lightning, with mountain spirits roaring through the pine tops, but in the morning, 2 deer waited, expectant, on the woods road down the far side of the mountain. Where the foothills level gently westward into the sage plains of Wyoming, pronghorn antelope drifted like cloud shadows on the grass, and a young golden eagle, the sacred spotted eagle of the Lakota, sailed on straight strong wings down the warm wind, toward the old Powder River hunting grounds and the Big Horn Mountains. Book I. Chapter 1. Thieves Road. The Oglala Lakota, 1835 to 1965. Hear ye, Dakotas. When the Great Father at Washington sent us his chief soldier to ask for a path through our hunting grounds, a way for his iron road to the mountains and the western sea, we were told that they wished merely to pass through our country, not to tarry among us, but to seek for gold in the far west. Our old chiefs thought to show their friendship and goodwill, when they allowed this dangerous snake in our midst. Yet before the ashes of the council fire are cold, the Great Father is building his forts among us. You have heard the sound of the white soldier's axe upon the Little Piney. His presence here is an insult and a threat. It is an insult to the spirits of our ancestors. Are we then to give up their sacred graves to be plowed for corn? Dakotas, I am for war. Red Cloud. Then another great cry went up out in the dust, Crazy Horse is coming. Crazy Horse is coming. Off toward the west and north, they were yelling Hoka-hey, like a big wind roaring, and making the tremolo, and you could hear eagle bone whistles screaming. Black Elk. And 1835, 5 white prospectors who entered the old silences of the sacred mountains were attacked by Indians. Their fate was scrawled in a last note, all killed but me. Probably Ezra Kind's small expedition was the first to pursue the sunny glint of gold in the earth and streams of the Black Hills, an isolated ridge of pine, dark peaks and high blue lakes that rises strangely from dry plains on what is now the Wyoming-South Dakota border. This outcropping of ancient limestones and granite, roughly 40 by 120 miles, is considerably older than Mount Everest. It is as old, perhaps, as any geological formation in North America. Like any isolated mountain in flat country, it has a mystery and power, as if placed there as a sacred place at the center of the circle of the world. Or so it was perceived by the Cheyenne and the Arapaho, and later by the 7 bands, or council fires, of the Lakota Oiate, or Western Dakota Nation, which was moving westward out of Minnesota, the land of many waters, in the course of a 200-year dispute with the woodland Ojibwe and the Cree. When the Lakota crossed the Missouri River, they abandoned the woodlands for a great, free life on the open plains, hunting the buffalo with other Indian nations that had captured or stolen the horse. 1. All of these people were drawn to the dark hills, a shelter and a hunting place for deer and birds and buffalo in winter, a source of stone implements and medicine plants and sparkling clear water. In the summer, in the time of the great tribal gatherings and renewal ceremonies such as the Sun Dance, the young men would go to sacred points in Pahasapa on the 4-day vision quest that would form and guide their lives. The decision to meet oneself, a Lakota has said. Of all our domain we loved, perhaps, the Black Hills the most. The Lakota had named these hills Hisapa, or Black Hills, on account of their color. The slopes and peaks were so heavily wooded with dark pines that from a distance the mountains actually looked black. In wooded recesses were numberless springs of pure water and numerous small lakes. There were wood and game in abundance and shelter from the storms of the plains. It was the favorite winter haunt of the buffalo and the Lakota as well. According to a tribal legend, these hills were a reclining female figure from whose breasts flowed life-giving forces, and to them the Lakota went as a child to its mother's arms. 2. To westward, the Black Hills overlooked the great hunting grounds along the Powder River, stretching away across Wyoming to the Big Horn Mountains. The hunting grounds, shared with the Arapaho and Northern Cheyenne, were disputed by the Crow or Absarika and sometimes the Shoshone, or Snake Indians, These enemies were intermittently assisted by white mountain men, the prospectors and fur trappers, in running skirmishes with the fierce Lakota. The first white men to appear from the north and east in the 18th century were tolerated, if not welcomed, by the strong and warlike Buffalo people of the plains. All the Indians see the flag winter, when a U.S. flag was seen near the Missouri, was 1791. 3. In the winter of 1802, some horses stolen from the whites were found to be wearing shoes. By 1809, an English trapper had a cabin on the White River, and in 1819, many Indians died of measles or smallpox, strange awful plagues that were later explained to them as the work of God, clearing the way for his own people in the wilderness. In 1822, a trading post was established at the mouth of the Bad River by a white man known as Big Leggins, and the following year, some Lakota joined their Dakota kinsmen and a company of the 6th U.S. Infantry in an attack on 2 Minnetonka villages, in an early example of War Department policy of setting one Indian against another. But bad feeling against the fur traders' dishonesty, fired by their alcohol, had already worsened when in 1837 a smallpox epidemic destroyed the Mandan people, decimated the Hidatsa and Arikara, and killed thousands of Indians all over the Great Plains. The white man's plagues intensified the Indians' growing resentment and dread of the thousands of migrant pioneers who were forging muddy tracks across their hunting grounds on the way to Oregon and California, slaughtering buffalo and elk along the way. The stream of wagons on the Oregon Trail, marked out in 1842, thickened and widened with the discovery of gold in California 6 years later. Having scarcely concluded unpopular and costly wars with the Creek and Seminole in the southeast, the U.S. government was eager to adopt a friendship treaty policy that would permit safe passage of pioneers and fur trappers, as well as the boats trading on the Missouri River. The first major treaty with these Western Sioux was signed in 1851 at Fort Laramie, which had been made a military post 2 years before. The treaty permitted the pioneers to pass through Indian territory unharmed. Almost immediately this treaty was transgressed by the construction of fortified trading posts on the Platte River and along the Oregon Trail. In 1854, Colonel William Harney responded to a bloody skirmish over a Mormon cow by killing more than 100 warriors and marching the rest into Fort Laramie in chains. 4 years later, a party of soldiers reconnoitered the Black Hills. A council with Harney held at Fort Pierre in the winter of 1855-56 was conspicuously avoided by the westernmost, largest, and most powerful band of the Lakota, the Oglala, the heart of whose territory was the hunting grounds that lay between Pahasapa and the Powder River. With the discovery of gold near Virginia City, Montana, in the early 1860s, public clamor increased for a safe trail from Cheyenne northwest across the Powder River. Most of the soldiers were withdrawn to the Civil War, but military forays into Indian country recommenced soon after the war ended. In 1866, an expedition sent to open up the Bozeman Trail into Montana called by the Indians Thieves' Road was disputed at a council held at Fort Laramie, where Red Cloud, the Oglala war leader, refused to be presented to the officers, then stalked out in the midst of the discussions. The Great Father sends us presents and wants us to sell him the road, but the white chief comes with soldiers to steal it before the Indian says yes or no. I will talk with you no more. I will go now, and I will fight you. As long as I live, I will fight you for the last hunting grounds of my people. 4. The irascible ambitious Red Cloud had been repudiated by many of his people because he had killed the head chief of the Oglala, declaring that Bull Bear was too friendly with the whites, but no one questioned Red Cloud's abilities as a war leader or as a statesman. His foremost ally was Spotted Tail, chief of the Brule Band, who had led a great raid in 1864 on Julesburg, Colorado. This raid reflected the widespread outrage among Plains Indians caused by the slaughter at Sand Creek of an unsuspecting Cheyenne camp by an armed mob of Colorado irregulars, with subsequent gross sexual mutilation of men, women, and children. Crazy Horse, a young Oglala warrior who had ridden with Spotted Tail to Colorado, led the skillful ambush and destruction of a cavalry detachment in late 1866 at Big Piney Creek on the upper Powder River. The following year, when the Oglala were routed by the U.S. Army's new breech-loading rifles near the Big Horn River. 5. The government had already had enough of Red Cloud's war and sued for peace with the Sioux Nation. But not until the soldiers had abandoned the wagon roads and forts on the Bozeman Trail would Red Cloud come in to negotiate with a U.S. peace commission dominated by soldiers, including General William Tecumseh Sherman. 6. According to the terms of the treaty signed by Red Cloud at Fort Laramie on November 6, 1868, the Indians were guaranteed absolute and undisturbed use of the Great Sioux Reservation. No persons shall ever be permitted to pass over, settle upon, or reside in territory described in this article, or without consent of the Indians pass through the same. No treaty for the cession of any portion or part of the reservation herein described shall be of any validity or force, unless executed and signed by at least 3/4 of all the adult male Indians, occupying or interested in the same. That clause in the Fort Laramie Treaty was still critical a century later. Clothes, goods, education, a sawmill and grist mill, a warehouse, a doctor, and instruction in the white man's agriculture and technology from resident farmer, carpenter, blacksmith, and engineer would be provided for the Indians, who pledged that they will withdraw all opposition to the construction of the railroad now being built on the plains. That they will permit the peaceful construction of any road not passing over their reservation as herein defined. That they will not attack any persons at home, nor molest or disturb any wagon trains, coaches, horses, or cattle. That they will never capture or carry off from the settlements white women or children. That they will never kill or scalp white men, nor attempt to do them harm. 7 years before the Fort Laramie Treaty, Congress had established the U.S. territory of Dakota for the white man's use, and this prior legislation was taken a lot more seriously than the 1868 treaty, to judge from the continuing transgressions in Lakota country. For a brief period, Congress protested its honorable intentions toward the Sioux as well as its commitment to the treaty, which as ratified by Congress and signed by President Ulysses S. Grant in 1869 was in effect the supreme law of the land, equal in stature to the Constitution. In 1871, a rider attached to an Indian Service Appropriation Bill provided that hereafter no Indian nation or tribe within the United States shall be acknowledged or recognized as an independent nation, tribe, or power with whom the United States may contract by treaty, and although the Fort Laramie Treaty was not effected, it continued to rankle Congress not only as an impediment to manifest destiny but as the only recognition of unconditional defeat ever signed by the U.S. government. In 1870, on the first of several trips to the east, Red Cloud and Spotted Tail became dismayed by the sheer numbers of the whites. The two leaders perceived that the defeat of their people was inevitable. Because both let themselves be photographed, it was said of these leaders that they had let their spirit be captured in a box, and despite all the angry rhetoric with which they would greet the betrayal of the great treaty of Fort Laramie, neither man would counsel war ever again. When we first had this land, we were strong, but now are melting like snow on a hillside, while you are grown like spring grass, Red Cloud said at Washington. I have 2 mountains in that country, the Black Hills and the Big Horn Mountains. I want the Father to make no roads through them. I do not want my reservation on the Missouri. 7. The following year, he agreed to move his people to the Red Cloud Agency, under the shadow of Fort Laramie. The Congress, in its Christian duty, had set forth to civilize the Indian in the same way that the European nations, in this high colonial period, were civilizing the non-white natives of South America and Africa and Asia, using the same trusty mix of Bibles and bullets. The government had long since perceived that the way west depended on the transcontinental railroad. In the southern plains, the Union Pacific had forged its way westward on timber and coal seized or swindled from obliging chiefs in the Indian Territory. It was completed in 1869. As the Commissioner of Indian Affairs remarked in 1872, the progress of 2 years more, if not of another summer, on the Northern Pacific Railroad will of itself completely solve the Great Sioux problem, and leave the 90,000 Indians ranging between the two transcontinental lines as incapable of resisting the government as are the Indians of New York or Massachusetts. Already, white mountain men and prospectors were passing through the Black Hills without the Indians' consent, and the rumor of plentiful gold in them there hills, reported by a military party in 1858, was confirmed in August 1874 by a huge reconnaissance expedition led by a jubilant George Custer. The politically ambitious Colonel Custer, who had been condemned by his superior officer on a railroad survey expedition along the Yellowstone in 1873 as a cold-blooded, untruthful, and unprincipled man, universally despised by all the officers of his regiment. 9. Was a champion of the view that the nature of the aborigine was far more cruel and ferocious than that of any wild beast of the desert, and that in no way did the red man deserve to be treated like a human being, and he was already notorious among the Indians for his attack on a peaceful Cheyenne camp on the Washita River in the same year that the Fort Laramie Treaty had been signed. The tracks into the Black Hills left by the supply wagons of Custer's expedition of 1,000 pony soldiers were later used by the gangs of gold-crazed miners who shot their way into the hills in defiance of the Indian war parties, burning the timber, muddying the streams, and killing off the game. The white man, as one Indian said, was in the Black Hills just like maggots. 10. Waisakua, or the greedy one. 11. Was the term the Lakota used to describe the miners, and it later became their term for whites in general. The love of possessions is a disease with them, said Sitting Bull, who was never behindhand in his contempt. President Grant sent word to Red Cloud that the Black Hills would be respected so long as by law and treaty it is secured to the Indians, and although a large party of white men was removed in November 1875, the Secretary of War predicted trouble in the Black Hills unless something is done to gain possession of that section for the white miners. Cheyenne was then wild with excitement concerning the Indian War, which all the old frontiersmen felt was approaching, and the settlement of the Black Hills, in which gold in unheard-of sums was alleged to be hidden. No story was too wild, too absurd, to be swallowed with eagerness and published as a fact in the papers of the town. Along the streets were camped long trains of wagons loading for the Black Hills, every store advertised a supply of goods suited to the Black Hills trade, the hotels were crowded with men on their way to the new El Dorado, and bell boys could talk nothing but Black Hills, Black Hills. So great was the demand for teams to haul goods to the Black Hills that it was difficult to obtain the necessary number to carry the rations and ammunition needed for Crook's column. Much of our trouble with these tribes could have been averted had we shown what would appear to them as a spirit of justice and fair dealing in this negotiation. It is hard to make the average savage comprehend why it is that as soon as his reservation is found to amount to anything he must leave and give up to the white man. Why should not Indians be permitted to hold mining or any other kind of land? The policy of the American people has been to vagabondize the Indian, and throttle every ambition he may have for his own elevation. 12. That year, a commission was sent out from Washington to treat with the Sioux Indians for the relinquishment of the Black Hills. Use of the name Sioux was by now symbolic of U.S. relations with the Dakota Nation. 13. And clearly the white man had only the crudest concept of what Pahasapa represented to the 7 Lakota council fires of the Oglala, Brule, Minnekoju, Hunkpapa, Sans Arc, Two Kettle, and Blackfeet. Asterisk. Even Spotted Tail, the tamed Brule chief who was trying to accommodate the invaders, was appalled by the desecration implicit in the commissioner's suggestion that the sacred earth of Pahasapa might be looted and stripped of its minerals, then returned to the Indians to do with what they pleased. Red Cloud and Crazy Horse of the Oglala refused to attend the proposed meeting, and so did Sitting Bull of the Hunkpapa, who had harassed the railroad survey expedition in the Yellowstone Valley 2 years before. We want no white men here. The Black Hills belong to me. If the whites try to take them, I will fight, said Sitting Bull, sending word that he would sell no land to the white man, not even a pinch of dust. Crazy Horse, who had had his great vision quest in the Black Hills, sent Little Big Man as a witness for the wild Oglala who refused to come. One does not sell the land on which the people walk, said Crazy Horse, who, unlike the loquacious Sitting Bull, spoke briefly when he spoke at all. Perhaps impressed by Little Big Man, who rode up and down between white men and red, threatening death to the first chief who spoke in favor of selling Paha Sepa, Spotted Tail decided not to sign the document. 14. Since the Sioux were being so unreasonable, President Grant withdrew the soldiers who were supposed to keep the whites out of Paha Sepa. By the winter of 1876, more than 10,000 whites were jostling for advantage in the raw mud streets of Custer City, the new frontier town in the southern hills. It was now widely proposed that the Black Hills be purchased from the Indians whether they liked it or not. If they chose to refuse $5 million, that was their affair. Early in 1876, in open contravention of the Fort Laramie Treaty, in which the government had pledged its honor to keeping peace, troops were sent into the Great Sioux Reservation in pursuit of those hostiles most likely to resist the voice of reason, especially Sitting Bull's Hunk Papa and the wild Oglala under Crazy Horse, who was camped that winter not far from Custer's Trail to discourage trespassers in Paha Sepa. By spring, Crazy Horse had joined forces with Sitting Bull, who said that year, "Tell them at Washington, if they have one man who speaks the truth, to send him to me, and I will listen to what he has to say." The one man who met this description was George Crook, the greatest Indian fighter in American history in the opinion of General Sherman, and also the only leader of the whites whom the Indians could trust to keep his word. But General Crook had been sent not to speak truth but to wage war. By late spring, the hostiles had been joined by numerous Cheyenne and Arapaho, and also bands of Minnecoju led by Hump and Lame Deer, together with a number of Blackfeet and Sans Arc. Though Indians question it, white historians declare that this was the greatest gathering of Indian people ever assembled. In the second week of June, a great sun dance was held at Medicine Rocks, in what is now Montana. Here Sitting Bull sacrificed, then stood all day staring at the sun before he fell. In his vision, he saw the blue-jacketed soldiers falling backward into the Indian encampments. On June 16, inspired by this vision, Lakota and Cheyenne warriors led by Crazy Horse made a successful raid upon Crook's forces, the only defeat by Indians Crook ever suffered, and on June 25, 1876, on the windy ridge east of the Greasy Grass Creek, known to the Bluecoats as Little Bighorn, Crazy Horse and his men drove off an attack by Major Marcus Reno, then surrounded and exterminated another attacking column led by Colonel Custer, who had ensured this fate 2 years before by his transgressions on the sacred ground of Paha Sepa. More than 200 Pony soldiers, together with a number of Crow and Shoshone scouts, lost their lives on a hot early summer morning because Custer had disobeyed his orders and ignored the good advice. "Now, Custer, don't be greedy. Wait for us." 15. Within 10 years, the Oglala Lakota led by Red Cloud and Crazy Horse had been responsible for 2 of the 3 greatest defeats ever inflicted on the United States Army by Indians. 16. And this last great Indian triumph in American history won the victors a cold retribution that has not relented to this day. Although forcible and illegal seizure of the Black Hills, already underway, had invited the disaster at Little Bighorn, the U.S. government now declared that the Fort Laramie Treaty was no longer valid, due to the Indians' warlike behavior, 2 weeks after the defeat. The New York Times reported that certain high officers in the War Department were advocating a policy of extermination of the Indians, and the speedier, the better. Within 2 months, it was formally decreed that the Sioux must relinquish all claim to the Black Hills. They were rounded up and confined to the vicinity of the Bluecoats' forts, where their ponies and rifles were confiscated by the soldiers. In August, yet another commission was sent out with documents designed to establish United States ownership of Paha Sepa in an orderly and legalistic manner. This time, even Spotted Tail protested. Accusing the government of lies and broken promises, he declared that hostilities had been caused by those who came to take our land from us without price, and who, in our land, do a great many evil things. This war has come from robbery, from the stealing of our land. The Indians protested that these documents were meaningless, since most of the adult males whose signatures were required before the Black Hills could be legally relinquished were off with the war parties of Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull. To this argument, the Commission responded that the hostiles, those, that is, who wished to see their treaty honored, were no longer covered by the treaty. Anybody who wished to sign this agreement would do nicely for the purpose that the commissioners had in mind. That purpose included the cession of much reservation land, including the Black Hills, together with 3 rights of way across the much reduced Great Sioux Reservation, all of which led straight to Pahasepa. From now on, all hunting rights outside the reservation were ended, and all food and other goods on which the increasingly restricted people had been made dependent would be distributed far to the east of the Black Hills, on the Missouri River. It was further suggested that failure to sign the official documents would lead to delay in the delivery of supplies and therefore to starvation, since the new agreement was part of a law that authorized funds for Indian rations. Thus, in September 1876, 8 years after the Indians had secured the Black Hills in perpetuity, and 3 months after their great victory at the Greasy Grass Creek, Red Cloud of the Oglala was forced to sign a document that abrogated the Treaty of Fort Laramie and awarded Pahasepa to the white man. Spotted Tail signed, also, and the other chiefs of the southern bands shortly capitulated. The event was made legal in the Black Hills Act of February 28, 1877, when all of Pahasepa, together with 22.8 million acres of surrounding territory, was appropriated by the U.S. government in exchange for subsistence rations for an indefinite period. The Oglala and Brule were sent to live on barren lands on the Missouri that the Weissaquah, building their railroads, had already stripped of trees as well as game, and although they were permitted to return the following year, the Lakota were forbidden to trespass on the 40 million acres of unceded land that supposedly was still a part of the Great Sioux Reservation. Farther west, Sitting Bull's hunting grounds on the Tongue River had been invaded by soldiers under General Nelson Miles, who had tracked down and killed Chief Lame Deer that same year. In the knowledge that he and Crazy Horse had been abandoned by the reservation chiefs, Sitting Bull, with the Oglala war chief Gall and several hundred people, retreated northward and crossed into Canada in February 1877. The Northern Cheyenne and their Arapaho allies were defeated in the same period, after an attack on Dull Knife's village near the head of Crazy Woman Creek. The Great Cheyenne leader surrendered in the spring of 1877 and was sent south to Indian Territory, but preferring death to this barren place so far from home, he led his remnant people in a desperate trek northward in September of the following year, pursued all the way by soldiers, oncoming winter, and starvation. Dull Knife himself was one of the few survivors of this doomed, heroic journey. 18. He eventually found shelter with Red Cloud's people on Pine Ridge, where he died in 1883. With Sitting Bull in Canada, Crazy Horse became the last great figure of resistance. In late 1876, Spotted Tail was sent to plead with him, carrying the promise of General Crook that Crazy Horse would be permitted to hunt buffalo and wander on the Powder River hunting grounds as in the old days. Crazy Horse ignored Spotted Tail, who returned instead with a Minnecoja band under Chief Bigfoot. In January 1877, the wild Oglala survived an attack by Bearcoat Miles, who pursued Crazy Horse all the way to the Big Horn Mountains. Crazy Horse understood quite well that the victory at Greasy Grass Creek had hastened the day of ultimate annihilation, and in May 1877, to spare his followers another winter of misery and privation, he rode into the Red Cloud Agency of his own accord. But the Great War leader never received the Powder River Reservation offered by Crook. Once Crazy Horse had led his warriors into captivity, the U.S. government forgot its offer. Crazy Horse was a man of his word and was furious at the duplicity of the white man. Crazy Horse saw Red Cloud and Spotted Tail both betrayed by the white man as well as Sitting Bull. They had all signed treaties with the white man in solemn council and the words of the white man had been broken. Crazy Horse foresaw the consequence of his surrender. It meant submission to a people whom he did not consider his equal, it meant the doom of his race. 19. Crazy Horse could never be prevailed upon to accompany Red Cloud and Spotted Tail to Washington to hear the Great White Father. My Father is with me, and there is no great Father between me and the Great Spirit. In September 1877, he was summoned to Fort Robinson, where he was fatally stabbed under disputed circumstances involving that little big man who had once declared that he would kill the first Indian to speak of selling the Black Hills. In the months that followed, the Indians were lined up by the soldiers and marched eastward to the barren lands on the Missouri. That same year, George Hearst's Homestake gold mine was established at Lead, in the northern hills. Within 2 years, Homestake appeared on the New York Stock Exchange, and within 10, an investment of $10,000 was worth $6 million, $1 million more, that is, than had been offered by the commissioners for all of the Black Hills. An idle and thriftless race of savages cannot be permitted to stand guard at the treasure vaults of the nation which hold our gold and silver. The prospector and miner may enter and by enriching himself enrich the nation and bless the world by the results of his toil. 20. As General Sherman had noted, the most important factor in making peace with the Indians was the completion of the transcontinental railroads. The ambitions of miners, trappers, and traders, as well as of the cattlemen and settlers who would follow, all depended on the expanding railroad systems, as shipments of beaver pelts and buffalo hides gave way to timber and packed meat and minerals. And as among the eastern Indians, innocent or greedy chiefs appointed by the white man were soon selling or leasing ancestral lands that did not belong to them, in dishonest arrangements that were duly endorsed in the white man's courts. Despite their records as great war leaders, Red Cloud and Spotted Tail are now included among such chiefs by their own people. 4 years after the murder of Crazy Horse, Spotted Tail was shot down by his cousin Crow Dog, a brave warrior who had ridden with his friend Spotted Tail in the old days but who now believed, as did many of the Brule, that this fierce old war leader had been paid off by the enemy. Although Spotted Tail protested against government policies as much as he thought he could get away with, the government had set him up as paramount chief over his people and presented him with a 3-story house. To make matters worse, this white man's chief wished tributes to his high position that traditional chiefs had never wanted, including possession of any woman who pleased his eye. One of his unwilling women was in the Crow Dog family. After his death, the agency officials belittled the whole episode as a quarrel over a woman, and the Brule band resolved the matter in the traditional way, but the white public, for whom the handsome Spotted Tail had become a hero, had taken an interest in justice for Indians and was clamoring for Crow Dog's execution. Eventually he was sentenced to death by a Dakota Circuit Court sitting in Deadwood, in the North Black Hills. In a tribute to Crow Dog's reputation, he was granted permission to return home to prepare his death song, and also the white buckskin suit that he wished to die in. On the appointed day, as promised, Crow Dog, accompanied by his wife, drove himself in his own buckboard back to prison. 21. The episode excited a new interest in the case, and eventually the death sentence was overturned by the Supreme Court, which held that an Indian nation had full jurisdiction over its members. Congress was outraged by this decision, and also, perhaps, by its recognition of Indian sovereignty, and the result was the Major Crimes Act of 1885, which authorized federal jurisdiction over any major offense on the reservations, whether the Indians considered it major or not. The government had meanwhile set about the extermination of the sacred buffalo, which the Indians saw as the comrade of the sun and which was thought to have numbered between 30 and 60 million when the first horse Indians hunted the plains. As early as 1859, the great Chief Lone Horn, father of Chief Bigfoot, had made medicine to bring about the return of the vanishing buffalo, but the great shaggy animal on which the plains peoples depended for food, shelter, clothing, and utensils had been much reduced by the rifles of the pioneers and later the buffalo hunters for the railroads, and after 1862 was never plentiful again. In 1883, when the last herd of northern bison was wiped out by soldiers and mercenaries on the Cannonball River. 23. A century of utter dependence on the white man had begun. There is a time appointed to all things, Spotted Tail had said, not long before his death. Think for a moment how many multitudes of the animal tribes we ourselves have destroyed, Look upon the snow that appears today, tomorrow it is water. Listen to the dirge of the dry leaves, that were green and vigorous but a few moons before. We are a part of that life, and it seems that our time has come. 24. It was recognized that the loss of their life way would weaken the warlike spirit of the Indians, as would conversion to the Christian Church, and the Indian agents worked closely with their black-frocked brethren at the missions, whose interests were very much the same. As early as 1878, an Episcopal church had been set up at the Pine Ridge Agency, and in 1881, the savage rite known as the Sun Dance was forbidden on all of the Sioux reservations. Suppression of other religious ceremonies soon followed. The missionaries decried the cruel and sadistic nature of the Sun Dance, perhaps not wishing to understand that participation was an honored and joyful act. The Sun Dance is the greatest ceremony that the Oglalas do. It is a sacred ceremony in which all the people have a part. If one has scars on his breast or back that show he has danced the Sun Dance, no Oglala will doubt his word. 25. At the Indian agencies, the condition of the Lakota people declined rapidly. The proud horsemen who, less than 20 years before, had decreed their terms to the chastened white men at Fort Laramie were already sedentary, half-starved dependents of the U.S. government, despised by these Waysaku, for whom they had no respect. In A Century of Dishonor, which deplored the mistreatment of the Indians, Helen Hunt Jackson also argued that the native peoples should be civilized by assimilation through land ownership and education into the nation's economic life, a well-meant idea that was seized upon by those who wished to assimilate the reservation lands as well. As General Sherman, never an Indian lover, had long since noted, a reservation was a parcel of land inhabited by Indians and surrounded by thieves, and a few congressmen, at least, saw through the General Allotment Act, which was, one said, in the interest of men who are clutching up this land, but not in the interest of the Indians at all. Another said, the provisions for the apparent benefit of the Indian are but the pretext to get at his lands. If this were done in the name of greed, it would be bad enough, but to do it in the name of humanity, and under the cloak of an ardent desire to promote the Indian's welfare by making him like ourselves, whether he will or not, is infinitely worse. These voices were lost in the general clamor of a nation hell-bent on westward progress. They must either change their mode of life or they must die, one senator cried. They have got as far as they can go, because they own their land in common, sniffed another Indian well-wisher, Senator Henry L. Dawes of Massachusetts, in precocious disapproval of the Indians' communism. 26. And it was precisely that communal attitude toward land that had to be destroyed before the Buffalo Plains could be domesticated and the huge railroad, oil, and cattle empires could rule the West. In 1887, after years of fierce debate, Congress passed the General Allotment Act, yet another in the long series of reform laws designed to assist the Indian into the American mainstream by breaking down his traditional means of existence. Each male Indian in those tribes coerced by the Indian Bureau into accepting allotment would be given 160 acres, with any surplus land to be purchased inexpensively by the government and turned over to white settlers at its own discretion, according to the rules set out by the Homestead Act of 1862. This surplus, as it turned out, comprised most of the remaining Indian land. By destroying communal guardianship of land, the Dawes Act first aimed at tribes in western Indian Territory but eventually affecting more than 100 Indian groups destroyed not only the unity of Indian nations but the people's tradition of generosity and total sharing for the common good. Since according to their sacred instructions the Indians could never own a Mother Earth of which they felt themselves to be a part, and since even those willing to go against the Indian life way, Wunkage, our way of doing, as the Lakota say. 27. Had no experience of the white economy, most of those who tried to adjust to the new system were sooner or later relieved of their land due to innocence, drink, inability to pay off mortgages and taxes, and, finally, the hard exigencies of starvation, for by this time the people had been reduced to irregular handouts of flour and lard, the ration of which depended largely on their willingness to cooperate with the agents sent out by the Indian Bureau and their accomplices in the reservation missions. In short, the Dawes Act legalized an arrangement in which, during the next half-century, the native people all across the country would lose 2/3 of their remaining lands by sale and swindle. 28. Until World War I, the Lakota managed to resist allotment, but in 1889, the year of the Great Oklahoma Land Rush inspired by the Dawes Act, General Crook was dispatched to his old foes with the proposal that 9 million acres of their remaining land should be turned over to white settlement. The aging Red Cloud refused to sign such an agreement, and so did Sitting Bull, who had returned from political asylum in Canada in 1881 and was living at Standing Rock on the Grand River, not far from the place where he was born. Friends and relatives, our minds are again disturbed by the Great Father's representatives, the Indian agent, the squawmen, the mixed bloods, the interpreters, and the Favor-Trashan chiefs. What is it they want of us at this time? They want us to give up another chunk of our tribal land. This is not the first time nor the last time. They will try to gain possession of the last piece of ground we possess. They are again telling us what they intend to do if we agree to their wishes. Have we ever set a price on our land and received such a value? No, we never did. What we got under the former treaties were promises of all sorts. They promised how we are going to live peaceably on the land we still own and how they are going to show us the new ways of living, even told us how we can go to heaven when we die. When the white people invaded our Black Hills country, our treaty agreements were still in force, but the Great Father ignored it. Therefore I do not wish to consider any proposition to cede any portion of our tribal holdings to the Great Father. My friends and relatives, let us stand as one family as we did before the white people led us astray. 29. Due mostly to the stubborn resistance of Sitting Bull and Red Cloud, the signatures required for the cession of Indian land were not obtained, and as in the seizure of the Black Hills, it was recommended to the government that it simply ignore the 1868 treaty, which it did. A few months later, President Benjamin Harrison proclaimed an act that dismantled the Great Sioux Reservation established at Fort Laramie and created the 7 reservations that exist today. The Oglala Band, which had been the most hostile, was given the dry rolling hill country between the Dakota Badlands and the Sand Hills of Nebraska, now known as the Pine Ridge Reservation. All the rest of the Lakota land was turned over to the new states of North and South Dakota, which had been created just 1 month before. In that same year, a peace and prosperity ritual known as the Ghost Dance, seen in a vision by a Paiute holy man, Wovoka, was transformed by the desperate Lakota into a purification ceremony that would restore the vanished buffalo and banish the Waisakua from the plains. The world was shortly to come to an end. And the dead Indians would return with the buffalo. The white man would be destroyed, and the earth which he had corrupted would be renewed. 30. Besides Short Bull and Kicking Bear, who carried this version of Wovoka's vision to the Lakota, the Ghost Dance was taken up by such chiefs as Crow Dog on Rosebud, Sitting Bull on Standing Rock, and Bigfoot on Cheyenne River, as well as by Red Cloud's son and others on Pine Ridge. Red Cloud himself, now an old man, maintained an ambiguous silence. A number of Indians, believing that wearing the Ghost Dance shirt made them impervious to bullets, had acquired arms. Then, on December 15, 1890, Sitting Bull, like Crazy Horse before him, was killed while resisting arrest for fomenting trouble. Bigfoot, now the leading traditional chief, set out with his people on a long winter trek across the Badlands, seeking safety with Red Cloud's people on Pine Ridge. 2 weeks later, on December 29, when Bigfoot and 200 or more Minnecoja men, women, and children, with a few fugitives from Sitting Bull's Hunkpapa band, were slaughtered by the 7th Cavalry at Wounded Knee, Custer's Avenged Regiment received 20 Congressional Medals of Honor from a grateful government, despite a bungled maneuver in which at least 25 Bluecoats perished in the crossfire from their own guns. General Crook, who had died earlier that year, would surely have had contempt for the whole business. Dr. Charles Eastman, the young Santee Sioux physician on Pine Ridge, went out in search of survivors. Fully 3 miles from the scene of the massacre we found the body of a woman completely covered with a blanket of snow, and from this point on we found them scattered along as they had been relentlessly hunted down and slaughtered while fleeing for their lives. Some of our people discovered relatives or friends among the dead, and there was much wailing and mourning. When we reached the spot where the Indian camp had stood, among the fragments of burned tents and other belongings we saw the frozen bodies lying close together or piled one upon another. I counted 80 bodies of men who had been in council and who were almost as helpless as the women and babes when the deadly fire began, for nearly all their guns had been taken from them. A reckless and desperate young Indian fired the first shot when the search for weapons was well underway, and immediately the troops opened fire from all sides, killing not only unarmed men, women, and children, but their own comrades who stood opposite them, for the camp was entirely surrounded. All this was a severe ordeal for one who had so lately put his faith in the Christian love and lofty ideals of the white man. After some days of extreme tension, and weeks of anxiety, the hostiles, so called, were at last induced to come in and submit to a general disarmament. The troops were all recalled and took part in a grand review before General Miles, no doubt intended to impress the Indians with their superior force. 31. Custer's regiment was harshly chastised by Old Bearcoat Miles, an Indian fighter since the Civil War, who had sent out that 7th Cavalry Detachment in response to the unwarranted panic of an Indian agent, caused by the ghost dances. As an old man in 1916, General Miles was still bitterly repudiating the massacre as most reprehensible, most unjustifiable, and worthy of the severest condemnation. 32. After Wounded Knee, the soldiers were replaced by bureaucrats, including educators whose official task was to break down the cultural independence of the people. On pain of imprisonment, the Lakota were forbidden the spiritual renewal of traditional ceremonies, even the ritual purification of the sweat lodge was forbidden. They were not permitted to wear Indian dress or to sew beadwork. Their children were seized and taken away to government boarding schools at the Pine Ridge Agency, and use of their own language was discouraged. They were, however, invited to celebrate American Independence Day on the 4th of July, which they used at first as a secret memorial to Wounded Knee and later adapted to their own giveaway festivals and powwows. We felt mocked in our misery, Old Red Cloud said. We had no one to speak for us, we had no redress. Our rations were reduced again. You who eat 3 times a day and see your children well and happy around you cannot understand how starving Indians feel. 33. The despairing Red Cloud was converted in the 1890s by the Holy Rosary Catholic Mission, established on Pine Ridge in 1888, later he asked to be buried in a priest's black robe. When first penned up on the reservations, a great many Indians had weakened and died of tuberculosis, for which their dispirited medicine men had no cure. The health care offered by the government was entirely inadequate until 1890, when young Drive Eastman arrived on Pine Ridge and sharply criticized the shameful lack of medicines, surgical instruments, competence, and even concern. By the time Eastman was forced out of the Indian service by hostile bureaucrats, in 1892, the Pine Ridge Hospital was already under construction, and in 1896 a remarkable doctor named James R. Walker was transferred to Pine Ridge from Leech Lake on the White Earth Agency in Minnesota. Recognizing that the medicine men achieved real results in a variety of ailments. 34. Dr. Walker worked closely with them and won their trust, endorsed by many spiritual leaders, including Short Bull and Little Wound. Walker himself was eventually accepted as a medicine man and was also entrusted with the shaman's secrets. His invaluable data on Lakota customs and religion, acquired in 18 years of study with the last great medicine men of the 19th century, were to become the foundation of Lakota anthropology. On Independence Day in 1903, Red Cloud offered his farewell address to the Lakota people. My sun is set. My day is done. Darkness is stealing over me. Before I lie down to rise no more, I will speak to my people. Hear me, my friends, for it is not the time for me to tell you a lie. The Great Spirit made us, the Indians, and gave us this land we live in. He gave us the buffalo, the antelope, and the deer for food and clothing. We moved on our hunting grounds from the Minnesota to the Platte and from the Mississippi to the Great Mountains. No one put bounds about us. We were free as the winds, and like the eagle, heard no man's commands. I was born a Lakota and I shall die a Lakota. Before the white man came to our country, the Lakotas were a free people. They made their own laws and governed themselves as it seemed good to them. The priests and the ministers tell us that we lived wickedly when we lived before the white man came among us. Whose fault was this? We lived right as we were taught it was right. Shall we be punished for this? I am not sure that what these people tell me is true. As a child I was taught the supernatural powers were powerful and could do strange things. This was taught me by the wise men and the shamans. They taught me that I could gain their favor by being kind to my people and brave before my enemies, by telling the truth and living straight, by fighting for my people and their hunting grounds. When the Lakotas believed these things they lived happy and they died satisfied. What more than this can that which the white man offers us give? Takushinskin is familiar with my spirit, and when I die I will go with him. Then I will be with my forefathers. If this is not in the heaven of the white man, I shall be satisfied. Wi is my father. The Wakantanka of the white man has overcome him. But I shall remain true to him. Shadows are long and dark before me. I shall soon lie down to rise no more. While my spirit is with my body, the smoke of my breath shall be towards the sun, for he knows all things and knows that I am still true to him. 35. Frank Fool's Crow, who was born about the time of Wounded Knee, recalls being told how a woman survivor of the massacre, her arm shot off, reached his community at Porcupine, but already he perceived things differently from the old warriors who could still remember the long days on the Great Plains. The decade that followed Wounded Knee, he says, was a time of great melancholy and deprivation, but after the turn of the century, when the old wounds had been scarred over, if not healed, his people had made a great effort to adjust to the white man's way, and probably more than half of them were baptized, including his uncle, the great medicine man Black Elk, who was dubbed Nicholas by the Red Cloud Mission. Black Elk told his nephew that the Sioux religious way of life was pretty much the same as that of the Christian churches. We could pick up some of the Christian ways and teachings, and just work them in with our own, so in the end both would be better. According to Fool's Crow, Black Elk prayed constantly that all peoples would live as one and would cooperate with one another. We have both loved the non-Indian races, and we do not turn our backs on them to please even those of our own people who do not agree. 36. Most people think that our early years on the reservation were our most difficult ones, but that is not actually the case. First there was a period of comparative happiness, and then later on the tragic times came. It was especially hard to have the children sent away to school, and that was resisted, as was the order to cut our hair short. People were also unhappy about relatives being moved to reservations some distance away. And we were not pleased about the interference in our religious ceremonies. But at the same time, the new life proved before long to be challenging and interesting. We now had new things to talk about and to do, and we made progress, quickly. By 1909, we were already well into the farming life. In some ways, conditions were even better than the old buffalo hunting days. In the fall of each year we helped one another to gather the harvest, and to store it in root cellars. Winters in our country had always been difficult to live through, and being able to store food like this was a proud and comforting achievement. I feel it was important that the men had work to do that occupied their minds and bodies. In former days the women did most of the work around the camp, while the men hunted, made their weapons, defended their territory, and went on horse raids and war parties. When this life way ended, the men were restless, frustrated, and felt unproductive. Now everyone had something valuable to do. Besides our farm produce and the agency supplies, fish were plentiful and so was wild meat. The year-round hunting was great, even though we had to do it with bows and arrows. The women could obtain permission from the agent to purchase the knives they needed for housework and tanning. But there was a federal law forbidding Indian men to have firearms, knives, or liquor. Usually, 4 or 5 of us young fellows would get together, obtain authorization from the agent, and go hunting anywhere we wanted to on the reservation. Sometimes we would be away from home as long as 2 weeks. We brought home deer, antelope, prairie dogs, and all of the wild animals you can name that Indians ever ate. After 1915, we began to go over to Custer, to the buffalo park there. They had a small buffalo herd, and since a lot of townspeople and National Park Service personnel wanted to see Indians on horseback killing buffalo, they let us shoot a few of them with our bows and arrows. 37. Before the days of immense farm operations and irrigation, when the White River still had lots of water in it, the Oglala could earn most of their needs from their arable land. Also, Pine Ridge was benefited by an Indian agent who was both honest and intelligent. 38. And who fought hard to keep liquor off the reservation. A person caught drinking was fined $500, and since there was little or no cash in the Indians' barter economy, the usual result of drunkenness was a year and a day in jail. The Pine Ridge Reservation had enough good cattle range to support a number of Oglala ranchers, who had built up large herds, but in 1916 a new Indian agent pressured them to sell off their cattle for the war effort and to lease their land to white ranchers in the region. 39. Many of these Indians, lacking employment, began to gather at the agency village of Pine Ridge. Later, Indian soldiers home from the European War, who had learned the purposes of money and liquor without learning how to handle either one, encouraged the leasing of the land and the sale of livestock to obtain money for liquor and possessions. The situation worsened when allotment was forced through, and again after 1920, when the ration system and barter economy were replaced by new government programs of financial handouts. Within a few years, there were hardly any milk cows, chickens, ducks, or pigs left. The once beautiful gardens were nothing but dry brush, and the chicken coops were broken and falling down. Even the corrals had weeds in them, because the horses were gone. Gone also were many of the farm residents. Stores and schools were being built by the government, and the people were abandoning their farms and settling down around these. Towns were coming into being. But what pitiful towns they were! The government had taken advantage of us once more. At the same time, problems were coming from another direction. The white population around the borders of the reservation was growing and expanding. They decided we owned more land than we needed, and they figured out a way to get it. It was easy. They encouraged the destitute Oglalas to sell or to lease their allotments to them and then to move into towns, which they did, for the money, naturally. So people left their once fine log homes and storage cellars and settled down in tents and shacks. They exchanged their freedom for money and liquor, and as it turned out there would be no end of this curse. The flood had begun, and the traditional Lifeway Dam was so weakened it could not hold it. 40. Because thousands of Indians had done their best to act as citizens, American citizenship was bestowed upon the first Americans in 1924, with a great patriotic fanfare heralding the event as a righting of the wrongs done to the Indian. In fact, this hollow citizenship broke ground for subsequent legislation that further undermined the Indians' hold on their last lands. Almost invariably, such legislation was endorsed by the Indian Bureau established in 1832 and transferred from the War Department to the Department of the Interior in 1849. From the beginning, this weak and ambivalent bureau was manipulated by special interests that coveted Indian grazing land, with its timber, water, and the minerals beneath. The Indian today is not only unheard and unheeded, but robbed, pillaged, denied his heritage, and held in bondage. The greatest hoax ever perpetrated upon him was the supposed citizenship of 1924 supposedly gave the Indian the same rights enjoyed by other men. The reservation still remains, the agent is still on the job. The Indian Bureau politicians still fatten on Indian money and the Indian is still being robbed. My people of South Dakota have been in dire straits. and have slowly become undermined in health by starvation while the public sleeps on the thought that the government takes care of the Indian. So the Oglala chief Luther Standing Bear told his niece in 1932, by which time a pantheon of great pale faces was being hacked out of the sacred rock of Pahasepa, to endure in the sculptor's own reverent words until the wind and the rain alone shall wear them away. According to the dedication of Mount Rushmore by President Coolidge, in 1927, the union of these four presidents carved on the face of the everlasting hills of South Dakota will contribute a distinctly national monument. It will be decidedly American in its conception, in its magnitude, in its meaning, and altogether worthy of our country. The Indians agree, in profound bitterness and disdain. The Lakotas are now a sad, silent, and unprogressive people suffering the fate of all oppressed, Standing Bear said. Today you see but a shattered specimen, a caricature of the man that once was. Did a kind, wise, helpful and benevolent conqueror bring this about? Can a real, true, genuinely superior social order work such havoc? 41. In 1928, the Miriam Report attributed the wretched state of the Indian people to such mistaken legislation as the Allotment Act of 1887, and blamed the Bureau of Indian Affairs for its role in suppressing Indian culture. The report opened the way for a former social worker and energetic new Indian commissioner named John Collier, who pressed fiercely in Congress for reforms. It was Collier. 42. Who put together the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, which restored to Indians the right to live and worship in a traditional manner, as well as a certain measure of self-government. Under the IRA, the Allotment Act was abandoned and a small amount of land was reacquired, improvement loans were made to certain communities, and schools were established on certain reservations. Collier and the IRA were well-intentioned, but as with all the earlier Reform Acts, the IRA cost the Indians more than they gained. The traditional forms of tribal government were replaced by Indian chartered corporations, complete with constitutions, set up for their benefit under the auspices of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and an intensely democratic people was subjected to the undemocratic decisions of so-called tribal councils that mostly reflected the wishes of the white man's church and state. According to widespread Indian custom, those who oppose a certain course of action register disapproval of it by staying away, and the councils promoted by the BIA in the Hopi Nation and many other places were supported by hollow majorities of acculturated Indians, without any real approval from their people. These tribal council governments could count on federal assistance so long as they deferred to the BIA, those who resisted tribal council policies could count on nothing. While some tribal councils were strong and constructive in forwarding the best interests of their people, too many others become tame puppet governments for the BIA. Intended or not, the ultimate effect of the Indian Reorganization Act was to use tribal culture and institutions as transitional devices for the complete assimilation of Indian life into the dominant white society. 43. The conflict between the BIA progressives and the traditionals became increasingly bitter with the creation in 1946 of the Indian Claims Commission, which like the IRA was considered a well-meaning measure by most of those congressmen who voted for it. Ostensibly designed to right a continuing wrong to our Indian citizens for which no possible justification can be asserted. 44. The ICC in fact extinguished existing and potential Indian land claims by monetary settlement before the tenuous or illegal nature of many of the white man's land titles could be challenged. The chief beneficiaries of this commission were not the Indians but the Washington law firms that represented them before the U.S. Court of Claims. Predictably, the arch-conservative reformers claimed great moral credit for such legislation. A leading advocate, Senator Arthur Watkins, later chairman of the Claims Commission, was pleased to refer to it as freedom legislation, as South Dakota Senator Carl Munt remarked in regard to the Claims Commission bill, if any Indian tribe can prove that it has been unfairly and dishonorably dealt with by the United States, it is entitled to recover. This ought to be an example for all the world to follow in its treatment of minorities. 45. The Indian Claims Commission's work was a necessary prelude to the so-called termination legislation, first passed in the 1930s but not enforced until the 1950s, a period which, by no coincidence, was noted for its organized attacks on civil liberties. Like the Claims Commission, the termination policies were designed to get the government out of the Indian business and thereby end the vast, wasteful, and unproductive public expenditure on the nation's wards. With land claims extinguished and federal responsibility withdrawn, the Indians could be scattered in relocation programs into the cities, thereby conferring independence on a people trained to total dependency for almost a century. As independent citizens and taxpayers, without good education or experience, most terminated Indians were reduced within a very few years to widespread illness and utter poverty, whether or not they were relocated in the cities. Meanwhile, bitterness increased between those people who were trying to live like whites and those still committed to our way of living. Among the Lakota, the grievous split between these factions dates back to the days when loafer Indians around the forts on the Bozeman Trail first got a taste of the white man's liquor and molasses, when Spotted Tail and Red Cloud were flattered and manipulated by trips to Washington, when Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull, resisting arrest, were killed with the help of their own Indians, who served the whites as Indian agency police. From the beginning, those Indians willing to obey the government agents and the missionaries fared much better than those who held to traditional Indian way. Full-blood traditionals sometimes refer to the mixed bloods as breeds and to themselves as skins, but since many mixed bloods resist the BIA, while certain full-bloods have reason to endorse it, these terms refer less to actual blood ratios than to cultural attitudes. Older traditionals who speak Lakota call the mixed bloods Iiska, or those who speak white, the name given to the scout interpreters of the 19th century, most of whom had a squaw man for a father. Many traditionals lived out in the districts, in small outlying communities far from the bureaucratic trough, which was all but empty for those people who did not wish to send their children to government or mission schools, where the Lakota language and customs were forbidden. Despised and exploited, the traditionals, many of them full-bloods who spoke little English, were the people who suffered most from despair and apathy, poverty and unemployment, alcoholism, and the random angry violence that besets depressed Indian communities to a degree almost unimaginable to most Americans, who still suppose that the government takes care of the Indian. In truth, the government takes care of the progressive Indian who does not resist the assimilating policies of the BIA. Among traditionals, it would be difficult to find a family without an alcoholic or a member in jail, a recent suicide or car wreck victim, a woman sterilized by the Indian Health Service without her consent, or a child removed to a government boarding school or foster home against the family's will. And almost everywhere, these people have been subjected to vicious racism that would not be tolerated by the public or the courts toward any other minority in the country. On Pine Ridge, most of the tribal council families were mixed-blood Christians, well indoctrinated with the European values acquired originally from the traders, half-breed scout interpreters, and trading post Indians of the 19th century. Some of these people did their best to live like whites, and others wandered between two very different societies, in neither of which did they feel welcome or at home. Together, these groups formed a dependent and therefore dependable voting bloc which the tribal governments used to their own advantage. Today the popular interpretation is that tribal councils are corrupt and have been the major oppressors. That is true only in the vaguest terms and only when the whole context of how tribal government evolved is properly understood. The mixed bloods do dominate things, but that has been true for the better part of 2 centuries. There has been a continuing tradition, maybe almost from the Pilgrims, that mixed blood peoples have acted as brokers between the two societies, and in this capacity they have not always thought about the best interest of the tribe as a whole. 49. On Pine Ridge, at least, tribal council administrations have been regularly accused of acting exclusively in their own best interests by carrying out the wishes of the BIA, which tends to ignore nepotism, incompetence, and corruption as long as its own policies are carried out. In recent years, Indian activists have dismissed the tribal council system as neocolonialism, in which a favored indigenous group implements the wishes of the colonial administration. Although chartered to protect Indian people and Indian lands from exploitation, The BIA has accomplished just the opposite. On Pine Ridge and elsewhere, its land tenure rules provided that each family's allocated land be divided in equal interests among the heirs, with the result that after a few generations the holdings consisted of numerous small parcels, insufficient to support a family. At this point, the BIA, as trustee of Indian land, would take over its administration and lease it out at nominal cost to the white ranchers who today control most of the good land on the reservation. 50. By 1942, nearly 1 million of the 2,722,000 acres assigned to Pine Ridge when the reservation was created in 1889 had passed into other hands, and by the 1970s, over 90% of reservation lands were owned or leased by white people or people with a low percentage of Indian blood, not because these people were more able but because the dispossessed traditionals had no money or means to work their land. Sadder still, these red niggers, as the ranchers sometimes called them, had all but accepted the poor opinion in which they were held by the Waisaka and the Iiska. Nevertheless, there remained a wistful faith that under the U.S. Constitution their educators had described to them, under the great legal system of justice for all, regardless of race, creed, or color, the wrongs perpetrated on the Lakota peoples would one day be made right, and the benefits of our treaty restored to them. After 1904, additional tracts of Lakota land had been alienated for white use, mostly through proclamations issued by President Theodore Roosevelt, whose bespectacled face, completed in 1939, was the last vast adornment of Mount Rushmore. In 1909, during the years of widespread farming, a Lakota delegation had petitioned South Dakota congressmen for compensation for the pony herd that had been confiscated from the Indians in the aftermath of the Custer Battle. When the pony claim was refused, the people determined to pursue their land claims under the Treaty of 1868. In 1918, an attorney was hired, and in 1923, although aware that his clients sought the return of Pahasapa, this man filed a money claim to the Black Hills. In those bitter years, such a claim could have been no more than a symbolic protest, yet it served the traditional people as a spark of hope. The Black Hills case, as it was known, has dominated politics on the Lakota reservations ever since. Although the courts eventually got around to denying the claim in 1942, it re-emerged in 1950, after the creation of the Indian Claims Commission. Most of the people, demoralized and desperate, were now interested in a monetary settlement, but a few traditionals, seeking a social and economic means of preserving traditional culture, held out for the return of the land itself. In 1952, uranium was discovered near Edgemont in the Southern Hills, and a new uranium gold rush now began. In the same period, vast deposits of surface coal accessible to strip mining were located on reservation lands in Montana and Wyoming as well as in the Dakotas. Not surprisingly, the pressure for termination intensified, as what President Eisenhower called the military-industrial complex laid plans for a great energy empire in the western states. The Tribal Council claims for money compensation were ignored until the late 1960s, when the American Indian Movement, dramatizing the efforts of earlier Indian activist organizations, demanded the revalidation of Indian treaty claims around the country. Insisting upon land, not pay-off money, AIM drew particular attention to the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868 and the lawless seizure of the Black Hills 9 years later, and in this way unwittingly, at first it placed itself directly in the path of the huge energy consortiums that were already moving quietly into the hills. Chapter 2. The Upside-Down Flag. The American Indian Movement, 1968-73. Tell the people it is no use to depend on me anymore now. Crazy horse, dying. What treaty that the whites have kept has the red man broken? Not one. What treaty that the white man ever made with us have they kept? Not one. When I was a boy the Sioux owned the world, the sun rose and set on their land, they sent 10,000 men to battle. Where are the warriors today? Who slew them? Where are our lands? Who owns them? What white man can say I ever stole his land or a penny of his money? Yet, They say I am a thief. What white woman, however lonely, was ever captive or insulted by me? Yet they say I am a bad Indian. What white man has ever seen me drunk? Who has ever come to me hungry and unfed? Who has ever seen me beat my wives or abuse my children? What law have I broken? Is it wrong for me to love my own? Is it wicked for me because my skin is red? Because I am Lakota, because I was born where my father died, because I would die for my people and my country? Sitting Bull. In 1962, in Minnesota Stillwater State Prison, two Ojibwe inmates, Clyde Belcourt and Eddie Benton Benai, excited by the Indian protest that was being heard here and there around the country, concluded that government supervision was destroying the Indian people and that Indians had to deal with their own problems if they were to survive. While still in prison, they organized 46 Indian prisoners, offering them, as Belcourt says, education about being Indians, instead of just rotting in prison making license plates. I guess we had the first real Indian studies program in the country. In Minnesota, less than 1% of the state population is Indian, as opposed to 8% of the prison population. In South Dakota, Indians make up 6.5% of the general population and somewhere between a quarter and a third of all prison inmates. These ratios, typical of many Western states and Canadian provinces, are less a reflection of antisocial tendencies than of the racism and punitive attitude toward Indians, whose crimes mostly relate to alcohol, who are jailed regularly because they cannot afford bail, and who are often convicted because until recently they rarely attempted to defend themselves in court. Out on parole in 1964, after 3 jail terms for burglary and armed robbery, Belcourt tried to organize the large red ghetto population in Minneapolis. What Belcourt and his friends had in mind was a typical civil rights program of the 1960s, increasing the opportunities for the city Indian to enjoy his full rights as a citizen of these United States. Not until later was it realized that the Indian citizenship meant nothing and that therefore civil rights was the wrong approach. I tried to work within the system for 4 years, demanding a fair share of it for my people, says Belcourt, a tall, thoughtful man in braids, who now wears spectacles and a mustache, but all the money was controlled by the churches and bureaucracies, and they weren't interested in any programs that might have led toward real economic independence for the Indians. In July 1968, with Eddie Benton Benai, George Mitchell, and another ex-convict named Dennis Banks, Belcourt founded the Concerned Indian Americans. This name, because of its acronym, was speedily changed to the American Indian Movement. There has always been an American Indian movement, Belcourt has said. For hundreds of years there have been people like Crazy Horse who stood up and fought for us. Dennis Banks, who would soon become the best known of the AIM leaders, was an Anishinaabe from Leech Lake, Minnesota, where he was born in 1932. Taken from his family at the age of 5, he lost his language during 14 years in BIA boarding schools in North and South Dakota and Minnesota. In 1953, he joined the Air Force and for 3 years was stationed in Japan. For the next 10 years, he bummed around between the reservation and Minneapolis and St. Paul. There were no jobs, no nothing. In 1966, he was sent to jail for 5 years on a charge of burglary. Released, he was jailed again in 1967 for violation of parole. As soon as he got out of jail, he joined forces with Clyde Belcourt, whom he had known slightly since the mid-1950s. I organized a mass meeting to create a coalition of Indian people willing to fight for Indians, Banks says. A handsome man with an intense, brooding expression, Banks was quickly established as the most thoughtful and articulate leader in the new movement. Although much of its inspiration derived from Indian fishing rights battles. Asterisk. Already underway in Washington and Oregon, from Six Nations land protests in Ontario and New York, and from the Red Power activity that had evolved out of civil rights activism on the West Coast, AIM came into existence as a direct result of the termination and relocation programs that dumped thousands of bewildered Indians into the cities. Even those who received job training found themselves faced with open racism and discrimination, receiving the lowest wages for the dirtiest, most onerous work, and living in the worst conditions of urban blight and official neglect. 1. In its first year, AIM's main concerns were jobs, housing, and education. In addition, Belcourt set up a street patrol to protect Indians from police abuse and violence, filming arrests and advising those taken into custody that they did not have to plead guilty, that they were entitled to an attorney and a jury trial. Very quickly the patrol reduced the number of Indians arrested, but Belcourt was beaten at least 30 times by outraged law enforcement officers and still has a broken mouth to show for it. The termination policies carried out by the Eisenhower administration had not been pursued under President Kennedy and were finally repudiated by President Johnson, and as a result, AIM's social service and legal rights programs attracted help from community action groups funded by the Federal Office of Economic Opportunity as well as from church groups and foundations. Belcourt himself, endorsed by his parole officer, was given a full year's salary by the Northern States Power Company in order to develop his ideas. With the support of Minnesota's judiciary, AIM started a program to assist juvenile offenders as an alternative to reform school, and in 1970 it began its own survival school, the first 3 students of which were children of people in the workhouse. The survival school concept, which spread to other states, was an attempt to help young Indians adjust to the white society without losing what was most valuable in their own culture, and to offset the distorted information about the Indian role in American history that has been disseminated by school textbooks since the 19th century. We wanted to teach our kids the truth about Indian people, Belcourt says, who our real leaders were and what they said and did, and also the contributions that they made, and that some old white man in lace shirt and powdered wig was not our great white father. In this period, at a meeting at Cass Lake, the fundamental principle of tribal sovereignty was endorsed, arms were publicly brandished, and the American flag, flown upside down, was formally adopted as AIM's symbol. Some ex-Navy guy suggested it, Banks recalls. White people protested, of course, and a lot of our Indian people protested, too. A lot of the guys there had been in the military, and in some way they were still Americans, and it made them uneasy to see that flag flown upside down. We had to explain that this was the international distress signal for people in trouble, and no one could deny that Indians were in bad trouble and needed help. Inevitably, AIM was accused by disillusioned state and municipal authorities of teaching a hate-whitey attitude in its school, and meanwhile the John Birch Society attacked the new movement as a nest of ex-convicts, and commie ex-convicts at that. But AIM had caught the imagination of young Indians in a way that the earlier activist groups had not, and soon AIM organizers and local partisans were turning up at demonstrations from coast to coast. One of these was the Indians of all tribes' occupation of the abandoned federal penitentiary on Alcatraz Island, in San Francisco Bay, led by a young Mohawk, Richard Oakes. 3. Grace Thorpe, and the Tuscarora medicine man Mad Bear Anderson. 4. This action by perhaps 200 Indians, supported by white liberals in San Francisco, lasted from November 1969 until June 1971. Proclamation, to the Great White Father and all his people. We, the Native Americans, reclaim the land known as Alcatraz Island in the name of all American Indians by right of discovery. We feel that this so-called Alcatraz Island is more than suitable for an Indian reservation, as determined by the white man's own standard. By this we mean that this place resembles most Indian reservations in that it is isolated from modern facilities, and without adequate means of transportation. It has no fresh running water. It has inadequate sanitation facilities. There are no oil or mineral rights. There is no industry, and so unemployment is very great. There are no health care facilities. The soil is rocky and unproductive, and the land does not support game. There are no educational facilities. The population has always exceeded the land base. The population has always been held as prisoners and kept dependent upon others. Further, it would be fitting and symbolic that ships from all over the world, entering the Golden Gate, would first see Indian land, and thus be reminded of the true history of this nation. This tiny island would be a symbol of the great lands once ruled by free and noble Indians. 5. The occupation took place because we wanted to draw attention to the fact we had no education and we had no housing and so on, says John Trudell, a young Santee Sioux who joined AIM in the spring of 1970 and became a national spokesman soon thereafter. Alcatraz was occupied for an educational and cultural center, but we never got it. Another AIM recruit that year was Russell Means, a young Oglala born at Porcupine, on the Pine Ridge Reservation, but raised mostly in Oakland, California, where he was trained as an accountant. In the late 1960s, he found work in the tribal offices on the Rosebud Reservation, where the white owner of the Maverick Motel in Mission remembers the 6'1" 185-pound Means as a good-looking, hard-working boy who went wrong due to overexposure to liberal thought. Means bitterly resented the loss of his culture and language, stolen from me by the white man. As head of Cleveland's Indian Center in 1970, he went to Minneapolis for an Indian conference. Upon his return, he established Cleveland AIM. In the fall of 1970 and again in the spring of 1971, AIM established a symbolic camp at Mount Rushmore, in symbolic enactment of Lakota claims to the Black Hills. Means participated in the demonstrations at Mount Rushmore and also in the National Day of Mourning at Plymouth, Massachusetts, on Thanksgiving Day. A former rodeo rider and Indian dancer, he wore traditional long braids and bone neck choker, red wind band, black shirt, and embroidered vest, together with a beaded belt and turquoise jewelry, jeans, and boots. In this outfit, he looked like a modern version of the tall and striking Lakota leaders of the 19th century, which made him all the more effective as a symbol. Like Dennis Banks, he was eloquent and charismatic, with an instinct for inflammatory statements, and Banks and Means were soon synonymous with the AIM cause all around the country. Banks, who was older, was more thoughtful and reserved. In the Plains states it was Russell Means who came to stand for almost everything that local white people and the authorities feared and resented about AIM. Russ Means's name was everywhere, says a young Iowa white woman raised in a family ashamed of its Indian blood. Back in Sioux City, used to be that drunken Indians were thrown in jail a couple of days and nobody said a thing. Pretty soon they were all hollering for AIM. Before Russ Means showed up, we never saw any Indians, hardly, never knew they existed. They all lived over in some bad part of town. We just overlooked I guess. John Trudell, a small cat-like man with a big voice that was merry and harsh at the same time, was also an incendiary talker, and inevitably these AIM spokesmen were regarded with suspicion not only by BIA Indians and Christian converts but by other Indian activist organizations and by many traditionals as well. The loud aggressive AIMers were dismissed as city Indians with white man manners who had lost touch with Indian way, the brandished weapons and warrior talk, the red wind bands and long hair and feathers, were more exciting to the white people than they were to the quiet people on the reservations. The movement found no significant acceptance in the last strongholds of traditional culture, such as Hopi. Similarly, the Six Nations had reaffirmed the principle of sovereignty as early as 1924, when they formally declined American citizenship. They were experts on treaty law and had never abandoned their concept of themselves as an equal nation. In the Pacific Northwest, where AIM had endorsed the fishing rights struggle, the Puyallup Nisqually had been fighting state transgressions of their treaty rights for 50 years before AIM was born, and their recent confrontations with the authorities, supported by the National Indian Youth Council and by civil rights celebrities such as Marlon Brando, Jane Fonda, and Dick Gregory, had become the first well-publicized treaty defense of modern times. Here as elsewhere, many of the local leaders remained suspicious of AIM's radical element with its seeming tendency toward violence. Nevertheless, AIM warriors were approached for help by many Indians and Indian organizations in the region, and the movement was eventually endorsed by spiritual leaders of many Indian nations who saw these young militants as the last desperate hope of their people. A different force began to assert itself in Indian affairs as the discussions of treaties grew. Each reservation had a number of traditional Indians, largely full-bloods, who had preserved the tribal customs and had generally boycotted the tribal governments. These people represented the Indian traditions in the best sense, were generally leaders in the tribal religious ceremonies, and were eager to see something done about the treaties. The overtures made by the traditional Indians came at an opportune time for many of the new Indian leaders. Many had been taken from the reservations when they were children and had never lived in an Indian community. They had grown up in the slums of the cities of the West Coast and Midwest and were toughened in the ruthlessness in which urban America schools her poor and disadvantaged. As more and more urban Indians joined the three major protest organizations, the American Indian Movement, the United Native Americans, and the Indians of all tribes, they came into contact with young people who had grown up on the reservations and spoke the tribal language. And many of the urban Indians began to show up on the reservations, seeking the tribal heritage which they had been denied. They became the most militant of the advocates of cultural renewal. By mid-1972 the middle ground of progressive ideology in Indian affairs was fast eroding, and desperate confrontation was in the air. 6. Among the first religious leaders to endorse AIM was a young Lakota medicine man named Leonard Crow Dog. Crow Dog was a leader in the Native American Church, which used peyote in its ceremonies and had a growing following among Indians throughout the West, including Christians disillusioned by the white man's churches. We started here in the Twin Cities, Belcourt says, but from the start, our movement was based on the guarantees to Indians in all the treaties. We didn't want to get caught up in the civil rights struggle because that was between blacks and whites, it was within the system, and the system had nothing to do with Indians. And we always felt we had to have a spiritual foundation, a spiritual direction. In 1970, we heard about Crow Dog and went out to see him. He had had a vision, and he knew that we were coming, and he became our spiritual advisor. Today we have regular ceremonies, wherever we go. The drum had been silent for so many years. Now, every day in our survival schools, the children hear it. Already, the AIM drum had been heard by many Indians around the country who were struggling to find some meaningful existence. Among them was a young Ojibwe Sioux from Turtle Mountain, North Dakota, whose wandering life, from the bleak reservations and BIA boarding schools to the interstate highways and slum outskirts of the cities, was typical of many if not most of the dispossessed young Indians of his generation. Leonard Peltier was born on September 12, 1944, in Grand Forks, North Dakota, during harvest season, when my whole family, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and children would migrate from Turtle Mountain to the Red River Valley to work in the potato fields. In those days, potatoes were picked by hand, and Indians would be hired to pick spuds at 3 to 4 cents a bushel, while Mexican Indians worked the sugar beets. When I was old enough to go into the fields, I would work ahead of the pickers, shaking the potatoes loose, which made it faster. Peltier's maternal grandmother was full-blood Sioux. My father was 3/4 Ojibwe, 1/4 French. My dad and my uncle Ernest Peltier were in the army. Ernest got killed in Germany, and my dad was machine-gunned in the legs. My folks separated when I was 4, and me and my younger sister Betty Ann lived with my grandparents, Alex and Mary Peltier. Grandma was originally from Canada. In those days a lot of Indian grandparents were still raising their grandchildren. It's an old Indian tradition, still being practiced in some Indian nations. Our land on Turtle Mountain was about 4 miles northeast of Belcourt. With the help of my uncles, Grandpa built a small ranch with a few head of cattle, horses, pigs, and chickens, on 40 acres of bush and hilly land. I remember running through them woods at night when I was late, because I was real frightened of them ruggers. The old people said we would see one if we were bad. My first real memory of this home was when us younger kids used to watch and wait for Grandpa returning from town with our monthly issue of government commodities. About a mile from our house there was a large hill, and on the other side was the main road where they would get off to start walking home. Very few people on the residential owned automobiles in those times. I can remember buckboards on my mother's Sioux reservation at Fort Totten. Anyway, as soon as we spotted them, We would take off and go meet them and help carry the groceries home, usually in burlap sacks. Sometime around 1950, Grandpa decided to move the family to Montana to look for work in either the logging camps or the copper mines. I remember Gramps sold everything we owned, land, livestock, and all. One day he drove up into the yard with a large red and black Chevy truck. I think it was a 1940-41, and someone said the previous owners was some Mexican migrant workers because of the way it was hand-painted, which was their style of decorating their vehicles. On our way to Montana, our right front wheel come off and we were stranded on the road most all that day. Traveling together was 2-3 of my uncles and their wives and children, and I remember us older kids sitting alongside of the road in the ditch telling ghost stories and about all the wild animals that were waiting for darkness to come down from the hills and get us. We arrived at some logging camp. There was a lot of snow, and we were living in a log cabin. One day we ran over a moose, and my uncle and grandfather attempted to load it in the back of the truck, but the moose was so large and heavy, we rushed home to get the rest of the men to help. My main memory in this camp was receiving my first Christmas present. My mother sent me a toy cap gun and white holster with multicolored spots. My sister Betty Ann received a doll. Because more money could be made from working in the copper mines than in a logging camp, we moved to Butte, Montana. There was a lot of Indian families living there. One day 3 white kids about my age started yelling, like, "Hey, you dirty Indian, go home," and started throwing rocks at me. I was wondering what they were talking about and why, and attempting to pay no attention and avoid being hit, but then a larger and older kid came along, and the others told him, "There's a dirty Indian." This older kid was pretty accurate in his rock throwing. It was impossible to avoid being hit, but I did not start throwing rocks until I was hit hard and almost crying. I remember picking up a rock about the size of a marble, and I hit him on the temple. I seen blood, and with his screaming, I panicked and ran straight to our house. It must have been about 1-2 hours later this kid and his mother came over. She parked in the yard and was hollering for my parents to come outside. In those days, anyone who owned or drove a new automobile was considered someone of authority. When Grandma came out to see what all the commotion was about, this woman started screaming that I tried to kill her son with a rock and she was going to have me put in a reformatory. Since Grandma couldn't speak but a few words of English, she was unable to answer, which made the woman very angry. She started screaming again, calling Grandma "you stupid Indian bitch." My aunt heard this and went outside and told this woman if she continued cussing her mother she was going to beat the shit out of her. The woman then backed up into her car, but before she did, she said she was going to have us all put into jail. When Grandma asked me what was that all about, I refused to say anything, mainly because I did not understand what the hell was going on. I was still trying to figure out what a dirty Indian was. Naturally, because of my silence, I was given a spanking. I was very seldom disciplined with a spanking of any kind, but Grandpa did have 2 lengths of horse bridle that were pointed to when the children were bad. When the men returned from work, there was a big discussion. There was a lot of hysteria because I would have to go to the reformatory. Grandpa took me aside and asked me what happened. I told him. He rubbed me on the head and said, "All those white people are like that." So Grandpa made a decision to pack up everything and we would go home to North Dakota. Most of the family left that evening. The men stayed until the next day to pick up their paychecks and caught up to us on the road the following day. After we returned to Belcourt, Grandpa bought the 30 acres which is still our land, hilly and wooded with a lot of oak and poplar, supposed to be on the highest hill on the reservation. I became very close to my grandpa. He used to take me hunting with him and sit around and tell me stories about the old days, about the Indians, mainly about what life was all about in his youth. Leonard spoke Ojibwe as a child. Since his paternal grandmother spoke no English at all, it was she who introduced him to traditional medicine. When I was 6 or 7, I guess, my grandmother was suffering from a swollen jaw, so she took gifts to the Midjan. And we had a ceremony with drums and praying, and next morning her jaw was still wrapped up, but you could see how the swelling had gone down. One winter I remember being allowed to go to town Rolla, which is 7 miles from Belcourt, and just before we went into the store, Grandma said, "Now don't touch anything or you can't come to town again." So I thought, okay, I'll put my hands in my pockets, which I did. I went through the whole process of being fitted for shoes, and when Grandma was paying for them, and I was staring and checking out everything, big-eyed, the man said, "What do you have in your pockets?" Man, I panicked. Remember, I was warned if there was any trouble, I would never be allowed to come to town with them. It would be years before I would ever get to see any of the things in these stores. I froze. When Grandma understood what the man said about wanting to search me, she told me to empty my pockets. I would not move, so Grandma cuffed me once or twice. I emptied my pockets. Of course there wasn't anything in them but personal kid junk, a ball of string I collected to use for the bows I used to make, and stuff like that. I never asked to go to town again, because my experiences with these white people were not so great. We used to go to the clothes sales the Catholic sisters had every week at the Belcourt Catholic Mission. Indians called it Bundles Day because they sold mostly rags for 25 cents a bundle. The rags were popular with the women, who made quilts. Many of us kids went to school at the mission, and we all hated them sisters, damn, but they were mean. I'm 7 or 8 by now and beginning to understand the meaning of hate and racism. It seemed as if all white people hated us, and I was beginning to hate just as much. In the winter of '52, my grandfather got sick with pneumonia and went on to surely a better life than we had been leading. Although these were happy times for me and we seemed to feed regularly, life was rather hard. It seemed as if Grandpa was always working hauling wood to sell around the res. If he wasn't cutting wood, he was out hunting, and he never seemed to come back without at least a rabbit. After Grandpa died, it seemed to get worse to try to feed ourselves. I remember Grandma telling us to go hunt for some ground squirrels or anything eatable for meat. We would first locate a squirrel stronghold, then load our kids' wagons, all homemade, by the way, with all the water cans we could find, pull them downhill to a big lake, pull them back up, and flood the squirrels and stone them as they came out. We had meat on the table if we were successful. If not, and we were only able to get 1 or 2, it was mainly used to flavor the soup. Many of us kids knew how to trap muskrats, and when the berries were just ripe enough, things like that. Every day after I helped with the chores, hauling wood and water, we would all get together and plan a hike to some lake and swim. What we thought was a long hike was really only a mile or 2 from our houses, but we would sharpen our pocket knives, make certain we had a pocket full of the correct size rocks for our slingshots, and off we would go. We always seemed lucky enough to bag us some kind of bird, which we would roast over a little fire while we were swimming, and we always stopped in a berry bush, or whatever was in season. To us kids, the summer months were the greatest because of what Mother Nature provided for us to eat. The winter season was hardest. Rabbits were about the only animals that did not seem hunted out, but they were harder to hit with slingshots. You really needed a .22 or shotgun to have rabbit stew. In 1953, when my grandfather had been buried about a year, my grandmother was attempting to get some kind of assistance for raising my sister, my cousin Pauline, and me. The BIA suggested that we would be better off in a welfare home or foster home. We were put in a foster home for 1 day, and my grandmother came after us that night, and we were taken back home. That fall a government car drove up while I was outside playing. My grandmother started crying and went into the house. She called us in and told us this man was here to take us to Wahpeton Indian School. We did not own any suitcases, so she put our belongings in a bundle and off we went to Wahpeton, North Dakota. At the school we boys were lined up military fashion and marched to the dorm. We were told to stand in line until we were processed. When our names were called, we were taken into the barbershop and our heads were cut military style. Next we were stripped and DDT was poured on us, and then we marched in a line to wait for our turn to shower. If there was any dirt or dead skin left when we were finished, we were turned around and given a few hard whacks with a school ruler on the seat and told to go rewash ourselves. The sound of the ruler hitting the boys and their screams is something that still affects me whenever I see someone striking a child. In my later years there, I was considered an elder boy, and I was assigned a little boy to wash. His name was White Cloud. He was a very small little guy who had very tender skin, and if I rubbed too hard, he would start crying. I used to scrub him very gently until one time, when we were going to the checkpoint, dead skin, not dirt, was taken off him. I was given a few hard whacks on the ass and told to wash him right. I was very angry and took this little guy in the shower and used the scrub brush I was told to use on him, and I admit I scrubbed very hard on his inner arms and small amounts of blood came out, because the brush we were given was the same kind used to scrub floors, only smaller, with very stiff bristles. It's really difficult for someone who comes from a low level of poverty to describe a situation like this. I mean, the disciplinary measures used was very harsh, but we had a clean bed and a regular meal every day. My sister, cousin, and I became very close to one another. All we had in the world was ourselves. I used to lay in bed at night thinking, what the hell happened? It seemed as soon as Grandpa died our world came to an end. I heard this new BIA superintendent was letting everyone go home whose parents came after them. I shot a quick letter off to my mother and said, come after us right away. I do know as soon as our mother could afford it she came right after us. Our mother was trying to make another life for herself after she and my father separated. Our dad was doing the same thing. We knew they loved us, they told us so, but I guess we just couldn't understand why they couldn't take care of us. Hell, they had a hard time feeding themselves. The following year, while living with his mother in Grand Forks, Leonard had his first experience with the law. That day my ma had sent me out to check the fuel tank. She was worried we might run out during the storm that was coming, and it was still a couple of weeks before our welfare check arrived. A friend of mine's house was also out of fuel, and it was colder than holy shit outside, so we decided to go out and rip some off. Waiting until midnight, Leonard and his friend climbed into an Army Reserve depot and siphoned diesel fuel from trucks, then lugged their cans almost a mile through snowdrifts to their car. Because of the bitter cold and their fatigue, we got a little bold and parked our car right on the road by the armory for the last load. We jumped the fence and proceeded to fill my cans, and when we got back to the car, the cops were waiting for us, and we were trucked off to jail. I think I spent 2 weeks in there. When my mother was finally allowed to take me home, she asked me in front of the juvenile officer why I had done it, but I could see the look on her face, and she knew why. Shortly after that, my dad came after me, and I went back to the Turtle Mountain Reservation. Leonard recalls how as a teenager on Turtle Mountain he used to run from house to house to warn the people to hide their food from the social workers who were making rounds, in order to be eligible for more, and how the people would all look bewildered, saying, "Food. But we ain't got any." The younger children would be begging for scraps of bread, baking powder bread, because yeast bread was a treat for many of us. What hurt most was to see the look on the mothers' and fathers' faces when there wasn't even bread to give the kids. In this period, he attended his first Indian meeting. At first my only reason for going to these meetings was to get some food, because most of us had nothing to eat, and there was hunger for everybody every day. After these meetings we would all sit and eat together what little groceries the people had been able to collect. One day I got bored just fooling around outside with other teenagers, and I went in and seen and heard this old Ojibwe woman. She was my relative, Celia Dicodia, raise up to speak with tears in her eyes, pleading for someone to help because her children were at home slowly starving to death. She asked if there were no more warriors among our men. She said if there was, why did they not stand up and fight for their starving children? That day was very educational for me, and I vowed I would help my people for the rest of my life. I began to learn why my people were not employed and why we never had any food to serve at meal times. In 1958, Leonard attended his first sun dance on Turtle Mountain. It was against the law, you know, and it's still against the law in some respects. I mean, you're not allowed to pierce real deep in the old traditional way, so it was held secretly, at night, about 5 miles from where we lived. There was a lot of talk in my family about who was piercing and all, and some of us kids decided to sneak down and have a look. It was held in a teepee, and we just looked through the flaps. I expected a lot of blood and a lot of screaming because of the pain, and I was amazed when there wasn't any, just a little blood, you know, and nobody hollering at all. That's when I knew there was real spiritual power there, and that one day I would be a sun dancer myself. But anyway, the Indian cops had heard about it. They wouldn't dare go onto private property to bust it up, but when us kids came out of there, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, they arrested us as drunks, and we weren't even drinking. I didn't really understand the politics of it, but the next thing we knew, we were in jail. Although Leo Peltier remained at Turtle Mountain, Leonard's mother, Alvina Robideau, left for the West Coast about 1959, when the government's termination program gave many reservation people the choice, as Leonard says, between urban slums and starving to death on the reservations. On one occasion, he recalls, the BIA superintendent announced a policy of no food for those who were resisting termination, and one day the starving people refused to let him leave his office until something was done. They held him hostage, Peltier says, and he's hollering, "Hey, I gotta go home, that was my wife who just called, and she says my lunch is getting cold." Well, them people nearly lynched him. His lunch is getting cold, and our kids been hungry for weeks. Since then, Peltier has had no use for the BIA, nor has he forgotten how his cousin Patricia Cornelius lost her baby after being beaten by the BIA police. The BIA was now proposing total termination of the Turtle Mountain Chippewa. It reconsidered when the state of North Dakota threatened to refuse all help to its own Indians. Nevertheless, relocation was strongly encouraged. Most of the affected families moved into the red ghettos of cities such as Minneapolis, where a few years later the American Indian movement would begin, but Alvina Robideau joined her brother's families in the stream of migrant agricultural harvest workers traveling up and down the West Coast between Seattle and Portland, where she lives today. Of her son, who eventually followed her to the West Coast, his mother says, "As far as I've seen, Leonard has always been fighting for justice, for the rights of the Indian people, so they will be treated like human beings. He has never started fights, he is always joking and laughing and a good worker, and helping people in a good way." When he was 14, Leonard took off for the West Coast, where his mother's brothers were struggling to survive. "I was born just 1 week after Leonard," says his cousin Steve Robideau, at the Red Lake Center for Unwed Mothers in Minnesota. "My grandmother raised me in Grand Forks, and I was sent to the government boarding school at Turtle Mountain, but I didn't really know Leonard well until he showed up in Oakland with Bob Robideau's family. It was Bob's father, Bill, who taught all of us about machine work and carpentry, and later me and Leonard worked as welders in shipyards up in Portland. Leonard always had girls, and money in his pocket, because he's a real good worker, and people liked him. He was just Leonard. He's always been just who he is, and he's always been good-hearted, he just liked to laugh and tease. Leonard really wanted to be in the Marines, go off to war in Vietnam, but they gave him a medical discharge because of a shallow bite. He was disappointed, but he could still laugh about it. I wasn't in the Marines to bite people, he said, I was in there to shoot people. In 1965, at the age of 20, Peltier was part owner of an auto body shop in Seattle. The second floor of the building served as a kind of halfway house for Indian alcoholics and ex-convicts who were trying to find work in the community. In those years Leonard won a reputation for kindness and dedication to his people. In the words of Ramona Bennett, a Puyallup elder and a leader in the fishing rights fight, Leonard was never a cruel person. I never saw him mad at anyone. Along about the time he was getting his auto shop started, Steve Robideau says, me and my brother Jim got sent up for armed robbery of a supermarket. In Walla Walla they took us for Chicanos because our family Leonard, too, looks kind of Mexican when we wear our hair short. We said, no, we are Indians. But we were like a lot of Indians back then. We had been relocated to the cities and we didn't really know what Indians we were. It was pretty embarrassing. So when I got out, I went to Leonard's shop, and it was Leonard who straightened me out about who we were. Peltier's first experience with AIM-style confrontations was the 1970 takeover of Fort Lawton. 7. Outside Seattle, which, like Alcatraz, was on surplus federal land to which the Indians had first right under the law. The Indians on Alcatraz sent some delegations to help us keep from making the mistakes they made, and that's when I met Richard Oakes. He was a gentle, soft-spoken person, very big, very muscular, and had quite a reputation as being pretty good with his dukes, but he was very pleasant to speak to. When they murdered him, that really inspired us to keep on going in the struggle. And that's when I met Mad Bear, too. I love that guy, he's funny and he's effective. Later I traveled with him for a while down around New Mexico, Arizona, working mostly with Navajo civil rights violations. The Chicano community in Seattle was also supporting the fishing rights fight, and at Fort Lawton, Peltier met an activist from Texas named Roque Duenas, who remembers well how the 14 people taken into custody at Fort Lawton were beaten by the police at the time of arrest and beaten again when taken to their cells, and how Peltier, when finally released, refused to leave the army stockade until all the others had been freed. Leonard was already a leader, recalls Duenas, a tall, slim, soft-voiced man with mustache and glasses. And I remember a benefit he set up there in his auto shop. But he was pretty quiet around the action at Fort Lawton, just doing what he could. It was the first time he had been involved in that kind of confrontation. It was the first time for most of us, I guess, and we were still kind of in awe of what we had gotten ourselves into. When they marched us out of the stockade, they done it 2 at a time, and one guy who had given the MPs hell never showed up. Well, some of the brothers seen what was coming down, but it was Leonard who took responsibility right away and made sure that all of us stuck together. He decided that we all would stay right there, refuse to leave, until that last guy was released. Leonard was always for taking action like that before things got serious, out of control. After Fort Lawton, Peltier wandered south to Arizona at the time of the Flagstaff Fair. There was a lot of white people and Indians in town, and the cops were beating on Indians all over the place. So I couldn't take that, and got the hell out of there, took a job as a carpenter over at Page, on the Colorado. That new power plant was under construction, the one using the strip mined coal off the Navajo land up on Black Mesa. Anyway, the scene was just as bad down there. Soon's they found out I was some other kind of Indian, all they could talk to me about was how lazy them goddamn Navajo workers were trying to set Indians against Indians, you know, the same as always. And all this time I was hearing on the radio about AIM, which in those days was really making news. After a month, I couldn't take Page no more, so I headed north and checked out the AIM office in Denver. Vernon Belcourt was there, and he explained to me what AIM was trying to do for the Indian people, and not long after that he took me with him to an AIM meeting at Leech Lake, Minnesota. In those early days, it only took one Indian to raise a protest somewhere, and we sent people in. We did that once at my mother's Sioux reservation up at Fort Totten, North Dakota. We never bothered with invitations from the traditional leaders the way we should have. After the Leech Lake meeting, all that changed. We never went anyplace again without being invited by the elders. There was a lot more discipline in every way, mainly because of Dennis Banks and Herb Paulus. At Leech Lake, Dennis told the leadership, including the AIM chapter heads from around the country, that the movement had to get more serious if people were going to take it seriously, that it had to cut down on all the drinking and drugs and partying, the groupies and the Saturday night warriors. He was right, and I quit drinking there and then. But what he said was resented by the other leaders, the Means group especially, and we got outvoted. They didn't want no national office telling em what to do. So we went back to Dennis's cabin and we decided that we had to resign from AIM and start our own Indian organization. Trouble was, a lot of the chapter heads wanted to come with us. So finally Russell and Ted Means and the Bell Courts persuaded us to stay on, come to a compromise. The compromise never really worked, and later on, when Dennis wasn't there, those guys tried to vote him out as national director. In '71, I went back to Turtle Mountain, worked in potato houses for a while, then got fired from a job up there with missile site construction. I blew the transmission on my car, coming up from Grand Forks, and couldn't get there. That was one of those government-funded projects on the residential that required the contractor to hire a certain percentage of Indians. Well, as soon as they hired em, they started looking for excuses to lay em off, and being late for work was good enough. In '72, I traveled with Banks to Arizona, and then to Hollywood, trying to raise support among the movie people. I didn't like L.A. It seemed to me like some kind of a jungle, and when Herb Paulus showed up, I went back with him to Milwaukee to work on alcoholic problems in the Indian community there. In 1970, Paulus had founded AIM's Milwaukee chapter, and in 1971 he led the AIM takeover of that abandoned Coast Guard station on the Great Lakes. The following year, we went on the trail of broken treaties. My cousin Steve Robideau went, too. He was a leader in the car caravan out of Seattle that was led by Russ Means, Hank Adams, and Sid Mills, a young Yakima leader in the fishing rights fight. Like many young Indian activists, Sid Mills was a decorated veteran, seriously wounded in Vietnam, and still bitter about his enforced participation in a white man's war against a native people. Of his own accord, he had resigned from the U.S. Army to offer his full commitment to the Indian struggle. In early October 1972, Mills, Means, and Adams had held a press conference in Seattle to denounce the murder of Richard Oakes. 8. On September 20, in Santa Clara, California, and to demand protection of Indians against the widespread vigilante action that had been inspired by AIM's insistence on Indian treaties. Adams, an Assiniboine Sioux, had been shot in the stomach the year before. While working with fishermen on the Nisqually River, the Tacoma police claimed he shot himself, and 4 attempts on Means's life would be made in the years to come. The murder of Oakes had unified the various Indian protest groups, and gave impetus to the Trail of Broken Treaties March first discussed that summer on the Rosebud Reservation that was scheduled to arrive in Washington, D.C., in time for the presidential election. A car caravan from San Francisco led by Dennis Banks and Mad Bear Anderson joined the Seattle caravan and others from around the country. The 4-mile-long procession arrived early on the morning of the Friday, November 3, just before Election Day, and although 7 other Indian organizations helped in the planning, it was AIM that became notorious across America. The Indian groups had notified the authorities of their plans, which included a 20-point proposal for improving U.S. Indian relations. There is a prophecy in our Ojibwe religion that one day we would all stand together, said Eddie Benton Benai of AIM. All tribes would hook arms in brotherhood and unite. I am elated because I lived to see this happen. Brothers and sisters from all over this continent were united in a single cause. That is the greatest significance to Indian people, not what happened or what yet may happen as a result of our actions. The BIA commissioner, Louis Bruce, was a Sioux Mohawk who was mainly sympathetic with the marchers, but he was instructed by Assistant Secretary of the Interior Harrison Loesch to withhold all support from the demonstrators. Loesch, the head of the Bureau of Land Management, which supervises the BIA, was highly regarded by the private mining and timber interests that coveted the public lands under his care. The year before, in approving oil and gas leases on 89,535 acres of Apache land, Loesch had ruled that the environmental impact statements required by the National Environmental Policy Act were not needed for Indian Territory because it was not public land. Similar determinations were made on land of the Tesuque Pueblo, Northern Cheyenne, and elsewhere. in graphic illustration of the Indians' claim that in the inevitable conflict of interest between the BLM and the BIA, the Indian people invariably lost. We had our chiefs with us, Frank Fool's Crow and Charlie Red Cloud and many others, says Leonard Peltier. Lodging had been promised for these elders, but the church where they were supposed to stay was full of rats. Dennis and me seen a rat right in the street where a car run over it. And these were the chiefs of our nation. We felt they should be treated with respect. So we decided to go over to the BIA and speak with Louis Bruce, and if we were denied decent housing for our chiefs, the plan was to hold a sit-in in the building until we got results. We certainly never planned no occupation. Well, first they stalled us, and then, about 6 p.m., the riot squad start busting down the doors, trying to evict us, and they grab one of our guys and beat the hell out of him. We had a lot of youngsters with us, and we couldn't control them after that. They went kind of crazy and tore everything apart, and you couldn't blame them. I was right there. I seen the attitudes toward Indians those people had, and I seen it all come down. With a young Bad River Chippewa named Stanley Moore, Peltier was chosen to direct security in Washington. I'd been around a while, I was well known and well trusted, so they asked me to do it. The first time they asked me, I wouldn't get up and volunteer. It was a heavy job, and a lot of responsibility. But Russ Means and Carter Camp kind of insisted, so me and Stanley got appointed whether we wanted it or not. And after the trail, I kind of got called on whenever someone was needed for security. Richard Nixon had followed Lyndon Johnson's lead in advocating self-determination for the Indians, though he later relapsed into standard Republican policies, in which a new facade of self-government was used to camouflage the continuing exploitation of Indian land. Neither president nor vice president had time to meet with unruly militants. Confronted with the usual evasion and broken promises, the marchers occupied the BIA building for 5 days, causing considerable damage to the premises by trying to barricade themselves against the riot squads that kept threatening them with ultimatums, and making off with a number of documents that established discriminatory government attitudes toward their people. Despite the fact that Robert Burnett, head of the Rosebud Tribal Council, had been one of the leaders on the march, tribal council chairmen from all over the country issued dutiful protests on behalf of dignified reservation Indians, and newspaper editorials recalled the damage done at Alcatraz and made stern distinctions between good Indians and bad. Secretary of the Interior Rogers Morton said, "It is a shame that a small, willful band of malcontents should try to wreck the headquarters of the government's chief instrument for serving the Indian community. The real shame was that the 20.9 of the trail of broken treaties were lost in the clamor of bad publicity." Carter Camp, the young Ponca head of Oklahoma AIM, advised the press that a polite reception, as promised in advance by Washington officials, could have avoided the whole confrontation. Instead, Secretary Loesch laughingly told us that the Bureau was not in the housing business, and threatened to have us thrown out. We were only in here talking to Bureau officials, there was no occupation at all. Then someone called the riot squad and they just came in, busted a bunch of windows, and attacked us. As soon as our Indian warriors saw what was happening, well, they just kicked their asses out, then barricaded the doors and windows. Most of the damage had been done by the police. 10. Later reports of looting and vandalism by frustrated and angry Indians that caused damage in the millions were termed grossly exaggerated by Secretary Morton. The real damage was suffered by AIM's reputation, and in the newspapers, the Indians' behavior was compared unfavorably with the restrained performance of the police, the main reason for which was Nixon's reluctance to authorize a massacre on the very eve of the elections. Clearly these young Indians meant business and were not going to be removed without a fight. Morton extolled Nixon's goodwill toward his Red brothers, adding for good measure his own prayer that soon he will sit at his table and in truth be thankful for the bounties of this land, his land, our land. I want his heart to swell with pride that he is an American and that for him there is an American dream. At the same time, an angry and embarrassed U.S. government attempted to belittle the whole episode, giving $66,000 to the Indians to pay for their transportation out of town. The BIA commissioner and his staff were fired or forced to resign. According to a white paper put out by the Justice Department, an Indian seated behind a bureaucrat's desk did not look like a civil rights protester. He looked like a burglar. And when the government signaled that it might be willing to take a gentle attitude if the whole silly exercise were ended, AIM and its followers departed expeditiously. But the FBI took a harsher view of red wind bands and upside-down flags. Mad Bear Anderson, after all, had visited the Cuban communists as early as 1958, Sid Mills, Hank Adams, and Russell Means, it was said, had been welcomed by communists in Hanoi just the previous spring. For the FBI, as for the John Birch Society, the term Red Indian meant precisely what it said. For all its scare talk of terrorists and Reds, even the FBI cannot have imagined that AIM Indians or the Black Panthers, or the puny U.S. Communist Party, for that matter, were ever a real threat to national security. What was being protected was the American dream in which the Secretary of the Interior wished Indian hearts to swell with pride, the swollen system of conspicuous consumption, waste, and gross pollution that was so profitable to the big corporations and so destructive to the long-term prospects of humankind. In the narrow vision of the FBI, there was no place in the American dream for these ungrateful aborigines who dared to state that all national boundaries in the Western Hemisphere, from Alaska to Argentina, were entirely meaningless, since Americans were really Europeans, and the Americas were Indian country from end to end. The first of the Indians' 20 points demanded the restoration of their constitutional treaty-making powers, removed by the provision in the 1871 Indian Appropriations Act, and the next 7 concerned recognition of the sovereignty of Indian nations and the revalidation of treaties, including the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868. The fundamental demand was that Indians be dealt with according to our treaties. Other points were addressed to such related matters as land reform law and the restoration of a land base, which would permit those Indians who wished to do so to return to a traditional way of life. From the U.S. government's point of view, to recognize or negotiate treaty claims all over the country might necessitate the return of vast tracts of America to the true owners, a very dangerous idea indeed. After the trail of broken treaties, government support through the Office of Economic Opportunity was withdrawn from the AIM survival schools in St. Paul, Minneapolis, and Milwaukee. AIM was classified an extremist organization by the FBI, and on January 8, 1973, the leaders on the trail were added to the Bureau's list of key extremists. On January 11, the White House in effect rejected the trail of broken treaties 20 points as a wholly backward step. A government makes treaties with foreign nations, not with its own citizens, the Indians were informed by a Nixon aide. Meanwhile, 32 men had been listed for prosecution, but despite the seriousness of the charges, mostly grand larceny and arson, not one was ever indicted in the East, where public sympathy was traditionally with the Indians. It was safer to go after AIM in South Dakota, an impoverished state where anti-Indian prejudice was epidemic, where local politicians and law enforcement officers could be counted on for enthusiastic cooperation, and where vast economic considerations were at stake. Uranium leases on treaty land in the Black Hills that were being issued quietly if not secretly to the huge energy consortiums might be delayed by prolonged treaty hearings in the courts. To camouflage the role of the U.S. government, units of the BIA's Indian police would be trained in paramilitary tactics. At the same time, the focus of the still-secret FBI counterintelligence program was turned from the Black Panthers onto AIM, and an organized neutralizing of AIM leaders was begun. On November 22, 1972, a few weeks after his return to Milwaukee from the BIA building takeover in Washington, Leonard Peltier and 2 Indian friends were badgered in Texas restaurant on 5th Street by 2 other customers. These 2 guys at another table, we didn't know they were plainclothes cops at the time, because one of them had on a black leather jacket and the other one was in a windbreaker anyway. They were looking over at us, pointing and laughing, you know, really cracking up. Well, one of the brothers, he's a pretty good fighter, and I guess I am, too, and he says, if they give us any more of that, we'll kick the shit out of them. So when I had paid up and was starting out, here are these two guys right in the doorway, like they were waiting for us, and they're still pointing at us and cracking up. So I say, what the fuck's so funny? I knew me and this other bro could take M.C. Why, hell, they pull guns on us, right then and there. Before we could get it on, one of them had his piece strapped to his leg. And them .357s look pretty goddamn big. When this guy in the black leather jacket put that thing to my head, it come up at me like a goddamn cannon. Remembering, Peltier raises his eyebrows and laughs ruefully, shaking his head. When they saw them guns, my friends just split, and I don't blame them. As for me, I'm backing up fast into the restaurant, figuring they might not kill me in front of witnesses. Once I'm in there, I say in a loud voice, okay, I give up. So they call a paddy wagon and handcuff me and drag me outside and shove me in, hands cuffed behind my back, and once I'm in there, this cop Hlavinka, he starts beating on me like a stepchild. And in all the skirmishing around, my coat gets ripped open and this old piece falls out. Hell, it was an old busted Beretta, couldn't fire at all. I had just given a guy $20 for it as a favor, figuring I might get it fixed sometime. Well, that gun was just what them pigs needed. They busted me for attempted murder, and here Hlavinka is hitting me so hard that I had to jam my head under the wagon seat to keep my brains from being beat out. Finally the other one, James Eckel, the one who later admitted in court that he had kicked me 4 or 5 times while I was laying handcuffed in the paddy wagon. This Eckel tells Hlavinka he'd better take it easy. By that time, Hlavinka had busted all the blood vessels in his right hand. He had to take sick leave for 3 days. That come out in court, too. So after they brought me to the jail, one of the black cops says to me, we know what you're involved in, your people and mine have a real grievance in this country. How did he know what I was involved in, unless Hlavinka and his partner knew it, too, before they started trouble in that restaurant? Officer Hlavinka stated that Peltier had taken out a loaded gun and pulled the trigger twice in an effort to shoot him. The gun had failed, it was said, and before a third shot could be attempted, Hlavinka's partner had thrust his hand between the hammer and the firing pin. Officer Eckel received a citation for having saved Hlavinka's life, although the state crime lab would conclude that Peltier's gun was incapable of being fired. The young Indian's claim that he had been set up by the police was eventually supported by several witnesses who described the episode in the restaurant, and also by Hlavinka's former girlfriend, Belle Engild, who said that Hlavinka, in this period, had waved around one of Peltier's pictures, sent to the local police from Washington, announcing his intention of catching a big one for the FBI. Meanwhile, Peltier spent 5 months in jail before Milwaukee AIM could raise bail. Seeing no reason to expect justice in a trial in which the word of an AIM Indian would be pitted against the testimony of 2 policemen, Peltier went underground soon after he was released. In July 1973, when due to appear for a pre-trial hearing, he had already headed west for the Dakotas. Chapter 3. To Wounded Knee. February, May 1973. The Whites are crazy. The Whites are crazy. Ghost Dance Song. By now many other Lakotas, who had heard the shooting, were coming up from Pine Ridge, and we all charged on the soldiers. They ran eastward toward where the trouble began. We followed down along the dry gulch, and what we saw was terrible. Dead and wounded women and children and little babies were scattered all along where they had been trying to run away. The soldiers had followed along the gulch, as they ran, and murdered them in there. Sometimes they were in heaps because they had huddled together, and some were scattered all along. Sometimes bunches of them had been killed and torn to pieces where the wagon guns hit them. I saw a little baby trying to suck its mother, but she was bloody and dead. Men and women and children were heaped and scattered all over the flat at the bottom of the little hill where the soldiers had their wagon guns, and westward up the dry gulch all the way to the high ridge. The dead women and babies were scattered. Black Elk. And February 1972, an Oglala from Pine Ridge named Raymond Yellow Thunder, aged 51, was severely beaten for the fun of it by two white brothers named Hare, then stripped from the waist down and paraded before a patriotic gathering at an American Legion dance in Gordon, Nebraska. The injured man was thrown into the street, after which the brothers stuffed him into a car trunk and rode him around town for 45 minutes before dumping him out at a laundromat. Yellow Thunder staggered to the jail and slept the night. The next morning he returned to the used car lot where he lived. There he perished. When his body was found a week later, the Hares were arrested, then released without bail while awaiting trial for second-degree manslaughter. Even this charge might have been dismissed had not Raymond Yellow Thunder's family, in the absence of meaningful interest or help from local authorities or the FBI, made the decision to call on AIM. Severt Youngbear says, Raymond Yellow Thunder was an uncle of mine, and his sisters all live in Porcupine. When that happened, they went to the BIA for help, they went to the tribal government for help, they went to some private attorneys for help, because they wouldn't let them see the body, they wouldn't let them see the autopsy report, and they sealed the coffin when they brought it back. This is what really hurt his sisters. So after they ran into all these brick walls, they had no place else to go. That Friday evening, I came back from work. And a car pulled up and there's my three aunts, all three of them. They came in crying and said, Sonny, we don't have no place to turn. So we came over, maybe you could help us. They said, you have some friends that are with AIM. I wonder if you could go to them, ask them that we want something to be done to the people that killed our brother, and we want a full investigation. 1. The AIM leaders, who were meeting with other Indian groups in Omaha, went straight to Pine Ridge with red flags and drums to organize the people, then led an enormous caravan of 200 cars across the Nebraska line to Gordon, where a large force of sheriff's deputies, state troopers, and FBI agents capitulated to the Indian demands that serious charges be filed against the Hares, that the local police chief be dismissed, and that long-standing grievances about the rampant racism in Gordon be discussed. The victory gained AIM the lasting respect of the Pine Ridge traditionals, who until then, like most reservation Indians around the country, had regarded these city Indians with great suspicion. Youngbear continues. People here still talk about Yellow Thunder and what happened in Gordon. When AIM came in and helped the family look into the death, that made the older people that are living out on the reservation, out in the country, they kind of lifted up their heads, and were speaking out then. And they've been talking against BIA, tribal government, law and order system on the reservation, plus some of the non-Indian ranchers that are living on the reservation and been abusing Indians. Even before the trail of broken treaties, the showdown in Gordon had alerted the authorities to a radical new element among the Indians, the great majority of whom had remained peaceable throughout the civil rights tumult of the 1960s. Without AIM agitators, it was felt, those Sioux would subside once again into listless dependence on BIA and tribal council handouts. Therefore a tougher policy was needed, not only toward AIM but toward those who had dared to support it. As luck would have it, the right man for the job took over in the spring of 1972 as the new president of the Pine Ridge Tribal Council, despite a long history of previous exploitation of his people as a bootlegger, and also a near indictment 3 years earlier on charges that he had misused $6,000 of federal funds. A paunchy pale-skinned man with dark glasses, a military haircut, and a heavy drinking habit, Richard Dick Wilson was violently anti-AIM, with nothing else to recommend him. His main attraction on the poverty-stricken reservation was his lavish campaign spending, the real source of which has never come to light. No sooner was this man in office than he handed out fat tribal council salaries to his wife, brother, cousin, sons, and nephew, as well as to as many of his supporters as could be piled onto the government payroll. Dr. Jim Wilson, the president's brother and head of the planning committee, was paid $25,000, which compared very well with the median annual income of $800 among his tribesmen, most of whom lived in tar paper shacks without electricity or running water. I'm not one of those Indians who sits on his tail waiting for a government handout, announced Dick Wilson, who was raising stock, operating a trucking business, and occupying federally subsidized housing, in addition to his $15,500 government salary. Meanwhile, Russell Means, fed up with city life, decided to return to the reservation, where he announced plans for a food co-op for people in the traditional village of Porcupine. After the Trail of Broken Treaties, when Means and Banks proposed a victory celebration on Pine Ridge, Wilson banned all AIM activities and called for U.S. Marshals to protect the BIA building from another occupation like the one in Washington. He also commenced an open war against those who supported AIM, including his own vice president, whom he fired. If Russell Means sets foot on this reservation, I, Dick Wilson, will personally cut his braids off, Wilson declared, aware that Means, his main political rival on Pine Ridge, intended to run for his own job. Means, who had led the Yellow Thunder protest, was arrested by BIA Special Officer Del Eastman when he attempted to tell the traditionals of the community at Oglala what had taken place on the Trail of Broken Treaties. Banks was subsequently arrested by BIA officer Dwayne Brewer. Both Eastman and Brewer would become notorious in the next 3 years. Using federal highway funds assigned to a highway safety program and tribal rangers, Wilson augmented the BIA police by outfitting and arming a private police force, composed mostly of out-of-work supporters who had become dependent on tribal council handouts. Due to the drunken brutality of its repressions, this force was soon known as the Goon Squad. In its arrogance it adopted this name as an acronym for Guardians of the Oglala Nation. Though threatened repeatedly with impeachment by his own tribal council because of a whole series of illegal acts, Wilson was staunchly supported by the BIA and the FBI as well. The Justice Department was only too happy to endorse this serviceable Indian who requested them to attack AIM members and offered the services of his own goons to do the job. Like most Wilson people, the goons were drawn from the 800 or 900 mixed bloods on the payroll of the tribal council, and much of their hatred toward those who supported AIM stemmed from economic fear. A precarious security would be threatened if the traditionals gained a say in tribal matters and, with it, a fair share of federal benefits, which were scarcely enough to go around. The past administrations all along have been pretty sly and crooked with Indian funds, said a tribal elder named Gladys Bissonette, but they weren't quite as hard on us as this drunken fool we got now, who hasn't got the backbone to stand up and protect his Indians. And Grace Black Elk said, this Dick Wilson, he hates AIM people because they are doing what he should have been doing. So he's jealous of them, more jealous than anything else. We all wonder why it is that the government is backing him up so much, another leader named Ellen Movescamp said early in 1973, before anyone had grasped the true nature of the government's sudden, quite extraordinary interest in local disputes on a remote Indian reservation in South Dakota. None of our other tribal councilmen were ever backed up like this. Nothing like this has ever happened before, where we have guns all over the reservation. Threatening people, hitting people, putting them in the hospital. You don't have no protection at all. You have to carry a gun on this reservation now, ever since he's been in there. Tension on Pine Ridge increased when in January 1973 a young man named Wesley Bad Heart Bull was stabbed in the heart in a Buffalo Gap bar in the second attack by a white businessman named Darrell Schmidt, known locally as Mad Dog, who, according to a friend of Bad Heart Bull named Robert High Eagle, had declared he was going to kill him, an Indian. Like the murderers of Raymond Yellow Thunder, Schmidt was charged with involuntary manslaughter, and Sarah Bad Heart Bull, the victim's mother, asked AIM to seek justice from the state authorities. The officials were uneasy when they heard that AIM was mobilizing, and brought heavy police support to a meeting with the Indians in the old courthouse in Custer, in the Black Hills. On February 6, the more than 200 Indian people who had come there in a caravan of old cars in support of Sarah Bad Heart Bull were told by the heavily armed police that the open meeting was postponed. Only their spokesman Means, Banks, Crow Dog, and a young Choctaw named Dave Hill were allowed inside to talk with the nervous officials. When Sarah Bad Heart Bull attempted to enter, she was seized and beaten on the courthouse steps by 2 police officers, who later accused her of yelling obscenities. Those Indians who tried to intervene were tear-gassed and beaten. A fracas between Indians and police spread through the courthouse. Subsequently, 2 police cars were overturned and set on fire, and an abandoned Chamber of Commerce building next to the courthouse was burned to the ground in a riot that ricocheted all over town. For the first time in a century, the white people could holler, "Injuns comin'." Although no one was killed, the Custer Courthouse riot was an historic event, the first outbreak of violence between white men and Lakota since the massacre at Wounded Knee in 1890. While we were talking to the state's attorneys, the mayor, and commissioners and all, Dennis Banks remembers, fighting started outside on the steps, then swept into the corridors outside the room. Next thing we knew, the door opened and a tear gas canister came rolling in. People tried to get out, but they couldn't make it because of the fighting out there, so we tried the window. Well, this was the old courthouse building, the windows hadn't been opened in a long time, and they were stuck. I grabbed a chair and broke out a window with the legs, and some of us went out. The rioting must have lasted 45 minutes, maybe even an hour, and 30 people were arrested. I went over to the police station to see about bailing people out, but there was no real communication over there, there was nothing but hate. About 19 were released finally on low bail, but they kept the ones they thought were leaders, including Sarah Bad Heart Bull. Originally I was questioned and released then, suddenly, 3 or 4 days later, charges of arson, burglary, and malicious damage to a public building were filed against me, not because I had broken any laws but because I was a leader of AIM. The presence of FBI observers at the uprising suggested to the Indians that state and government authorities were concerned less with law and order than with the obstacle to Black Hills mining leases that AIM insistence on Indian sovereignty might represent. The Black Hills was only one of the rich mineral regions in the West that according to treaty belonged to the Indian people Pueblo and Navajo, Shoshone, Crow, Ojibwe, and Northern Cheyenne as well as Lakota. Following the Custer riot, the Attorney General assigned 65 U.S. Marshals to Pine Ridge. The new Indian Wars were underway. In late February, the traditional people, organized by the Oglala Sioux Civil Rights Organization, marched on the red brick BIA building in Pine Ridge Village. Originally, they had intended to protest the low land rentals encouraged by the BIA and also the illegal termination of Dick Wilson's impeachment hearing by the defendant himself. Now they were challenging the recent invasion by these marshals, who had no legal jurisdiction on the reservation. According to the Major Crimes Act of 1885, the government had jurisdiction only in the case of serious felonies, and none had been committed on Pine Ridge. Finding themselves denied access to their own building by the well-armed marshals with their sandbag fortifications and machine guns, they realized that the feds intended to support Dick Wilson no matter what offenses he had committed, so long as he waged war on AIM. Clearly, this Wilson was no different from other petty dictators around the world, propped up by weapons sent from the U.S. under the panoply of anti-communism so long as they protected corporate interests. In his hatred and fear of AIM, Wilson found his strongest support among middle-aged people of his own generation, who were born at a time when the missions were strongest and the Indian traditions most despised, and whose jobs depended on the BIA and the Tribal Council. Most others had nothing to lose by endorsing AIM or not, at least, on the Pine Ridge Reservation, and AIM's strongest support came from older people with family memories of the Indians' great days, and from the many embittered young men who had served time in the armed services or in jail. For their part, the AIM leaders were eager for more confrontations, persuading themselves that militancy could accomplish what traditional patience and stoicism had not. On February 26, the Oglala chiefs, with Frank Fools Crow as their spokesman, decided once again to ask AIM's help, and a meeting was called for February 27 at Calico Hall, a community log house not far west of Pine Ridge Village. Gladys Bissonette has estimated that 600 Indians turned up at Calico, and all of them, by Indian custom, had to be fed. When help with money for the food was asked from the Holy Rosary Catholic Church, whose Red Cloud Mission School Mrs. Bissonette had attended as a child, it was refused by Father Paul Steinmetz, who explained to the Indians that the church was afraid to jeopardize its financial support from all those good Christians on the Wilson side. It has been said of missionaries that when they arrived they had only the book and we had the land, says Vine Deloria, Jr., a Standing Rock Sioux lawyer and writer, and a long-time caustic spokesman for his people. Now we have the book and they have the land. 3. The Holy Rosary Church, with 18 square miles, is by far the largest landowner on the reservation. At Calico, Oscrow decided upon a symbolic confrontation. In the words of Dennis Banks, who joined Russell Means at the meeting, we had reached a point in history where we could not tolerate the abuse any longer, where these mothers could not tolerate the mistreatment that goes on the reservations any longer. They could not see another Indian youngster die. They asked AIM what we were going to do about the injustices that were going on at that very minute, allowing the federal officers, the FBI, the marshals to turn the village of Pine Ridge into an armed camp. These women asked that the fighting spirit return. One by one, the chiefs stood up. 4. Ellen Moves Camp, mother of 6 children and a community health representative on the reservation for 8 years before Dick Wilson had her removed for her AIM sympathies, was one of these strong women. With her son Louis, Mrs. Moves Camp joined the caravan of several hundred people who on February 28 traveled to Wounded Knee and took over the community as a gesture of protest. We decided that we did need the American Indian movement in here because our men were scared, they hung to the back. It was mostly the women that went forward and spoke out. All of our older people from the reservation helped us make the decision. There were only 2 members from AIM that was with us when we had that meeting, and that was our brother Russell Means, and about an hour later Dennis Banks came in and sat by the door and listened to us. And when we kept talking about it, then the chiefs said, "Go ahead and do it, go to Wounded Knee. You can't get in the BIA office and the tribal office, so take your brothers from the American Indian movement and go to Wounded Knee and make your stand there. With our brothers and sisters of the American Indian movement, we feel stronger. We're not scared of them." This is what we needed, a little more push. Most of the reservation believes in the AIM, and we're proud to have them with us. And now that we've done it, my feeling is, what did I get them into? I hope that they don't get punished as severely as we do. I don't care how. I get punished because our people need these men. 5. A meeting held at Wounded Knee on that first evening was addressed by Means, Banks, and Pedro Bissonette, a small scrappy boxer who became the main spokesman for the traditionals. Oscrow was largely put together by Pedro Bissonette, Dennis Banks recalls. He was a truly spiritual man, I think one of the few men of that quality I have ever met, and he was also very fair, very generous, trying to take care of his people, with a lot of humor even in hard times. As soon as he walked into a room, he was in charge, a natural leader. He spoke English as well as his own language, and he had real energy. More than anyone else, he organized the Oglala people behind AIM. The Indians issued a public statement demanding hearings on their treaty and an investigation of the BIA. The only 2 options open to the United States of America are: 1, they wipe out the old people, women, children, and men, by shooting and attacking us. 2, they negotiate our demands. The intractable tone of this release was caused by the government's outright rejection of the Trail of Broken Treaties 20 points. This time the Indians had no intention of emerging empty-handed. The Oglala statement was signed by Bissonette, Vern Long, and Eddie White Wolf, followed by AIM leader Means. It was endorsed by the 8 leading chiefs and medicine men of the Oglala band, including Frank Fools Crow, Edgar Red Cloud, and Pete Catches, and was therefore the voice of the Lakota nation that had won the Treaty of 1868. "We want a true nation," Carter Camp declared, "not one made up of Bureau of Indian Affairs puppets." 6. When Wounded Knee was surrounded the next day by the FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service, and the BIA police, the most powerful nation in the world had been challenged by a tiny Indian nation that dared to demand restoration of its sovereignty according to the terms of its great treaty. The AIM people who supported it were mostly volunteers from other tribes, and the intertribal spirit at Wounded Knee inspired a revival of Indian sovereignty claims all over the continent. Yet AIM had always attracted more support from the Lakota than from most other Indian nations. The Lakota aren't the same people as the Pueblo, or even the Navajo, says Madonna Gilbert, a cousin of Russell Means. The Lakota were always a warrior people, and taking up arms to defend the nation is the traditional way. And it was the traditional people who invited us down to Pine Ridge to help out in 1972 and 1973. At Calico, the elders said, "What can we do to wake these Indians up? We have to take a stand. Where?" So we decided that the symbolic place would be Wounded Knee. What happened there was never expected. We figured we'd be there just 2 or 3 days. We were never told to bring food or anything. I just had my jacket and my purse. And my 2 kids. We didn't realize what was happening until we were surrounded. We never broke the law in any way or did one thing wrong. It was the feds who were breaking the law by being on the reservation without jurisdiction, without any real permission from the people. But the FBI made us out to be the criminals right away, and a lot of the agents they had out there believed all that scare talk themselves. The first time me and Lorelei went out, we ran into a whole army of tribal police, sheriffs, U.S. Marshals, FBI, and those guys were scared shitless, you could see it. They handcuffed us, threw us in vans, called us gooks and a lot worse derogatory dirty stuff, you know, because we were women. And that was America's elite with all their war toys, I mean, helicopters, APCs, the whole Vietnam number, blue jumpsuits, infrared lights, guns everywhere you looked. It was Wounded Knee and the 7th Cavalry all over again. We didn't know we were going to be crowded in there by a bunch of guns and stuff, military and FBI's and marshals and goons. Ellen Moves Camp recalls. We didn't talk about going in there and taking over Wounded Knee. That was the furthest thing from our minds. But what choice did the government give us? In fact, a makeshift federal army had been created by the Justice and Defense Departments by training civilian law enforcement officers in paramilitary units and equipping them with armored personnel carriers, automatic weapons, and enough ammunition to wipe out every Indian in the Dakotas. The excuse offered for this exercise was the brief detention of a few hostages, mostly at the White Trading Post, which has prospered for years from tourists attracted to the site of the 1890 massacre, and which was emptied of food, clothes, guns, and ammunition by the occupying Indians. When Senators George McGovern and James Aburesk arrived at Wounded Knee on March 1, deploring AIM's seizure of white hostages, they were told by one of the victims, Father Paul Manhart, that those who wished to depart had already gone. Those who stayed on had done so voluntarily, not only to protect their property but because this village was their home. Unlike most of their predecessors, both South Dakota senators were among the Indians' few sympathizers in Congress, and their visit had a calming effect on the federal policemen, who were all for assaulting Wounded Knee. We as a group of hostages decided to stay on to save AIM and our own property, said Wilbur Riegert, 82 years old. Had we not, those troops would have come down here and killed all of these people. The real hostages are the AIM people. Many Indian residents stayed on as well. An old lady named Rachel Hollowhorn said she had stayed because I have a wound that was never healed. Back in 1890 my grandfather was in that massacre. And my dad's 3 older brothers were shot and killed. My grandfather escaped with wounds. He died later. I wasn't actually in the fighting but I stayed because I didn't want to see them die alone. If they are going to be wiped out, I said, I want to be one of them. 7. Senator Aburesk, as chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, and Senator McGovern, who had fought for Indian land rights in the 1960s, promised the Indian leaders that there would be hearings to investigate their grievances, and on March 4, during preliminary talks with the Justice Department, the leaders agreed to abandon Wounded Knee if the government withdrew its forces from the reservation and let the people work out their own problems. According to a Pentagon intelligence report on that same date, The Indians do not appear intent upon inflicting bodily harm upon the legitimate residents of Wounded Knee, nor upon the federal law enforcement agents operating in this area, even though small arms fire has been exchanged between opposing forces. Because of its isolated geographical location, the seizure and holding of Wounded Knee poses no threat to the nation, to the state of South Dakota or the Pine Ridge Reservation itself. However, it is conceded that this act is a source of irritation, if not embarrassment, to the administration in general, and the Department of Justice in particular. 8. This sensible assessment was ignored by the Pentagon, which wished to try out its garden plot operation and therefore contributed a vast amount of lethal hardware. The FBI was intent on neutralizing its key extremists, and the Attorney General's office was already threatening prosecution. The occupiers were ordered to turn themselves over to the law. Although the Indians ignored it, this ultimatum, with its hint of violence, persuaded the last white residents to depart. Meanwhile, the National Council of Churches announced that its emissaries would post themselves between the firing lines in the event of a government attack. On March 8, the Justice Department approved a ceasefire agreement worked out by John Adams, a minister from Washington, D.C., whose United Methodist Church supported the Indian cause. They had delivered an ultimatum, Adams said, and they had to get out of the box they had created for themselves. 9. On March 9, as rumors spread that the government was planning a full-scale attack, hundreds of Indians, many of them Wilson supporters who bitterly resented those who had taken part in the occupation, jammed all roads into the settlement to try to prevent a second Wounded Knee. That evening, heavy fire broke out that both sides claim was started by the other as a provocation, and a young Oglala, Milo Goings, became the first Indian to be wounded in the siege. This firefight presented the government with its last chance to end the occupation by a quick military strike while it still had the support of the general public. Already the public reaction, maneuvered by the media, was veering from outrage over the hostages to sympathy for the beleaguered Indians. However, the friendly forces, FBI agents, U.S. Marshals, and BIA police, supported irregularly by goons and vigilante ranchers who threatened to declare war on Wounded Knee, not only received conflicting instructions from their leaders but rarely agreed on anything among themselves. The FBI, for example, endorsed Dick Wilson's goons and helped to arm them, while the U.S. Marshals dismissed these often drunken allies as a dangerous nuisance. The FBI agents, all suited up in war games costumes, and the marshals in their bright blue jumpsuits and orange neckerchiefs, had no more idea of how to deal with the long-haired hostiles than the bluecoats had had at the Battle of Greasy Grass Creek. The most visible and vocal Indian spokesman was Russell Means, but Means, who had lived most of his life away from the reservation and had lost most of his Oglala tongue, felt responsible to the traditionals who had invited AIM to help, and these people, whose spokesman was Pedro Bissonette, rarely acted without painstaking consultation with their medicine men and elders, who were not resident in the camp. To the white men, the hostiles seemed to have no spokesman with the authority to make decisions, and the early meetings, as they saw them, were mostly exercises in fiery rhetoric from Means and Banks that attracted unwelcome publicity to the whole business, and perhaps stirred up trouble among other Indians as well. On March 5, the Northern Cheyenne, followed soon after by the Crow, canceled all the mining leases on their reservations. With the ceasefire agreement of March 10, federal officials decided to lift the heavy roadblocks and permit free access to the village. From their informers they already had the names of those they wished to prosecute, and apparently they had convinced themselves that these AIM Indians were just rabble-rousing loudmouths who would sneak away as soon as they could do so, just like those treacherous redskins in the history books. Instead, the defenders used this opportunity to consolidate their fortifications and supplies, and on March 11, after an all-day meeting of the elders, the Oglala traditional leaders proclaimed the revival of the independent Oglala Nation, which proposed to discuss its treaty with the United States on equal terms. The elders and chiefs were quite aware of the significance of the brave stand that they were taking on behalf not only of the Oglala but of traditional Indians all over North America and traditional peoples all over the world. Wounded Knee too was immediately taken up in the European press, giving the Indian cause an international notoriety that it had not achieved since the great days of Red Cloud. The Indians knew that they were risking an angry reprisal from the US government. Indian people, the smallest number of people in the country, the poorest people in the country, are making a stand here and are ready to die, declared Lorelei Decorah of Iowa AIM. 10. On the day of the ceasefire, 4 government postal inspectors, accompanied by 2 ranchers, attempted to enter Wounded Knee, a group of defenders, including Carter Camp, Leonard Crow Dog, and a young Wichita Indian named Stan Holder, a former Marine and Vietnam combat veteran who was head of Wounded Knee Security, assumed that these white men were there to spy out the defenses. They arrested, disarmed, and detained them for about 6 hours. Later that day, a van attempting to return to the village was intercepted by the FBI, and an agent was wounded in the hand in a brief exchange of fire before the van made it through. In any case, the ceasefire had failed. That evening, the roadblocks were re-established, and the government forces, which now numbered at least 300 men, began the construction of permanent bunkers. Once again, Indian supplies had to be packed in at night by men and women who knew how to travel the rolling plains and creek gullies on foot. On March 13, a federal grand jury in Sioux Falls issued its first indictments in the Wounded Knee case, against Clyde Belcourt, Banks, Camp, Russell Means, and Pedro Bissonette. The head of the U.S. Marshals, pointing out to the press that until now the government had permitted the flow of food, medicine, and utilities to the besieged village, vowed to change their lifestyle. On March 22, a group of attorneys and volunteers led by Kenneth Tilson of St. Paul, Minnesota, had formed the Wounded Knee Legal Defense/Offense Committee to fight what they saw as an illegal invasion of the reservation by government forces and to defend those already arrested or indicted. The committee members were unpaid, receiving only room and board through private contributions, which perhaps explains why the FBI would later refer to them as a revolutionary organization. Contesting the legality of the blockade, Wickledock, as it was known to its members, won a temporary restraining order in federal district court in Rapid City that permitted 6 lawyers to enter Wounded Knee each day between March 26 and March 31. Dick Wilson, proclaiming his fear that the U.S. government might be negotiating with the independent Oglala Nation, set up roadblocks outside those of the U.S. Marshals, where his goons stopped the lawyers' cars and ransacked them. Despite the court order, this activity was not discouraged by the friendly forces. The Indians' contempt for the military might that had been mustered to put down a spontaneous protest against Dick Wilson and the BIA was shared in part by Lieutenant Colonel Volney Warner, who in February 1973 was Chief of Staff of the 82nd Airborne, a full fighting division with special training in putting down civil disturbances. Colonel Warner, in civilian clothes, arrived in the area on March 3 with orders to determine whether U.S. troops should be committed, a serious decision, since an executive order from the President would be required. Joseph Trimbach, special agent in charge of the regional FBI office in Minneapolis, who met him at Ellsworth Air Force Base, near Rapid City, assured him that this was a case for the U.S. Army. The FBI requested that 2,000 soldiers seize the reservation and restore order, after which the FBI would move in and make arrests. Colonel Warner recommended that Sack Trimbach's request be refused, and also that the FBI change its standing orders from shoot to kill to shoot to wound, in light of the fact that the Indians were not trying to harm anyone. The symbolic presence of the U.S. Army, in the person of Colonel Warner, is credited with blocking the all-out attack that the FBI and its allies had in mind. Warner stayed on as an observer in case intervention later seemed desirable, and what he observed apparently filled him with impatience, not so much because the overwhelming military presence was unjustified as because it was all so wasteful and inefficient in the hands of this damned civilian army. The knowledge that supervision of the Indians had been taken from the War Department in 1849 and turned over to the bureaucrats may have intensified the colonel's poor opinion of the whole operation, which he observed not only in the field but from his headquarters in the BIA building in Pine Ridge. In both places, the U.S. Marshals, FBI agents, BIA police, and assorted goons were mostly getting in one another's way. I can't imagine anyone at Wounded Knee who was more hated by the FBI, except possibly Russell and Dennis, Kenneth Tilson says, because Warner was the only one who really knew what he was doing, and he didn't mind putting in writing that he thought the whole thing was stupid as hell. On March 12, Colonel Warner and his colleague Colonel Jack C. Potter, who was Chief of Logistics for the 6th Army, submitted an attack plan to General Alexander Haig, though this plan was never acted upon and though officially, at least the Defense Department was not present. Warner stated later that Army representatives soon began operating in a manner similar to a military assistance advisory group and with an equal vote in the decision-making process at Wounded Knee. 11. According to an FBI report called Disorder by American Indians and Supporters at Wounded Knee, the identity of individuals reportedly in or en route to Wounded Knee includes not only Indians but representatives of such revolutionary-type organizations as the Vietnam Veterans Against the War, the Students for a Democratic Society, Violence-Prone Weatherman Associates, the Marxist-Leninist Maoist Vence Ramos organization, as well as representatives from a black extremist group. For his part, Dick Wilson issued a proclamation to fellow Oglalas and fellow patriots, which read, in part, "What has happened at Wounded Knee is all part of a long-range plan of the Communist Party. There is no doubt that Wounded Knee is a major communist thrust. And when the Fed government has yielded, conceded, appeased, and just short of surrender, we will march into Wounded Knee and kill Tokas, Wasakas, Hasipas, and Spielas. They want to be martyrs? We will make it another little bighorn. And any of their beatnik friends can be a stand-in for yellow hair." The supporters of AIM come in all shades and the National Council of Churches are very vocal because the liberal press and the TV news media is right at their elbow. No news reporter or TV cameraman has ever won a war, but they can destroy a nation by the propaganda of lies and hate that they broadcast for every crackpot, screwball, and communist front organization who wants to take a swat at our American way of life, take a blast at the U.S. Constitution, spit at the American flag, burn it, wear it as a poncho, or hang it upside down. Since the American Indian movement at Wounded Knee is supported by non-Indians, we are enlisting the help of non-Indian residents of the Pine Ridge Reservation. So come on in and sign up, so we can get this show on the road. 12. Wilson's opinions were probably shared by most white South Dakotans, who felt that AIM had attracted not only outside agitators but bad Indians, the drunks, the rowdies, and the chronically unemployed, the transient bums living off the struggle, as one AIM leader says, for whom putting on a red windband and taking part in demonstrations was only an excuse for further idleness and even a justification of their existence. To a certain extent, this charge was true. Since AIM was not an organization but a movement, with no qualification for membership other than goodwill, it had been plagued from the start by Indians whose behavior hurt its name, and some of its early supporters on Pine Ridge, having discovered that the movement had no money, eventually went over to the goons. On the morning of March 26, when Dick Wilson's roadblock was set up, the last phone line into Wounded Knee was cut and the last news team was ordered to leave by federal officials. A few hours later, heavy fire descended on the village, and a U.S. Marshal named Lloyd Grimm was seriously wounded. The Indians claim that Grimm was hit by wildfire from the goon roadblock set up behind the marshals, and the marshals themselves seemed to agree, despite the fact that 5 of the defenders were charged with the shooting, and no goon was arrested. 2 days after this episode, a U.S. Department of the Interior negotiator acknowledged to Kenneth Tilson, who was in Wounded Knee that day, that an agreement had been made with Wilson to give his goons immunity from arrest when they broke the law. As Tilson observed at the time, the best analogy is South Vietnam. There are a lot of similarities. Most obviously, there is a corrupt government of natives, who are set up, armed, supplied, financed, propagandized for, and maintained in power by the U.S. government. Richard Wilson, whom the government and the press repeatedly style the elected leader of the Pine Ridge Reservation people, plays a role like that of Theo Nky in South Vietnam, ruling and repressing the people of Pine Ridge in the interest of a foreign power and in the interest of personal gain. 13. Existence in Wounded Knee was increasingly difficult, and toward the end of March, the Indians considered serious negotiations to end the siege. The federal forces, getting wind of these discussions, presented them to the public as a dispute between AIM and the Oglala leadership, but a joint statement by Banks, Means, and Pedro Bissonette put an end to speculation that the hostiles were getting ready to surrender. Asked by the press why the Justice Department had reported a showdown confrontation between AIM and the Oglala leaders, Ted Means called it the old divide and conquer tactic. They are trying to pit Indian against Indian. And in fact, it was crucial to the government to persuade the public that AIM did not represent the good Indians of America. Unquestionably, the FBI's racism and paranoia about Reds had curdled the attitude of the Justice Department, the Interior Department, and the Senate Interior Committee, whose opinion, set forth in a joint position paper during the siege, was that Indian militants comprise a revolutionary Indian element involved in symbolic actions arising from attempts to redress the bloody Indian past. They are not representatives of the Indian population at large, are criminally oriented, and must be stopped by criminal prosecution before they create more havoc throughout America. It's like the old days, said Russell Means, except now they call us militants instead of hostiles or renegades. Trying to sidestep AIM, the U.S. government opened negotiations at the end of March with the local Indians, who promptly demanded that the White House appoint a commission to review the Treaty of 1868. The representative of the Interior Department doubted that any such commission would have authority to renegotiate the treaty, since according to the Congressional Act of 1871, no Indian nation or tribe within the territory of the United States shall be acknowledged or recognized as an independent nation, tribe, or power with whom the United States may contract by treaty. Loudly and angrily, Means reminded him that the Fort Laramie Treaty preceded that legislation and was therefore still valid. This is our last gasp as a sovereign people. And if we don't get these treaty rights recognized, as equal to the Constitution of the United States as by law they are, then you might as well kill me, because I have no reason for living. And that's why I'm here in Wounded Knee, because nobody is recognizing the Indian people as human beings. They're laughing it off in Time magazine and Newsweek and the editors in New York and what have you. They're treating this as a silly matter, just as they've treated Indian people throughout history. We're tired of being treated that way. And we're not going to be treated like that anymore. You're going to have to kill us. Because I'm not going to die in some barroom brawl. I'm not going to die in a car wreck on some lonely road on the reservation because I've been drinking to escape the oppression of this goddamn society. I'm not going to die when I walk into Pine Ridge and Dickie's goons feel I should be offed. That's not the way I'm going to die. I'm going to die fighting for my treaty rights. Period. We haven't demanded any radical changes here, only that the United States government live up to its own laws. It is precedent-setting that a group of radicals, who in the minds of some are acting outside the law, are just in turn asking the law to live up to its own. We're not asking for any radical changes. We're just asking for the law to be equitably applied to all. 14. On April 5, an agreement was signed. A Wounded Knee delegation would submit itself to arrest, post bond, and go to Washington for discussions. Russell Means, Leonard Crow Dog, and Chief Tom Bad Cobb went to Washington, only to learn that the government refused to negotiate with them until their companions back in Wounded Knee were disarmed. What follows is a segment of taped conversation that occurred on April 7 between Wayne Colburn, head of the U.S. Marshal Service, and Stan Holder, the head of Wounded Knee Security. Colburn: we just want to neutralize and sanitize the area. The marshals will appear in their blue uniforms with a sidearm, no rifles or anything like that. This is strictly a business transaction. Holder: when my people are disarmed in Wounded Knee, I feel that a simultaneous disarming of your people. Colburn: now wait a minute. You don't want that to happen. Holder: during the time that people are being processed, I feel that nobody in Wounded Knee should have a weapon. Colburn: I couldn't do that. I don't even think that we could even arbitrate that because I couldn't operate without the normal sidearm. You know what that is, just a police belt with a revolver. People are so anxious for the Indians to disarm. Ellen Moves Camp commented, in ironic reference to Wounded Knee. And Clyde Belcourt told the U.S. Marshals, the people are pretty uptight about the fact that there would be marshals coming in with handguns and they would be totally unarmed. And they still envision what happened to Bigfoot and his band in 1890, and they totally distrust the United States government at this point. And when they're told we're running low on food, they made the statement that they would eat horses, dogs, cats, mice, or dirt before they surrendered under those terms. That same day, April 7th, a small pony was gunned down by automatic fire from the marshals. The pony got up several times and tried to make a run, Gladys Bissonette recalled, and it was mowed down each time. I thought that was one of the saddest days, to see a dumb animal like that get riddled down. 15. After April 8th, negotiations broke down once again, and the hostiles resigned themselves to a long siege. On the evening of April 12th, in one of the few celebrations in a grim period, a young Micmac woman named Anna Mapictu was married, in a traditional ceremony conducted by Wallace Black Elk, to an Ojibwe artist named Noji Eshik Akwash. On April 16, the Kaldok filed suits against the BIA and the FBI, declaring that the United States government has established a military siege of the village. It proposes to starve the people into submission by depriving them of food and necessities of life. The use of marshals, FBI agents, and others to perform a military function is a usurpation of power which brings us frighteningly close to the creation of a police state. On April 17, a firefight erupted in which a Cherokee named Frank Clearwater was fatally wounded by a stray bullet. To appease the public, the FBI later issued a statement casting doubt on the authenticity of the victim, as if to imply that he deserved death more than most. A check of military records revealed that Frank Clear was not an Indian but a white man, dishonorably discharged from the army, who later fraudulently re-enlisted. Meanwhile, the blockade was tightened. To undermine morale, utilities and water were turned on and off, and food and medicine were soon in short supply. On April 20, when Crow Dog returned from the useless trip to Washington, the independent Oglala Nation requested new talks with federal officials. The FBI, goons, and vigilantes were especially impatient to get in there and clean out the settlement, an aim in which they were fearlessly supported by the editor of the National Review, who used the word supine to describe the government's reluctance to commit what was bound to be a second massacre at Wounded Knee. Even Senator McGovern, who for many years had been one of the Indians' few champions in Congress, was crying out for their expulsion. We cannot have one law for a handful of publicity-seeking militants and another law for ordinary citizens, said McGovern, fluttering in the wind. 16. Colonel Warner and others who understood that bloodshed involving women and children would invite public sympathy and even support for the Indian action, wished to avoid a military solution. On the other hand, simply to withdraw the huge paramilitary expedition would make the government look foolish. In preventing a bloodbath between the besieged Indians and the goons and vigilantes who surrounded them, the government found its excuse to stay on. On April 26, a heavy exchange of fire continued from early in the morning until late afternoon. It seemed as if negotiations were all over. I remember back on days when they had unarmed our ancestors, killed them and let them freeze to death. There was no mercy for children, there was no mercy for women. That's the very first thing that had come to my mind during that firefight, Gladys Bissonette recalled. I knew this had to be the last. I didn't care for myself because I knew what I was standing up for. I was standing up for justice for the Indian people. But I just couldn't bear to think of the small children who still have a full life ahead of them. Toward 4 p.m., the firing diminished. I had crawled into this little room with my boy and several others, Lubine and her husband, and this fellow called me over. Do you know Lamont? I said, yes, he's my nephew. He said, well, he's been killed. Buddy Lamont, the brother of Lubine, had been struck down by a sniper's bullet. Later, his mother, Agnes Lamont, whose grandparents were with Crazy Horse at the Greasy Grass Creek, whose great-aunt and uncle were among those slaughtered in the snow at Wounded Knee, recalled how, at Calico Hall, the people asked AIM to stay until the finish, and she remembered the line of red lights on the winter roads as the caravan moved through Pine Ridge Village, then headed east. The first day that the roadblock was open, her daughter Lou had joined the occupation at Wounded Knee. Her son Buddy, an idealistic Vietnam volunteer who had fought for his country so that his people at home could sleep safely at night, had gone to Custer, then to Wounded Knee, because Dickie Wilson is accusing me of being AIM, and I'm not, but I can't get a job, so I may as well join them. Like Stan Holder and other Vietnam veterans, he knew just how to construct good bunkers, which the Indians credit with saving many lives. By the time his mother tried to persuade him to come home, he was truly committed. We are here for our civil rights, and our treaty rights. I won't be back until we win this game. Dickie Wilson is not going to get me out of here alive. Reflecting on this, his mother decided that Buddy must have known something would happen, because he also said, "If anything happens to me, just bury me at Wounded Knee. I don't want to be any trouble, so just bury me in my bunker." Instead, his body was removed to Pine Ridge for autopsy, and for a few days Dick Wilson refused permission to let it be returned to Wounded Knee. At the autopsy, when Lubine and Agnes Lamont demanded to know what sort of bullet could have made such a huge hole, the BIA pathologist, Drive W.O. Brown, refused to tell them, saying cynically, "I'd have to change my story." Although the family wished to prepare the corpse for traditional ceremonies, it was turned over by the BIA to a coroner in Rushville, Nebraska, who would not release it until the Indians, dead broke, had scraped together $1,800. This first Oglala death, for which Wilson was blamed, increased the high tension on the reservation, and the traditionals vowed to breach the roadblocks, if necessary, in order to attend Buddy Lamont's funeral at Wounded Knee. Eventually a traditional ceremony was permitted, and Lamont was buried near the common grave of Bigfoot and his people on the small hill west of the road. On May 4, a letter from Washington promised that 4 or 5 White House representatives would meet with the headmen and chiefs of the Teton. Sioux during the third week in May for the purpose of examining the problems concerning the 1868 treaty on the condition that the Indians lay down their arms. On May 5, the defenders agreed to do so. By this time, the trading post had burned to the ground in an accidental fire, the dry grass in the old, rolling Buffalo Hills had been crusted black by flares, electricity in the Creek settlement had been cut off when a transformer was shattered by bullets, and the lack of good water and sanitation had added to the long winter's privations. The sated press had been drawn away by the scent of Watergate, the AIM leaders were mostly off on speaking tours, trying to raise money, and the American public seemed to have lost interest all but those red-blooded local ranchers who were threatening commando raids and bomb drops on the village if the government failed to clean out the goddamn commies by May 4. Even the Indians' liberal supporters were eager to end the whole long guilt-inducing business. But in the opinion of AIM leader Carter Camp, it was the sadness after Buddy Lamont's death that finally persuaded the tired Indians that the occupation of Wounded Knee had served its purpose. On May 9, the few Indians still left in the settlement submitted themselves to arrest by the U.S. government. Crow Dog recalls that with Carter Camp he was taken in chains to Rapid City in a helicopter. "And the way they treated Black Elk was really pitiful, man," said one young Oklahoma Indian. "He got out of the car, and they grabbed him like they would grab some young dude and threw him up against the car. They took his headband away from him, they took his medicine bag, everything that he had on him they took away from him. And as far as I'm concerned, those people have made an enemy for the rest of their lives." 17. For 71 days, a few hundred men, women, and children supplied by volunteer airlifts and by sympathizers who slipped in and out during the night had challenged a large paramilitary force abetted by hundreds of short-haired vigilantes, red and white, who were eager to wipe out the long-haired troublemakers. For Dick Wilson's men, the threat posed by the occupation of Wounded Knee was economic, under an independent Oglala nation, the tribal council and its dole would end. But the threat was also psychological. What fired their hatred, in some cases, was their sense of shame. For the baffled victims of acculturation, no longer at home in the Indian world and not accepted in the white one, there was none of the exhilaration felt by those Oglala who had risked themselves in the cause of justice for their people. "This was one of the greatest things that ever happened in my life," said Gladys Bissonette, who with Ellen Moves Camp and Lubin had remained at Wounded Knee from start to finish. "And although today is our last day here, I still feel like I'll always be here because this is part of my home. I hope that the Indians, at least throughout the Pine Ridge Reservation, unite and stand up together, hold hands, and never forget Wounded Knee. We didn't have anything here, we didn't have nothing to eat. But we had one thing, that was unity and friendship amongst 64 different tribes. I have never seen anything like this. We were all happy together, and it is kind of sad to see everyone leave. Of course, you can't go back to the old Indian way of life at this point. We have to deal with the Mother Earth in its present condition, which is pretty bad." Wounded Knee was an educational process for all Indians. Right there you had Indians from Los Angeles and San Francisco, New York and Chicago, Minneapolis and Oklahoma City, big cities where Indians live and become urbanized. They went into Wounded Knee and met their Indians who had never been off the reservations, who live in the traditional way. They were still one people, still one race, and they can be together again. The urban Indians found out what it was to be able to worship their Mother Earth the way they want. They'll go back to their cities, but they'll always have that religion in their hearts. They'll look at the city streets and buildings and cars and they're going to hate it. They're really going to hate it. So they're going to go back home to their people more and more. 18. On May 2, the Department of the Interior's negotiator had told the Indians, "I do have the authority to ensure that the government of the United States, certainly the White House, and probably Congress, will discuss anything with your chiefs, anything and everything you want to discuss about the 1868 treaty. I think there will be congressional hearings into the 1868 treaty. I have authority to tell you that any and all criminal violations against you by any outsiders will be prosecuted. I do have the authority to tell you that members of the tribal government will be prosecuted." On May 17, at a meeting at Chief Fool's Crow's camp at Kyle, a White House delegation without standing or authority met with several hundred Indians gathered for the occasion. After empty discussions, it went back to Washington, saying that it would return in 2 weeks with some meaningful answers. On May 31, when the hundreds of Indians reconvened at Fool's Crow's camp, no White House people bothered to show up. Instead, the Indians were presented with a short evasive letter from the same Nixon aide who rejected the 20 points presented to the U.S. government on the trail of broken treaties. The days of treaty making with the American Indians ended in 1871, 102 years ago. Only Congress can rescind or change in any way statutes enacted since 1871, such as the Indian Reorganization Act. In the same spirit, Senator McGovern, who owns a vacation place in the Black Hills, said he thought it was ridiculous to talk about the Treaty of 1868 being carried out. The Treaty Law of 1868 stands firm, like the Black Hills, said Frank Kill's enemy, now in his 80s. This law cannot be moved, like the Black Hills. The 1868 treaty was never seriously discussed, nor was corruption in the BIA investigated. Hearings held in June by the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs accomplished nothing. Despite open violations of the law, committed sometimes in the presence of FBI agents and U.S. Marshals, neither Richard Wilson nor his goons were ever prosecuted. Instead, more than 500 traditional people were indicted by the FBI in connection with Wounded Knee, and 185 were subsequently indicted by federal grand juries on charges of arson, theft, assault, and interfering with federal officers. Wounded Knee 2, which had already cost the nation $7 million, was at an end. 19. Chapter 4. The Wounded Knee Trials. January, September 1974. The next morning the officer told Bigfoot that they wanted all his guns. He was our chief and we looked to him to say something, but he was coughing all the time. Finally he said, "You men better give him your guns, we are not on this trip to do any fighting." I looked over and saw an officer on a sorrel horse. I heard him give a command, and right after the command it sounded like a lightning crash. When I became conscious I was lying down. As I rose and started to go I became unconscious again. I have my old cloak and it has 9 bullet holes in it. I am shot all through the body and I may die anytime. I was bleeding through my nose and mouth. I want my good friends to tell the good white people what they did to us here at Wounded Knee. We know that some white people are good friends of the Indians, but most of them do not like us. We don't have hate in our hearts for the white people, but the soldiers tried to murder us and we want the government to find out the truth. Afraid of the enemy. This massacre is absolutely a grave injustice and disgraceful, cowardly, and treacherous killing ever staged by the United States Army. Then the white people say the Indians are treacherous, but we are not. We love our families and we do not bother the white people, but they came here, killed us women and children. We have the wounds to prove what they done. James Hawk. Dennis Banks and Russell Means, whose national celebrity began on the trail of broken treaties and increased during the occupation of Wounded Knee, were perceived by outsiders as a team. In fact, they were different in age as well as temperament, and rarely worked together. At Wounded Knee, which was Russ's show, since Means, as an Oglala, was AIM's spokesman, an incipient rivalry was increased by differences of opinion not only about the future course of AIM but about how the leadership should conduct itself. At AIM's National Convention at White Oak, Oklahoma, from July 25 to August 5, 1973, Banks was elected National Director, with Carter Camp and John Trudell as co-chairman and the Navajo leader Larry Anderson as National Treasurer. Russ ran for office, but nobody voted him in, one AIM warrior recalls. Nobody took him serious then, I guess. Russ had his groupies, and his little groupie chapters, but it was all Saturday Night Warriors and raising hell. At White Oak, AIM pledged to continue its campaign to repeal the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 and dismantle not only the whole system of government-sponsored tribal councils but the Bureau of Indian Affairs itself, so that, as Banks said, Indian people might have something to say about their lives and their destiny. AIM also endorsed the nationwide boycott of Safeway stores by Cesar Chavez's United Farm Workers Union, and made an alliance with Mexican-American activists in the Southwest, where Indian and Chicano problems with Anglos were often the same. Despite the seeming unity at White Oak, the leadership could not agree on how to deal with the threat of U.S. government repression. For some, armed guerrilla warfare seemed the only solution, whereas others felt that such a course was doomed. Clyde Belcourt, for one, had always been opposed to violence, and although he repeatedly exposed himself to police beatings in Minneapolis, he had not carried a weapon at Wounded Knee. Dennis Banks, supported by Carter Camp and Herb Paulus, felt strongly that the movement needed more discipline. At Wounded Knee, there was absolutely no drinking, but after that it was all drugs and alcohol, which weren't so much an obstacle to taking action as an impediment to an effective organization, and also something that compromised our public positions. Not that I wanted a fanatic policy, but here was a young Indian organization moving to national prominence, and people were watching us, our own people especially. I quit drinking myself in 1969, after I found myself passed out in my own car. I didn't want young Indians seeing their leaders in that kind of shape. Means, Crow Dog, and their followers drank hard and were involved in one fracas after another. Russ always had a low tolerance for alcohol, one Indian says. He just didn't handle it well, that's all there was to it. Also, they were accused of arrogance and racism, not only against whites but against anyone who was not Lakota. The trouble started way back at Leech Lake, Leonard Peltier says, and it continued on the trail of broken treaties. In Washington there was a lot of disagreement on how to deal with the Nixon administration. Things got so frustrating that finally everyone was for burning down the goddamn building. Point 1 Vern Belcourt gave a great speech against this, explaining why we shouldn't, and Carter Camp asked him who the hell he thought he was, trying to give us orders. I guess that bad feeling continued right through Wounded Knee. Later, some of the Means people said that Carter was working with the feds, but I never believed it. Not long after the White Oak Convention, a huge Sundance was held at Crow Dog's Paradise on the Rosebud Reservation. For most of the AIM leadership, this Sundance was the first real experience of spiritual training, and Peltier was among those pierced for the first time. After just 4 days and 4 nights, he recalls with gratitude, I felt great for weeks after. A feeling as if my body had been thoroughly cleansed inside and out. He also remembers how the old medicine man John Fire Lame Deer walked among the dancers, touching each with a red and white eagle feather. One evening in this period, Carter Camp's younger brother Craig beat up a friend of Russ Means and Clyde Belcourt. The two leaders heaped public abuse on Craig, and he brought his older brother back to the house to settle the score. Although Carter Camp had quarreled openly with Means at Wounded Knee and was, according to one account, outgunning for him, it was Clyde Belcourt who opened the door and who, after an argument, was shot in the stomach. In another version of the event, Craig Camp had been beaten up by Belcourt after calling the leader a coward because he had not carried a gun at Wounded Knee. In a third version, rumors of FBI informers among the leadership had caused a showdown. According to Russell Means, who witnessed the shooting, federal officials were paying off some of the AIM leadership to turn on other leaders. Clyde thought Camp was being paid off. 2 Belcourt refused to testify against Camp in a white man's court, but the dispute continued when Means and Banks went on trial a few months later. The outraged Means threatened to resign from AIM in protest when Camp was invited to the trial in a show of unity. He says he was dissuaded from this gesture by Leonard Crow Dog. Rumors about Camp soon proved unfounded, yet it was clear that inside information about AIM was finding its way to the police through an unknown informer. Despite the frequent charge of the John Birch Society and other right-wing aggregations that AIM was composed of hate-filled ex-convicts with a taste for violence, most of the trouble in AIM's brief history was instigated by its enemies, or derived from isolated episodes that had little to do with the history of the movement. Nevertheless, the Belcourt shooting worsened AIM's reputation as a violent and irresponsible organization, and anti-AIM prejudice was so intense that Dennis Banks, indicted in September 1973 on additional charges having to do with the Custer Courthouse riot, concluded that he had no chance for a fair hearing. A few days later, Banks fled to Canada with Ron Petit of Iowa AIM, accompanied by Petit's wife and a young niece of Buddy Lamont named Kamuk Nichols. We went to Ray Lakes, north of Yellowknife, way up on the Arctic Circle, and we stayed there until Indian friends in Yellowknife got word to us that money for my bond had been secured, so that I would spend the minimum amount of time in jail. After maybe 3 weeks or so, we went back to Yellowknife. Our California supporters wanted to fly us back south to Los Angeles, but I figured I'd be busted there by immigration, so I called Doug Durham, who had a plane up there within 24 hours. He flew us in over the Montana line, staying real low over the trees, and from there he went straight into Rapid City. Douglas Durham, big and dark-haired, 1/4 Chippewa, had entered Wounded Knee in March with press credentials from a left-wing Des Moines newspaper called Pax Today, and had returned to South Dakota for Crow Dog's Sundance as a vice chairman of Des Moines AIM. In the preparations for the numerous Wounded Knee trials, the female elders, the brave-hearted women of Oglala tradition who had restored the fighting spirit of their men, had been mostly ignored by the Justice Department, which realized that the women might not pass in court for dangerous terrorists. Pedro Bissonette was the only indicted leader more identified with the independent Oglala Nation than with AIM, which was unquestionably the true target of the trials. Originally, the leaders of the Wounded Knee conspiracy, Banks, Means, Belcourt, Camp, Crow Dog, Holder, and Bissonette, were indicted together. Then Means and Banks were separated from the others and burdened with $135,000 bail each, apparently to give as much publicity as possible to their alleged crimes. After hearings based on surveys showing that these two defendants could not receive a fair trial in South Dakota, their case was transferred by Judge Alfred Nickel to St. Paul, Minnesota, where it opened on January 8, 1974. Long before it began, the Banks Means trial was perceived as a symbolic confrontation between AIM and the U.S. government, but it was mostly non-AIM Indians who came into the Twin Cities from all over the country in a huge demonstration of support. Among them were 65 Oglala leaders whose spokesman was Frank Fools Crow. "We called our brothers and AIM to help us because we were being oppressed and terrorized," the old man said. "They answered our call. If Dennis Banks and Russell Means go to jail for supporting the dignity of the Sioux Nation, you must be ready to send us all to jail." For the visitors were supported in their turn by small contributions of money and food made by thousands of other Indians too old or young or poor or sick to travel. These efforts were coordinated by an AIM national office opened in St. Paul by Dennis Banks and Douglas Durham, who was serving Banks as an organizer and administrator as well as a pilot. Durham was also a cameraman, self-trained, he said, in psychology and clandestine tactics, and he was now very close to Banks. As AIM's first national director of security, a job created for him at Banks's suggestion, Durham was coordinator of the Defense Committee office in St. Paul throughout the trial. From the beginning, the Wounded Knee defense, based on the 1868 treaty, sought to present Banks and Means as political prisoners. The prosecution, dismissing past wrongs as irrelevant to this case, portrayed the two leaders as common criminals who had invaded, terrorized, and looted a helpless community. "You should expect to pay for civil disobedience," said the prosecutor, Assistant U.S. Attorney R.D. Hurd. "We cannot permit individuals to set up their own law." They put a gun to the head of the U.S. and said, "Come talk to us." 5. The prosecution evidence, which consumed 6 of the trial's 8.5 months, commenced with the testimony of a white rancher named William Levitt, a member of the John Birch Society and the proud owner of 30 guns, who with the encouragement of the BIA was leasing his land from Pine Ridge people at between $1 and $10 an acre. Although he had not been present in the village, Levitt described the looting of the trading post and houses at Wounded Knee. An Indian boy named Alexander Richards testified that Russell Means had carried a gun while at Wounded Knee. This testimony turned out to be perjured, and was stricken from the record. A parade of further witnesses, red and white, declared that Means had threatened the hostages and encouraged stealing, that Pedro Bissonette had given the money from a trading post safe to Means and Banks, that Means had suggested that Senator McGovern be taken hostage at the time of his visit, that Means had fired an M1 at an armored personnel carrier. In short, that Banks and Means were lawless, dangerous renegades who would kill God-fearing white Americans as quick as look at them. Federal Judge Nickel seemed sympathetic to the government when the trial began, and engaged in sharp altercations with 3 of the defense attorneys. One of the 3 was Kenneth Tilson, who was in charge of the nuts and bolts of the defense. The other 2 were William Kunstler, representing Means, and Mark Lane, representing Banks. From the very beginning, Kunstler and Lane competed for the attention of the press by causing disruptions, even shouting at the judge. On one occasion, threatened with jailing for contempt of court, Kunstler started doing his thing, Tilson recalls. He all but threw himself into the arms of the U.S. Marshals, smiting his brow and crying, "Take me! Take me!" Well, Lane couldn't let him get away with that. He couldn't let Bill get busted and not him, so he went running over there yelling, "Take me, too." The whole thing would have been comic if it hadn't been so childish. Tilson became so fed up with the opportunistic Lane that by the end of the trial they weren't speaking, but he and Kunstler are still friends. Bill Kunstler is a good lawyer, Tilson says. Rather early in the trial, Judge Nickel expressed irritation at the stalling and lack of cooperation from the government attorneys in obeying his discovery orders pertaining to supplying prosecution evidence to the defense. Also, there were increasing discrepancies in the prosecution's testimony. FBI Regional Director Joseph Trimbach denied that he had ever applied to a court for wiretaps on the Wounded Knee telephone, despite the presence of his signature on the applications. "I don't know if that's my signature," Trimbach said. Amazed by this casual attitude, Judge Nickel mentioned greeting cards he had received over the years from Trimbach's predecessor in Minneapolis, Richard G. Held. "I am cut to the quick to realize," Nickel snapped, "that I may never have had a birthday card from Mr. Held at all." Suspecting that the FBI was withholding evidence, Nickel ordered the Bureau to produce its files, only to discover that this obsessed bureaucracy had 315,000 separate file classifications on the occupation of Wounded Knee, some of them hundreds of pages long. "If this government falls," Nickel observed, "it won't be because of subversion. It will topple under the weight of its own paperwork." As the trial continued, the judge was less and less amused by the performance of the FBI, and he did not hesitate to express his disapproval in court. "If that's the kind of arrogance that's going to exist down there in that Minneapolis office of the FBI," he said on May 1, "I can dismiss this case entirely on the ground of governmental misconduct, which apparently appears to be deliberate." Not long afterward, he was accused by prosecutor Hurd of a hostile attitude toward the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Nickel pointed out that he had worked with and respected the FBI when he himself was an assistant U.S. attorney, but that it seemed to have deteriorated, due in part to its manipulation by Richard Nixon. Cooling off a little from this latest of what he himself called his explosions, Judge Nickel told Hurd, "I would still hope I could regard you as a friend, just as I regard Mr. Kunstler, Mr. Lane, Mr. Tilson, Mr. Hall, Mr. Means, and Mr. Banks as friends of mine." Early in the trial, Judge Nickel had apologized to Means and Banks for the 1890 massacre at Wounded Knee, and his seeming wish to be friendly with the defendants did not surprise Kenneth Tilson. Nickel was trying hard to be fair and just. He had some understanding of Indians, and some guilt, but his understanding was cerebral and sometimes his guilt got in the way. Russ appeared to be unforgiving and ungrateful for rulings in his favor. He took them as his right, and to many this appeared as arrogance. Nickel would have liked him to say thank you just once. Instead, Russ referred to him after the trial as a racist. It was a very complex relationship between two complex people. Means understood that Nickel was a liberal who had set him and others free, yet he did not want Nickel to think that now he had atoned for centuries of crimes against the Indian people, that now he could relax. In Russ's eyes, he had miles to go before he crossed the river. Recounting this, Tilson grins. "Russ is really something. There's hardly anything he hasn't tried. Russell and Dennis and Clyde aren't leaders by accident, they are tremendously powerful people, intellectually and in person they had to be in order to survive." Tilson, who is bright and tough, makes no secret of his admiration for these same qualities in the AIM leaders. It's not surprising that Russ had Nickel's number. Russ has a lot of people's number, so this is nothing against the judge. Nickel had a strong sense of right and wrong and a strong desire to get at the truth, and he almost always made the right decision. "I liked him, he's a very decent man." Dennis Banks agrees. Judge Nickel was very sensitive, very careful, very conservative. But he hated Nixon and everything he stood for, including his manipulation of the FBI, and he tried to be fair even though he was nervous about damaging his career. In July 1974, after 6 months, the prosecution rested its case. The defense was finished in 8 days in court. Among its witnesses were the authors Vine Deloria, Jr., and D. Brown, who helped to establish some of the religious and historical background to the occupation of Wounded Knee. In regard to the recurrent charge that AIM people were outsiders, city Indians who knew nothing about the religious traditions of their people, Deloria, a Standing Rock Sioux, said that an Indian's religious heritage depended more on who his grandparents had been than on whether or not he was raised on the reservation. Brown, whose book Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee, a bestseller in 1971, was apparently one reason why key extremists of the Trail of Broken Treaties were not prosecuted or not, at least, in the courts of the Bleeding Heart East decried the redskin stereotypes in American history books, which portrayed most Indians as cruel, treacherous, and untruthful, with a taste for killing. In short, an excellent description of the Indian experience of the whiteskins. Next, the defense called Gladys Bissonette, who explained the desperation of the Oglala traditionals that led them to protest at Wounded Knee. The goons were allowed to carry high-powered rifles, she exclaimed at one point. It's nothing to kill an Indian on our reservation. Mrs. Bissonette also explained how Wallace Black Elk or Leonard Crow Dog had held a prayer ceremony with the sacred pipe before every meeting. The Indians are guided by the Great Spirit and our sacred pipe, so we look into whatever we think is right, we walk right in with open minds. We do not intend to break any laws. We do not intend to commit any crimes. If there's a crime against looking for justice, where do we go to find justice here in America? Assistant U.S. Attorney Hurd, an articulate and persuasive man with a high, boyish voice, attired in loud checks and bright trousers, did his best to discredit this eloquent old lady. Q. There's been a liquor problem on the reservation for many years, hasn't there? A. Oh yes. That's the way the white man brought us up. Q. And you have had some first-hand experience of that yourself, haven't you? A. Oh yes. Q. And you have drunk on the reservation, haven't you? A. Oh yes. Q. And you have had possession of liquor on the reservation? A. Oh yes. Hurd was unable to shake the composure of the witness, who told the court, while we were in Wounded Knee, we were being shot at constantly. But that is where we had freedom, that is where the Indians can go around without anybody telling them what to do. We were tired of running. On August 16, when the defense rested, the government introduced a last-minute surprise witness who, in Tilson's words, filled in every gap in the prosecution's case, directly connecting the defendants with the alleged offenses. It was amazing. In addition, this witness offered testimony in support of the FBI's cherished belief that the international communist conspiracy was somehow behind AIM. He declared that agents from Russia, China, and Czechoslovakia had attended the first meeting of the AIM-sponsored International Indian Treaty Council in June 1974, at Mobridge, on the Standing Rock Reservation, where an estimated 3,600 people from 97 Indian nations had agreed that Indian self-government was the only hope. As it turned out, this useful witness had been assigned to an FBI agent named David Price, who was already well known to the Defense Committee. In March 1973, Special Agent Price had arrived in Rapid City, where he monitored the Defense Committee headquarters. He later had the same assignment in Sioux Falls. In both places, S.A. Price had kept the Indians' lawyers and legal aids under open and even aggressive surveillance. He even photographed our cats and dogs, one aide remembers, and he took real glee in it. You can't be around Price very long before picking up that he goes far beyond the requirements of his job. He's an all-American boy, slim and trim, with freckles and an angelic nose, and reddish blonde hair combed over his bald spot. But there's a lot of aggression there, there's something mean, he's a very complex man. Price can be very friendly when he feels like it, and he can also look you in the face and lie and know you know he's lying and still not show a damn thing in his eyes. The government's surprise witness was former AIM member Louis Movescamp, 22, who earlier that year had co-authored a letter to the Rapid City Journal in support of Russell Means's campaign for Dick Wilson's job, and who had come to St. Paul as part of the AIM support group. On July 4, Movescamp resigned from the movement after returning to the AIM house to find his belongings out on the sidewalk. The expulsion, ordered by Dennis Banks, would have happened sooner had he not been the son of a respected elder, Ellen Movescamp, since he had repeatedly broken the AIM house rules in regard to drugs, drinking, and creating disturbances. He had never been entrusted with responsibilities, and he felt bitter and ignored. Besides, he was awaiting trial for robbery, assault with a deadly weapon, and assault causing bodily injury. Faced with a possible jail sentence of 20 years, he may have decided that a constructive relationship with the Federal Bureau of Investigation could not do a willing young man one bit of harm. In cross-examination, it developed that S.A. Price and his young partner, S.A. Ronald Williams, had met daily with the witness between August 5 and August 10. At least one of these meetings took place at Ellsworth Air Force Base, the huge nuclear weapons depot outside Rapid City, and that on August 9 the witness had provided 3 signed affidavits that were subsequently turned over to Prosecutor Hurd. Hurd himself met with the witness 3 times before putting him on the stand, and apparently he had some doubts as to his truthfulness, since he requested a lie detector test that Regional Director Trimbach refused. Hurd could have insisted on the test but for one reason or another did not do so. Almost immediately, the defense established that Price's witness had left Wounded Knee for the last time about March 11 and that he was actually in California at the time of most of the events he had described. Judge Nickel expressed astonishment that the FBI, which had been developing this witness for 6 weeks, had not verified a story that the defense shot to pieces almost overnight. In the days before his appearance on the witness stand, Moves Camp had accompanied his new friends Dave and Ron from South Dakota to Minneapolis, where they had found lodgings at the Dickman Hotel. Price and Moves Camp occupied adjoining rooms, with Williams in the senatorial suite across the hall. On August 13, these 3 fellows repaired to the J+R Dude Ranch, across the border in Wisconsin, where Moves Camp had his first meeting with Prosecutor Hurd. S.A. Ronald Williams acknowledged drinking heavily with Louis on at least 2 occasions. The occasion in question was the evening of August 14, when the 3 men went bar hopping in River Falls, Wisconsin, about 20 miles from the ranch, in the course of which, by Williams's estimate, he himself consumed 9 scotch and waters. Price, he said, had been content with 4 or 5. Not surprisingly, Mr. Price and I were ready to go back and retire for the evening when the 1 a.m. bar curfew came around. By now, however, Louis had struck up a friendship with a young white woman 18 or 19 years old, Williams estimated. Mr. Moves Camp indicated to us that he wanted to accompany us back to the room and that the girl was going to join us, and I advised Mr. Moves Camp that that type of an arrangement was not possible. As Williams repeatedly pointed out, Moves Camp was not in the custody of the agents, they were there at his pleasure to protect him. Since Louis and the girl felt no need of their services, the agents retired for the evening, leaving their drinking companion with the young woman and another couple. At 8 in the morning, the telephone rang in Williams's room back at the ranch. It was Louis Moves Camp, asking Ron to pick him up at a River Falls cafe, where he was eating his breakfast. Q. Did you get dressed and go down and pick up Louis Moves Camp immediately? A. No, I didn't. Q. What did you do? A. I went back to sleep. If you've eaten with Louis, you'd understand that. Q. It takes Louis a long time to eat breakfast, generally. A. He usually eats 2 breakfasts. Q. And did you leave a wake-up call at the J+R Ranch? A. No, I didn't. Q. Did you have a little bit of a hangover from the night before? A. No, I didn't. Q. But eventually you did get up again. A. Yes, I did. Q. And what caused that? A. Mr. Price summoned me to the door of the room I was staying in. As it turned out, Price was distressed because Louis had gotten himself into some sort of trouble. He was, in fact, now in the custody of the River Falls police, who had interrupted his first or second breakfast to take him in for questioning, at which time he had revealed the names of his influential fellow dudes out at the ranch. The agents hurried down to River Falls, where Louis related his adventures. In the gingerly sex handbook language peculiar to law enforcement officers on the witness stand, Ron Williams described these as follows. Mr. Moves Camp advised me that he had gone to a place with a girl, and in the presence of 2 other individuals. I believe he said on the floor, he had sex activity with the girl which, because of the fact he had been drinking, he had been unable to achieve an erection, and because of that, she engaged in oral copulation with him, and eventually he was able to achieve an erection, and he initially set out to have what I would consider normal sexual intercourse with her, but she indicated that she preferred to have anal intercourse, which he declined to do, and he subsequently requested her to again participate in oral copulation until he achieved ejaculation. Williams went on to report that Price had seemed rather subdued after Louis's account. Knowing Mr. Price as I do, Williams told the court, I know that type of conversation, those kind of details, he might ignore, because that type of thing does repulse him. Mark Lane, never a man to be outdone, advised the court that he was repulsed, too. The River Falls police detained Moves Camp for further questioning, and the agents returned to the J+R ranch. Shortly thereafter, Price received a phone call. To quote Ron Williams, he indicated it was from some type of law enforcement related person, but he did not specify the individual. As I recall it, he had been advised that a female had made an oral allegation that Mr. Moves Camp had raped her. At this news, Price returned immediately to River Falls, leaving Williams back at the ranch. He telephoned in mid-afternoon to notify his partner that no rape complaint was going to be filed after all, and that he was on his way home with good old Louis. With Louis's whereabouts exposed, however, it seemed like a good idea to leave the J+R ranch, since hostile persons might find out where we were. So we located another domicile, a place for us to reside. Curiously, despite the importance of their witness, Price and Williams failed to prepare a field report, or FD. 302, on all of these exciting events, a standard procedure for agents when on duty. In cross-examination, the defense established that before the rape charge against Moves Camp was disposed of, Price had conferred for several hours with the state prosecutor as well as with the River Falls police, and had made it clear to his fellow lawmen that Moves Camp was a crucial witness for the prosecution in the Means Banks trial. It also turned out that prosecutor Heard had known of the rape charge before putting Moves Camp on the stand, but that he had decided to conclude that because no charges had been filed, rape had not occurred. In fact, Heard declared that he saw no reason to believe that what had happened wasn't a consensual act between two adults. I have seen no evidence yet that there was any rape. I don't think this affects his believability. 6. After the trial, despite the vivid account of his experience as related by Williams, Moves Camp denied any memory of the young woman. The agents had gotten him drunk, he said, and when he woke up in the morning, Price and Williams, APPRizing him of the alleged rape, had offered to help him avoid prosecution on this charge in exchange for his testimony against Means and Banks, which he had been thinking that he might withdraw. Kenneth Tilson, who interviewed the girl, says this is nonsense. That girl was raped, he declares firmly, and all those sexual details were probably made up by the agents to discredit her. She was so stunned and outraged by what had happened that she wanted to sue everyone involved in dropping the charges, not only the FBI but the local police and her own parents. And I can't ignore the fact that within the year Moves Camp was convicted and jailed on another rape charge, though you couldn't link the two cases in a court of law. Ronald Williams, who did not accompany David Price on his consultations with the local authorities in River Falls, cannot be implicated in the alleged cover-up of the disputed rape. It is even possible that he thought Moves Camp's testimony was true. I never knew Williams, Tilson says, but on the stand, he seemed pretty young and innocent, kind of an apple pie look, and I got the impression he just went along with anything Price said. Price was the senior partner, and we know him pretty well. Ellen Moves Camp, who had gone back to Pine Ridge after the first weeks of the trial, got word while on the reservation that her son Louis was on the stand lying, and she returned to St. Paul before his testimony had ended. "That isn't Louis Moves Camp on that stand," she cried out, heartbroken. "You can tell by the looks of him, and the spirit he's got on his face. That isn't Louis Moves Camp. I think they're keeping him from me. I'll just tell him, quit his damn lying, that's what I'll tell him. He's lying about everything. Every statement that he signed is a lie. He's lying." Everything he said is a lie. 7. At one point she became so upset that she actually jumped up from her seat and ran down the courtroom aisle crying, "Louis, why are you lying? You weren't even there." Called to the witness stand, Mrs. Movescamp said that her son had left Wounded Knee about March 12. Louis never stayed at Wounded Knee. Even while he was there, he was in and out. She flatly denied his account of an AIM meeting attended by delegates from behind the Iron Curtain. Asked by the defense how it felt to contradict her own son's testimony, Ellen Movescamp said, "I feel that Louis has done something very wrong by lying, and I feel that I cannot turn against my brothers and my Indian people. I have to tell the truth." More serious than Louis Movescamp's lies was the all but inescapable conclusion that Agent Price and perhaps Agent Williams had knowingly prepared this man to give false testimony, or, at the very least, they had found his story so convenient that they had not bothered to find out if it was true. More serious still was the possibility that Assistant U.S. Attorney Hurd had also been aware that Movescamp's testimony might be false even before he put him on the stand. Judge Nicol later concluded that Hurd did not have foreknowledge, but the whole lurid episode, which turned out to be the climax of the trial, was a fatal discredit to the prosecution. In July, when the government had first rested its case, Judge Nicol had dismissed the burglary, arson, illegal weapons, and theft charges. There was simply no proof to sustain them, and subsequently he dismissed 2 counts of interfering or obstructing federal law enforcement officers during a civil disorder because the government could not show that the presence of these officers was lawful in the first place. Eventually the case went to the jury on the 4 remaining counts of larceny, conspiracy, and 2 separate assaults. A not guilty verdict on the conspiracy count had already been signed when on September 17 a member of the jury became ill. The prosecution refused to risk the verdict of the 11 remaining jurors on the other counts, and rather than declare a mistrial, Judge Nicol dismissed the remaining charges, criticizing Hurd for being more interested in convictions than in justice. Although he chastised Prosecutor Hurd for well over an hour, Nicol spoke with particular severity of the FBI. "It's hard for me to believe," he would remark, "that the FBI, which I have revered for so long, has stooped so low. I am forced to conclude that the prosecution acted in bad faith at various times throughout the course of the trial and was seeking convictions at the expense of justice. In deciding this motion I have taken into consideration the prosecution's conduct throughout the entire trial. The fact that incidents of misconduct formed a pattern throughout the course of the trial leads me to the belief that this case was not prosecuted in good faith or in the spirit of justice. The waters of justice have been polluted, and dismissal, I believe, is the appropriate cure for the pollution in this case. 8. The bank's means acquittal contested unsuccessfully by the Justice Department, which criticized Nicol and asked for a new trial, pointed up not only the political aspect of the Wounded Knee indictments but extensive FBI manipulation, which would make it difficult to secure convictions in the non-leadership cases. Remarkably, 7 of the jurors campaigned after the trial for the cancellation of all cases that were still pending, and the U.S. attorneys, well aware of their weak position, offered at one point to dismiss 113 of them if the defendants would plead nolo contendere in just 5. This plan was sabotaged by the FBI, which was interested in harassing AIM, and in the end, although most of the cases that went to court were tried in the anti-AIM atmosphere of South Dakota, only a few minor convictions were obtained, at the cost of additional millions of the taxpayers' money. 9 In Iowa and Nebraska, almost all defendants whose cases weren't dismissed were soon acquitted. In one 8-day period in early March 1975, Judge Warren Erbaum dismissed 32 cases before trial. Noting, however, that despite the ugly history and the treaties pocked by duplicity that characterized U.S. relations with the Indian nations, Lakota claims to sovereignty were squarely in opposition to law and Supreme Court rulings, as developed in an unbroken line. 10. In the remaining leadership cases, the charges against Leonard Crow Dog, Carter Camp, and Stan Holder were reduced from the original 11 counts to 3. They were tried eventually, in June 1975, in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and once again the prosecutor was R.D. Hurd. This time, Hurd won his convictions. Defendants Camp and Holder failed to show up for sentencing despite the opinion of Kenneth Tilson, their attorney, that nobody would actually be sent to jail. Both later served brief sentences for having fled. Crow Dog, released on probation, was to become the only one of the leaders brought to trial who ever spent a day in prison on charges directly related to Wounded Knee. He eventually served a few months of his sentence after his probation was revoked in a separate case. The evidence against Clyde Belcourt was so paltry that, as in the case of the 12 indictments filed against him after the trail of broken treaties, the charges were finally dismissed. Pedro Bissonette never went to trial, either. Arrested in Rapid City on April 27, 1973, the Oglala leader had been jailed on charges of interfering with a federal officer. He was offered probation on a previous offense in return for helpful testimony about Wounded Knee and was threatened with a 90-year sentence when he refused. I will stand with my brothers and sisters. I will tell the truth about them and about why we went to Wounded Knee. I will fight for my people. I will live for them, and if it is necessary to stop the terrible things that happen to Indians on the Pine Ridge Reservation, I am ready to die for them. I will never lie against my people, crawl for a better deal for myself. I stand with Russell Means, Gladys Bissonette, Ellen Moves Camp, Clyde Belcourt. 11. Due to evidence of gross government misconduct, Bissonette was set free. He returned to Pine Ridge before the Banks Means trial. Because he knew every last detail about the Wilson regime and its dealings with the U.S. government, he would have been a crucial witness for the defense. He never testified. Dick Wilson had called for an all-out war against the traditionals and AIM, which was still forbidden on the Pine Ridge Reservation, and on October 17, 1973, Pedro Bissonette was shot to death by BIA police, who claimed he resisted arrest. His alleged crime was to knock down a man who had insulted him in White Clay, Nebraska, in what was apparently a provocation. The following statement was released next day by his co-leaders in the Oglala Sioux Civil Rights Organization. All day yesterday, October 17, there was an extensive manhunt for Pedro. The search involved about 20 police cars and several airplanes. They hunted Pedro down like an animal and murdered him in cold blood. We have not yet determined who did the actual shooting, but we are quite certain that the murder was engineered by BIA Special Officer Del Eastman. Eastman is a Sioux-hating Crow Indian from Montana. Last summer a little Indian girl, Mary Little Bear, was shot in the head and lost an eye from goon bullets. Later, Vern and Clarence Cross were shot by BIA police and goons. And only last week the BIA police were involved in the shooting death of Aloysius Long Soldier at Kyle, South Dakota. The BIA and Dick Wilson have done a very effective job of suppressing the news coverage of any of these incidents. Now, Pedro Bissonette has been murdered by these same outlaws and hoodlums. Because of this new wave of terror by Dick Wilson, the BIA, and the FBI against the traditional Oglala Sioux people, we are again extending an invitation to the American Indian movement to come to the Pine Ridge Reservation to help us investigate the murder of Pedro Bissonette and to take whatever action is necessary to see that his murderers are brought to justice. Meanwhile, the BIA police had claimed that Bissonette had reached for a gun while resisting arrest. The gun was never produced, nor was this case ever investigated, but an interesting report on it turned up a few years later. The report was given by Don Holman, former chief of the Sisseton Sioux Police and the Indian representative on the South Dakota Criminal Justice Commission, in short, a progressive who was working within the system. The story was told to me in Helena, Montana, in December 1975. The gentleman was Mr. Wilbur Reed, an employee of the U.S. Justice Department, Community Relations Service, working at the Rocky Mountain office in Denver, Colorado. I am not sure of the date, but in early 1973 Mr. Pedro Bissonette was shot to death on the Pine Ridge Reservation. This apparently was done by the BIA police. He was killed by a shotgun blast while supposedly resisting arrest. Mr. Reed told me that he had been contacted by some members of Mr. Bissonette's family who said that they couldn't find the body. The Bureau of Indian Affairs Police, I believe at that time, Mr. Del Eastman, was in charge of Pine Ridge, and they would not release to them the whereabouts of the body. Finally, Mr. Reed went to the hospital and apparently talked to an orderly, and as I understand it by pressure, stating he was from the Justice Department, and so on, and the orderly did take Mr. Reed to where Mr. Bissonnette's body was at. Mr. Reed was acquainted with Pedro Bissonnette. One of the remarkable things, he said, when he saw the body again, this was told to me second-hand, was that Mr. Bissonnette had coal-black beautiful hair. When he viewed the body, the hair had turned grey or white, and the only wound he could see was a round wound in the center of his chest. If it was true he was killed by a shotgun blast, that would make the range under 2 feet. 12. We lost a great man there, says Dennis Banks. The federal police killed Pedro in an assassination conspiracy, and the reason was obvious: he knew too much about Wilson and about the BIA and about what their police were up to, and he intended to expose them. Also, I think they decided that if Pedro was dead, AIM could no longer function on the reservation. A crowd of more than 2,000 people turned out for the 4-day funeral, which was guarded from BIA and goon harassment by AIM security patrols, including a West Coast group led by Jim Robideau and Leonard Peltier. Peltier had headed west in April 1973 after his release from the Milwaukee jail, taking part in Crow Dog's Sundance in the summer. From South Dakota he traveled to Seattle, where he rejoined the fishing rights fight of the Puyallup Nisqually. But when news came of the murder of Bissonnette, the West Coast group answered AIM's national call for support at the funeral on Pine Ridge. On October 21, a car registered in Peltier's name was involved in a shooting skirmish with the BIA police, in which 2 officers received minor injuries from glass flying from a bullet-shattered windshield. Peltier was never stopped for questioning, and after the funeral he returned to the West Coast. Having failed to appear for his pre-trial hearing in Milwaukee 3 months before, he was now a fugitive from justice. Chapter 5. The New Indian Wars. AIM versus the FBI, 1972-75. I am now old. My day is nearly ended. I see the shadows of night coming. I will tell you of my people and of their old customs. I am a chief, and my father was the head chief of the Oglalas. He was murdered by Red Cloud in a cowardly way. The spirits of old times do not come to me any more. Another spirit has come, the great spirit of the white man. I do not know him. I do not know how to call him to help me. I have done him no harm, and he should do me no harm. The old life is gone, and I cannot be a young man again. Little Wound, son of Bull Bear. After World War II, uranium was discovered not far south of the Black Hills city named for Custer. In 1953, the Atomic Energy Commission established a station at Edgemont and began the reconnaissance that turned up uranium at the north as well as the south end of the hills. In those days, the Atomic Energy Commission and the military were the only buyers of uranium, but with the creation of a domestic market for nuclear energy in the late 1960s, and a sudden rise in the price of uranium, a feverish interest in the Black Hills region was renewed. In the same period, the energy corporations were acquiring coal and oil mining rights to vast tracts of the western states, as billions of tons of coal from the Fort Union seam in Montana, Wyoming, and North Dakota readily accessible to strip miners were presented to the companies at a cost averaging about $3 an acre, in a huge transfer of public wealth into private hands. As an agency of the Department of the Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs encouraged the tribal councils to share in this bounty. In New Mexico, the Pueblo and Navajo tribal councils had already agreed to widespread mining of their lands, while in Arizona, the Navajo and Hopi had accepted massive strip mining for coal on the great sacred mountain called Black Mesa, despite the despairing protest of the traditional Hopi villages, which had never accepted the authority of the tribal council. 1. In Montana, the Northern Cheyenne leased mining rights to more than half of their 440,000-acre reservation. Not long thereafter, 125,000 acres were leased by their old enemies, the Crow. In 1971, the multi-corporate North Central Power Study decreed that Black Hills aquifers, the only real source of water in this dry country, could sustain massive exploitation of the coal, oil, and uranium resources of the region, and that the Black Hills should become the nucleus of a vast multinational energy domain, producing power right in the mine fields, in 42 huge thermal generation plants, and exporting it eastward in a grid of power lines, all the way to Minneapolis and St. Louis. 4 of these highly dangerous lines were supposed to cross the Pine Ridge Reservation. Uranium prospecting intensified, with the strong interest and encouragement of the federal government and later the state government as well. Within a few years, more than 1 million acres had been claimed, staked, or leased by about 25 large corporations, including the Tennessee Valley Authority and Kerr-McGee, which today controls 33% of domestic uranium reserves. Best known for the Karen Silkwood scandal and the multiple cancer deaths of unsuspecting Navajo workers in its uranium mines at Red Rock, New Mexico. Kerr-McGee is the colossus among these colossal companies whose strip mines and contamination have devastated vast tracts of Indian country in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, and now wish to do as much for the Dakotas. With the cooperation of the state, widespread exploratory drilling was resumed in the Black Hills, with very promising results, and meanwhile the government agencies made preliminary surveys on the Indian reservations. In the beginning, they moved quietly, apparently not wishing to excite Indian opposition. Among traditionals, however, opposition had been present all along, and in the early 1970s, even the tribal councils were forced to weigh the benefits of the mining leases against the long-term welfare of their nations, not simply because the terms arranged by the BIA were so disadvantageous, but because the destruction of the land must lead to the certain destruction of the Indian people. In the first days of Wounded Knee, the Northern Cheyenne and the Crow cancelled their leases, and while this probably came about due to the destruction of Black Mesa, it must have seemed to those in power that those militant Indians were the cause of all the trouble. At the very least, with so much money on the line, Indian land in the western states contains most of the continent's uranium and a high percentage of its coal and oil. It could not hurt to identify AIM as a communist-inspired terrorist organization and destroy this threat to democracy and mining profits once and for all. 2. An FBI document issued in 1974 concerning the objectives of the American Indian Movement draws attention to a statement, made by Dennis Banks on April 16 of that year, that AIM now intended a shift of emphasis toward the prevention of continuing resource exploitation of Indian land. At this time there was little if any documentation for the suspicion that the great wealth in minerals beneath reservation lands explained the government's remorseless attitude toward militant Indians. Not that a prudent bureaucrat would put such a crass policy in writing. Even so, a stronger case could have been made for organized suppression of the Indians' long hope of sovereignty based on the treaty claims, and the vast complications for the government that entailed. Most likely, the government attitude, reflecting the needs of the great multinational corporations, was an outgrowth of both of these considerations. Whatever its origins, the repression was carried out. The Justice Department had been disappointed by its failure to obtain convictions in the Means Banks case in St. Paul, yet it soon became clear that convictions, not to speak of justice, were beside the point. What was being accomplished, by foul means and fair, was the total disruption of the American Indian movement, in what was emerging as a program to neutralize AIM leaders all over the country. In South Dakota, the local police effort was led by William Janklow, an assistant prosecutor in the state attorney general's office assigned originally to help out in prosecuting cases arising from the Custer Courthouse riot in 1973. Janklow, a bespectacled self-proclaimed Indian fighter in the tradition of George Armstrong Custer, had prosecuted and jailed Sarah Bad Heart Bull, whose son's murder had led to the rioting, for joining the Indian protest against the state's failure to prosecute the killer. The upset mother received an indeterminate sentence of 1 to 5 years in prison, while the killer never served 1 day in jail. Janklow had meanwhile set his sights on Dennis Banks, who, unlike Means, had managed to avoid trouble with the law in South Dakota. Janklow's political career would soar if Banks were punished in his own state courts. The only way to deal with the Indian problem in South Dakota, Janklow once declared, is to put a gun to the AIM leaders' heads and pull the trigger. This silly remark and others like it, pandering to the local prejudice against AIM, were open encouragement to goon violence on Pine Ridge. They also advanced Janklow's designs on his boss's job as state attorney general in the November 1974 election. In July, Buckledock called a meeting of South Dakota Indians to discuss various civil rights complaints that it might take into court. On January 14, 1967, according to delegates from the Rosebud Reservation, a 15-year-old student at the Indian boarding school named Jansida Eagle Deer reported to her school principal that she had been raped on her way home the night before by her legal guardian, a young white lawyer named William Janklow, who was serving effectively as director of the tribe's legal services program, and was therefore friendly with a number of people who would later become his enemies, including Russell Means and Charlie Aburezk, son of James Aburezk, a close law school friend of Janklow who later became a U.S. Senator from South Dakota. The principal had escorted the girl to the hospital. The hospital records included evidence suggesting that an attack had occurred. A complaint was made to a BIA investigator, who filed a report recommending that Janklow be prosecuted. But no help was available from the legal services program, and the case had been smoothed over by the FBI. 3. In a January 16 report, Agent John Penrod stated that it was impossible to determine anything, and Richard G. Held concluded 6 weeks later that there was insufficient evidence, allegations were unfounded, we are therefore closing our files on the matter. Meanwhile, Jansida, ashamed when the ugly story spread, had lost progress in school and finally disappeared from the reservation. Jansida's stepmother, Delphine Eagle Deer, swore she would prove that her daughter had been raped by William Janklow, but she never did. Mrs. Eagle Deer, who was Leonard Crow Dog's sister, died after a beating by the BIA police, who left her unconscious in a winter field. 4. 7 years later, AIM was unable to locate either the victim or the BIA investigator of the incident, nor were supporting documents available. The impasse was resolved by Dennis Banks's bodyguard and pilot, Douglas Durham, who said he had encountered Jansida Eagle Deer in Des Moines the year before and felt confident that he could track her down again. The resourceful Durham also found the BIA investigator, whom he visited in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Durham's unusual contacts and methods, his familiarity with airplanes and electronics, firearms and cameras, not to speak of burglary techniques and clandestine tactics, had long since won Banks's admiration. Also, Banks was understandably impressed by Durham's eagerness to discredit Banks's own persecutor, William Janklow. In September 1974, Durham brought Jansida to St. Paul, where the Banks Means trial was still underway. There the AIM leadership expressed doubts about using the young woman's story without documentation. Durham, assisted by a white AIM legal worker named Paula Giese, continued to investigate the charges against Janklow. In October 1974, in an effort to obtain the BIA reports needed to substantiate the story, Dennis Banks petitioned to have Janklow disbarred in the Rosebud Reservation Tribal Court, where Jansida Eagle Deer, now 22, repeated her accusation of 7 years before. However, the would-be Attorney General refused to answer his summons, the BIA refused to deliver the subpoenaed file, and the FBI refused to cooperate in any way. 5. Nevertheless, Janklow was charged by Judge Mario Gonzalez with assault with intent to commit rape, and carnal knowledge of a female under 16. 2 witnesses testified that he brooded for 3 days after the episode occurred. Another witness declared that Janklow had tried to give money to Jansida's grandfather after coming around to make inquiries about her. As a white man, however, he was not subject to tribal jurisdiction. For want of any stronger measure, he was disbarred from further legal practice on the Rosebud Reservation. Janklow denies the charges, which have been rejected repeatedly by the FBI. But because Janklow refused to appear in court and because the government did its best to thwart investigation of the charges, the Indian people remain convinced that Janklow was guilty and that the alleged cover-up of a white man's crime was the other side of justice for Indians in South Dakota. I see no reason to doubt that these charges were true, Dennis Banks says. I knew of Janklow as early as 70 or 71, from talks with the Rosebud Tribal Council president, Bob Burnett. He told me that this Janklow had raped a young Indian girl while working down there for the legal service. Hell, that guy's bad name was floating around even before Custer. Anyway, he was assigned to the Custer courthouse cases, and along about this time, discussing me and Russell Means with another young lawyer named John Gridley, he made that remark that was later picked up by the wire services about putting a bullet in the heads of the AIM leaders. 6. In 1974, when we were trying to prosecute him, I saw those reports made out by the BIA investigator, Pitchlin. The BIA man we subpoenaed showed them to me, but his superiors refused to release them, so we could not introduce them into evidence. In Pitchlin's report, it said that he went to interview Janklow in his office, but Janklow locked himself in there for 3 days, he just wouldn't come out. Meanwhile, Durham tried in vain to persuade AIM to kidnap Janklow as a protest, just before a pre-election day rally in Pierre. At the same time, he informed Jancida Eagle Deer, who was now his woman, that her charge against Janklow would be made public at the rally, and he also arranged for her to repeat her story on Sioux Falls television. Janklow, who could claim an excellent record as a poverty lawyer who had defended dozens of hapless Indians at Rosebud, denounced the charges as a poor, crude smear. In an anti-AIM climate, the rape charge rebounded against AIM, and he won easily, carrying every Indian reservation in South Dakota. One of the first AIM people to suspect that Douglas Durham was some sort of government agent was Anna May Pictou-Aquash, the young Micmac woman from Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia. An intelligent, energetic person who dreamed of assembling a whole cultural history of the Indian people, Anna May had attended Wheelock College, where she won a scholarship to Brandeis University which she never used. In 1969, she had helped to organize the Boston Indian Council as an aid to Indian alcoholics. She had also taught children and done social work in the black community in Roxbury, a district in Boston. In 1970, when she was 25, she made her first contact with AIM when Russell Means traveled east in support of the Mayflower 2 Thanksgiving Day demonstration against white man's justice. In 1972, she participated in the Trail of Broken Treaties, and on March 10, 1973, she left her job as an assembler in a General Motors plant in Framingham, Massachusetts, and traveled west to Wounded Knee, where, in the exhilaration of the new Indian spirit, she was married to her Ojibwe friend. Noji Eshik Aquash in a traditional ceremony performed by Wallace Black Elk. At Wounded Knee, Anna May Aquash was one of the few women to help dig bunkers and take part in the nightly patrols. Because she was tough, cool, and resourceful, she regarded herself proudly as a female warrior. She was also used as a courier, slipping in and out of the besieged village to pack in supplies on the night trails over the hills. 7. After Wounded Knee, the Aquashes returned to Boston, where they tried to establish an AIM survival school. Unable to find funding, they went to Ottawa, where Anna May, who had made herself an authority on Indian culture, set up a show at the National Arts Center. In her researches into Micmac customs, she had rediscovered the ribbon shirt, apparently devised by a Micmac band to brighten the drab garments they received from the missionaries. It seemed to her that manufacture and sale of these colorful shirts by AIM women would help defray expenses of the movement. Meanwhile, she traveled back and forth to the Means Banks trial at St. Paul. She had separated from Noji Eshik Aquash, and because this was a transgression of her traditional marriage, she suffered from intermittent depression, confiding to a friend her intuition that she did not have long to live, that Indians who fought for their people would be executed. In May 1974, after the Arts Center show opened in Ottawa to considerable acclaim, she joined the AIM group in St. Paul, where she taught in the survival school called the Red Schoolhouse. In this period she became involved with Dennis Banks, and this depressed her, since she was close to Banks's wife, the young Oglala woman Kamook Nichols. During Doug Durham's brief visit to Wounded Knee, 8. Certain AIM women, Aquash among them, had noticed that this 1/4 Chippewa in headband, beaded belt buckle, and turquoise jewelry was dyeing his hair black. That summer of 1973, when he attached himself to Banks, the women dismissed him as Dennis's boy, an arrogant would-be Indian who flattered Banks and made him less accessible to his people, and who talked to no one who was not important. He never talked to the Defense Committee staff except to give orders, a veteran legal worker named Karen Northcott remembers. We were just too lowly. Doug Durham was full of himself, big and chunky. But there was something soft about him. He looked dirty in some way. I didn't like him because the old people didn't trust him, Leonard Peltier says. In 1974, some of them saw him taking pictures at Crow Dog Sundance and became suspicious. So I confronted him about it pretty heavy, too, in the cellar of the Red Schoolhouse in St. Paul, and he said, "Those people were lying." And I said, "Don't you tell me my old people are lying." I knew right away that he was the one doing the lying, and that there was something fishy about his entire story. I also noticed that he had been trying to get rid of me, separate me from Dennis, who was beginning to give me the cold shoulder. But by that time, nobody could talk to Dennis, you just couldn't seem to get him alone. In the autumn of 1974, after the St. Paul verdict, Anna Mae Aquash was sent to Los Angeles to help set up a West Coast office. Douglas Durham turned up there as well. Almost immediately, in Anna Mae's opinion, Durham undermined her fundraising efforts. Eventually she complained to the AIM national office in St. Paul, which informed her that Durham had been sent out to the coast while his role in the Janklow fiasco and other counterproductive activity was being investigated, and that she should keep an eye on him. Despite Durham, Anna Mae was very effective. She was very intelligent, says Ernie Peters, a Lakota spiritual leader who became director of the West Coast office. Anna Mae was an operator and a real go-getter. She didn't let no grass grow under her feet. And when she went to the sweat lodge and ceremonies, you couldn't find a stronger person. In California, Durham took particular interest in an AIM rest camp in a secluded corner of Box Canyon, a barren arroyo leading down to the coast south of Ventura that is best known for Span Ranch, the hideout of the Charles Manson group after the murder of the movie actress Sharon Tate. A sign put up by the religious sect that owned this property called it a center of spirituality, but it was already notorious as the site of the dynamite murder of a Swami and his flock in the late 1950s. Although AIM had intended it as a wooded retreat for spiritual ceremonies and renewal, it soon attracted a fallout of non-Indians addicted to strong drink, drugs, and kinky violence. Because of its bad reputation, the movement withdrew support from Camp 13, yet somehow the rent continued to be paid from unknown sources through an AIM coordinator known as Blue Dove. On October 10, 1974, Box Canyon's bad reputation suddenly worsened when a white man was tortured, then killed, by two young Indians, Black Cloud and Rising Sun. 2 days later, an unknown informant in the camp dropped a dime on his/her companions, notifying the police that another Box Canyon death had just occurred, this time on the AIM property. The police were led to the remains of a young white cab driver named George Aird, who had picked up a Pine Ridge Oglala named Marvin Redshirt, his white girlfriend, Holly Broussard, and a young Indian woman named Marcella Makes Noise Eagle staff from the Hollywood Hills house of the actor David Carradine, and driven them to Camp 13. Dead of 17 stab wounds, Aird had been stuffed into a drain pipe. All 3 of his passengers were drunk and blood-stained, and a bloody knife and bloodied book belonging to Holly Broussard were seized as evidence. Within 3 months, all 3 of these blood-spattered people had been set free in exchange for testimony that a young Ojibwe named Paul Durant Skyhorse, and Richard Billings, a young Tuscarora Mohawk, the only 2 AIM people in the camp, had dragged the cab driver outside and stabbed him repeatedly after an argument over the fare. Both Skyhorse and Mohawk had long-time records as participants in Indian causes all around the country. They also had criminal records, a reputation for hard drinking, and in Durant's case a history of mental instability. In the week before Aird's murder, Dennis Banks had gone out to Box Canyon and found beer cans and trash littered everywhere. The whole spiritual center was a shambles. Skyhorse and Mohawk were so drunk they could hardly talk, and I got mad, Banks says, shaking his head in disgust at the recollection. I told them that AIM was withdrawing all support from this fucking camp right there and then. When the murder occurred, we had a thorough investigation right away. On the night it happened, Mohawk was passed out, he couldn't even move, and Skyhorse wasn't much better. He was called down to the scene because the guy was still alive, and the people who had stabbed him, they were all drunk, too, didn't know what to do. They realized they had to get rid of him, and so they killed him. Didn't even bury him, just stuffed him down a hole. At the National Indian Education Association meeting in Phoenix, 2 days later, Skyhorse and Mohawk told me they were on the run. I told them not to mention their real names to anybody. Just then Durham walks in, and Skyhorse, who is drunk, as usual, asks him if he can get a plane to fly them the hell out of there. Needless to say, they were picked up right there in Phoenix, after one of Mohawk, I think, got shot up in a local dance hall. According to a civil rights attorney in Los Angeles. 9. Douglas Durham, usually accompanied by the West Coast AIM director, Ernie Peters, attended all of the strategy meetings after the arrest, declaring that AIM should disown these two entirely, even though Peters thought AIM should support them. At a pre-trial hearing, where he identified himself as a psychotherapist from Iowa, Durham testified to Skyhorse's mental instability. He also said that the defendants were not really AIM people, although they had been co-founders of the Illinois AIM chapter in January 1973. Since then, Skyhorse had attended AIM's national conference at White Oak, Oklahoma, and Mohawk had been present at the first International Indian Treaty Council meeting at Mulbridge, South Dakota, just a few months before the killing at Box Canyon. For a year and a half, Banks remembers, I would not give those guys support. Skyhorse and Mohawk didn't start the killing, and they didn't finish it, but they were the ones who were bringing in all the booze and drugs, and they had a lot of responsibility for what had happened. AIM had closed that camp, and I just couldn't condone what they were doing. The liberals, the whole Indian community, were making them into heroes, and they weren't. Then one of the prosecution people told me, Dennis, if you repeat this, I'll call you a liar, but we gave immunity to the wrong people. I changed my mind about AIM support when I realized that they were going to nail Skyhorse and Mohawk not because they were guilty but because they were AIM. The trial began on June 1, 1977, after one of the longest pre-trial proceedings in the history of U.S. justice. It ended on May 24, 1978, with the acquittal of both defendants, by which time almost everyone had been convinced that the two had been set up by FBI provocateurs. On the day of Aird's murder, Skyhorse and Mohawk had been driven to the Los Angeles Federal Building by Blue Dove, while awaiting a non-existent protest rally on behalf of Sarah Bad Heart Bull. Blue Dove secretly took their pictures, and after the murder, these photographs were used by informers to identify the pair at the Phoenix convention, which Skyhorse, a few days before the murder, had told Durham he planned to attend. In 1976, after being thrown out of AIM by Ernie Peters because she was white and because she was disruptive, Blue Dove was exposed as an FBI operative named Virginia DeLuce, erstwhile actress and a friend of the Barry Goldwaters. AIM leaders believe even today that the FBI had promoted AIM Camp 13 from start to finish as part of a COINTELPRO plan to discredit the movement, which was said to have lost 95% of its financial support in California after Aird's murder. It turned out, for example, that Marvin Redshirt had driven Aird's cab into Box Canyon and that he had parked it right beside Durham's new AIM Camp 13 sign. Therefore the sign was prominent in the lurid photo stories on this case, which included accounts of torture, scalping, and ceremonial murder, all to the beat of the AIM drum. Although Redshirt insisted that he had seen Skyhorse and Mohawk stab George Aird, he also admitted that he himself had struck the first blow against Aird and had also participated in the orgy of stabbing that finally killed him. And although he acknowledged lying about 1,000 times, this man was released less than 4 months after the murder. 10. After Redshirt's collapse on the witness stand, the discouraged prosecutors offered a plea bargain based on the 2.5 years that the defendants had already spent in prison. Although the deal was acceptable to the defendants, it was prohibited by Judge Floyd Dodson, who appeared eager to prolong his last trial as long as possible. The trial wandered on for another 10 months before the whole travesty came to an end. As for Redshirt, he was sentenced to 5 years on probation, during which time he received government aid for going to college. Black Cloud and Rising Sun, whose torture killing in the same locality just 2 days before the Aird murder had helped to destroy AIM's reputation in the West, received similar understanding and consideration. Archie Fire Lame Deer, who had been spiritual advisor to the Box Canyon camp, believes that Skyhorse and Mohawk deserved to be acquitted, but he wasn't surprised that both of them were in trouble soon again. Mohawk was one of the AIM security men ordered out of the Indian camp at Point Conception by the Chumash elders after a drunken shooting, and Skyhorse was arrested on new charges in Chicago. Since then, both men have been sentenced to long prison terms for attempted bank robbery in Los Angeles. Marvin Redshirt, the government's star witness, had also been rearrested. In 1978, his college career was interrupted in his hometown of Hot Springs, South Dakota, where he was charged with the near-fatal stabbing of his Box Canyon consort, Holly Broussard. Among the people who assisted Anna Mae Aquash in the West Coast office was a young AIM warrior named Darrell Dean Butler. Dino Butler had been in the AIM office in St. Paul when the news came in about a murder in California, and he recalls how Douglas Durham, who happened to be there on that day, had immediately taken over all contact with the media, creating as much bad publicity as possible under the pretense of absolving AIM of any guilt. This wasn't too long after the St. Paul acquittal, says Butler, and AIM was really going strong, with a lot of acceptance from the public. There's no doubt in my mind that Durham set up all that trouble out there. He was undermining Anna Mae by turning off all her contacts, abusing their help, by exploiting their offices, using their telephones, telling them not to trust their money to Anna Mae but to give it to him. Another assistant in the West Coast office was a pretty young Inuit woman who had been raised by a white family in the Pacific Northwest. As Kelly Jean McCormick, she had gone to college and become an actress, playing the young romantic lead in the film White Dawn. In the late summer of 1974, Kelly Jean was acting in the stage play Savages, which concerned the ongoing slaughter of Brazilian Indians, and one performance was attended by Dennis Banks and Ernie Peters, who told the audience that genocide against Indians was not limited to Brazil, it's still going on here. The remark made a strong impression on Kelly Jean, who had not realized the full effect of the white culture on traditional people until she had gone on location with White Dawn to the depressed Inuit community at Frobisher Bay on Baffin Island. When Banks spoke, she listened carefully, and subsequently, she attended sweat lodge ceremonies run by Peters. It was in the sweats that I realized there was something I needed to know. And it was then that Anna Mae showed up to help Peters establish that West Coast office. Then Dino Butler came, not long after Box Canyon, and I thought he was bossy as hell. I guess it was arrogance versus arrogance. He was with another woman then. I had no thought of snagging him, but I had a lot of respect for him right from the start. He had a lot of power and a lot of heart. Kelly Jean, who soon adopted the Inuit name Nilak, was still very young and sheltered, and she wished to give Douglas Durham the benefit of the doubt, despite the fact that his disruptive behavior had sabotaged a proposed benefit that the cast and company of Savages had offered. I was one of the few people, very few people, who wasn't suspicious of old Doug, she says, eyes rolling at her own naivete. I don't mean I liked him. Nobody liked him, and they were avoiding Dennis just because of it, but he seemed to be pretty effective, so I kept saying, let's give old Doug a chance. Then one day I flashed on something, and I said to him, you don't like me, do you? I said it suddenly like that, just blurted it out, and I guess it caught him off guard. He said, I do like you, you're intelligent and therefore dangerous. And that's when this Eskimo finally caught on that something was very, very wrong. We already knew that Durham wouldn't come to sweats with Ernie, because the truth comes out in sweats, you just can't lie in there, and Anna May hated him because he had lied, telling Indians he had smoked the sacred pipe with her. But what he was really doing was telling the white people who wanted to help that Dino Butler was a criminal and the rest of us weren't really AIM at all, just a gang of rip-off artists who were stealing their money. Soon the national office was getting complaints and asking suspicious questions about what was happening to all the donations, because the donors were getting so uptight. Well, that money was going into a second account under the name of Douglas Durham. Anna May just couldn't stand Doug, she was onto him. She was a smart woman. She'd just kick him out of the office, go sleep in your van. You're not coming in here. She kicked Blue Dove out of the office, too. She was very smart about people. She knew a lot about people. She knew a lot about natural creation. She just shared it all. In November, Nilak traveled to South Dakota for a rally for Sarah Bad Heart Bull in Pierre. On the return trip to Pine Ridge, the car hit an ice patch and turned over, and one of the passengers was nearly killed. Though still breathing, he was unconscious, with the whole top of his head peeled back, and bleeding like anything, Nilak remembers. I didn't know his name, but when the BIA cops came, they knew him. Hey, one says to the other, that's June Little. Right away, they want to arrest us all for dangerous driving, instead of offering help, and I really let them have it before they backed off. When the BIA ambulance finally showed up, I didn't like the way they handled this June Little, so I insisted on riding in the ambulance. They didn't go for that, but it's a damn good thing I did. As it was, we'd hardly got started for the Pine Ridge Hospital when the goddamn guys pull over at somebody's house for a cup of coffee, with this man bleeding to death out in the ambulance. And when I hollered, they said, if you're so concerned, go out there and hold the top of his head on. As she describes this, Nilak's round eyes narrow to a fierce slit, and her voice deepens. They were trying to murder that man. And at Pine Ridge Hospital, they told us they didn't have no facilities to take care of him, so we finally ended up in Gordon, Nebraska. That episode gave me my first understanding of the evil on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. In late December, Dino Butler accompanied Nilak and Anna May to Gresham, Wisconsin, where early in the morning of January 1, 1975, the Menominee Warrior Society occupied an unused abbey of the Election Brothers Novitiate, with the idea of making it a health center. Outraged by this threat to private property, the white community threw off its New Year's Day hangover and besieged the abbey, which was soon surrounded and under fire from hundreds of law enforcement officers. There were also large numbers of vigilantes of a self-styled Concerned Citizens Committee, who were held at bay by detachments of the Wisconsin National Guard, although the guardsmen shared vigilante suspicions that some of those terrorists in the abbey had been flown in from Europe. They were under strict orders from Governor Patrick Lucey to prevent an attack. The occupation ended inconclusively in early February, after which the Indian leaders were prosecuted. One of them, John Wabanascom, was slain a year later by a deputy sheriff. 11. At Gresham, Dino Butler served as a courier, traveling in and out of the besieged abbey, and on one of these journeys he ran into Leonard Peltier and Frank Blackhorse, who were trying to reach the abbey in a pickup truck. I had talked to Leonard a few times in '74, but we never really became friends until the abbey takeover, Butler says, and Peltier agrees. I never seen much of Dino before Gresham. In 1974, I was living mostly on Rosebud. When I came down to St. Paul, Dino was head of security and bodyguard for Dennis, and when I walked in, he didn't know who I was. We just looked at each other like this, Peltier says, rearing back a little, scowling, like, who the hell are you? Walking right in here like you own the place? And, who the hell do you think you are, questioning me? We were really leery of each other. My attitude was suspicious because of that episode in the cellar of the Red Schoolhouse with Doug Durham. I had him figured for an informer or an agitator of some kind, and after that, I was more or less checking everybody out. Not that Durham was as big as he portrayed himself. To listen to Durham, you'd think he was Dennis Banks II. But he couldn't tell me what to do, or Dino, or anybody else he knew. We'd just tell him to fuck off. That understanding was there out front. I don't think nobody ever had to tell him. But Durham had made everyone suspicious. That was the real damage that he done. He really caused a lot of paranoia. People started calling each other pigs, and if you went to town too long, people wanted to know why. Anyway, I had heard a lot about this Dino Butler, who he used to drink with and all, and everybody said he was alright, but we never really sat down and talked, and got to know each other. Maybe we didn't have to. I think we both understood. It's hard to explain, but we communicated just by sitting quiet. Dino is very quiet, and he's got a protective shell. I'm not quiet, but I'm leery of everybody until I know different. The only ones I really trust are family like Bob and Steve Robideau, people I've known all my life. At Gresham, Douglas Durham was no longer permitted to join the AIM support group or enter the Abbey. Nevertheless, he presented himself to the press and the white community as AIM's public relations man, operating a radio from his motel room after telephone lines to the Abbey had been cut. This job was assumed by Anna May Aquash not long thereafter, when Durham, realizing he had run out of time, departed one night, taking Jancida Eagle Deer with him. The next day, the AIM leadership confirmed the rumors that Durham had been an informer for the FBI. From Wisconsin, Durham and Eagle Deer returned to the AIM office in St. Paul. From there, apparently, they went on to South Dakota, then disappeared. For the next 2 months, according to her friend Paula Giese, Jancida called her husband's family every Saturday, saying, "I love you all so much, I hope I can get away soon and come home." On the last Saturday of March, there was no phone call, and in early April, Mrs. Skuldal and her son Eric traveled to Aurora, Nebraska, where they identified Jancida's body in the local mortuary. According to Alfred Eagle Deer, Jancida's brother, a dark-haired man in a blue Chevy, had picked her up at Alfred's house near Valentine, Nebraska, just south of the Rosebud Reservation, about 1 p.m. on April 4. She was last seen alive early that evening on a long stretch of deserted road outside Aurora. Semi-conscious or drunk, in any event unsteady, she seemed to be trying to flag down the car that caused her death. The coroner told an AIM investigator that Jancida Eagle Deer might have been previously beaten, or perhaps injured by jumping from a moving car, but that no autopsy could determine this for certain, due to the massive nature of her injuries. 12. Jancida was a confused person, Dino Butler recalls. She tried hard to believe in her people's ways, but she couldn't help partying around. She told me her confusion started when Janklow raped her. Nilak agrees. She was nice, you know, she really wanted to learn, help out, but she'd been through a lot. She'd had a very hard time, and she was broken, that's the only word. The death of Jancida Eagle Deer occurred a few weeks after Durham's public exposure, and several months after AIM acquired certain documents confirming his connection with the FBI. Understandably, Dennis Banks sighs when asked why Durham was not denounced earlier. Douglas Durham was recommended to me and Clyde by Harvey Major and Ron Petit of Iowa AIM. They're both dead now during the Big 73 Sundance after Wounded Knee. They told us that he was a former pig, busted for burglary and dismissed from the police force, and Durham admitted this. The only thing he did not admit was that he was working for the FBI. Vern Belcourt didn't trust him, Russell and Bill Means didn't trust him, in fact, 8 out of the 10 leadership people present didn't trust him. But AIM had nothing to hide, we were upfront about everything, so I said, he can't harm us, let's put him to work, see if he can help us. And he did. Doug was very able, I could depend on him. After Wounded Knee, I was demanding complete security, and as my bodyguard he was armed and I wasn't, and he had a couple of chances that he didn't take to do away with me in far-off places. At the suggestion that, with Durham in his confidence, he was more useful to the FBI alive, Banks nodded, looking worried and unhappy. Anyway, some people suspected him from the start, and a lot of people suspected him a year later. In the fall of '74, while we were investigating him, he was sent to California, and Annie Mae was sent along to keep an eye on him. In November, Ken Tilson found hard evidence against him, but besides Tilson, only Clyde, Russell, and myself were aware of it, and Doug was allowed to stay in the movement for 3 months, to see where he might lead us. We even had him tailed when he went to a Fed debriefing in Miami. That was December '74, and I remember teasing him about his Des Moines tan when he came back. He said he had gotten burned under a sun lamp. On March 5, 1975, Durham was confronted by AIM leaders in a Des Moines hotel room, where, after a brief protest, he acknowledged his identity as an informer. Subsequently, he submitted to a 3-day interview with Tilson and the Methodist minister John Adams, who was invited to be present as an impartial observer. Tilson, who says he was leery of Durham from the very start, had earlier urged the AIM leaders not to use Jancida Eagle Deer's story, which would not be persuasive without thorough documentation and which might backfire in Janklo's favor. He still believes that it got Janklo elected. 13. Of the 3-day interview, Tilson says, there was so much lying, bombast, and distortion that it's just impossible to sort out the truth. You could listen to all those hours of tapes and not be sure of a single thing you heard. One of Durham's peculiar boasts was that he was regarded by the Des Moines police as head of the largest criminal organization in Iowa, and apparently he kept up his criminal career even while working for the police and the FBI. On March 12, 1975, AIM held a press conference in Chicago at which Durham was publicly identified as an FBI informer. Durham himself was produced in order to confirm this. He identified the agents in the Minneapolis FBI office to whom he had reported, and went on to express regret about his role, praising AIM as an organization attempting to effect social change in America. In a press interview, Durham claimed to be an ex-Marine and an ex-policeman in Des Moines, where he had underworld connections. Although acknowledging that he had been dismissed from the police force, he said his expulsion was intended to give him credibility in criminal circles in preparation for his subsequent career as a police undercover operative or loaned agent in other cities of the Midwest. Before going to Wounded Knee, he got in touch with the FBI, to which he later sold information used in the prosecutions, as well as photographs of Wounded Knee defenses. Apparently his special mission was to keep an eye out for involvement of representatives of foreign governments in AIM activities, of the sort reported at the Means Banks trial by Lewis Moves Camp. Making the most of his celebrity, Durham gave a number of boastful interviews to the press in regard to the power he had wielded as National Security Director of AIM. I traveled all over with him, first as bodyguard, then as advisor, Durham said. I exercised so much control you couldn't see Dennis or Russell without going through me, and if you wanted money, you had to see me. However, he was still perplexed about his exposure, intimating that the FBI must have been infiltrated. At first I denied everything, he confided to his hometown newspaper in late April, but they kept pulling more documents out. Sure would like to know how they got them. Durham said he had refused an interview with the Washington Star, which claimed that it had documentary proof that I work for the CIA and I had CIA cooperation in flying Banks past radar defense without detection in bringing him back here from Canada. 14. As the person in charge of the Oakledock office during the Banks Means trial, Durham had been the only person besides the defendants and their lawyers who listened regularly to defense strategy. There was no person other than defense counsel and the defendants themselves who knew more about the total plans, concerns, and stratagems of the defense than Douglas Durham, Kenneth Tilson said. In appreciation of the information that he passed to a special contact number in Minneapolis throughout the trial, the FBI raised his salary from $900 to $1,100 a month. This money was in addition to the $100,000 that AIM people estimate he stole from the movement while in charge of all incoming contributions. Among those shocked by these revelations was Judge Alfred Nickel, who became convinced that the prosecutors of Russell Means and Dennis Banks had known about Durham's infiltration all along. 10 days before Durham's exposure, the Justice Department had asked Nickel to disqualify himself from further trials in the matter of Wounded Knee on the grounds that he was unfairly biased against the FBI. Nickel, disputing this charge, had intended to refuse the request, but after Durham's revelations he was so disillusioned that he no longer felt he could preside impartially in the forthcoming trial of Crow Dog, Camp, and Holder. "I believe I was deliberately misled by R.D. Hurd and Joseph Trimbach," the judge said, referring to Trimbach's testimony that the government had no informers infiltrating the defense, and also to a sworn affidavit filed in his court during the Banks Means trial in which the Justice Department denied the presence of any informer among the members of the defense team. Judge Nickel later accepted Hurd's excuse that although the FBI had told him that an informer very close to one of the defendants was attending the defense's strategy meetings, he had taken the Bureau's solemn word that this informant had been instructed not to listen to or inform on anything except potential violence. Unlike Judge Nickel, R.D. Hurd was commended by the Justice Department for superior performance in the Banks Means trial and received an award as one of the outstanding young prosecuting attorneys in the country. While subverting the AIM national office, Durham had also remained active in Iowa. By encouraging rash, inflammatory acts, he had all but destroyed Iowa AIM. His South Dakota activities are more ambiguous. For one thing, it is difficult to believe that his FBI superiors would approve the public discrediting of a spiritual ally such as William Janklow. Not only was Janklow elected Attorney General of South Dakota, but he was also nominated by President Gerald Ford as a board member of the Legal Services Corporation due to his well-known expertise in Indian matters. At his confirmation hearing in Washington, D.C., in May 1975, the rape charge was raised by Rosebud Tribal Chairman Robert Burnett, and the FBI, directed by the Senate subcommittee to investigate, cleared him again. Even the liberal senators on the committee accepted the FBI's findings, which were endorsed by the Ford administration. In Douglas Durham, it appeared, the FBI had chosen very well. No one can say that this man failed to earn his salary. Durham's history as a blackmailer, thief, and cheat was readily available to the FBI from the Des Moines police, which in the 1960s had dismissed him from the force. A police psychiatrist had diagnosed him as a paranoid schizoid personality with violent tendencies and termed him unfit for employment involving the public trust after the unexplained death of his first wife, in 1964. Despite his claim that his criminal record was constructed for police undercover purposes, he was the major culprit in a police corruption scandal in 1972, according to the findings of a Des Moines grand jury. Russell Means does not acknowledge the damage done by Douglas Durham. He feels that the importance given to Durham insults the intelligence of the AIM leadership. Durham was a gopher, nothing. He was like a woman. Worse than a woman, we used to give him pocket money, send him out for coffee. When he told people he was dying of leukemia, we just laughed at him. Banks needed a flunky, but even Banks used to chew him out in public, over and over, for being such a fuck-up. If he did anything, he did it on Banks's orders. He just bossed around the other white people in the office when none of the leadership was there. Whatever mistakes Banks may have made, he is very intelligent and organized and together, and he would not let an inefficient flunky like Durham take control. Durham never attended any important strategy meetings in St. Paul. We just used him, that's all. blew him up way out of proportion to publicize FBI infiltration, and of course he made the most of that, and bullshitted the feds to justify his salary. John Trudell, who was AIM co-chairman at the time, more or less agrees. Doug had a set of lies to produce for the FBI, he had to play his little game out, and he did. But he was a joke, he was never anything to get excited about, even in the beginning. All he really accomplished was to embarrass a few AIM people. The one thing I do hold him on was murdering Jancida. No. He did it. He brought her in and used her to seal a permanent enmity between Janklow and AIM, but she had evidence against him, and he got rid of her. Ernie Peters, who worked with Durham on the West Coast, says loyally, Doug was a good person, but he was on their payroll, he had been deceived by the system. No man who had not been deceived would act that way. Others, including Minister John Adams, feel that Durham's seeming ambivalence about AIM and its social purposes was not entirely feigned. Durham won a reputation as a hard worker, willing to put up with hard conditions, Adams says, and occasionally he made exceptional contributions, such as the disputed rescue of Dennis Banks from Canada. There were also undisputed flights in search of gamma-globulin supplies to contain a serious hepatitis outbreak during the International Indian Treaty Council in 1974. At moments, at least, Durham expressed real admiration for Banks, whom he described to Adams as a viable, logical, and peaceful leader of a necessary social protest movement. 16. But Adams concedes that Durham extorted money from the churches while posing as an AIM leader, and stole a good deal of what was donated. After 2 years of disruption and harassment by Durham and other informers, AIM was fragmented by fear of infiltration. As a national organization, it was virtually defunct. Just before Durham's exposure, 28 AIM people were arrested on a single weekend, among them Leonard Peltier's old friend and partner Herb Paulus, of Milwaukee AIM, seized in Hot Springs, South Dakota. Paulus was booked on charges of criminal syndicalism as well as arms and explosives offenses. He was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. 17. That same weekend, Bill Means was arrested in Denver on a marijuana charge, and Russ Means and his friend Dick Marshall were arrested for assault with intent to kill. In the same period, Means and his brother Ted were being prosecuted for defending themselves in the riot in Sioux Falls during the trial of Sarah Bad Heart Bull, and Russ Means, Paulus, Stan Holder, and Ron Petit were under indictment in Phoenix, Arizona, for conspiracy to buy arms for Wounded Knee. As for Banks, he was being prosecuted by the new Attorney General, William Janklow, who was already eager to be governor of South Dakota and was prosecuting Indians all over the state. Asterisk. Whatever the real nature of Durham's effectiveness, his exposure as an agent provocateur attracted the attention of a Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, headed by Senator Frank Church. The Church Committee, created in January 1975 to investigate reports of domestic spying and counterintelligence programs in both the FBI and CIA, had already decried such vicious activities as the sexual blackmail of Martin Luther King and the actress Jean Seberg, allegedly pregnant by a Black Panther lover. It was also interested in the role of FBI informants in the Chicago police raid of 1969, in which Black Panther leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were assassinated. The Church Committee, which eventually condemned COINTELPRO as a sophisticated vigilante operation directed at those whom the FBI considered threats to the existing political and social order, had its staff investigators question Durham on May 2, 1975. He was then subpoenaed to appear before the full committee, but he never did so. The tension accumulating on Pine Ridge exploded on June 26, 1975, and the committee's investigation of COINTELPRO and AIM came to a sudden and unfortunate end. Attached is a letter from the Senate Select Committee, dated June 23, 75, addressed to Edward H. Levi. This letter announces the SSC's intent to conduct interviews relating to Douglas Durham, a former Bureau informant. The request obviously relates to our investigation at Wounded Knee and our investigation of the American Indian Movement. This request was received June 27, 75, by Legal Division. On June 27, 75, Patrick Shea, staff member of the SSC, requested we hold in abeyance any action on the request in view of the killing of the agents at Pine Ridge Reservation, South Dakota. Chapter 6. The U.S. Puppet Government. Pine Ridge and Dick Wilson, 1975. We see the change in our ponies. In the old days they could stand great hardship and travel long distance without water. They lived on certain kinds of food and drank pure water. Now our horses require a mixture of food, they have less endurance and must have constant care. It is the same with the Indians, they have less freedom and they fall an easy prey to disease. In the old days they were rugged and healthy, drinking pure water and eating the meat of the buffalo, which had a wide range, not being shut up like cattle of the present day. The water of the Missouri River is not pure, as it used to be, and many of the creeks are no longer good for us to drink. Oakid, or shooter. B. Before his trial in St. Paul, Russell Means had entered his name against Dick Wilson's for the job of tribal chairman. Wilson vowed that if re-elected he would continue his ban on AIM rabble-rousers on the Pine Ridge Reservation. I won't tolerate 'em, and I won't call the marshals this time, either, we'll handle 'em ourselves. Wilson's men went out marauding, and on election night the sound of gunfire ricocheted all around the reservation, in an ominous atmosphere that reminded people of the night that Pedro Bissonette was killed. Though he did not campaign in person, Means was barely defeated. 1. In the opinion of Ted Means's wife, Lorelei Decorah, the government can't afford to have a man like Russ Means in charge of the reservation. AIM is down there telling Indians they don't have to lease their land for $2 an acre. AIM is telling them they can get their own cattle, that they can start their own economic base and won't have to be dependent on the government. Eventually, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights declared Wilson's re-election invalid, since nearly one-third of the votes were somehow tainted. The Justice Department took no action, and Richard Wilson, restored to office, dismissed the Civil Rights Commission as a bunch of hoodlums. Without noticeable protest from U.S. authorities, he ordered all those who had voted for Means off the reservation, and his goons embarked on a new reign of terror. Increasingly, the AIM supporters, their families, and their friends were attacked, beaten, and run off the road in an ongoing series of accidents, many of them fatal. Despite the open lawlessness and violence he encouraged, Wilson seemed entirely confident of state and federal support, to judge from the fact that nearly 100 people, most of them AIM members or traditionals, were victims of unsolved murders or accidents during his terms of office, in a feudal nightmare that Senator Aburesk would describe as total anarchy. By 1975, almost everyone on the reservation went armed, and few dared to walk around outside even in daylight. The mass dismissals of the Wounded Knee indictments had increased the resentment felt by Wilson and his goons, and the violence on Pine Ridge was intensified by the feud between Wilson and Means. On February 26, 1975, Means, the young AIM leader Dick Marshall, and others were assaulted in Pine Ridge Village by a goon gang led by Richard Manny Wilson, Jr., and Dwayne Brewer of Dick Wilson's Highway Safety Committee, which pursued them in a running gunfight down the road toward Wounded Knee. Marshall and his friends escaped by running a goon roadblock. The frustrated goons, who later claimed they had been assaulted by machine gun fire, proceeded to the Pine Ridge airstrip, where they shot up a Cessna airplane that had brought a Wounded Knee defendant and a legal team from Okotoks to the reservation. 2. When the lawyers returned, they realized that the plane was too damaged to fly, but before they could drive away, they were surrounded by more than 20 men brandishing shotguns, who jumped all over their car and kicked in the windshield. All 6 victims testified that Dick Wilson himself presided over the assault, coming to the window of the car and looking in, then telling his men, "Stomp 'em." One goon yelled at them, "Want to see a Means? Well, I'm a Means, and I ain't no communist." 3 of the lawyers were given severe beatings, and one of them, Roger Finzel, was knifed along the scalp. They were chased away in their damaged car, having been told not to come back or they would be killed. Advised of this episode, the FBI gave lie detector tests not to the goons but to the victims. In the same spirit, a federal grand jury of 21 South Dakota citizens convened not long thereafter to investigate reports of increasing mayhem on the Pine Ridge Reservation, indicted not Wilson and his goons but Dick Marshall and 3 AIM people, who were charged with assaulting Manny Wilson and Dwayne Brewer with a gun. After days of heated protest from the attorneys, the grand jury also indicted Dick and Manny Wilson, 3 Brewers, and 2 others for their actions at the airport. For the first time in his reign, the tribal council president was taken into court, mostly because, as the Indians noted, the victims had white skins. When AIM complains, the government comes running. We have been ignored while the AIMers get response. Dick Wilson cried, at a time when the U.S. government was investing $24 million a year in his administration. The outraged Wilson immediately created his own 21-member Presidential Committee on Law and Order, to be convened on the same day as the 21-member grand jury. During the past 36 months, as president of the Oglala Sioux tribe, I have endured every form of harassment believable, and now I find myself in the ironic position of going from defender of my family, my home, and my tribe to defender of myself before a federal grand jury. I seriously suspect that there is a concerted effort to eliminate me as an obstacle to those individuals and groups who would rule by threat, violence, armed occupation, and extortion. 3. Having had himself fined $10 in his tribal court for the same actions, Wilson now pleaded double jeopardy on the federal charge of simple assault. Although he did not escape federal trial, he was promptly acquitted, at which point he boasted of the justifiable stomping of these agitators. Except for a tourist carnival of that name promoted by his smart rich brother Jim, Wilson had outlawed the sun dance. He also jeered at the sovereignty claim that was the main hope of the traditionals, doing his best to persuade his tribal council to accept the cash settlement for the Black Hills that was being sought before the Indian Claims Commission by a Washington lawyer named Arthur Lazarus. Meanwhile, he tried hard to depose the new BIA superintendent, Al Trimble, who had flown in from Rapid City on the same day as the airport episode, and still remembers how Dwayne Brewer pounded on his car roof with a gun but, shouting threats, eventually the superintendent felt obliged to acquire a gun of his own. A mixed-blood Oglala from Wanblee and a longtime BIA bureaucrat, Al Trimble had been in Washington at the time of the Trail of Broken Treaties. One of the rare BIA superintendents who took seriously their sworn duty to protect the best interests of the Indian people, Trimble had sought to cancel land leases with ranchers who failed to deal with diseased cattle or pay the absurdly small land lease fees on Pine Ridge. Although a moderate, he found himself increasingly opposed to Wilson, who had supported him until he offered help to the traditional people out in the districts. The real victims of law and order on this reservation, Trimble has said, are the full-blood Indians who are cycled and recycled through this damn jail for the most trivial violations. If you're a mixed blood and are aggressive enough to tell a policeman to go to hell, you can do anything you want. If you're a friend of Wilson's, you can do anything. 4. As Trimble recalls, things started to come apart in the fall of 1974, when Wilson tried to get around the law by trying to sell beer and liquor at a rodeo on the reservation. We confiscated 300 cases of beer, but the feds refused to prosecute anybody, and we think they gave him back his beer, as well. Then there was the murder of Jess Trueblood, when Manny Wilson and Dwayne Brewer concealed the evidence and the FBI cooperated, even though Brewer later hinted that Manny was involved in the killing. Hell, those goons were in complete charge, with their car caravans, squealing their tires around, intimidating people. Dick Wilson is not the most courageous person in the world. Despite all the smoke that he was blowing, he never moved without a big gang of his goons. And half of our BIA cops were Wilson people, and they had our tribal judge in their pocket, too, and those white cowboys in the area were boasting about all their guns and about how they were going to shoot those long hairs first and let the court ask questions later because they knew they could get away with it in South Dakota. It was a totally lawless situation. The traditional Indians just couldn't count on any law enforcement to protect them. Al Trimble's son was pistol-whipped by goons, and the superintendent himself was warned to get a bodyguard because we're going to get you. The Bureau of Indian Affairs got to him first. Al Trimble was removed from office on March 20, 1975. I really thought we were turning the corner at Pine Ridge when Wilson got them to remove me. Washington backed up a guy who has spent his whole life exploiting the Indian people. Meanwhile, Wounded Knee 2, which had given traditionals such as Gladys Bissonette real hope, had only produced more hatred and more violence, destroying communities as well as families even as economic conditions on Pine Ridge grew worse, or so said a spokesman for the Justice Department's Office of Indian Rights. Russell Means did not agree. The children are wearing their hair long, wearing sacred eagle feathers, he said. I count that an immeasurable plus. First, one has to have self-pride, then you have to have political change, then follows economic change. I don't see a really immediate change in the lifestyle on Pine Ridge, but neither do the Indian people on Pine Ridge expect it. Our concept of time, which makes up part of our reason for being Indian, is that we have no concept of time. 5. In the dark month of March 1975, at least 7 people, 2 of them young children, perished in the AIM-goon warfare on Pine Ridge. One of them was Pedro Bissonette's sister-in-law Jeanette, the mother of 6 children, who was killed by a sniper on her way home from the wake of another AIM supporter. When her blue car had a flat tire, a friend stopped to help, at which point an unknown sniper shot Jeanette down. While attending Jeanette's funeral, Gladys Bissonette lost her 11-year-old grandson, Richard Eagle. The child destroyed himself while playing with the loaded rifle she kept in the house for protection. Meanwhile, harassment of traditionals continued. Bullets were fired through the house of Matthew King, an Oglala elder and interpreter for Chief Frank Fools Crow, and Fools Crow's own small house in Kyle, with a lifetime's belongings, was burned to the ground. Both old men were threatened with death by marauding goons. The brutality and violence on the reservation is going to stop right now, Ted Means warned as AIM spokesman. Since the BIA, the FBI, and U.S. Attorney William Clayton had all ignored AIM's requests for help, the movement would take the necessary steps to protect Indian people on the reservation. We can deal with Wilson, said Ted's wife, Lorelei, later that spring. Maybe he'll get assassinated, or maybe one of us will get assassinated. We can fight like this, but what has got to change is the system of government on the reservation. People are ready to die for making that change. The hardcore will probably get killed off, but I think it's going to happen. Hell, we're struggling for our life. We're struggling to survive as a people. 6. Whether Jeanette Bissonette had been killed by AIM hitmen outgunning for Jim Wilson, near whose property she had been killed, or by goons outgunning for Ellen Move's camp, who drove a similar blue car, it was clear that the traditionals were starting to shoot back. 2 goons were among those who died during the Bloody March of 1975, and in April, Lewis Move's camp was critically injured by a rifle bullet in Wanblee. Although it might have been in retribution for his rape of a Pine Ridge woman, the attempt on his life was attributed to AIM. The new determination of the traditionals to defend themselves was not lost on the authorities. I'm fed up with the violence, announced State Attorney General Janklow, the man who had promised those who voted for him the year before to put all AIM members in jail or under it. He hated to answer the telephone, Janklow declared, for fear it would bring news of a race war. 7. Similarly, the Catholic Church, which was furnishing spiritual guidance to Dick Wilson and his goons, endorsed a Law and Order Week. This injured the feelings of the BIA police chief, Delmar Eastman. There have been charges, which I emphatically refute, of a breakdown of law and order on the reservation. Our force is very diligent, and has been doing a good job, said Eastman, apparently unaware that in 1975 the population of Pine Ridge Reservation had the highest crime rate in the United States. According to one FBI memo, the BIA police personnel were untrained, poorly educated, and in some instances convicted felons. 8. On April 24, the FBI circulated a 6-page confidential document called The Use of Special Agents of the FBI in a Paramilitary Law Enforcement Operation in the Indian Country. Protesting orders from the U.S. Attorney General's office at the time of Wounded Knee that they were to aim to wound rather than kill, not to mention the failure of other government agencies to submit to FBI authority in the Wounded Knee operation. The report made it clear that in any future confrontation the FBI will insist on taking charge from the outset. Appearing 2 years after Wounded Knee, this document suggests that some future confrontation was expected. 9. In early May, the federal government announced that it was strengthening its investigative and prosecuting teams on the Pine Ridge Reservation. The U.S. Attorney's Office in South Dakota would have 7 more prosecutors, and the FBI would station additional agents near the reservation, in such towns as Gordon and Rushville, Nebraska. On May 10, the FBI began training a team of BIA police in special weapons and tactics to complement its own SWAT team in Rapid City, and by the end of May, about 60 agents were posted in the Pine Ridge area, as opposed to 3 before the time of Wounded Knee. In addition, 1,000 National Guardsmen commenced training in the Black Hills. There are pockets of Indian population which consist almost exclusively of American Indian Movement members and their supporters on the reservation. It is significant in some of these AIM centers the residents have built bunkers which would literally require military assault forces if it were necessary to overcome resistance emanating from the bunkers. 10. On June 16, the Bureau called for additional agents, which supports the Indians' suspicion that an incident of the sort twice mentioned in Held's report was now expected. These efforts, according to Attorney General Edward Levi, will comprise a needed step toward enhancing the level of public safety on the reservation and show its residents we are dedicated to achieving prompt and fair enforcement. Also, additional judges were to be transferred to South Dakota to help with the backlog of Indian cases being brought into federal court by the FBI. U.S. District Judge Robert Murridge, assigned to the federal courthouse in Pierre, presided over one of the 6 trials at that time awaiting Russell Means, who had disturbed the peace when service to Indians was refused at a golf club in Mission built on Indian land. Judge Murridge, dismissing the case, bawled out the U.S. attorney for bringing him all the way from Virginia to try petty police court cases. Small wonder, said he, that South Dakota had 200 Indian cases awaiting trial. Judge Murridge was apparently unaware of the nature of justice on Pine Ridge where, for example, a Kadoka deputy sheriff named Ken Heltzel made a deal with another white man to run his cattle on an Indian's land without asking permission of the owner. He thinks he has power over the Indians because of the badge and the gun, said Sylvester Black Crow, an aspirant medicine man and AIM supporter, who impounded the cattle and prepared to slaughter them for a feast in the owner's honor. When Heltzel threatened him, Cello Black Crow, assisted by his dog, shooed the enraged lawman off his land, after which he put a call into Pine Ridge to ask the BIA police and FBI for some protection. He was mixing paint when a large body of FBI agents and BIA and state police convened on the BIA road, then cautiously approached his house, guns drawn. When Black Crow confronted them, he was told by Agent David Price, "I didn't come to protect you, I came because Ken Heltzel called state alert about a heavily armed AIM camp, with Cubans." Black Crow assured Agent Price that he was harboring no Cubans, only one Lebanese. This was Charlie Aburezk, son of the senator, whose presence, in Black Crow's opinion, spared Black Crow from being arrested then and there for cattle rustling. Asked by Price if he understood his rights, Cello Black Crow, who went on mixing paint, said that he also understood his left. Possibly this joke and another about cattle wrestling in response to the threatened charge of cattle rustling were perceived as subversive by Agent Price. As will be seen, his preoccupation with Black Crow and Charlie Aburezk continues to this day. In late May, at a small rodeo held in Oglala, an excited young Indian threatened a Wilson sympathizer with a gun. The traditionals in the outlying communities at Oglala, Porcupine, and Wanblee, in particular had had enough and were spoiling for a fight. But soon a whole column of goon pickup trucks arrived and a number of traditionals were badly beaten, including a young woman teacher who had been identified to the goons as an AIM sympathizer. In Dick Wilson's view, this was law and order of the finest kind. Asked by a reporter what had taken place, Wilson said, "People were shooting, so a bunch of the boys went up there and stomped hell out of 'em." 11. The showdown that everyone knew was coming was bound to take place in Oglala, a small community in the White Clay district just 12 miles west of the Wilson stronghold in Pine Ridge Village, on the road that leads northwest toward the Black Hills. Aside from the brown bare government housing, set down on a dry treeless plateau east of the road, Oglala consists of a white man's store, a scattering of old trailers, and some stripped-down igloo huts from the abandoned Black Hills Ordnance Depot, acquired by the BIA from the U.S. Army. Della Starr comes out was a community health representative on the reservation for 8 years. Like Ellen Moves Camp, she had been fired from this post after Wounded Knee too because of her traditional sympathies, and she later ran an Indian store that has since closed. "For a long time," she said, "every time we start having a bingo or something, the goons and the BIA police would start coming around and, start shooting around. And they'd start some kind of trouble and then we'd have to break up. They were even shooting at our houses, and there's a lot of kids, in some of these homes. The goons really done a lot of harassing, but there was nothing that could be done. We couldn't go to the BIA police because they were right with them. So finally the elderly people, got together and asked, that we'd have our own security around the Oglala area so we can have at least a little protection." According to an Oglala leader named Francis E. Crow, an invitation to aim to send warriors to the community had been discussed as early as January 1975, and a general resolution in favor of it was drafted in March or April. In the same period, Dennis Banks, awaiting trial on the Custer charges, moved with his young Oglala wife into a log cabin on the property of Harry and Cecilia Jumping Bull, an elderly couple who lived a few miles southeast of Oglala on the narrow decrepit county road known locally as Highway 18. Harry Jumping Bull, a spiritual leader, gave 5 acres of his arid land to Banks and his infant daughter, Tessina Wanbley, born in August 1974. Tessina's mother, Darlene Nichols, whom Banks had met at the time of the Raymond Yellow Thunder protest in 1972 and who, as a young girl still in high school, had participated with her sister Bernardine at Custer and Wounded Knee, was called Kamook because, Banks says, she was very round and strong as a baby, and her folks named her for a Japanese wrestler who was going around giving exhibitions at the time. Banks's relationship with Kamook gave him a tie to the Lakota people that he had lacked at Wounded Knee. After the Abbey takeover at Gresham, Wisconsin, Anna Mae Aquash had gone back to St. Paul. With the help of figures in the entertainment world, she organized a successful benefit concert for the survival schools, which had lost all federal support after the Trail of Broken Treaties. 12. Afterward, she stayed on Rosebud for a time before joining the AIM group that was gathering at Oglala. There she lived in a small trailer house off Highway 18, between the village and the Jumping Bull property, and worked mostly with the local women. Although kept busy, Anna Mae was frustrated by the limitations of community work. She still had plans for a people's history of the land, compiled by researchers all over North America, which would present a true picture of Indian nations and their culture, as recorded in libraries and remembered in oral traditions. Another member of the AIM group at Oglala was Leonard Peltier, whose West Coast group had served as security for Crow Dog's renewal of the Ghost Dance, in May 1974. The following month, with Jim and Bob Robideau, Peltier attended the First International Indian Treaty Council at Mulbridge, on the Standing Rock Reservation, the meeting at which, according to Lewis Moves Camp's testimony 2 months later at the Banks Means trial, those agents from behind the Iron Curtain had been welcomed. That summer, Peltier participated in his second Sun Dance, which Crow Dog dedicated to Raymond Yellow Thunder, Pedro Bissonette, Frank Clearwater and Buddy Lamont, and also to the Vanishing Bald Eagle of North America. On August 9, 1974, after Peltier's failure to appear for trial in Milwaukee, a formal warrant was issued for his arrest. When the Banks Means trial ended in September, he returned to Seattle. Earlier that year, the fishing rights struggle had been temporarily resolved when a courageous district court judge named George Bolt upheld the Indian Treaty, and on September 20, Peltier headed for Idaho to help the Kootenai Indians. He had scarcely set out when he was arrested with his friend Roque Duenas and 3 others at Mercer Island, Washington, under the name of Leonard Littleshell, and charged with possession of illegal weapons. Because of the Milwaukee fugitive warrant, he did not show up for trial on these charges, but at the end of December he went back to Wisconsin, where he took part in the Abbey takeover. By this time, an all-out search for him was underway, not only because he was a fugitive but because of his growing stature in FBI documents as an AIM manager. At Gresham, Peltier grew close to Dino Butler, who had taken the young Inuit named Nilak as his wife. A small, quiet man of 32 with a soft voice and a round, dark, unblinking gaze, Butler belonged to the remnant Tututni band from the mouth of the Rogue River. 13. Like most Indians in Oregon, he says, we were almost wiped out by the white people and their diseases. There are very few full-blood Indians left, and among my people, only 7 or 8 elders still speak our language. I am learning, but I know only a few words. Except for brief visits to Portland and other cities, Butler never left his people's homeland until he was 15, when he was sent to the McLaren Reform School in Woodburn, Oregon. In those days, I used to wander a lot, and if I wanted to go somewhere, I just went. I never really did anything wrong, but if the police found me 100 miles from home for no good reason, they'd get suspicious of a stray Indian and throw me into jail on general principles. Finally I was called incorrigible and sent to McLaren. While I was there, in 1959, a guy I hung out with hit a guard, and because I was standing there, I got busted on assault charges. I didn't do nothing, so my friend got 20 months in the Oregon State Pen, and I got 24. At this memory, Butler smiles his strange sad-eyed smile. That was my first felony. By the time I got out of there, I'd lost whatever spiritual instinct I had had from my grandmother, and I couldn't really relate to anything except drinking and drugs. I felt there must be something wrong with me, and I kept wandering. So pretty soon I was in trouble again, and back in the state pen. That's where I first run into Bob Robideau, sometime between 1967 and 1970, though after that I never seen him again until the Wounded Knee Memorial on Pine Ridge in '74. Early that year, when I was still drunk someplace in Oregon, a guy come along and asked if I wanted to help out driving some Indians in a caravan from Portland to the AIM convention down in Albuquerque. Can I drink? I said, and he said, yup, and we went to Portland. And it was in Albuquerque that I first met Russell Means, at a big party. Banks was there, too. They had both come down for the weekend from their trial in St. Paul, and Banks said some brothers was needed up there on security. So I went on up there. That was February, and in April I traveled with Banks to a special ceremony for the Wounded Knee defendants, held at Green Grass, South Dakota. I remember watching Crow Dog Dr. Banks, putting a red-hot coal to his Sundance scars. He told him he was not going to be convicted. And it was at Green Grass that I had my first sweat lodge experience and smoked the pipe, and heard those brothers' prayers that everybody there would purify themselves of all those white man poisons, and it was right then that I gave up drinking for good. I'd been looking for a direction like that all my life. I felt kind of reborn. After that, I went back to St. Paul, where a lot of traditional people were coming in, and those elders really opened up my mind. In October 1974, as bodyguard to Dennis Banks, Butler had gone to Phoenix and Los Angeles, returning east for the Abbey takeover in Wisconsin. In late February 1975, after the Menominees vacated the Abbey, an AIM group including Peltier and the Butlers traveled south to assist John Trudell and Navajo AIM leader Larry Anderson in the 8-day takeover of the Fairchild Corporation electronics plant on the Navajo reservation at Shiprock, New Mexico, which had been laying off its underpaid Indian women employees for trying to protect themselves with some sort of union. From Shiprock, the group headed north for South Dakota. Banks had called down there from Pine Ridge asking for warriors who were willing to come there and help out with the goons, Butler says. These people were shooting into houses and throwing their bottles at cars and just running all over the traditional people, who were getting no protection at all from the police. So Leonard and me agreed to go, and we headed north with a few people, including Larry Anderson's young brother Mike. After we got there, we were joined by a few others. When we went up to South Dakota, Nilak says, they sent the guys ahead and we stayed in another area and then we came. And the morning that we came, I remember the guys had been asked to pull security somewhere. They had been walking all night, and they had walked about, 30 miles that night. That's when we came into Oglala. I was young and in love then, I was young and in love. Among those who joined the West Coast group at Oglala was Little Joe, who had been on the Pine Ridge Reservation nearly a year. Born a Coeur d'Alene Indian on Idaho's Lapwai Reservation in 1954, Joseph George had been removed to a government boarding school in Indiana at the age of 7, from there he was adopted by wealthy white people named Stunts, who took him to New Mexico when they retired. Here young Joe Stunts, as he was called, had a taste of affluent American life, frequenting country clubs and attending art school in Santa Fe. Eventually he married a Klallam Indian girl named Ida Charles, and in the early 1970s, he took a job as a forest ranger in the state of Washington. After the Wounded Knee occupation, he became restless, he joined Peltier's group for the funeral of Pedro Bissonette, and a few months later, in February 1974, he quit his job and with his wife's young brother, Norman Charles, joined an Indian caravan from Seattle to Pine Ridge for a spiritual convention. Ida, who joined him there with their 2 small children, said that Joe had gone to South Dakota to relearn what it was like to be an Indian. Looking for a spiritual awakening, he took part in the revival of the ghost dance ceremony at Crow Dog's Paradise, thinking that he might become a holy man, and he pierced in Crow Dog's sun dance later that summer. In May 1975, when he and Norman joined Peltier and Butler at Oglala, Ida Charles returned to Washington with the 2 children. At Oglala, the expanding group lived at the house of an AIM supporter named Ted Lamé. Here, Peltier was joined by Jean Day, a young Winnebago woman of 24 whose first AIM experience had been at Gresham. Day had been living with Anna Mae at Rosebud, and came with her to Oglala. People brought us food out there, people brought us money, gas money, several times, Butler remembers. Several times in the middle of the night, people would come to our house where we were staying and ask us to go down to their house. That their house was just shot up and that they were scared that the people who shot up their house might come back and they wanted someone from our house to go down there and spend the night. So we would go down there and we would take guns down there. I'm not denying this, you know. It would be foolish to go down there without guns. We met a man by the name of Francis E. Crow who had some good ideals and he talked to us to help him organize in the community there, White Clay District, where Oglala is located. He said he wanted to organize the landowners there to break away from the BIA, from the United States government, and to seek help from other countries, other people. To start their own businesses in the White Clay District, where they would be self-supporting, where they wouldn't have to depend on BIA handouts. There were other people who came around and supported this idea. We had meetings at Oglala with the traditional people, landowners. At first, the people were kind of leery of doing this because it was done at Wounded Knee, it had been done before, and the government had come and squashed these ideals, these things that they wanted, and they knew there wasn't much chance of our pulling it off, I guess. But we kept talking and meeting with these people and finally we had 60 to 70% of the landowners, traditional landowners who lived on their own land out in the country. They said they would be willing to do this, and we were going to have another meeting that summer. In March, the FBI, hunting for Peltier, had interrogated his mother, now Alvina Contreras, in Portland, Oregon. Mrs. Contreras said that she did not know her son very well, that she had no idea where he was, and that she was anxious to terminate the interview as soon as possible. On April 2, the Bureau issued a fugitive alert poster with a photograph of Peltier, describing him as armed and dangerous. I remember one day we were working on the cars at Ted Lamay's place, not long after Jeanette Bissonnette's death, Peltier says. Dino was under the car and me under the hood when this David Price come in with another agent. He walks over and says, "I want to talk to you guys." So I say, "We don't talk to you people," and I started walking away. Well, Price grabbed me by the jacket, right above the elbow, and asked me what my name was. I jerked my arm away and gave him a made-up name, then told him to keep his goddamn hands off. I told him he didn't have no right to touch me, and I wasn't going to submit to any interview or answer any questions. I guess he expected me to be docile, like most Indians. He just wasn't expecting this, and he never said a word. But maybe he remembered my face later on. Because of increasing FBI pressure, most of the AIM people were using aliases. Anna May called herself Joanna Jason, a name she had used in California. But in April she was detained and interrogated by Agent Price, who claimed to be investigating the fatal shooting of Jeanette Bissonnette. Because the FBI had shown so little interest in Indian deaths, it is now believed that Price's investigation was an FBI excuse to check out the unknown AIM people from outside the reservation who were living at Oglala. But in the paranoid atmosphere of AIM, her contact with Price, occurring within weeks of Douglas Duham's exposure, left Anna May open to the suspicion that she herself might be an informer, for hadn't she, too, been close to Banks? And this rumor was fed by the gossip and resentment caused by a Toka's, or outside Indians, relationship with the husband of a well-liked Oglala woman. Even so, Anna May had many friends, including Dorothy Brings Him Back and Rosalind Jumping Bull, with whom she shared her passionate interest in Indian culture. "I tried to make myself believe in the white people's way but I couldn't," says Rosalind Jumping Bull. "Now I want to believe in the Indian way. Without our ceremonies, I'd probably be just another old drunk." 14. In May, Kamook Nichols arranged for the AIM group at Ted Lamay's to occupy the log cabin on the Jumping Bull property while she and her husband were off on a trip, and in mid-May, the group moved in. The log cabin was the northernmost dwelling in a compound of 3 small houses with detached sheds and an outhouse. Still farther north, on the dirt road that led out to Highway 18, was an outlying barn known as Jumping Bull Hall that was used for community meetings, and to the northwest, perhaps 200 yards from the compound, was a red and brown frame cabin occupied by Wallace Little, Jr., his wife, Wanda Sears, and their 2 children. The elderly Jumping Bulls lived in the white frame house in the compound. Next door, in a very small green shack, lived their granddaughter, Angie Long Visitor, her husband, Ivis, and their 3 young children. As for the AIM group, most of them slept in the Banks' log cabin, with the butlers in their own teepee outside. The property had no phone, and anyway, it did no good to call the BIA police for protection against the goons, since so many of the police were goons when not on duty. Grandpa, who was 80, and Grandma, who was 76, were glad to have these strangers here. They were able to teach the young Indians from other places something about Lakota spiritual traditions, and they enjoyed the protection from those breeds who had been trespassing and shooting fish with guns down at the reservoir. Over in Calico, a group of old people and young children out picking wild turnips had recently been harassed and threatened. When the terrified children ran away, the old people, including the medicine man Everett Catches, were handcuffed for no reason and forced to lie face down on the ground. Almost every night, goons roamed the area, shooting off guns and firing into the houses, but knowing that the AIM people went armed, they did not dare invade the Jumping Bull land. In Oglala, the AIM people combined talks on the 1868 treaty and the struggle for sovereignty with community service. They chopped firewood for the stoves of the elderly, planted trees and a community garden to offset the unhealthy welfare food, reroofed a store that had burned down, and provided counseling to alcoholics. Peltier, who had worked with alcoholics in Seattle and Milwaukee, had forbidden liquor and drug use in his group and was concentrating on young Mike Anderson's drinking. He and Butler were both good mechanics, and they offered free repairs on the worn-out local cars that were not only malfunctioning but dangerous. Peltier soon put back in service a red and white Chevy van belonging to Sam Loudhawk, which came to replace Leonard's old green Ford as the group's vehicle. The women, led by Anna May, attended to the old people, setting up bingo games and bake sales to raise a little money for social activities that would bring people together and strengthen their resolve. In response, the Oglala community offered the outside Indians whatever food and gas money could be spared and also their respect and gratitude, particularly to Leonard Peltier, who in Banks's absence was recognized increasingly as leader. In Oglala, everybody knows him, respects him, especially the older people, because he doesn't drink. He is a real good man, said Russell Loudhawk, a cousin of Sarah Bad Hartbull and an Oglala leader whose family owned the log cabin used by Dennis Banks. Loudhawk recognized that these Indians from other tribes had brought protection and new hope to the community, and though not an AIM member, he gave a little money to June Little to pass along to them for the group's support. Della Star comes out also recognized what Peltier and his people had contributed. He has really done a lot for us. He helped us in organizing our communities, like social, and he helped elderly people a lot, and he was a spiritual. Well, in the Indian way we believe in our pipe, and we have ceremonies, and he was always there. He was always good to everybody, not only me but the community. He's always helping people, He was respected a lot, Jean Day said. People listened to what he said, and I don't know more than that to say. For you to gain respect in the community like that is one of the highest honors you can have. Nilak Butler agrees. I've always respected Leonard. When I met him in '74, I thought, gee, this is a crazy guy. Crazy guy. But fun. Good. Crazy, not nuts, really fun to be around him. We took a trip one time to Rapid, we were going down these back roads, and I mean they're barely cut out. And they're potholes and they're dirt and they're rugged. And Leonard took us at about 80 miles an hour through that road. That guy really knows how to drive. So we went up to Rapid and we all went to the movies and there was about 15 of us stuffed in a car. I remember one time when we were living at Oglala, we were all living in a log house at that time. The people came to visit us at our house, and one of the guys there was a girl who came, and Leonard was sort of checking out that situation, right? And he started teasing that guy about that girl. And she was a real tall girl, so Leonard was sitting there, and he's going, yeah, in the morning, we don't want to see no footprints on the ceiling. Just like that, and it really got rugged, but it was fun, And when you're doing a lot of serious work like that, it's really important that you can joke around. That's what makes us different, I guess. You see all these war movies and all these dramatic situations and everybody's just always at each other's throats or having hysterics. But it was just never that way with us. We're just not that way. Because Oglala was so violent at that time, we were asked to be like a peacekeeping force. When there were community events, we would be asked to make sure that people, if they were drinking around, partying, that they would go somewhere else and do that. And sometimes people would come to us and their homes had been broken into and things stolen, and they would ask us to help recover that property, things like that. Part of the work we did was just helping people with funerals. We worked at a whole lot of levels. We also met with the elders and the traditional people, and many, many families, and we discussed the realities of sovereignty. What does it mean, and how can we live it? We'd talk about what does the treaty mean? There was a lot of learning and teaching going on at that time. We set up a sweat lodge, and later we were living in teepees and tents, living a more natural kind of way. We didn't have electricity and we didn't have running water, we were setting up a smokehouse to dry out meat. A lot of times people talk of self-sufficiency and sovereignty, but it's more than talk, it's a way of living. Dino Butler, though not shy, keeps silent as often as possible, with the result that when he does speak, people listen. The stories that go out from the reservations look like Indian versus Indian, you know, Dick Wilson and his goons versus the American Indian movement. But we know different. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the CIA, and the BIA, and all these different organizations working for the government, they are the ones causing all the trouble. They give Dick Wilson and his goons money. When AIM gathers, the FBI buys ammunition and booze and stuff for these goons so that they will start drinking. That's how they get their courage. They have to have this white man's poison in them before they can act like white people. They shot people's houses up, old people's houses. I seen a little girl at the Sun dance, half of her arm was shot off, deformed. I seen a lot of people walking around with gunshot wounds and burns. We know that the Federal Bureau of Investigation knew we were there. They knew that there was an American Indian movement camp south of Oglala. They knew that Dennis Banks was living there, that he had supporters there, and that we were trying to get these people to break away from the government that was doing them no good. On June 1, 1975, a formal resolution of sovereignty based on the 1868 treaty was signed by the Pine Ridge traditional chiefs, including Frank Fools Crow and Charlie Red Cloud, the 90-year-old grandson of the Great War leader. The document repudiated all legislation passed by the U.S. Congress since 1868, especially the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 and the Citizenship Act of 1924. The American Indian movement is likewise recognized by us to reside and work here to support us in our goals. To the traditionals, the Lakota Treaty Council, or Council of Chiefs, was the only legitimate government on the reservation. One signer was Frank Kill's enemy, 86, an expert on treaty law, whose grandfather Red Warbonnet had been one of the 11 who made their marks on the Fort Laramie Treaty. My grandfather, my grandson are Indian, and I got the 1868 treaty here in my grip. Everybody knows that everything Red Cloud was fighting for was conceded by this treaty. It was a complete great day for the Lakota. 15. On June 5, in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Leonard Crow Dog, Carter Camp, and Stan Holder were convicted on Wounded Knee charges after a brief trial, and Dennis Banks called for a support group to be there for the sentencing on June 27. In the meantime, the AIM group at Oglala attended AIM's 8th annual convention from June 6 to 18 at Farmington, New Mexico, a town of 24 churches and innumerable bars that prospered on the trade of Navajos from the surrounding reservations. The 800 Indians at the convention, according to a memo to the FBI director from the special agent in charge in the Albuquerque office, definitely had the potential of causing great harm in the form of civil violence and disorder. But great harm and the ugliest sort of civil violence had occurred in Farmington long before AIM came into town. In the preceding 2 years alone, 10 defenseless Navajo had been tortured, sexually mutilated, then killed in one case, by means of a large firecracker shoved up the anus in race murders in Farmington and in Gallup, where Trail of Broken Treaties leader Larry Casas had been shot dead by the police on March 1, 1973. Despite all their churches, both towns had made an industry of selling alcohol to Indians and declined all responsibility for the result. John Redhouse, a Navajo spokesman for the National Indian Youth Council who went to high school in Farmington, has said that assaults on Indians there were common. In his opinion, these murders were not sick isolated incidents but part of the whole pattern. 3 white youths convicted of the firecracker killing as well as 2 other murders in the Farmington area were sentenced to 2 years in reform school, then released on parole outside the state well before these sentences were finished, causing the Navajo people in the region to stage the peaceful protest marches that had so alarmed the Albuquerque FBI. At the Farmington Convention, legal means of combating the illegal expropriation of mineral resources on Indian lands were discussed, and so was the damage done by Douglas Durham. Leonard Peltier, who was in charge of security at the convention, was given the responsibility of confronting Anna Mae Aquash with the spreading rumors that she was also an informer, He handled this in his own easygoing way. I run into Anna May on the trail of broken treaties, but we never talked hardly. We never really got to know each other until we were part of the support group for Russ and Dennis at St. Paul. She was involved in a lot of stuff, and she could have done a lot of damage if she was an informer. Anyway, I trusted her. So we just went over and sat in a car and bullshitted a little while, and that was all there was to it. Understandably, Anna May herself took the charges more seriously. Upset and disheartened, she considered going home to Nova Scotia. Instead, she stuck it out at Pine Ridge, returning to her work with the Oglala women. On June 23, accompanied by Jean Day, she left for Cedar Rapids to address a citizens group on behalf of Crow Dog, Camp, and Holder, who were to be sentenced on the Wounded Knee charges 4 days later. At Farmington, the fragmentation and dispersal of the AIM leadership was very apparent. Russell Means, for one, had not come to the convention, which had scarcely started when news came that he had been shot in the back by a BIA officer. The bullet pierced the kidney. The shooting, which occurred on June 8 on the Standing Rock Reservation, not far from the place where another Indian policeman had shot down Sitting Bull, was described as an accident by the police, who arrested Means's friends for rowdy behavior. Means himself, when he recovered, was charged with assaulting the officer who shot him. 16. The timing of the episode was unlucky. Perhaps in warning to the authorities, perhaps in affirmation of the desperate feeling on Pine Ridge and elsewhere that AIM had been targeted for obliteration, National Secretary John Trudell passed the word at Farmington that AIM warriors were to shoot back when shot at, even by law enforcement officers. Perhaps an informer notified the law, for on June 16 by coincidence or otherwise the FBI office in Rapid City put in a request for additional men, citing AIM activities and potential violence on Pine Ridge. When the Oglala group returned to the reservation in mid-June, it was accompanied by Peltier's cousin Bob Robideau, a thin, quiet man whom Leonard refers to affectionately as Razor. Other newcomers were 3 young Navajo friends of Mike Anderson: Wilford Wish Draper, 18, his cousin Norman Brown, 15, and young Lena Funston, known as Lynn, all of whom wished to attend Crow Dog's Sundance later in the summer, and 2 Lakota kids from Rapid City, Jean Bordeaux, 14, and her half-brother, Jimmy Zimmerman, 11, who had been at Farmington with their mother and wished to visit Peltier's camp out in the country. Jean and the little brother she called Zimmerman, who was there to learn the ways of the pipe and prepare with the older boys for his first Sundance, were the only Lakota people in the group. Young Jean, who became Norman Brown's girlfriend, had full confidence in Leonard Peltier. He was real nice and real generous, too, and teasing everybody all the time. Jean's mother had known Leonard since 1967, in the days of the auto repair shop in Seattle. I was really impressed, Evelyn Bordeaux remembered. He was upfront and friendly even in those days, didn't rip me off the way a lot of them do with a woman alone. He installed a new transmission for only $10 or $15, and he did it right away, didn't make me wait. Leonard wasn't into political activities at that time, he was just trying to help his own Indian people. I never seen him again until October 73, at the time of Pedro's funeral, and after that, the West Coast group stayed maybe 6 weeks at my house in Rapid. Leonard was sharing the leadership with Jimmy Robideau and sometimes Bob. White people never understand how Indian leadership can work that way without causing trouble. Anyway, I knew Leonard well. So when I took my kids down to the Farmington convention with our Rapid City Survival School, and on the way back, they wanted to go camp down at Oglala, I didn't mind, because I figured that with Leonard there, they'd be okay. For a few days, the enlarged group crowded into the log cabin near the Jumping Bull's house, but eventually some tents were erected and a sweat lodge built in the woods of cottonwood, ash, and willow along White Clay Creek, perhaps 400 yards southeast of the compound, where a slope descended from plowed fields on the plateau south of the house to the creek bottom. 3 white tents, the butler's teepee, and an orange pup tent were set up around a clearing in the woods, and a sweat lodge of canvas draped over bent saplings of cottonwood was constructed by the water. Butler, Peltier, and Banks took turns running the sweat lodge ceremony, in which prayer with the sacred pipe was held twice each day. There was a special ritual for the occasion when little Joe, he was well over 6 feet tall, was given his own medicine pouch by the Oglala spiritual leaders. It was not an armed military camp hatching terrorist plans, Peltier says. It was a spiritual camp, there to support Dennis and the Oglala people. It was a time, Jean Day remembers, when I really got to know myself, got to know who I was, and I really got to believe in the pipe. In addition to the daily prayers to the sun and air and earth and water and the 4 directions, there were prayers for the safety of everyone, even the confused Indians who wished them harm. While they all were anxious to avoid violence, Jean Day says, everyone was psychologically prepared for trouble. Norman Brown, the youngest of the 3 Navajo boys, had known Peltier since 1973, when they participated in their first sun dance together. He, too, remembers the camp life on White Clay Creek as pleasant and rewarding, with plenty of firewood and good fresh water that the younger boys took turns lugging uphill for Grandma and Grandpa Jumping Bull. Everybody was healthy, everybody was helping each other, and people came to visit from all over. For an anniversary party held for the old couple at Jumping Bull Hall just after the group's return from Farmington, the AIM people helped restore the ramshackle building and erect a shade to protect the guests from the June sun. That day Harry Jumping Bull, who was much respected, was presented with a rifle by Chief Frank Fools Crow, the spokesman for the Lakota Treaty Council. Nevertheless, the boy lived with a nagging dread of goons, about whom he had been warned by some of the Oglala people and also by Bob Robideau and Anna May. As Brown admits, I was scared ever since I was staying there, and we always had to look out before we went somewhere. His cousin Wish Draper was so uneasy about a goon raid on the camp that when the AIM people moved down from the compound to the creek, he remained behind, in a tent set up behind the Jumping Bull's White House. He's quiet, and stays to himself, Norman Brown explained. Jimmy Zimmerman lived in an orange pup tent with little Joe, who was changing his name from Stunts to Kills Right. Joe was one of those real quiet persons, like Dino, Leonard says. If he knew you, he could sit around and bullshit good as anyone, but in a group, he might sit there and say 2 words in 2 hours. Once I asked him why he decided to join the movement, and he told me that the white family that raised him wasn't too proud of his Indian blood, but AIM had made him proud of it, and he just wanted to help the Indian people any way he could. He intended to change his name back to Joe George, the one they give him on the Lapwai reservation, but a Pine Ridge family gave him the name Kills Right, and he really liked that. He was in spiritual training, too. I think it was Billy Goodvoice Elk, there in Oglala, who gave Joe his medicine. I remember once I jumped on his case for leaving his medicine over at his ex-girlfriend's. I warned him that it was supposed to be carried on him at all times. But I know he wasn't carrying it in June, because I remember him commenting several times about how he had to go and get it. Joe and Norman Charles was brother-in-laws, says Zimmerman's sister. I didn't know Norman Charles too good, he was kind of quiet and kept pretty much to himself. Little Joe was also very shy. We had 2 horses, but Joe said he was scared of horses and wouldn't ride with me down to the reservoir one day when I wanted to go, so we used to tease him about being scared of women, too. One time we hid his boots, and he looked around and around, all over the place, but he wouldn't say nothing about his boots being gone, that's how shy he was. On the early morning of June 25, Jean Bordeaux, Norman Brown, and Jimmy Zimmerman were sitting up late, down by the creek. Maybe around 3 or 4 o'clock, Jean says, not long before the sun, we heard something very big walking in the creek. It wasn't any animal, either, and it wasn't like somebody tossing in big rocks, it was plunk plunk plunk. Like that, big steady steps. Zimmerman was so scared he just ran off. He wanted to wake up Joe, because him and Joe was living in one tent. Norman Brown said it was the big man, and that his people over in Arizona knew all about it, but we were all too scared to go down there and look. In the evening of that day, huge dark thunderheads gathered over the Black Hills, followed by wild angry winds and lashing rain that caused property damage all over the western part of South Dakota. Book 2. Chapter 7. The Shootout. June 26, 1975. I was not hostile to the white man. We had buffalo for food, and their hides for clothing, and we preferred the chase to a life of idleness and the bickerings and jealousies, as well as the frequent periods of starvation at the agencies. But the gray fox came out in the snow and bitter cold, and destroyed my village. All of us would have perished of exposure and hunger had we not recaptured our ponies. Then Longhair came in the same way. They say we massacred him, but he would have massacred us had we not defended ourselves and fought to the death. Crazy Horse, dying. And the late afternoon of June 25, 1975, 2 FBI agents came to the outlying cabin northwest of the Jumping Bulls compound, accompanied by 2 BIA policemen. Insisting upon searching the cabin, they told Wanda Sears, June Little's wife, that they were in search of Jimmy Eagle, aged 19, who was wanted on charges of assault and theft. The BIA police had received a report that Eagle, traveling in a red vehicle, had been seen in the vicinity of this cabin. The agents were told by Eagle's friend Dusty Nelson, resting in a hammock in the small grove north of the cabin, that Eagle had not been seen for several days. Sears declared that since the agents could show no warrant, they were trespassing, and she asked them to leave. From the cabin, the agents could see a number of Indians who were watching in silence from the compound, perhaps 200 yards away along the rim of the plateau, and apparently they decided against going closer. By early evening, dark thunderheads rumbled all over the horizon, as the day's humidity accumulated into storm. Norman Charles, Mike Anderson, and Wish Draper, who had walked into Oglala for a shower at the end of the long hot muggy afternoon, were returning to the property along Highway 18 when a green car pulled up alongside, and the same 2 agents asked to see some identification. Discovering a rifle clip that Charles was carrying wrapped in his towel, they became suspicious, and when the boys could not prove their identity, the agents ordered them into the car and took them to BIA headquarters in Pine Ridge. There the BIA police assured the agents that none of the 3 was Jimmy Eagle, who was Gladys Bissonnette's grandson and the older brother of the child killed accidentally while playing with the rifle. Mike Anderson remembered afterward that when they told the older men what had occurred, Leonard Peltier bawled them out for getting into the FBI car. He cooled down a little when the 3 said that the agents had not hassled them, but nevertheless he disliked the idea of FBI men hanging around a Jumping Bull property. On the morning of June 26, after a night of heavy thunderstorms, tornado winds, and rain, Norman Brown slept late because he had been on security until 3 o'clock or 4 a.m. Awaking, he remembers seeing Jean Bordeaux and her friend Lynn preparing food. The morning was sunny and pleasant, and while waiting to eat, the boy sat on the hood of Peltier's old green Ford, the car in which they had traveled north from Farmington, New Mexico, the week before. There he was joined by little Joe Stuntz, the tall, shy, quiet young Coeur d'Alene Indian whom Peltier had assigned as bodyguard to Dennis Banks. Most days, Dennis picked Joe up early, took him to Custer, Jean Bordeaux recalls. This was the one day that Joe took off. Up the hill to the northwest, perhaps 400 yards away, the Long visitor family was using the White House since Grandpa and Grandma Jumping Bull had left at daybreak for a steer auction over in Nebraska. Angie Long visitor heard firecrackers or something while washing dishes, and because her small children were playing outside, she walked out onto the bluff to have a look. 2 strange cars were parked in the pasture meadow west of the compound and below, down toward the horse corral, at the edge of the creek woods. One of 2 white men, she assumed they were lawmen because of the radio aerials and the good condition of the cars, was removing a gun case from the trunk of his car. The other was kneeling and shooting in her general direction with a handgun. Frightened, she grabbed up her kids 4, 2, and 9 months and ran into the house. "We didn't know what to do at first," she says. We just closed the door and stayed in there for a while. Then she and her young husband, Ivis, decided they'd better run. We was so scared. We just grabbed our kids, and we just started running real fast. They fled south along the edge of the plowed field, then cut across toward Highway 18. On the way, they met a few of the AIM Indians from the camp down in the woods, who were running uphill toward the houses. When what sounded like an exchange of shots came from the direction of the compound a quarter of a mile away, Norman Brown and Joe had jumped up to investigate. From the wood edge below the bluff, they could see nothing, but it was plain that the shooting was coming from the area of the Jumping Bull houses. They ran back downhill to arm themselves and alert the camp. Norman grabbed his single-shot .22, and Joe Kills right, a .30 to 30 deer rifle. Then they took off again, up through the bushes. Bullets whistled overhead as soon as they appeared. Brown says, even so, he and Joe continued uphill into the compound to join Mike Anderson and Norman Charles. I was in the teepee with my wife, Dino Butler recalls. We were just getting up, and I heard the firing up there. Norman Brown came down and said, there is shooting up there, there's women and children up there, we got to get up there. So I grabbed my gun and told my wife to take Jean and the other girl out of here. I went running up there with my brothers. It took me 5 minutes or so to get up there, and yet we were already surrounded by the time I got there. I seen Ivis and Angie and their 3 children run out of their house, running toward our camp, in the direction of our camp. By that time, Butler says, at least 20 shots had been fired. From the greenhouse in the compound, looking downhill to the west, Norman Brown saw 2 cars and 2 white men well over 100 yards away. A gold-white car was parked behind a green one, both aimed in the general direction of the camp. The trunk of the gold-white car was open, and its driver was behind it, a rifle or shotgun at his shoulder. The other man, using a handgun, was crouching and shooting next to the green car. Brown recalls seeing Leonard Peltier lying down by a row of junked cars near the woods, rising up to fire, lying prone again. Almost immediately, someone yelled that 2 more cars were coming in from Highway 18, one of them a green and white BIA patrol car, and Brown ran across to the log cabin to try to divert the attention of these cars with his .22. Apparently, Anderson and Norman Charles were also firing at those cars. At a distance of nearly 200 yards, the young Indians succeeded in shooting out 1 tire on each of them, and the cars backed up in a wild zigzagging retreat along the rain-puddled dirt road toward Highway 18, before one of them got stuck in a muddy ditch. After a long-range exchange of shots with a big white man who jumped out of this car and began shooting, Brown returned to the edge of the bluff overlooking the meadow, in time to see the man with the shoulder gun behaving strangely. He crawled through the front of the car and he crawled out. He was there for a while, and then he crawled back out and got in the same place where he was at. The man with the handgun, however, was still shooting away there. By this time, additional cars traveling at high speed were arriving from both directions on Highway 18. The Indians were astonished to see so many men arrive so quickly. At this point, or so Brown said later, his friend Joe came up and told me they were going to kill me. This is the time to be a man, today you can be a warrior. Remember our sisters and the children at the camp. In Brown's account, Joe Kills-Wright said that more lawmen were coming in from the southeast, and he sent Brown and Anderson away from the compound, down along the plateau, to cover the approaches to the camp from the open fields. Dino and I got up late that day, and we were coming out of the teepee and the younger girls were cooking breakfast, and all of a sudden a whole bunch of shooting started. All the guys took off and went up the hill to find out what was going on, because there were about 4 different families living up there, and all of them had young children, and there were about, I'd estimate, 8 kids up there and 3 pregnant women, and there were also Grandma and Grandpa Jumping Bull lived up there, and they had just celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary that year, so they were older people, and everybody was really concerned about someone getting hurt. I took the younger girls and a young boy, and we stayed down there to see what was going to happen. We didn't know what to do. We were trying to go over this one hill and see what was going on, but we didn't want to get in the way. And a couple of people were walking out of there with their kids, and we said, "Well, what's going on?" They said, "Oh, they're having a firefight over there." And they said that it might be police officials, and they said they were taking off. All this happened really fast. It probably takes a longer time to tell about it than it actually happened. So then we took off. We were running to this one area where we knew there was a bridge to get onto the main road and try to get the kids out of there, and by the time we hit that main road, there was already a roadblock on it, and a lot of people there. And I was so surprised because it seemed like the shooting had just barely started and already they had roadblocks up. We thought about just saying we were taking a walk, but then we thought, well, maybe not, because they looked like they were kind of eager to get it on with anybody, and I didn't want to put the kids in jeopardy. So we started walking back to camp, and at that time we saw helicopters, and I remember thinking, what the hell is this? Although they are very careful not to mention names, the men from the AIM camp suggest that a number of Indians besides themselves and the Littles and Long visitors were present on the Jumping Bull property that morning, and that many of them were shooting at the agents. At some point not long after noon, the agent seen crawling through the car had passed out from shock and loss of blood, and his partner, less seriously wounded, had thrown his gun down and stripped off his white shirt. Perhaps he waved it as a white flag in sign of surrender. In any case, he apparently attempted to rig it as a tourniquet on the shattered arm of the downed agent. In the next few minutes, one or more people approached the cars and killed both white men at close range with one or more high-powered rifles. Perhaps someone panicked, though this seems unlikely. Perhaps someone was settling an old score or simply had a murderous impulse, although this seems unlikely, too. In view of the virulent hostility to AIM, especially in the lawless atmosphere of Pine Ridge, the Indians present may have feared that whether or not these white men survived, anyone involved here would be shot on sight. Even if they surrendered, there was no way they would ever get to trial. Even flight would probably be hopeless if anyone could be identified by the victims. Their last desperate chance was to finish off the agents, one of whom seemed certain to die anyway of massive hemorrhage. And so perhaps one or more of these tense men, excited and angry, horrified by so much blood, and full of dread, nerved himself to finish off the white men. Whether the killing was sudden, impulsive, solitary, or whether it was done in quick consensus and whether or not the AIM Indians were involved, it was over quickly, and after it was over, the AIM people, poorly armed and having no choice but to shoot their way out, took the dead men's arms and ammunition and moved the green car on its flat tires across the hillside and down into the woods just above the camp, where its two radios, still transmitting on the law enforcement channels, would keep them informed of the certain death that seemed to be coming down upon them. About 40 minutes after the first shots, when the only gunfire was a long-range and sporadic exchange between the cabins and the cluster of official cars out on Highway 18, someone yelled for a ceasefire. Soon a small Datsun station wagon came bumping down the long and muddy road past Jumping Bull Hall, continuing all the way to the little cabin before it stopped. Along the bluff on foot, approaching the compound, came a young white woman whom the Indians recognized as Joanna Elido, a Wounded Knee Defense Committee aide who was then living on the reservation. Elido had come in to try to negotiate a ceasefire or, failing that, arrange for the safe departure from the compound of any women and children who might remain. But the women and children had already gone, and as for negotiating a ceasefire, the defenders had nothing with which to negotiate, not even live hostages. They told the young woman that the agents were dead, and they told her to leave. Their only hope for life was flight, and probably they had delayed too long already while giving the women and children in their camp a chance to flee. Shocked by the enormity of what had happened, Elido eventually departed, and Peltier, Robideau, and Butler returned to the camp to load Sam Loudhawk's red and white van for an escape. They left Joe Kilswright and Norman Charles as a rear guard in the compound to delay anyone who tried to approach. By noon our defensive positions had been completely surrounded by FBI agents, some of which were SWAT trained, BIA police, BIA SWAT teams, state law enforcement, and non-law enforcement who were comprised of local white farmers and goons, wrote Bob Robideau later. 1. We could see some of their positions plainly, such as those to the northeast and northwest of us, but we knew that there were others in the area who we could not see because of their radio communication, which we had access to. We felt that these others were moving in on our position through the grove of trees which follow a winding stream that runs from the north to the south. The length of time that had passed was another factor that contributed to the general feeling that our position was fast becoming a very precarious one, for if they were indeed moving through the grove of trees, it was essential for us to also move back toward camp and into the cover of the trees, in order for us to effectively counter their pre-planned intentions of wiping us out. Shortly after most of us had regrouped in camp, the message that SWAT teams from Denver and Minnesota were on their way and due to arrive in Oglala at 5:30 came through over our captured communication system. Upon hearing this, there no longer was any doubt in any of our minds and hearts that death was stalking us from all sides. We knew that we were in all probability going to die before the day was gone. There was no need for words, each one of us knew what was coming, we were mentally and spiritually prepared. And although each one of us were quietly and calmly going about the camp picking out needed supplies, fear could easily be seen on each and every one of our weary faces. Not long after Ledoa's departure, it was now about 1:30 p.m. a shout was heard from down in the woods perhaps 80 yards below the small green cabin. Then a big voice called, "This is the FBI," and ordered the Indians to come out with their hands high. Joe Kilswright and his young brother-in-law ran to the green shack, and one of them got off a warning shot down toward the woods. The shot was answered by a burst from several guns at once, and in the exchange of fire that followed, a bullet struck Joe Kilswright in the forehead, killing him instantly. Down in the woods, Peltier, Robideau, and Butler, assisted by Wish Draper, were loading the van with clothes, sleeping bags, CB radios, and other equipment. The older men were worried about what might have happened to the three girls and Jimmy Zimmerman, and Wish Draper went back up the hill to tell Joe to hurry up. He returned with Norman Charles, followed by Anderson and Brown. Charles told the older men that Joe was dead. We all took the news in silent acceptance of our present situation, Robideau says, for in our hearts and minds we believed that we would be back alongside of Joe before the day was out. Norman Brown asked Peltier what they were going to do, and Peltier said they were going to pile into the van and make a run for it. The others objected. There was simply no way they could get past all those guns out on Highway 18, even if they got that far. I thought the only way was to shoot our way through the roadblocks, Peltier says, but then I realized the van was almost out of gas, that it might quit on us even before we got to the first roadblock. Also, Dino had reconnoitered, and him and Bob thought we would never make it. The men were still worried about the girls and Jimmy Zimmerman, but there was no more time, they got set to go. We prayed for guidance and strength and for our brother, Butler says, prayed that he would have a safe and good journey up to the spirit world, and that someday we would be there with him. And then we left. Each man took a rifle except Wish Draper, who was given a bag of dynamite by Bob Robideau, and an agent's shotgun. Our thoughts and feelings concerning our present position were discussed by all, and it was agreed that if we hoped to live through the day, we would have to attempt to break free from the ring of law enforcement that surrounded us. Finally, it was agreed that going south might offer the best chance for our retreat, because offensive positions seemed to be concentrated to the north, northeast, and northwest. Though we knew that there were also offensive positions to the south, we felt that they were the weakest. But nevertheless, when we moved out expecting trouble to spring up in front of us any moment. We thought that if we could get far enough south without engaging in a firefight, we would be close enough to high ground to reach it. We knew that if we could reach high ground, we might have a chance of outfighting them, at least until nightfall. We spread out in defensive positions and started moving slowly and cautiously toward the south. 2. Meanwhile, Nilak and the children were making their way back up the creek. We hooked up with the guys about that point. We were just crossing this little river, going across this bog, and I lost my moccasins, and that's when they told us Joe was dead, and they said he had been shot in the head. And we got growled out because they said, we didn't know where you guys were, and we were worried about you. It was a pretty heavy firefight going on. Nilak reported that there were roadblocks everywhere, they were surrounded, there was no way out. Not knowing what to do, they made a circle and prayed for the safety of the women and children. Leonard told us he was real sorry me and Zimmerman were in danger, says Jean Bordeaux, and that me and Zimmerman should try to leave them and get out safely. I thought for sure we were going to die that day. I guess everybody thought so, but I still wanted to stay. I knew what was going on the reservation. I knew that those men had started shooting at us, and I trusted everybody I was with. They were doing what was right. So I made my decision to stick with them, no matter what. We all sat down together and said a prayer, Leonard remembers. If the Great Spirit will help us, we'll get out safely, if not, we're going to die. When I said that, I saw the tears come to Jimmy's eyes. He was only a little boy and he was scared. So I decided that even these people wouldn't shoot down a little boy, and I asked him if he wanted to go back. I told him, if you keep your hands high and keep yelling, I'm not armed. Don't shoot. You'll probably make it. So he said he would go. Dino objected, he thought that they would kill him. Sure enough, 10 or 15 minutes later, we heard shots. And that really tore me up, because I knew I was responsible. I tried to tell him he had a better chance if he stuck with us, Dino recalls, but he said he wanted to give himself up, so I led him up to the edge of the woods and wished him luck. As Nilak remembers it, Jimmy told us that he didn't think that he could run with us. He didn't think that he was strong enough to do that yet. He came and talked to each of us and we shook his hand and then he took off. And when we heard them open up, we thought they'd killed him. During the prayer, Norman Brown says, an eagle alighted in a tree above their heads and screamed. We expected to be killed. There was no way out, we were surrounded. But an eagle came and sat in a tree above us and then flew away, and we knew that was the direction we should go in. After Zimmerman had gone, the group continued down the stream another half-mile, and again the eagle appeared to Norman Brown, alighting briefly, going on, and again, he declared. They followed the eagle until they came to a culvert under the BIA school road that leaves Highway 18 west of Oglala, loops southwest behind the dam of the Oglala Reservoir, and rejoins the highway southeast of the Jumping Bull Land, toward Pine Ridge. The culvert is only a quarter-mile from the junction, where a big roadblock was already set up, and as they came up through a gully toward the road, 3 cars full of men rumbled over the culvert, then passed again. Even so, this culvert was their only hope of crossing to the open hill country toward the south. Everybody was trying to just kind of sneak on through this great big old drain pipe, Nilak says, and on the inside, I remember, it was all ridged, like it was just tearing up everybody's knees, and everybody was trying to get through, and I remember Leonard going, okay, you guys, just go on through now, just go on through. And we're all looking at him, waiting for him. He was a little bit more Cheppa than he is today. And finally, when he went through, and we were in the middle of it, a pig car came, and everybody just froze, you know. Then we got on the other side, and there were these few trees, and I mean they were scrawny little suckers, right? So all the guys went up the trees, and then this one girl and I, we wrapped ourselves around the bottom of the tree like nobody's supposed to notice. We were sort of laying there, and I remember these little ants were crawling up our noses, and these cars are going by, and we're all just trying to be cool. Nobody noticed us, and they didn't. And there was a small plane above us at that time, and I thought for sure they'd spotted us because they were circling right where we were, and we all thought, well, maybe they know we're here. But none of the police cars stopped or anything. And then this whole herd of cows came up, and they were mooing around us. which was really good, because usually if there are people around, cows take off or they act weird, but they just acted like cows, you know, roaming around us, and I think that's part of the reason nobody noticed us. There was a spotter plane circling overhead, Leonard says, and there was no way we could move on up toward the ridge without being seen, and there was so little cover where we were laying in them cottonwoods that two of the younger guys had to stay back in that culvert. I told everyone, that plane has got to run out of fuel and go on back, and when it does, we'll run. We must have laid there for almost 2 hours when Norman Charles hollers from the culvert that baby aim, that's what we called Mike, is panicking in there, and Mike himself yells that he don't want to be trapped, and the next thing we know, he comes popping out. So we had to run then, never mind the plane. Throughout the escape, the spotter plane had been cruising back and forth over White Clay Creek. Now, suddenly, it cut away toward the south, and realizing it was probably returning to Pine Ridge for fuel, the fugitives took off for the high country. At first they hoped they had not been seen, but out on Highway 18, 16, or 17 cars gathered quickly. Dino and Bob and Leonard were in the rear, making sure we got up all right, Nilak says. But then somebody opened up on us, and it wasn't sneak anymore, it was full run. I was barefoot, running right across the cactus, and I didn't even notice. If we'd have headed more toward the west, we'd have been hidden from the roadblocks for quite a while, Leonard recalls, because that country is rolling, but some of 'em took off a little too far east, and before we got it together again, the roadblock seen us. They opened up on us, and they had some real sharpshooters out there, too. It was just lucky they was a good distance off. So I hollered to the rest to keep on going, and I fired off a few rounds in that direction, just to keep their heads down. But it's still hard to believe that we got through. I felt those bullets flying close by my head a couple of times. Later we discussed it, and we all felt something had been there. The Great Spirit helped us. He said it was not our time, and he didn't call us, he got us out of there. That's one reason we all went to the Sundance that summer, to express our gratitude. We figured that the help of the Great Spirit had been assigned to us. We started out at a run up the hill toward the timber 800 yards away, Robido remembers. Bullets immediately started flying all around us. The firefight was on. We immediately opened up on those who were firing on us from below. Even though the fire coming from government positions was right on us, barely missing, most of us stopped out of sheer exhaustion. After getting a few breaths of life back into us, we would jump back up and run again for the top of the hill. We all made it to the base of the hill without getting hit. 3. Soon 2 cars left Route 35 and came after them cross-country, bumping across the range, shooting now and then to keep the cars at a respectful distance. The Indians kept running. That eagle, it took off from where the culvert was. I saw it, Norman Brown says. It went right over us, and when the sun was going down, it flew into the sun, and from then we couldn't see the eagle no more. After it did that, I knew we would be all right, we would make it all right. Everyone gained the ridge untouched, and Dino Butler now felt sure that the worst was over. I did not see it, but Norman Brown told me there was an eagle. He saw an eagle come down while we were praying. There was a creek. It's really like a snake, it really winds around like that. We know how the creek goes like that, but when we got done praying that day, and we left, we went in a straight line. We walked through that creek several times. We didn't know where we were going or anything, we were just going that way. We came to this road, there was a culvert there, we crawled through there and went up the hill. We got up there safely. People said, when we were going up that hill, that there was an eagle flying over us. If we were wrong, we would have all died there. They had us completely surrounded, yet somehow we got through all those people. I could feel the bullets going through me, like, going by me. I could feel the air and I could hear their whistling noise, yet none of these bullets touched me. Going up that hill, I just knew that someone was going to get shot because there were too many bullets flying around us. And I thought about the women and I prayed for them while I was going up that hill. When we all met up there, I knew then that whatever happens, we were right, and that we would be taken care of. Nilak Butler wasn't so sure. I went back there since then, and it took us 5 minutes to drive up. Well, it didn't take us 5 minutes to run up, I'll just tell you that. It's amazing, the strength you can get. And they were opening up really hard on us, they were just all around us. One guy had a canteen on his hip which was shot off, it was automatic weapons. So Dino turned to me and he goes, "Yeah, I feel pretty safe now." And I remember sitting on the top of that hill and I was looking down, and all these Fed cars are coming up and around to the left of us. And I said, "What do you mean we are safe now?" I didn't feel that same way at all. Not at all. So we were just sort of laying low then, trying to figure out what to do. The older guys like Bobby and Leonard were really concerned about everybody's safety, and the younger guys were acting like warriors that day. They were doing what they had to do. One Fed car started to come up the hill, you know, something straight out of the movies. They were shooting at us, so people were shooting back, and these real brave guys turned around in an about face, really fast, and scrubbed back down the hill. And there was a bunch of guys wearing black jumpsuits, and I still don't know who those guys were. They looked pretty serious and they were trying to sneak up the hill and they weren't sneaking. And then there were guys in green jumpsuits who were sneaking up the hill, too. I don't know, that was awful fast for all these guys in jumpsuits to be running around. By now it was nearly dusk, soon the shooting ceased. Two young Indians on horses who had been watching from across the valley rode over in the twilight of the long June day, they were Leon Eagle and Kenny Loudhawk. When them two skins showed up, I was really surprised. Peltier says. I asked them if they had any weapons to protect themselves, because the whole country was crawling with the law, and one says, yeah. They had a .22 and 6 shells between them. The fact that they were willing to come to us and risk their lives, that was very moving to me, a very emotional moment, because I knew for sure now that the local people were behind us. And later we learned there were maybe 50 or 100 people at the roadblocks, cheering us as we went up the hill, and that some of them Indian cops, they weren't trying too hard to hit us. And we also learned that those pigs coming up after us, they were being fired on from somewhere in the rear, not just by us. Them two guys was really cool, Jean Bordeaux remembers. How you doin', they say, like there's nothing goin' on, nothing at all. But they knew the country and told us how to travel, without them, we might have got killed out there. Peltier crossed to the next summit to the south, followed by the Navajo girl, Lynn. He wanted to see if their path had been cut off, and said he would come back to warn them if anything went wrong. After a while, hearing distant shots, the others thought the worst had happened and retreated toward the southwest, away from Highway 18. But soon Leonard and Lynn caught up with them, and when dark came, a short time later, the group rested, studying a small woods not far ahead. As Nilak recalls, Dino and Leonard and them were talking, they were saying, well, it's possible that we're walking right into an ambush. But we really didn't have any other alternative, so we went in there, and it wasn't an ambush. We didn't have water or anything. It had been a long day. There was rainwater in ruts, and we were drinking it 'cause we were thirsty. And I remember we were trucking along, and got to this one spot way back in the hills, and we decided to wait until nightfall 'cause they hadn't followed us up until then. I was still trucking barefooted, and Dino said he would cut up his vest so I could have shoes. A couple of the boys gave me their socks to wear. So we just waited there most of the night, and then we started trucking into somebody's house we knew. A couple of the guys went ahead to let them know that we were around. And they came out and oh, I remember, they brought us a little sack of carrots. We were really pretty hungry about then, too. And they brought us a sack of carrots and I think a couple of sandwiches. It wasn't very much, and we all shared. Ted Lame, shirtless in the heat of the summer night, was waiting for them where they crossed Highway 18. He led them to his uncle's remote cabin up in the Badlands northeast of the highway. They arrived there about 1 o'clock in the morning. It was not a situation, I believe, where there would have been any captives. They were not just gonna arrest us, I know that. They were gonna kill us, that's all there was to that. And I believe that's what they were going to do when they came in there at Oglala. They just didn't expect to get return fire. So, we were at that old man's house and we decided we'd sleep out in the hills under trees and things, so that if anybody came up there, he wouldn't be put in jeopardy. He didn't have much food, but he gave us all he had. He gave us all the food he had. And I remember he gave us a bag of ginger snaps. Nilak laughs. That really helped us through, I'll tell you that. Noah Wounded's one-room log cabin had no electricity, just one kerosene lamp, which Robideau used in drawing a sketch of a buffalo for the old man. Peltier asked Draper and Brown to stand guard. They were relieved 2 hours later by Charles and Anderson. At sunrise, Noah Wounded gave them food, and they hid out in the hills until dark, then headed for the small community at Manderson. They were following the old man's directions, but they did not know the country and were unsure of the way, and followed the South Fork at a split in the trail. There was lightning and thunder all around us. The whole sky was a circle of lightning and thunder, Nilak says. It was really beautiful and really strong. There was a lot of moonlight, and lightning. We were going through those fields single file, and everybody was pretty quiet in their own thoughts. We were all Morning Joe. So we'd truck every night, and we'd sleep under the trees during the day. Joked around a little bit, but not that much. We were just concerned about getting out of there, getting out of there. There were a lot of coyotes, I remember that. We were headed one way and there was a bunch of coyotes, so we took a turn, and it turned out it was the wrong turn from where we thought we were going. By then we were out of food, but everybody was just really cool. Nobody ever got hysterical or growled around at each other, got ugly with each other. It was a family. Everybody was trying to just take care of each other. And when we thought we were finally in the right area, I remember we were looking at these lights, and we thought, gee, wouldn't it be funny if we ended up in Pine Ridge? Well, guess where we ended up? We ended up in Pine Ridge, and it was right before sunrise. And we were up on this hill and we were looking out and we recognized the airport and the hospital and everything. And somebody said, well, this is Pine Ridge. We could see police cars on every block, going around the housing. And everybody just sort of sat down for a minute. We were just stunned, everybody, 'cause the sun was coming. And right then, that's about the lowest that we got. Leonard's cool that way. After we had a moment of stunned silence, he said, well, I know some people over here and I'll truck in and see if we can all go in there. He was really good that way. He always provided. He and Dino and Bob provided leadership. I think that's a lot of what kept everybody from panicking, because they seemed to know what they were doing. Nobody really knew what they were doing, and we all knew that, but they had ideas on what we could do. They had alternatives, so nobody panicked. It was also a certain kind of a feeling you get when you know that people are willing to lay down everything for you. Be killed for you. It gives you a certain kind of feeling. With Dino Butler, Peltier made his way to the house of Morris Wounded. They gave us water and they gave us food and it just felt good, Nilak remembers, and we had shelter for that night. And the next day, I remember, we were all sitting around talking, I guess, visiting around, and somebody came running to the house, the feds are coming. So we all hid in this one back bedroom, and Leonard was going. Everybody get covered. And the person who had the house went out and talked to the feds, and it was a yellow busload full of feds. That was another Tight moment. The guys had put themselves in the position that if anything happened they were going to be hit first, but there was more concern that nothing did happen, because we didn't want the people whose home we were staying in to get hurt. Then some people come over there and took us to another district. They split us up into two groups, because everybody couldn't all fit in the same car, and no matter what way we went out, we'd have to go through downtown. That was another hairy moment. The guys went in one car, and the younger people and the women in another, because again they figured that if it came down, it would be less dangerous for us not to be with them. So we all ended up in another district, and that's when we finally were able to kick back a little. Just a little. The fugitives hid for a few days at Porcupine, where Oscar Bear Runner, a traditional leader at Wounded Knee, let them make camp by his wooded creek. Soon the young Navajo Wish Draper left for Rapid City, where he stayed at the house of Evelyn Bordeaux. From there he fled to Canada. He did not go home to Arizona until December. The Navajo girl, Lynn, left for Colorado, then New Mexico. Anna Mae Aquash and Jean Day rejoined the group, but Day shortly departed for Wisconsin, where the FBI was looking for her and where in her absence it was no coincidence, she felt the authorities were threatening to take her two kids from their grandparents. We were out in the country, in a home in the country, Nilak says, and there was this stream running through there, and it was really beautiful. We were able to just start visiting with each other again. At that time, one of the girls and one guy, too, decided to leave the group, and the girl was going to Joe's funeral on the way out. And then more people joined us, I remember. Everybody, you know, was really worried about us, and when they'd come and see us, they'd just cry and be happy that we were all right, and bring food and all kinds of things. It was really something. There was nobody who ever refused to help us. And again, they were putting their life on the line by helping us. To the max. Anna Mae was with us then. She'd hooked back up with us. When we were at that one house in the country, over on the ridge, Anna Mae and me and another girl, we were out picking berries, and I remember her talking to me, and she was going, "I'm never gonna leave you guys again." And she hasn't. She still hasn't. Nilak Butler says. 4. Chapter 8. The Shootout 2. June 26, 1975. I was told that after the battle 2 Cheyenne women came across Custer's body. They knew him, because he had attacked their peaceful village on the Washita. These women said, "You smoked the peace pipe with us. Our chiefs told you that you would be killed if you ever made war on us again. But you would not listen. This will make you hear better." The women each took an awl from their beaded cases and stuck them deep into Custer's ears. Somebody who saw this told me about it. Hundreds of books have been written about this battle by people who weren't there. I was there, but all I remember is one big cloud of dust. Good fox. Oh. And June 26, 1975, the morning after he had picked up 3 Indian youths on Highway 18 outside Oglala and taken them into Pine Ridge for questioning, Special Agent Ronald Williams had breakfast coffee with S.A. Gerard Waring at the Hacienda Motel in Gordon, Nebraska, about 40 miles south of Pine Ridge Village, where some of the new agents summoned to enforce law and order on the reservation had been quartered. Williams and Waring were joined by S.A. Jack R. Kohler, a special weapons and tactics operative who had arrived from Denver the month before with another agent, both SWAT-trained and experienced criminal investigators. Equipped with shotgun, rifle, cuffs, binoculars and regular sidearms, and arrive in Bulletin car. Kohler had just finished a long phone conversation with his friend S.A. Robert Bunch in the Denver office, in which he told Bunch how much he was enjoying the Pine Ridge assignment, and also how much he was looking forward to their fishing trip once the 60-day tour of duty was at an end. Both Williams, 27, and Kohler, 28, were originally from the Los Angeles area. Kohler, whose wife and 2 small children had remained behind in Colorado Springs, was of medium build and eager expression, with sideburns, light brown hair balding on top, and a new mustache. Williams, a bachelor, was 5'10" or 5'11", trim, with dark brown curly hair and glasses, and a young clergyman's good looks. The day before, the two agents had made an unsuccessful search of the White Clay district, northwest of Pine Ridge Village, for a young Indian named James Theodore Eagle, wanted with 3 other AIM supporters on charges of theft and assault with a deadly weapon. Eagle, supposedly traveling in a red International Scout, was said by the Indian police to be frequenting Oglala, a traditional community that was harboring AIM agitators and was generally uncooperative with law enforcement officers, Indian as well as white. At some time after 4 p.m. on June 25, Williams and Kohler, riding in Williams's car and accompanied by BIA officers Robert Ekafe and Oglala and Glenn Littlebird, a Nez Perce, entered the Jumping Bull property in search of Eagle. Supposedly, Eagle might be found at the small isolated red and brown cabin where the dirt road leading west from Highway 18 made a turn back along the bluff edge toward the small houses in the Jumping Bull compound, perhaps 200 yards away. This cabin belonged to Wallace Little, Sr., and was occupied by Wallace Little, Jr., his wife, Wanda Sears, and their 3 children, as well as occasional relatives and friends such as the young Indian named Dusty Nelson who was present on that hot humid afternoon. Littlebird stated that the group went to the door of the residence located at the north end of the Jumping Bull land. He advised that they were met at the door by a female who had a child in her arms and 2 small children standing next to her. He advised that he did not know who this individual was and did not know whether he could identify her if he were to see her again. He stated that S.A. Williams inquired if Jimmy Eagle was in the house, and the female replied that he was not there and that she had not seen him in quite a while. He stated that S.A. Williams then requested permission to search the residence and that this permission was granted by the female. Littlebird advised that the search of the residence for Jimmy Eagle was negative. Littlebird stated that the group then left the residence and went to the north side of the house where they observed an individual sleeping on a cot under a shaded area. He advised that S.A. Williams asked this individual if Jimmy Eagle was in the area. He advised that this individual stated he had not seen Eagle in several days. Ekafe reported later that the law officers saw 2 rifles on the wall upon entering the cabin, and also Aim's upside-down flag. After Sears and Nelson said that Eagle had not been around there recently, the lawmen proceeded into Oglala, where someone at the laved Little house suggested to the agents that he was staying at the ranch of Wallace Little, Sr., a few miles southeastward down Highway 18, toward Pine Ridge Village. At the Little Ranch, the 4 lawmen were told by a young woman that Eagle had just left in a red and white pickup, headed for Oglala. Since the trail seemed hot, the 2 agents returned toward Oglala. On the way, they stopped 3 youths who were walking along the road and asked them for identification. One of these youths had a rifle clip wrapped in a towel. The 3 were ordered into the car and taken to Pine Ridge, where the BIA police informed the agents that none of these individuals was James Theodore Eagle. On the morning of June 26, Williams intended to go back to Oglala, and Kohler would follow him in his own car. They agreed to meet Waring and his partner, Vince Brisai, back at Pine Ridge Village about noon. According to Waring, Williams and Kohler left the Hacienda Motel about 9:25, headed for Oglala by way of Pine Ridge Village. Williams was driving a 1972 Green Rambler Ambassador 401, and Jack Kohler's FBI car was a 2-tone 4-door 1972 Chevrolet Biscayne, white vinyl over golden tan, with Colorado plates. For unexplained reasons, just before 11 o'clock, Williams returned to Pine Ridge Village, where he encountered S.A. Dean Hughes, head of the Rapid City SWAT team, outside the jail at BIA headquarters. Hughes was there to pick up Teddy Poirier, one of the 4 youths wanted in the Eagle case, who had been arrested in the Porcupine community the day before. 1. Poirier, a small light-skinned boy who would have passed for a white anywhere else, sat handcuffed in the car while the agents talked. Hughes was transferring Poirier to Rapid City, but because he apparently believed that these 4 young AIM supporters were terrorists and that the AIM people might attempt a rescue, he had arranged to be followed in a separate car by Ron Williams's former partner, David Price. While Williams conferred with Hughes, S.A. Price talked with S.A. Gary Adams, a member of Hughes's SWAT team, who passed the group on his way into the building. Hughes, Price, and Adams, who did most of their work on the reservation, were all well acquainted with Ron Williams, who was already in Rapid City when they were assigned there at the time of Wounded Knee. According to Hughes, who glanced at his watch, Williams arrived at BIA headquarters at 10:58. They must have talked briefly, since by Hughes's own estimate he departed with Poirier about 11 o'clock. Not long after Hughes and Price departed the BIA building, Kohler was heard trying to contact Williams on the radio, and at some point or another they joined forces. What is not clear except perhaps to the authorities, who do not say was what occurred between 11 o'clock and about 11:55, when a number of people monitoring the FBI channel heard an increasingly urgent series of transmissions. Agents Waring and Bresci picked up Williams's voice while driving north from Gordon to Pine Ridge to join Williams and Kohler. As Waring recalled Williams's words, he had observed a red and white vehicle and then almost immediately he said, "There appears to be some Indians in the vehicle, and they appear to have rifles." Then almost instantly, he said he had come under fire and immediately requested help from any units that were listening at that time. It was basically a continuous conversation by him on the radio. Another agent whose voice I recognized as Agent Gary Adams came on and he was requesting that Ron give him a location where he could be found. Williams came back and said he was in the Oglala area near the Little residence. He continued by indicating that they are on the ridge above us and firing on us. Then a voice came back on the radio, again requesting help, indicating that the Indians were on the rise and that if we didn't arrive quickly that they would be dead men. I attempted at that point to make radio contact with Ron because I wanted to be sure and get an exact location and also to advise him that we were in the process of getting there to help him as quickly as possible. I was not successful. Immediately upon my stopping transmission, Ron's voice came back on the radio. He was noticeably out of breath at that point and his voice had a little more excitement in it and he announced that, "I have been hit." That was the termination of any radio traffic that day from Ron Williams. Waring was beaten to Oglala by Special Agent Gary Adams, who had left BIA headquarters in Pine Ridge at some point after 11:30 a.m. and headed south across the reservation line to White Clay, Nebraska, to get something to eat. Adams was also monitoring the FBI frequency, and at about 11:45, he heard Williams say, presumably to Kohler, "There are several guys around this house. And it looks like they're going to take off. They're getting into that pickup. I hope you have a lot of gas." A few moments later, Williams's voice said, "It looks like these guys are going to shoot at us." Within 2 minutes, Adams heard gunfire on his radio. Then Williams yelled, "We have been hit." Adams wheeled around at the state line and took off at high speed for Oglala, about 15 miles away. Williams was still calling for help, "Get on a high hill and give us some fire cover or we will be killed." By this time, Agent Price had also spun his car around and was headed southeast toward Oglala. S.A. Dean Hughes, still going north toward Rapid City with his prisoner, heard something like, "Get to the high ground," a more likely version, since there is no high hill within rifle range of the spot, and then "Hurry up and get here or we are going to be dead men." Previously, he had heard Williams say, "We are being fired on. We are in a little valley in Oglala, South Dakota, pinned down in a crossfire between 2 houses." Agent Edward Skelly at Rapid City headquarters heard Williams say, "If someone could get to the top of the ridge and give us cover, we might be able to get out of here." During these transmissions, a number of shots were audible in the background. The last thing Hughes heard was Williams's voice saying very vaguely, "I am hit." Still calling to Williams for a more precise location, Adams hurtled through Pine Ridge Village at high speed. Williams radioed that he was behind the houses at Jumping Bull Hall, and a minute later he told Adams to come to a building with an outbuilding some distance from the main house and give them some covering fire or they would be killed. Presumably he meant the little cabin. According to Adams, his friend was very distressed and excited, and I told him, "Ron, settle down and tell me where you are at and I will come and help you." But Williams's prediction that they would be killed was the last word that Adams can recall receiving. Understandably, Gary Adams was very upset. He had worked with Ron Williams on many occasions and considered him one of my closest personal friends. He tried to call the Pine Ridge police but could raise no one. Switching to the state frequency, he heard Price alerting the highway patrol in Rapid City, which finally got through to Pine Ridge. Since Adams had no idea where Jumping Bull Hall was located, he continued north and west on Highway 18 at speeds he estimated later at 90 to 100 miles per hour. MRS. Linda Price. Employed as a stenographer for the Federal Bureau of Investigation and currently assigned to the Rapid City Resident Agency, Minneapolis Division, Rapid City, South Dakota, was interviewed at her place of employment, which is room 260, Federal Building, Rapid City, South Dakota. MRS. Price said that at approximately 11:50 a.m. she began to hear radio transmissions from S.A. Ronald A. Williams. It should also be noted that at 11:50 a.m. in addition to MRS. Price, SAS George D. Clark, and John E. McCarty, and stenographer Ann M. Johnson, were present in room 260 and could clearly hear radio transmissions coming into the radio monitor in that room. MRS. Price advised that at approximately 11:50 a.m. she heard S.A. Williams transmit words to the effect, "We're following a red vehicle, you want to keep an eye out for it." There was a pause for approximately 30 seconds, when S.A. Williams transmitted, "I hope you have enough gas." MRS. Price then heard S.A. Williams transmit, "Can you do me a favor?" This was followed by a pause for approximately 30 seconds. The next transmission made by S.A. Williams were words to the effect, "We got a problem here." There was another pause for approximately 30 seconds, "Get up on the hill, we're being fired at." MRS. Price then overheard S.A.J. Gary Adams, who identified himself by his call signal X2R, and S.A. Adams was inquiring about directions from S.A. Williams for his location. S.A. Williams responded by giving directions. According to MRS. Price, he was talking in a loud and hysterical voice and speaking rather fast. During this series of transmissions, S.A. Williams said something about an outhouse and a red house and kept repeating, "Come on, guys. Come on, guys." Near Wallace Little's ranch, Adams stopped his car to get his rifle from the trunk and put on his bulletproof vest. While donning the vest, he heard gunfire off to the north. He sped ahead again and soon overtook a BIA police car. The Indian police led him northwest on Highway 18, then west onto the Jumping Bull property. Weaving down the muddy road past Jumping Bull Hall, the two cars skidded to a halt near the little cabin. After the above series of transmissions from S.A. Williams, S.A. Adams stated, "I'm on the hill," and advised he could not see where S.A. Williams was. S.A. Adams attempted to get specific directions to S.A. Williams' location. MRS. Price stated that she overheard S.A. Williams respond again in the loud and hysterical voice, "Keep coming, I'm down here." S.A. Adams then transmitted, "They're shooting all around here." MRS. Price added that S.A. Adams then attempted again to get locations from S.A. Williams' Mrs. Price said that there was another transmission from S.A. Williams. The context she cannot recall, but she can recall that this transmission was ended by a moan. Mrs. Price stated attempts were made from the Rapid City Resident Agency to contact S.A. Williams by radio. This could not be done and there was no response. Agent John McCarty in the Rapid City office heard something about chasing a red Jeep, and FBI stenographer N.M. Johnson heard Williams say, "There is something wrong here, we are being fired on," followed by the emergency exchange between Williams and Adams. "The last thing I heard from Ron," Johnson remembered later, "was I didn't really hear the words, but I heard like he kind of broke off, and it sounded like a moan." Curiously, Jack Kohler's voice was never identified by anyone during the last half hour of his life, although Ron Williams seems to have been in communication with him, at least during the early part of the transmissions. According to the people in the Rapid City office, there was no further transmission from Ron Williams after approximately 12:10, or about 10 minutes after Adams's arrival. Adams pulled to a stop in the vicinity of the little cabin, and BIA officer Frank Two Bulls drove to the driver's side of Adams's vehicle. As Two Bulls stopped, a shot rang out, apparently the bullet hit the right front tire of Two Bulls' car. Adams yelled a warning, and both cars backed up at a high rate of speed. Zigzagging backward on the muddy road toward Highway 18, Adams slid into a ditch, where his car remained stuck for the remainder of that day. Although the Jumping Bull cabins, where the shots had come from, were at least 200 yards away, the right front tire of the BIA car as well as his own left front tire had been shot out by a dead-eye sniper. From the ditch, Adams fired a few long-range shots, which were ineffective, he said, because his telescopic sight malfunctioned, at which point the individuals shooting at me went back into the trees and behind the houses. Presumably, Adams had retreated at some point before 12:06, at which time Ann Johnson and Linda Price recorded his statement that he was being fired on. "Hey, we're under fire. They are firing at us like crazy, they are firing at us." Had Adams gone just a little farther down the road to where it cuts back south along the bluff edge toward the compound, he would certainly have seen the green Rambler and blonde Chevrolet in the pasture below. As it was, he was still unsure where the agents were. Special Agent Williams' location was later determined to be west of the house where Special Agent Adams stopped and down in a valley approximately 200 yards. This position could only be observed from the houses or the immediate edge of the plateau on which the houses were built. Within a few minutes, more Pine Ridge police cars started to arrive, and by 12:15 there was a long-range exchange of fire with the houses. Knowing that at least one man was injured, Adams told S.A. Edward Skelly in Rapid City to summon an ambulance. He also called for reinforcements and a spotter plane. At 12:18, the Rapid City office noted, "S.A.J. Gary Adams on the scene and he has been receiving heavy fire. Red pickup leaving Jumping Bull area, going north, and Pine Ridge police instructed to stop this particular pickup." But apparently the BIA roadblocks, not well organized, were successfully run by this unidentified red pickup truck, which was to become the most controversial element in the whole case. At 12:28, S.A. Waring reported a late-model Malibu Gold two-door hardtop leaving area as he and S.A. Vince Brisai arrived on the scene. He said that the people in this car were carrying at least one shoulder weapon, rifle or shotgun. At about 12:45, Richard Little, June's immense brother, approached the main BIA-FBI roadblock beyond Jumping Bull Hall in a red Ford Ranchero. Because of his size, or because of Indian police opinion that the Littles and Loudhawks were the most hostile traditional families in Oglala, a BIA officer shouted, "Watch out, that's Richard Little." Little was advised to leave the area, at which point he said that the shooting had to stop because there were women and children in there and somebody was going to get hurt. Asked if he wished to go in there to request the individuals at that location to stop shooting, Little advised he would not. Little was then advised to leave the area, which he did. Meanwhile, Agent David Price was howling down upon Oglala from the west, When his overheated engine blew, he flagged down the next car along to take him the rest of the way. As it happened, the car stopped by Price was driven by legal aid Joanna Elido, who had been traveling southeast on Highway 18 when she was passed at high speed by a car that she came upon shortly thereafter on the road. Waving a shotgun to make certain that she stopped, its driver ordered her to drive him to Oglala. S.A. Price advised Leto of his official identity, and she said she recognized him. S.A. Price advised her he was commandeering her car for an emergency. She replied that he could not commandeer her car. S.A. Price advised her that agents were receiving gunfire and possibly had been shot at Oglala. Leto immediately quit objecting and let S.A. Price into the car along with a bureau shotgun obtained from the bureau car. Leto then proceeded to Jumping Bull Hall at about 75 miles an hour, which appeared to be the fastest her car could go. S.A. Price did not urge Leto to drive fast. At one point, Leto advised S.A. Price that when they got to Oglala he would have to commandeer another car as she could not be seen giving him a ride. S.A. Price advised her that she would give him a ride to Jumping Bull Hall. By the time Elido's car arrived, about 12:30, police reinforcements were coming from all directions, together with BIA personnel, white vigilantes, goons, and local onlookers, and at least 5 roadblocks had been set up to secure the area. Because she was known to the Indians at the Jumping Bull place, Elido was given permission by acting BIA Superintendent Kendall Cummings to attempt to negotiate a truce, arrange medical assistance, or at least bring out any women and children who might be trapped by rifle fire. Elido drove her small Datsun station wagon down the dirt road to June Little's house on the bluff, from where she proceeded on foot toward the compound. At the trees between the main house and the log cabin she was met by 3 or 4 figures with long black hair who appeared to be Indian males. She then disappeared among the cabins. Adams says she was in the compound for about an hour, during the course of which she was seen to walk westward toward the bluff, from which she could have seen the agents' bodies. She had returned into the compound before walking back to her car at the outlying cabin and driving out to the highway, where she told Cummings that no negotiation was possible. According to Cummings, she was frustrated and crying, and refused to talk. Before the FBI agents could reach her, she had disappeared. Adams did not join the discussion with Elido because he was still pinned down near his car by sporadic fire from the houses. When the South Dakota Highway Patrol showed up a few minutes later, followed shortly by a Fall River County Sheriff's posse, he managed to crawl out to the highway, where he immediately became involved in a jurisdictional dispute with the BIA. It was at this point that Superintendent Cummings advised Special Agent Adams and members of the South Dakota Highway Patrol that he was in charge of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation and would run the operation at the crime scene. Special Agent Adams instructed Superintendent Cummings that the FBI was in charge of criminal activity and criminal investigation on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation and that the FBI would coordinate any activity involving an assault on the location. Superintendent Cummings again related he was running the operation and that he was going to clear any assault with either the area office in Aberdeen or the BIA in Washington. At Agent Hughes's request, Agents Fred Coward and Ed Skelly were already on their way from Rapid City. They arrived at approximately 1:20 p.m. A few minutes later, Marvin Stalt of the BIA SWAT team got reports from his men that 2 individuals were fleeing the area on the far side of White Clay Creek, near the house of Judy Pumpkinseed on the Loop Road. Accompanied by Coward, Skelly, and Brisai, Officer Stalt led a squad of BIA police to secure a perimeter in that area and try to cut off any more escapes. The Pumpkinseed house, which had windows on the north and east from which the Jumping Bull land could be seen over the trees in the creek bottom, was occupied as a command post. An all-out attack on the compound was withheld pending better information as to the fate of the agents, whose location and in Kohler's case identity were still unknown. It was possible, at least, that they were being held as hostages. At 1:26, not long after Doa's departure, Adams reported that an older model white and red pickup driven by an elderly Indian male had entered the area and proceeded into the compound, departing shortly thereafter from the area of the log cabin with at least 2 additional passengers. Like the red pickup that had left the scene at 12:18, this one passed safely through the BIA roadblocks. Adams reported this second pickup to SA Fred Coward, who had circled around the loop road behind the dam to the west of White Clay Creek, and had stationed himself at the Pumpkin Seed House with BIA SWAT leader Marvin Stalt. Adams to Coward, south of Oglala, pickup came in here and he just left. Can't get any BIA people on it. Besides the 2 pickups, a number of people were departing the area on foot. At 2:01, according to the Rapid City office, S.A. Skelly reported that a bunch of kids and a woman fled from the log house. About 2:30, Skelly's group reported 2 more fugitives seen in the creek bottom. Meanwhile, Agent Hughes had sped to Hot Springs, in the Black Hills, to dump his prisoner in the local jail. He returned to Oglala about 1 p.m., by which time Adams had directed the encirclement of the entire area. Price and Waring were setting out with BIA Police Chief Delmar Eastman and 7 Indian officers on a route that would take them down around to the far side of the compound by way of the heavily wooded cover of White Clay Creek. According to Hughes, who took over command of this expedition as head of the FBI SWAT team, our objective was to flanker the people who were shooting at Agent Williams and try to rescue him. On this heavy summer day, all 3 agents were in street clothes. Hughes recalls wearing brown double-knit slacks, purple shirt, tie, and sports coat, and the 7 or 8 Indian policemen were in uniform, and in the hot midday undergrowth and mud along the creek bottom. The going was difficult and slow, especially for heavily armed men who spend most of their working life seated at desks or behind the wheel. By Hughes's estimate, it was nearly 2 p.m. before they reached the edge of the trees, perhaps 100 yards southwest of the small green shack that sits on the bluff edge at that corner of the compound. An individual ran from the vicinity of this greenhouse towards me with a rifle, snapped a shot at me which went by my head. I heard the whistle of the bullet by my head, because it was quite close. We dove back in the trees for cover and I regrouped the search team. At this time I made an announcement to the individuals at the greenhouse. This is the FBI and the BIA. You are surrounded. Come out with your hands up. There will be no shooting. Immediately after that announcement, heavy firing was directed at us from individuals in the greenhouse. In the renewed exchange of fire, 2 figures were seen running in the vicinity of the green shack, and eventually one of the Indian police yelled something like, "I think I hit one." After that, there was silence again. As Waring recalled, this was the last shooting of the day in the compound area. After a while, Officer Eastman, who had climbed a tree, called to Waring to come have a look. Through the telescopic sight on Waring's gun, they were able to identify Jack Kohler's 2-tone white-tan Chevrolet with its Colorado plates, parked in the low-lying pasture under the bluff that hid it from the highway. There was no sign of Williams's car or of the agents, only the heat and insect hum and heavy stillness. Notified that Kohler's car had been located, Hughes observed that anyone trying to reach this automobile would be exposed to a crossfire between the 2 houses which were located on the 2 hills, and I remembered Agent Williams's previous transmitting that we are being fired on. We are in a crossfire between 2 houses. It was now, Waring recalled, that S.A. Price was heard to yell words to the effect, "The man in the white shirt, throw down your weapon and surrender." This command was met by a new burst of fire from the greenhouse. For want of a better plan, Hughes, Price, and Eastman made their way west along the wood edge, followed shortly by Waring and the others. On the way, they were shot at 4 or 5 times from an unknown source, not the greenhouse. At a point just behind a small horse corral, perhaps 75 yards beyond Kohler's car, Hughes called out to the car but got no response. It was now 3:05 p.m. Since 10 men could not assault the compound against an entrenched group of unknown size, and since the BIA radio had gone dead, Hughes sent Price back for another radio and reinforcements. Because Hughes had no radio, the news of Kohler's bullet-riddled car had not gone out yet on the FBI frequency, on which resident senior agent Georgia Clock was trying to determine the fate of the agents presumed missing. 2:48 p.m. Do you know, Gary, how many agents are missing at this time? We have Hughes, Price. 2 Omaha agents, don't have Denver, Salt Lake, and Williams. The only temporary agent that is not accounted for is Jack Kohler. All other temporary agents are accounted for. The only other agent that we know that is not accounted for is X2H. It is my belief, and belief only, that X2H and Jack from Denver were working together before the shooting started. By the time it had been established that the only 2 agents not accounted for were Williams and Denver, firing from the compound itself had virtually ceased. As late as 3:48 p.m., S.A. Skelly reported that this group was receiving a crossfire involving assailants in a red house, identified later as June Little's cabin. However, unidentified Indians had been gathering for 2 hours on lookout points all around the farm, and there were stray shots from unknown sources and from all directions. Marvin Stout would state that the pumpkin seed house had been fired on all afternoon and from many directions, even from behind, that is, from the hills on the west side of the Loop Road. None of these sources of hostile fire was ever pinned down. Instead, the lawmen scanning with binoculars saw horses grazing in the uplands and small children at play in the bare yards of far, tattered shacks, and the gathering cows in the early summer grass near the evening gates. About 3 p.m., well before the arrival of David Price with Hughes's request for reinforcements, Gary Adams was notified by a state police detachment that someone was walking along the edge of the plowed field south of the compound. I observed a young Indian male with his hands in the air, said Adams of the 11-year-old boy who turned out to be the only Indian male to surrender that day. As the lone child drew near the silent cabins, the attention of the authorities was distracted by another individual who wished to negotiate with the besieged Indians. After lengthy discussions, this man received permission to enter the compound, and about 4:20, Hughes's group, waiting in the woods, saw a figure in a white t-shirt come out onto the bluff with his hands up. Hughes summoned him down the pasture slope to the wood edge, where he recognized him as a young traditional named Edgar Bear Runner. Bear Runner explained that BIA Superintendent Cummings had given him just 20 minutes to try to effect some sort of truce before a final assault in which people might be killed, but that he had seen no one around the houses. However, there were 2 individuals laying alongside of that car, and he didn't know if they were alive or dead. Hughes told him to check the individuals for signs of life before proceeding to the green shack to negotiate. Returning uphill, Bear Runner passed by way of Kohler's car, where he paused for a few moments before going on, hands still high in the air, giving Hughes's squad no sign of what he had seen. He mounted the bluff near the green shack, where he stood for a few minutes before he vanished. When Edgar Bear Runner returned to the highway, he brought the young Indian boy out with him. Not long afterward, Adams radioed Skelly that he was off to debrief the kid, who had already told Cummings that there were 30 well-armed Indians in the creek bed. But efforts to debrief or even identify the child were thwarted by Bear Runner, a Wounded Knee veteran whose white t-shirt read, "Remember Wounded Knee," and who cautioned the boy not to talk further. Bear Runner notified the BIA superintendent that he had seen the 2 agents lying in the meadow, apparently dead. At Cummings's request, he accompanied the BIA man to the death scene a few minutes later, after Cummings had left instructions that if he were taken hostage or did not reappear, an assault on the compound should be made. They walked down the road and descended the bluff to Kohler's car, hands above their heads, as Hughes and Eastman, keeping their rifle barrels pointed down to signify to anyone who might be in the cabins that they weren't attacking, moved out to meet them, crossing the pasture to the gold and tan car with the red and white Colorado plates. Crisscrossed by bullets, both front tires flat, The car sat nosed into the field, with all windows and one headlight shot to pieces. The driver's door was open, and all four of the warning flashers were still flashing. Agent Kohler's papers and personal effects were scattered through the car. Agent Williams's FBI credentials sat on the hood. On the ground behind the trunk, which was also open, the lid had been pierced in 9 places by large-caliber bullets. A green SWAT team rifle case lay in the hot summer grass, which was already turning from fresh rain green to coarse green-brown. Of Williams's car there was no sign except the broken red glass of a shattered tail light. Near the left rear wheel, uphill, on the driver's side, screened from the woods by the car itself, lay Agent Kohler in green shirt and white t-shirt, red belted tan jeans, white socks, tan moccasins. Both arms were bloody and had apparently been wrapped in a shirt. His upper right arm had been almost torn away by a bullet that was later determined to have splayed like shrapnel as it passed through the open trunk lid. A little closer to the car, shirtless and pale-bodied in blue checkered slacks, black socks, and red-brown loafers, was Agent Williams. Side by side, the two men lay face down in the grass, feet toward the rear of the pale car. Both had been finished off by one or more shots through the head which had shattered their skulls. In the hot sun, the blood had already begun to dry and thicken. In addition, the fingers of Williams's right hand were almost severed, apparently by gunfire, as if he had held his hand up before his face just before his death. Though their weapons were gone, both men were still wearing their watches. 4:25 p.m. Do you have hand radio contact with W? I don't think they took a portable with them. It does not look good. 10:04. I think W is going to be coming around your direction. He has a MP SWAT team with him. En route. Superintendent is in there now with another man trying to get those guys out. Trying to see if they were taken hostage. I am en route to airport to pick up number 1. Is it pretty definite that 2 agents are in the house? Better check with R on that. O'clock. Calling. Adams. With no response. We have met with Dell and Dean. We have 2 dead agents. Has someone been in there? They are both dead. Can you give me their identity? Ron Williams and Jack Kohler. After another jurisdictional dispute with the FBI, Cummings ordered an all-out assault upon the compound for 5:30, by which time Sack Joseph Trimbach and a special sniper team from Minneapolis, as well as other units flying in from around the country, would be in place. Already, armored personnel carriers and high explosives were on their way to Pine Ridge for the second time in not much more than 2 years. Cummings said later that the assault on the compound was triggered while it was still on hold by an outbreak of fire to the south. 4:51 p.m. Can you cover the south end? There is some BIA people down there. Can you get word to them, or if we have any guys to do it? Keep an eye on Creek Bed. They have bunkers on either side of the road and they have an arms cache. 4:52 p.m. We are southwest of the houses we are interested in. Almost directly across from the houses. We are quite a ways away, probably 500 yards. We figure they will head right for that arms cache. Should block off that creek bed and make sure that they cannot get from the house to the little place. Do you copy? 4:54 p.m. Wallace Little's place is located south of the 2 houses we are now interested in. 10:04. The kid that gave himself up said there were about 20, all armed, I guess. By late afternoon, the growing armed force on the county road had been swollen further by a squad of well-armed amateurs in office wear led by Indian fighter William Bill Janklow, who, according to Assistant Attorney General William Bill Delaney, who accompanied him, had gone to Janklow's residence and loaded .223 caliber ammunition, M16s and AR-15s into 2 airplanes, then flown from Pierre to the Hot Springs airstrip, where he passed out arms to a sheriff's posse of about 20 men. Janklow subsequently accused Kendall Cumming of obstructing the federal assault for 2 hours, during which the fugitives got away. Cumming denounced this charge as completely irresponsible. In the late afternoon, in an episode that would later become almost as controversial as the red pickup truck that departed from the farm at 12:18, BIA officer Marvin Stalt warned S.A. Skelly that 4 fugitive males he had seen fleeing the Jumping Bull houses down into the woods might be making their getaway south along the creek. At about 5:30, not long before the final assault upon the compound, the BIA police at the roadblock by the junction of the Loop Road with Highway 18 called for assistance, and Stalt went down there with some of his men, arriving between 6 o'clock and 6:30. When more gunfire was heard, the agents at the Pumpkin Seed House joined Stalt's SWAT team, having learned from Adams that a group of fugitives had apparently crossed the Loop Road to the open range and was climbing toward the ridges to the southwest. 2 men on horseback had also been observed in the high country. Stalt, who knew the terrain well, helped to organize the pursuit, which was hampered by a tendency among the fugitives to turn and fire a few rounds at their pursuers. Both Coward and Skelly were radioing to Adams for airplane assistance. To judge from Skelly's report, the lawmen were not eager to follow the Indians so far off the road. During the climb of the hill, Skelly reported, gunfire was heard, and as a result, made the climb much more difficult. The pursuit continued at a very slow pace due to sporadic gunfire which was being received from the area where the Indians were located. This gunfire, although sporadic, was at times at least fairly heavy and evidently accurate. Although no member of the pursuing teams was hit by this gunfire, on several occasions, shots hit very close. The Highway Patrol spotter plane was still overhead giving directions to the location of the fleeing Indian group. However, at approximately 8 p.m., the ground teams were advised by the aircraft overhead that it had exhausted its fuel and would have to return to its base for refueling. After the aircraft left the immediate area, the pursuing teams arrived at the top of the ridge where the fleeing Indians had last been spotted, and of course, they were not at that position. When S.A. Price returned to the woods by the corrals with 20 additional men, S.A. Hughes made final preparations for the assault upon the compound, dividing his men FBI, state troopers, BIA SWAT, and sheriff's deputies into 3 groups, each one headed by an FBI agent. The assault was delayed by the bureaucratic bickering out on the highway, and according to Hughes, who often checked his watch, it was 5:50 when I gave the order to assault the houses. I ran towards the general vicinity of the greenhouse and at approximately halfway there I received a great deal of rapid fire directed at me. I didn't know where, it was just heard a lot of bullets go around me and I proceeded to run in a zigzag fashion and I dropped my FBI portable radio which broke, and I managed to crawl up to the vicinity of the greenhouse and while I was proceeding up there, then I heard a lot of fire from the group that Price had that was assaulting the greenhouse. A shot was heard and a bullet kind of whistled through the area of the greenhouse. I don't know where it came from. Then I proceeded up to the greenhouse, and I observed an Indian male laying on the northeast corner of the greenhouse. Agent Taubert approached me, Agent Robert Taubert, with a .30-30 caliber rifle, Marlin, lever action, and he handed it to me and said he had taken it from an Indian laying there and I walked over and observed this dead Indian male. I believe he had a bullet hole in the upper part of his head, although I am not positive about that. The foremost thing I observed, he was wearing an FBI SWAT jacket which I recognized, and it had the letters FBI on the left breast pocket. Bullets and tear gas canisters shattered the last windows of the cabins as the assault teams waited for the Indians to stream out. There was only the sound of their own firing, then a dead silence. The noisy assault upon the cabins disclosed that the defenders had made a near miraculous escape through the small army of agents and police that surrounded the compound and camp area. There was nobody left here at all. The large force of sweating, nervous men in new battle fatigues, with their sniper and chemical warfare teams, their APCs and air support, felt frustrated and foolish. After all that shooting had subsided, all the smoke and gas had blown away, there was only this solitary Indian, killed much earlier in the day, lying beside the small green cabin on the bluff. Outraged by what looked like a cold-blooded murder of their comrades, and sickened by the 2 dead bodies with their shattered faces, Already swelling after 4 hours in the sun and the thick heat, the frustrated men took out their wrath on the ruined cabins. The death of the Indian in the FBI SWAT jacket was later credited to another Indian, BIA officer Gerald Hill. Or at least Hill was the only man who made this claim, which was reported by S.A. Gary Adams. While Special Officer Dal Eastman took crime scene photographs and BIA criminal investigator Glenn Littlebird made a sketch, Hughes, Price, Waring, and 2 other agents searched the immediate area of the vehicle. Items found in or near position of S.A. Ronald A. Williams. Body, 1 expended round apparently .38 caliber, 1 government issue ink pen, 3 large pieces of skull. Other items included bits of broken glass, blood spots, sunglasses, Chevrolet nameplate, empty shell boxes and expended shells, and even vomit on Agent Kohler's shirt. Among the 99 items inside the car, which was secured that same evening and towed away to the sheriff's garage in Hot Springs for examination, were maps and blank forms, candy, cough drops, and chewing gum, with discarded wrappers, oranges and orange peels, numerous yellow tennis balls and rubber handballs, a charcoal grill, briquettes and starter fluid, a blackjack, a nightstick and a table leg, a .32 caliber revolver and live .38 caliber ammunition, 1 full and 4 empty beer cans, a bag of sunflower seeds, and suntan lotion. Gary Adams had not joined in the assault or in the pursuit of the escaping culprits. With perhaps 20 men, he worked south along the creek with the idea of flushing out any Indians remaining. But Adams, a huge man not at home in mud and thickets, somehow cut his hand quite badly. He withdrew from the search, thrashing through the river woods in the direction of the highway in search of medical assistance. Hearing FBI radio transmissions, he made his way in the direction of the sound, coming out in a clearing that contained a number of small tents and, near the creek, a round structure of canvas and bent saplings that he later identified as a steam unit. Not far away was a red and white Chevy Suburban van, and also an old green '67 Ford with a crumpled grill and a .22 rifle lying on the hood, together with the plastic cups and paper plates of a meal hastily abandoned. It later appeared that this single-shot rat gun was the weapon that had shot out the tire on his own car earlier that day. Up the slope, just by the wood edge, sat the dark green Rambler that Adams had last seen in front of BIA headquarters that morning. As Adams put it, monitoring of these frequencies was audible at least 100 yards from the camp. In short, its radio was still going strong. The injured Adams did not search the area. So far as he knew, he was the only witness to the scene until he returned with the Milwaukee and Chicago SWAT teams early next morning, at which time it was discovered that the red and white van was loaded with gear and food, ammunition, and explosives, including RC Cola bottles that turned out to be sophisticated homemade hand grenades that our laboratory experts feel were made by someone who had expertise in the field and who had military training. The van also contained 2 new spare tires from Ron Williams's car. Warily, Adams skirted the tents, not knowing if any Indians might be present. At Williams's car, he turned the keys in the ignition and this deactivated the radio. He noticed that the car was ransacked, with only remnants of the dead man's clothes, hiking boots, a crumpled suit on a fallen hanger strewn around on the back seat. Like the two-tone Chevy, the dark green Rambler was full of bullet holes, with windows shattered, and it had 3 flat tires. By this time, the firing to the south had ceased. The sun was setting over the Black Hills to westward, and the woods were silent in the summer dusk, and as Adams learned when he got back to the highway, every one of those Indians seen running up that hill toward the ridge line had gotten away into the night. Chapter 9. The Reservation Murders Investigation. June-September 1975. The white man does not understand the Indian for the reason that he does not understand America. He is too far removed from its formative processes. The roots of the tree of his life have not yet grasped the rock and soil. The white man is still troubled with primitive fears. He still has in his consciousness the perils of this frontier continent, some of its fastnesses not yet having yielded to his questing footsteps and inquiring eyes. He shudders still with the memory of the loss of his forefathers upon its scorching deserts and forbidding mountain tops. The man from Europe is still a foreigner and an alien. And he still hates the man who questioned his path across the continent. But in the Indian the spirit of the land is still vested, it will be until other men are able to divine and meet its rhythm. Men must be born and reborn to belong. Their bodies must be formed of the dust of their forefathers' bones. Luther Standing Bear. Oh. And the day before the shootout at Oglala, Richard Wilson of the Tribal Council awarded custody to the U.S. government of a large tract of Indian land in the northwestern section of the Pine Ridge Reservation. Under the circumstances, the FBI raid has been widely interpreted as a diversion tactic to distract attention from Wilson's action, which was unlawful according to that clause in the 1868 treaty specifying that 3/4 of all the adult males had to approve any transfer of Lakota land. Others went further. The raid was an open provocation, designed to invite fire from the Indians and thereby provide the excuse to move a paramilitary force onto the reservation and make an all-out attack on AIM and its supporters. The timing of the two events, the land transfer and the shootout, was certainly dramatic, but since the people did not learn of the Wilson Agreement until later, the alleged connection between the two events has no more foundation than the government's claim that its well-armed agents, turning up near the AIM camp and the Banks cabin 2 days in a row, had only gone there to inquire about Jimmy Eagle, whose offense, at worst, was the theft of a pair of cowboy boots from an old drinking buddy. During a brawl. By coincidence, the BIA SWAT team was on maneuvers near the Jumping Bull property on the day of the shootout, and perhaps it was also coincidence that, according to Edgar Bear Runner, paramilitary forces had been surrounding the Oglala region all that morning. 1. In fact, he says, he had been on the way to Oglala to warn the AIM camp that something ominous was taking place when he encountered Dick Wilson and an estimated 20 Indian police and goons on Highway 18, about 3/4 of a mile east of the property. Within another quarter mile, he had encountered a force of 150 white men, state troopers, U.S. Marshals, SWAT teams, and by late afternoon at least 250 men were surrounding the area. Bear Runner's account of the size of the operation was confirmed by the New York Times, which reported that FBI agents and armaments were being airlifted from Denver, Minneapolis, Chicago, and even Quantico, Virginia, within hours of the first shots fired that day. The Indians claim that part of this force was already in the area when Kohler and Williams drove onto the property, and within a remarkably short time, reinforcements arrived that can only be called massive, when set against a band of untrained men and boys armed mostly with .30 to .30 deer rifles and .22s. Among these reinforcements was Goon Chief Dwayne Brewer, who, seeing two Indians near the compound in mid-afternoon, perhaps Edgar Bear Runner and Jimmy Zimmerman took off after them, yelling, "I'm going to kill those sons of bitches." 2. The large detachments of Indian, state, and federal police were attended not only by idle goons but by white vigilante ranchers of the Civil Liberties Organization, a patriotic group that owned or leased most of the best reservation land. Before the day was out, this small army was supplied with a spotter plane, a helicopter, a chemical warfare team, and a special team of snipers, in addition to 4 more SWAT teams from outside the state. Within a few days, the FBI operation included 2 armored personnel carriers, a stock of high explosives, and a force of at least 200 agents clad in battle dress and armed with automatic weapons. The importance attached to what the FBI codenamed the Resmas investigation is indicated by the fact that Joseph Trimbach, head of the FBI regional office in Minneapolis, was en route to Rapid City within an hour of the first shots fired. Trimbach, who had begged Colonel Volney Warner to bring the 82nd Airborne into Wounded Knee 2 years before, was soon consulting with Governor Richard Kneep about bringing the National Guard into Oglala, and meanwhile he radioed for high explosives, which arrived by Marine jet about 6:55 p.m. Next day, Sack Trimbach, who had taken command from the resident senior agent, Georgia Clock, in Rapid City, was replaced by Richard G. Held, Sack, Chicago, head of the FBI's Internal Security Section and a rising star in FBI counterintelligence, held, who remained mostly behind the scenes, assigned the logistics of the case to his protege, Norman Zigrossi. The reservation murders investigation was concerned only with the killings of the agents. It did not concern itself with the dozens of murders committed in the past 3 years on the reservation, almost none of which had ever been investigated, far less solved. Since the press was banned from the scene of the shooting for 2 days, the public had to choose between the propaganda of the authorities and the rhetoric of the AIM spokesman, neither of which gave an accurate account of what had happened. According to the FBI's public relations man, 3. Flown in with a plane load of 40 to 50 SWATs from Quantico on that first night to present the story in the right perspective to the American people, Agents Kohler and Williams had been murdered in a cold-blooded ambush by a large force of well-trained guerrillas in sophisticated bunkers and fortifications, but not before Williams had first pleaded for their lives for the sake of his companion's wife and children. How the Bureau developed this information about Williams's last words in the absence of anyone who could have heard them was not clear. Another FBI spokesman declared that the bodies had been riddled with bullets. Their cars were also riddled by machine gun bullets. In an Associated Press report next day, the 2 FBI agents were dragged out of their cars and executed. The UPI stated that they were taken from their cars, stripped to their waists, then shot repeatedly in their heads, and that they were shot up to 15 or 20 times with automatic weapons. Reports of bunkers and ambush and bullet-riddled bodies carried all the way back east to the pages of The New York Times and The Washington Post. A month later, on the front page of the Washington Observer newsletter, the House organ of the Liberty Lobby, it was reported that the agents had been scalped. In the opinion of the Columbia Journalism Review, which surveyed press coverage of this case a few months later, the sources for the most important and most inaccurate parts of the wire service reports were the Governor and the Attorney General of South Dakota. Attorney General Janklow had gone to the scene, as he said later, because he had heard that lawmen were in trouble. When he left the scene, he told both AP and UPI reporters that it looked like an execution. The day after the shooting, the man who just 2 months before had said that he dreaded answering his phone lest it bring him news of a race war was on statewide radio decrying the killings as assassinations and trumpeting his view that it was time to stop being soft on the Indians just because they were a minority group. The next day he ranted against sob sisters who tried to protect murderers and others who have no respect for society. 4. That the FBI did nothing to damp down Janklow's self-serving exaggerations bears out Dr. William Muldrow, an investigator for the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, who stated flatly in his report that the information released to the media in regard to the shooting had been manipulated by the FBI. It is patently clear that many of the statements that have been released regarding the incident are either false, unsubstantiated, or directly misleading. An official FBI memo submitted on June 27 to Bureau headquarters in Washington is typical. Reports by agents who viewed victims' bodies indicate that there can be little doubt of execution-style slayings. Both agents were shot in the head in a style common to execution-type killings. Both agents were stripped from the waist up and both were laying face down with their hands raised. Public opinion had been hardened against AIM by the time FBI Director Clarence Kelly clarified matters at a press conference on July 1, at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles, on the occasion of the agents' funerals. Kelly made no mention in this fine exchange of ambush and sophisticated bunkers, since the press had now seen for itself that the bunkers were old root cellars and horse shelters, that there were in fact no fortifications of any kind. As for the bullet-riddled bodies stripped to their waists, Kelly acknowledged that the agents had been struck just 3 times each and that Kohler's shirt had been in place. Williams's shirt had been stripped off while still buttoned, and possibly he had waved it in sign of surrender. In any case, he apparently made a brave effort to fashion a tourniquet for his partner, as the director said. Despite claims to the contrary by AIM spokesman, it seemed clear that the agents had been executed, since the fatal bullets had been fired at close range. The director felt obliged to deny reports of FBI threats of vengeance. though the denial seemed Nixonian and legalistic, no statements have ever been made by FBI officials that we were going to kill one for one. Many if not most of the FBI agents, fired up by the sensational press releases being issued by their own superiors, were in a dangerous, vengeful state of mind. FBI deaths spark agents' anger, was the headline of a Sunday feature in the Rapid City Journal. On June 29. "We'll stay here as long as it takes to round up the people who did this," said one of the 200 agents combing the wooded hills and ravines of the reservation for the killers. "It may take a while, but we won't rest until we have them in custody. We lost 2 guys out there, and we're going to pull out all the plugs," said one local agent. 5. A Chicago agent was quoted as saying, "Sure, I'm mentally tense. I'm glad I had several hours to cool off before I got here. But we're professionals, and revenge is the last thing we should want." Bruce Ellison, a young legal volunteer for the Wounded Knee Legal Defense/Offense Committee who flew out from the East on June 29, says that so many agents were on his flight from Minneapolis that many civilians had to be taken off. Some of the agents, drinking hard, were talking loudly about ambushes, and one man swore aloud that he would get M. Clearly, these men had been led to believe that they were up against sophisticated terrorists. According to Dr. Muldrow of the Civil Rights Commission, the FBI agents were deeply upset over the execution of their comrades. And if the average agent was upset, one can imagine the outrage felt by men like Gary Adams, who considered Ron Williams a close personal friend, or David Price, who participated in the crime scene investigation and helped deal with the corpse of his ex-partner. These men can be excused for vengeful feelings. Meanwhile, a warm letter of tribute to the amiable Williams appeared in the Rapid City Journal, signed by 11 neighbor families. In the late evening of the Oglala shootout, or early the next morning, a newsletter hand-scrawled by a young legal aid of Ukaldak was circulated in the Oglala community. BIA spokesman Marvin Stolt: "We are going to get 1 AIM for every law enforcement, we'll get one more." 4 horses around Jumping Bull Hall were tear-gassed and bullet-riddled. Ivis and Angie Long visitor 3 kids 6 Mo's 3 YRS Harry and Cecilia Jumping Bull over 80 YRS Old Wanda Little 3 kids. All were shot at and tear-gassed out of homes were shot at when attempting to leave. All are okay. Pigs are fingerprinting Ivis and Angie and won't release them until after complete search. Pigs are reportedly investigating 3 people we don't know who yet. Since this report is much exaggerated in regard to the people shot at and tear-gassed, the rest of it is suspect as well. However, the statement it attributes to BIA SWAT man Marvin Stolt was and is widely accepted. Its source was Calvin Jumping Bull, the principal of the local Red Cloud school, who also commented, "They planned this all along, planned to raid the place, it backfired. I hate to say this, but I think they deserve what they got." This angry reaction was echoed by AIM's statements, which did little to clarify the actual events. In these statements, the armed camp down by the creek that the press referred to as Tent City had become a spiritual encampment, and the men who had lived there were no longer skins or brothers or even dog soldiers or warriors, but the people's defenders. John Trudell announced that FBI agents armed with M16s came onto the Pine Ridge Reservation to serve a warrant that they didn't have, on someone who wasn't there. They were accompanied by over 50 highly trained military marksmen, also with high-powered automatic weapons. These agents opened fire on a small house in which men, women, and children were asleep. Leonard and the others returned fire, creating cover as the people fled to safety. On that very same day, in Washington, D.C., Dickie Wilson gave 1/8 of the Pine Ridge Reservation to the U.S. government. Now, common sense tells us that something very unusual is going on. Russell Means and Vernon Belcourt told reporters that the FBI had provoked the shootout by forcing their way into a cabin and shooting down Joe Kilswright's stunts when he tried to defend his people, as a result of which the firefight erupted in which the 2 agents were killed. The epidemic inaccuracy of most of the accounts is exemplified in those that concerned Joe Kilswright's body. Even Dr. Muldrow, whose thorough report was generally level-headed, said that the corpse had apparently been dumped into a mud hole by the frustrated FBI agents. Others suggested that it had been desecrated. William Delaney, the state assistant attorney general who had accompanied Janklow to the scene, told an FBI man 2 days later that the dead Indian was lying on his back, and when he was turned over, it appeared that he had received a burst in the back and there was blood coming from the back of the jacket. And subsequently Mike Anderson would say, "Charles told me that Joe Stuntz had been hit and was bleeding too bad to take along," an observation that appears to have no connection to instant death caused by a bullet through the forehead. Kevin McKiernan, a national public radio reporter and television filmmaker who was covering the Custer trial on June 26, was called out into the corridor by Dennis Banks, who had gotten word that they're shooting it out on the reservation. Rushing to Oglala, McKiernan managed to make his way past the roadblocks, and he got into the compound for a brief period that evening. He was the only reporter who saw and photographed the body before the press was barred from the scene, and suggested as one possibility that the jacket might have been put on him before outside observers were allowed into the area. McKiernan declared that reports of a hole in the forehead were false. "The only blood I saw was coming down under the jacket sleeve." Buckledock made much of the fact that Joe Kilswright's death was never investigated, but it is hard to see what an investigation would have established, since he was killed in a long-range exchange of fire, not finished off while disabled, at point-blank range. Even today, McKiernan is disturbed by the great storm on the eve of the Oglala shootout, which sticks out in my mind among storms I've witnessed. When I went to court that morning, people remarked on the stillness and beauty of the morning compared to the roughness of the storm. Indian people more than a couple interpreted the blowing off of the roof of the Custer Hotel as a sign related to the legal struggle underway at the local courthouse. This observation before knowledge of the shootout. It had rained so much that even by the end of what became a hot day, mud puddles and troughs of water had yet to evaporate from the Jumping Bull compound. The elderly Jumping Bulls, on their way home from Nebraska, passed through the roadblocks without difficulty on the evening of June 26. They were the first Indians to return to the grim scene. About 7 o'clock I loaded some yearling calves from my corral and sent them to Gordon, Nebraska, sale barn, and I stayed all day and then I headed back to home until I ran into a roadblock about 1 mile south of my house on Highway 18, about 6:30, but I don't know why nobody stopped us. We drive very slowly through 2 more roadblocks. When I reach home we seen lots of police cars and lots of policemen looking towards west where some more cars and men were. My wife asking what's going on and somebody from someplace told her 2 men shot and there's another body laying in front of a green shack belonging to Ivas, and then we look at our house, went closer and found out it was lots of bullet holes and strong tear gas fumes. We cannot go inside. The locks was broken with bullets and 1 hour later we enter the house. We found all boxes, trunks, cabinets, drawers, some even too small for a baby to hide in. Some of our clothes on hangers were left with bullet holes and some picture belonging to our boys who were killed in the war were shot, showing some lawmen shot them close range with no respect. My wife went outside where the lawmen were standing watching and she asked them who gave them permission to enter the premise, and one whiteman officer lawman said to her strongly, roughly, "We will go any place, anywhere, anytime and enter for arrest or find what we wanted." The officer: "Don't you know 2 men killed? Cecilia. Is this one of them?" The officer: "No, down there." Cecilia: "What is that laying there?" Officer: "That's just an Indian." Cecilia: "Can I see it?" Officer: "Yes." Officer: "Do you know him?" Cecilia: "No. I've seen him, but I don't know him. They call him Joe. But why do you shoot the houses and poison it?" Lawman: "Get the hell out here, leave me alone. I am busy. Don't bother me. You know 2 men were killed here?" Cecilia: "No, I don't know. We just got home. And we own this house and this is our home you ruin. And I demand my rights. If you are a killer, why don't you kill me? That means all you lawmen. Go ahead, you have your guns ready, Go ahead, any one of you kill me. Shoot or get the hell out here. Lawman. I'm sorry, I just got here after this mess is over. I was told this is your place and you were not home except 3 little children with mother and father. I shouldn't be rude to you. I am very sorry and please forgive me. And do you have any place to stay tonight? Don't sleep in the house, it's poisoned. You can catch some sickness as you folks are old and anything can happen to your health, even TB. Cecilia. Yes, thank you. We have a place to stay at our granddaughter's house. Later Cecilia Jumping Bull gave her own account. There are a big happening over there, to my place. FBI, BIA police, goons, and marshals. They all have guns, they are still around. I get out from our car and I ask what are they doing over there. I said, what are you doing out here? Who give you the permission to come around here? Why are you here? Nobody would answer me. They are just all standing around. Stand there and look at me. I said, I am a gold star mother, why don't you speak to me? Nobody say anything. They already shoot down all my house. Broke screen doors and everything. The door is wide open. I just sat close to the house but I couldn't go in. They shot 3 of our pictures right through, says Rosalind Jumping Bull, the mother of Angie Long visitor. Right through the heart of my cousin, you know. And there's another older lady, we had a picture of her. She was in. It was a picture of a sun dance, where she and I took part in it. And they shot her right through the head, you know. And then I got a nephew there, too, and they shot him right through. All the rest of the bullet holes were pretty big where they shot through from the outside, those holes were pretty big, but the bullet holes through those pictures, those others, they must have been from a pistol, seemed to be, or a smaller gun. It looked like they were mad at us. Leonard Peltier's friend Jean Day, who had gone to Cedar Rapids with Anna Mae Aquash, hurried back to Pine Ridge on the day after the shootout. At Oglala, she found Harry Jumping Bull trying to get back into his house. I went in there, you know, to more or less tell him I was really sorry for what had happened, because when we moved there, we never wanted anything like that to happen. When we were coming out to go into Oglala, because his wife was sick and so I was going to go over and see how she was doing, all of a sudden. There was 2 school vans and I don't know how many cars of police and FBI agents, and they had flak, those bulletproof vests, they were carrying guns. Cecilia Jumping Bull said, I am going to return these United States flags and Purple Hearts to the government because they have no respect for me. They don't care for me. That night she got cramps and poisoned stomach from the tear gas fumes and had to have her stomach pumped out in the Chadron, Nebraska, hospital. When Harry Jumping Bull returned to his house on June 27, he was refused permission to enter. A few days later, his wife had a nervous breakdown. Outraged that their respected elders should be forbidden access to their property, the traditional people of the White Clay District, more than 200 strong, marched on one of the BIA roadblocks, which rapidly dissolved. A few days later, Wallace Little, Sr.'s house was surrounded by 12 police cars and vans and well over 50 men in battle dress. Although he protested, saying that they had no right to be on his property, 2 FBI agents ransacked his house without a warrant. Mr. Little, 75, who claimed to have been neutral before this event despite the pro-aim sentiments of his sons and nephews, said, "We didn't have nothing, no protection, no guns. We just stood out in the open so they could shoot us with those powerful guns. Cut us in two. And I went over. And I told those boys, you hurt my feelings today. They was looking for a fella by the name of Eagle, and I don't know that boy, he never comes around here. They put my name down, gave me a black eye. How can I get my name back up there, like I had?" The day after the shooting, Senator Abu Rezk wrote a letter to President Ford demanding some sort of executive decree to eliminate the mounting violence on the Pine Ridge Reservation and pointing out that his past appeals had evoked nothing more than a bureaucratic response. In short, No action from federal authorities. At the very least, Senator Aburizk told reporters, they have an interest in keeping this thing stirred up. On June 30, the war of words was intensified by John Trudell. Speaking from the steps of the federal building in Rapid City, Trudell declared that Indians were tired of being the only ones killed, and said that the American Indian movement would not apologize for the deaths of the 2 FBI agents until the U.S. Justice Department apologized for the deaths of all those Indian warriors killed in the past 3 years. Of more vital concern to local interests was Trudell's threat that for the bicentennial celebrations of 1976, AIM would intensify its See South Dakota Last anti-tourism campaign, announced in March by Vernon Belcourt, because the criminal justice system in South Dakota is being used as a tool against the American Indian movement. The day after the Oglala shooting, a bomb had shattered windows in the Visitors Center at Mount Rushmore. The bomb went off at 4 o'clock in the morning, injuring no one. The travel director of South Dakota's Division of Tourism hastened to declare that people visiting the major attractions of Mount Rushmore, the Badlands, and the Black Hills are not going to be bothered by any troubles out there on that reservation, reassuring the merchants that tourist ad campaigns in places such as Des Moines were really paying off. It is within easy driving distance of South Dakota, and the population traditionally has had good travel characteristics, including good income. On July 1, AIM coordinator Ted Means announced that AIM would sponsor a July 4 march from Keystone to Mount Rushmore in honor of our brother who died near Oglala. Means went on to say that the Black Hills still belong to the Indians under the 1868 treaty and that the Four Faces are a desecration to our people and religion. Vern Belcourt said, "Our ceremony will focus attention on the hypocrisy of America celebrating its bicentennial with ceremonies at what's supposed to be the shrine of democracy but really is the shrine of deceit. A desecration of a sacred spot, stolen from us in violation of the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868. In response, the regional FBI office in Minneapolis sent a teletype to the director, under the heading, "The Threat to Destroy Mt. Rushmore," according to which an agent investigating the Visitors Center bombing at Mount Rushmore discovered that local people had been warned to get all of their valuables and possessions and themselves out of the Rushmore area as soon as possible because there was going to be a lot of trouble. Asterisk. Said that AIM has a suicide squad which is extremely well trained in military and guerrilla tactics. The members of this squad are mostly Vietnam veterans, who are heavily armed and who have displayed their weapons at AIM meetings in the past. Believes that there are about 30 members of this AIM suicide squad. These Indians are the best examples of the Indian population. AIM people have been telling the general Indian population that on the 4th of July the mountain will come down. Is thoroughly familiar with the incident at Pine Ridge which resulted in the killings of 2 FBI agents. He said that as talked he could not help but feel that the 2 agents who were killed had accidentally walked into the holding area for the suicide squad. Feels that sniffer dogs trained to detect explosives should be brought to Mount Rushmore immediately. Inevitably, the agents' nerves were wound tight by the news of suicide squads, which turned out to have no basis whatsoever. Instead of blowing up Mount Rushmore, some dead-eye Indians celebrated the 4th of July by shooting down one of the 3 helicopters involved in the rescue search, the huge noisy bird, called Hotel 1. Was downed without casualties by small arms fire from the hills north of Pine Ridge Village. 2 days after the shootout, the interrogation of rescue suspects was well underway. A female witness has been located who states that she saw 3 of the subjects who were shooting at the police at the time in question and describes them as number 1, the subject who was killed, number 2, Bob Lnu, who reportedly is staying at a local residence, and number 3, Norman Lnu, who reportedly is a Navajo from Arizona visiting on the reservation. This female witness is going to be re-interviewed today for additional details. Bear Runner has been located and has been interviewed. He is an AIM supporter and refuses to cooperate completely. He refuses to say how many Indians were in the house and to identify them. Of course, we'll consider the utilization of a grand jury subpoena to compel his testimony. I inquired of as to whether she had actually identified the legal aid representative who had made an effort during the shooting to negotiate some sort of a truce during the firing. Said that this woman was completely uncooperative and the agents intended to re-interview her today. Advised that the BIA had got a call from a Ruth Stuntz of Monticello, Indiana. She had received a call from a Ida Stuntz, who is the ex-wife of a Joe Stuntz. Ida was hysterical and reported to Ruth that Joe had been killed on the reservation. The Identification Division had located a record for a Joseph Stuntz, whose physical description generally matches that of the dead unidentified Indian. The fingerprint card of Joseph Stuntz is en route to Pine Ridge in an effort to identify the dead Indian. Inquiry was made as to whether an autopsy was made of the body of the deceased Indian and, if so, any bullets were found. Did not know, although he was reasonably certain an autopsy had been performed. It was pointed out in view of the publicity put out by AIM that our agents were hassling the Indians involved and actually shot the dead Indian. It was felt important that we determine what kind of weapon was used in killing the Indian and furthermore if he was shot from close range. The same day this report was filed, the FBI obtained a crucial interview with their female witness. Angie Long, visitor, advised as follows. Approximately 11:30 a.m. on June 26, 1975, she, with her 3 children, were inside her house when she heard shots being fired. She went outside and around her house and saw 2 cars in a gully behind her house. On one of the cars the trunk was open and a white male was looking around the corner of the trunk in a crouched position. She heard additional shots coming from a tree lean to the left of these cars. By this time her husband, Ives, had arrived and the 5 of them attempted to flee the gunfight by running across a field in front of their house toward Highway 18. Their escape was cut off, however, due to the fact that several law enforcement cars were attempting to get to the scene of the gunfight and were, consequently, caught in a crossfire. Her husband, and their children then fled through the fields at the rear of their house and finally escaped. During this gunfight, she observed 3 male Indians firing at these federal officers. The first individual that she saw was a Bob, and he was firing at those law enforcement officers attempting to arrive at the scene of the gunfight via Highway 18. His position of firing was from a wrecked car immediately behind her house. He was wearing a ski mask during this shooting, but she is positive as to her identification due to his physical description and the clothes that he wore. Bob was wearing his tan cowhide vest that he always wears. The second individual she saw firing at the federal officers was the now dead Indian, who she knows only as Joe. She first saw Joe near Bob, and both were firing at the agents approaching from Route 18. Joe then left his position with Bob and went over to a woodpile on the other side of her house where he laid down and began firing at the white male she saw in the gully with the 2 cars. The third individual she saw firing was an Indian by the name of Norman Lnu. He was lying in a prone position alongside Joe, behind the woodpile. When she, her husband and the children, fled down the hill behind the house to safety, she noticed a white over-red Chevrolet van parked on the dirt roadway in the gully approximately 100 yards from the 2 other vehicles. She did not see anyone around this van at that time but knows that this van belongs to Leonard Lnu. She does not know what caliber or type of weapon these 3 individuals were using except that they were all shoulder-type rifle weapons. The 3 individuals she saw shooting at the law enforcement officers all lived with several other individuals in a tent city which was located at the tree lean along the creek which runs behind her house. They came to live in the woods behind her house approximately 3 weeks ago. She described these individuals as follows. Bob Lnu. Male, Indian, 5'6" tall, 120 to 130 pounds, 25 years old, medium brown hair. Norman Lnu. Age 17 to 18, male, Navajo Indian, from Arizona, 5'2" tall, 120 pounds, brown hair. Leonard LNU. Age 25, male, Indian, tribe unknown, 5'8" tall, 200 pounds, brown hair. Dino LNU. Male, Indian, tribe unknown, age 23 to 24, 5'6" tall, 140 pounds, dark brown hair. Mike LNU. Also known as Baby Aim. Male, Navajo Indian, 17 years old, 5'2" tall, 125 pounds, dark brown hair. Wish. Male, Navajo Indian, 18 years old, 5'2" tall, 125 pounds, brown hair. Norman LNU. Male, Indian, tribe unknown, reportedly from Rapid City, South Dakota, age 18, 5'4", 125 pounds, brown hair. She indicated that there were 4 female Indians also living in the camp and described them as follows. Jean LNU. Female, Indian, tribe unknown, resides in Rapid City, age 17, 5'1", 110 pounds, dark brown, shoulder-length hair. Immediately after the gunfight, her mother came from Rapid City looking for her daughter. Lynn, female, Indian, from Arizona, age 18, 5'5" tall, 110 pounds, dark brown, waist-length hair. Nilak. Female, Eskimo, reportedly from Alaska, age 19, 5'1", 140 pounds, chunky build. She added that Nilak was Dino's girlfriend. Jean LNU. Female, Indian, tribe unknown, from Wisconsin, age 24, 5'7" tall, 160 pounds, wore glasses, light brown hair, light complexion. Long visitor. Indicated that this Jean went home approximately 1 week prior to this shooting incident and that she was the girlfriend of Leonard LNU. On June 28, Special Agent David Price came to the house of Gladys Bissonnette, saying that her grandson, Jimmy Eagle, was one of those responsible for the death of the 2 agents. He was looking for Eagle and also for Joanna Elito. Mrs. Bissonnette, not yet recovered from the death of her cousin's son Pedro, was still shaken by the loss in March of Jimmy's brother Richard and her daughter-in-law, Jeanette. Now young Jimmy was wanted for the killings on June 26, and another agent was threatening to have Jimmy's brother Leon indicted as a suspect. The brave-hearted woman of Wounded Knee was starting to crack under the strain. Soon a Ukaldock lawyer arrived who told Price that nobody in this household wished to speak with him. The next day, S.A. Dean Hughes showed up at Mrs. Bissonnette's house on the same errand. In the first week after the shootout, Leonard LNU had been tentatively identified as Leonard Peltier. According to a report of July 5, by SAC Richard Held. The one individual that appears to have been identified by more witnesses than any other is FBI fugitive Leonard Peltier, who according to the best information that we can now obtain, may have been killed during the shootout. An informant furnished us with information last night that he knows the location of a grave where he believes Peltier to be buried, and he will take agents to that location today. Apparently the grave did not pan out, since 2 days later, agents were circulating Peltier's photograph in an effort to confirm their belief that this man was present on Pine Ridge. Dino Butler's half-burned draft card had been found in the camp on White Clay Creek, together with fingerprints of Leonard Peltier, Anna Mae Aquash, and many others. Already the FBI had reported that it had a pretty good idea who the culprits were, although it would not release any names, and in early June the Bureau had assembled a list of suspects. Besides the members of the AIM group roughly identified by Angie Long Visitor, this list included James and Leon Eagle, Hobart Horse, Frank Black Horse, Ted Lame, Richard and June Little, Sam and Kenny Loudhawk, and a number of others, including June Little's cousin David Skye. Of the whole list, the only one arraigned so far was David Skye, said to have escaped after Oglala and walked across the hills to Wounded Knee, where he allegedly boasted to friends, "You should have been there, we had fun." According to the Rapid City Journal, for July 2, Sky's confession had been verified by a professional tracker from Philadelphia, PA, who put a trained dog in close proximity to Sky to acquaint the dog with Sky's scent. The dog was taken to the scene of the shootings and the dog indicated to his trainer that Sky had been at the scene and vicinity of the murders. The dog tracked the escape route which was taken by a number of individuals who had been firing at the FBI agents subsequent to the deaths of Williams and Kohler. The escape route was previously known and the dog indicated to the tracker the presence of Sky along the escape route within the last several days. Despite the conclusions of this earnest dog, Sky denied the whole fun statement and refused to testify before a special grand jury convened later in the month at the request of the FBI SAC Richard Held and U.S. Attorney William Clayton of South Dakota. Subsequently, according to his half-brother, Bruce Bolittle, Sky became pitifully frightened and disoriented by FBI harassment, and has never fully recovered to this day. An interesting detail of the Sky case had nothing to do with Sky at all. In an affidavit used to justify his arrest, the government mentioned that just prior to their deaths, the agents had been pursuing a Red Scout that matched the description of the vehicle in which James Eagle had allegedly been riding. Since the agents' bodies were found less than a half-mile from the highway, the FBI said, it was not clear whether the chase had taken place on the main highway and had led onto Indian land, or whether they had been on Indian land when they saw the Red Scout depart, then started to follow it. This was the first official mention of the red vehicle that was to become so important in the case, and also of the alleged chase that led to the shootout. On July 8, when Agent Price led a helicopter raid on the spiritual camp of his old nemesis Cello Black Crow, in Wanblee, in apparent pursuit of Eagle or his vehicle, the FBI was extending its search all over the reservation. "We know who they are," Dick Wilson announced, "and the FBI knows. If the FBI doesn't get them, we will." On July 12, Agent Adams led a raid on Oscar Bear Runner's place in Porcupine, and entered his house without a warrant. He was approximately 10 days late. Bursting into houses and threatening and scaring people had caused the death of an old man named James Brings Yellow, in Oglala, and as these searches spread across Pine Ridge, the Indians signed a general petition demanding that the FBI leave their reservation. 6. Eventually the Bureau instructed its agents to take off their war zone camouflage fatigues, and FBI headquarters was moved off the reservation, but the intensity of the operation did not diminish. The breaking and entering, threats, harassment, and many other illegal procedures entirely alienated the Lakota. Even Wilson supporters who might otherwise have helped. The Sioux Tribal Council chairman, after a special meeting on July 12, demanded an immediate withdrawal of most of the FBI agents and U.S. Marshals from Pine Ridge and other reservations. They suggested that Oglala tribal officials, Dick Wilson included, be removed from office if they failed to reinstate constitutional procedures, and they also asked Governor Neep to reprimand State Attorney General Janklow for his inflammatory statements. For once, the BIA's Indian governments were supporting all of the Indian people they were supposed to represent. The U.S. Civil Rights Commission called the Resmas investigation an overreaction which takes on aspects of a vendetta, and the Commission's chairman, Arthur Fleming, in a letter to the U.S. Attorney General on July 22, protested the full-scale military-type invasion. Their presence has created deep resentment on the part of many reservation residents who feel that such a procedure would not be tolerated in any non-Indian community in the United States. They point out that little has been done to solve numerous murders on the reservation, but when two white men are killed, troops are brought in from all over the country at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars. For example, a woman named Rose Weasel Bear, interviewed in July by NBC News, said that when her brother and nephew were found dead, earlier that year, the authorities had informed her that the deaths had been accidental, although one man had been hanged and the other chopped up with an axe. Couldn't there be just a little justice in there with the law? Mrs. Weasel Bear asked. She feared for Pine Ridge children in the future. "We are living in a prison camp, the way we are now." Fleming's letter received no response, perhaps because the Attorney General was so busy defending his government's heavy presence on Pine Ridge, which was being questioned all over the country. Americans wanted to know just why, for the second time in 2.5 years, the U.S. government was spending millions of dollars in paramilitary operations on a remote Indian reservation in South Dakota. Others asked why the doomed agents had been trespassing on the Jumping Bull land, since the Indians claimed that they were ordered off the place on June 25 when they could not produce a warrant for Eagle's arrest. When early reports that the agents had been carrying a warrant on the 26th turned out to be untrue, the Bureau explained that agents were not required to carry warrants in order to make arrests so long as they knew that a warrant was outstanding. What was much harder to explain was the triviality of the offense for which a federal warrant had been issued in the first place. On June 23, Jimmy Eagle and the other 3 youths saw Teddy Poirier, Hobart Horse, and Herman Thunderhawk had been drinking at Poirier's house with 2 young white ranch hands whom they had known most of their lives. 7. A friendly party had turned into a free-for-all, in the course of which Horse got into a wrestling match with one of the whites while Eagle removed a pair of cowboy boots from the feet of the other. Though he carried a clasp knife, Eagle denied that he had taken it out, or committed the robbery and assault with a deadly weapon with which he was charged. If the victim had been an Indian, it is very unlikely that any charges would have been filed at all. The white youths registered a complaint, which was probably justified. What perplexed the Indians was why warrants were issued without any investigation, and why a BIA patrolman had not been sent out on this errand, which was a matter for the tribal court, and why a petty misdemeanor had been transformed overnight into 2 felonies. For want of a better explanation, one must suppose that a felony was needed to give the agents jurisdiction on the reservation. The press were led to believe that a kidnapping had occurred, when in fact this allegation had no substance whatsoever, and was dropped quickly without explanation. In fact, the whole episode was so inconsequential that all but Eagle were eventually released on non-secured bonds or in the custody of others, and Eagle himself was tried only on the robbery charge and then acquitted. Understandably, the Indians concluded that the felony charges and the search were a cover for FBI snooping in the area of the AIM camp. The keen FBI interest in the Oglala area is borne out by the memo prepared 3 weeks before the shootout by FBI inspectors from regional headquarters in Minneapolis, entitled Law Enforcement on Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. A notation on this memo reads as follows. According to the agents, it had been determined that the Indians were prepared to use these bunkers as a defensive position, and it was believed they were constructed in such a fashion as to defend against a frontal assault. To successfully overcome automatic or semi-automatic fire from such bunkers, it appeared as though heavy equipment such as an armored personnel carrier would be required. The inspectors observed no other bunkers and no dug ditches. The bunkers in question were observed from a moving automobile for approximately 1 to 2 minutes. The agents recommended no attempt be made to obtain a closer view, as the people residing in the area were AIM members who were known to be unfriendly to the FBI. The property in question was Wallace Little's ranch, a couple of miles southeast of the Jumping Bulls, toward Pine Ridge Village, and the bunkers are the ones later referred to in Agent Edward Skelly's radio transmissions on the day of the shootout. The degree of FBI paranoia about AIM was well demonstrated by a map found in Agent Kohler's car, which indicated these bunkers on the Little Ranch, and by the fact that S.A. Hughes, transporting a small, solitary, handcuffed teenager, asked S.A. Price to provide escort in a separate vehicle on the 200-mile round trip to Rapid City, in case someone decided to set this terrorist free. This precaution by Hughes before the shootout is mystifying. There was simply no precedent or cause for his stated belief that Poirier's young friends, let alone the fragmented American Indian movement, might attempt the armed rescue of a young culprit in a non-political and uncontested case. Apparently Hughes had actually been convinced by Bureau propaganda that AIM terrorists might seize Teddy Poirier, and if Hughes believed this, then Jack Kohler believed his bunker map, as well. In the absence of any information about how the shootout actually began, the possibility was emerging that Kohler and Williams might have invited their own deaths by nervous and aggressive behavior, beginning with repeated invasions of hostile territory on the Jumping Bull property and ending with failure to retreat after warning shots fired by people who, at the start, were a considerable distance away. Eagle's Confederate Herman Thunderhawk was arrested on June 28. Hobart Horse was picked up a few days later. 8. Thunderhawk informed the FBI that he had been in Rapid City on the day of the shootout. He also informed them that Jimmy Eagle not only had been present at Oglala but had been wounded in the shooting. This report, apparently echoed by the BIA police, was disproven by Eagle, who turned himself in on July 9 to the U.S. Marshal's office in Rapid City, prior to sentencing on an earlier conviction for shooting one James Catches on May 17. Arrested on the cowboy boot charges, he was held on $25,000 bail until July 28, when he was arraigned in federal court on charges of assaulting a federal officer and 2 counts of murder in the first degree. His bond was raised to $250,000. James Theodore Eagle was the first Resmus suspect to be charged with murder, and the apparent basis for the charge was a series of statements allegedly made to his cellmates a few days before. According to a 4-page complaint submitted by S.A. Hughes, Eagle had boasted of his exploits at Oglala to one Gregory Dewey Clifford, an Indian whom he had known slightly before going to prison. Clifford's testimony was taken down by S.A. William Wood, who had come to Pine Ridge with the large body of agents that arrived the day after the Oglala shootout and who would earn a certain notoriety as the new partner of S.A. David Price. According to Clifford, Eagle claimed that one agent had come early on June 26 to the Jumping Bull property and had been told to leave, that there were many Indians present, some of them armed with M14 or M16 automatic weapons, that when the 2 agents returned, a warning shot was fired, at which point the agents started shooting, that when they were disabled, a number of Indians, including Eagle, moved up close and killed them. Eagle, who said he was standing 4 feet away, described how one of the agents had begged for his life as a family man and good friend to the Indian, that this man was shot with a Thompson .45 submachine gun, the impact of which knocked him into the air so that he came down hard, denting the car, that Eagle and his companions had taken turns shooting the agents on the ground. Eagle's story was apparently overheard by Marion Highbull and Melvin Whitewing, who had also decided to share these revelations with the agents. Highbull advised that Eagle mentioned the names Sam Loudhawk, Kenny Loudhawk, while Eagle was talking about shooting the FBI agents, in that these 2 individuals had something to do with the car. Highbull advised that he received the distinct impression that the way Eagle was talking he was right there all the time. Highbull advised that Eagle mentioned the name of FBI agent Price, and Eagle said that if he ever got the chance he would blow away FBI agent Price, as he didn't like agent Price's tactics. Melvin Whitewing, described in one FBI document as a lead guitarist in various country western bands, reported a similar account, except that A. Joanne and A. Leonard lived there and were shacking up, and Eagle mentioned the names of Joanne and Leonard while he was talking about shooting the FBI agents. Allegedly, Eagle also said that the episode involving the cowboy boots that led to the warrant for his arrest was a ruse to set up the FBI agents for an ambush. This tangled statement incriminated Peltier and was used later to support the ambush theory. Highbull concluded his interview with agents Hughes and Coward by remarking that Eagle had told the above story several times and he was excited while talking about it and seemed to enjoy talking about it. Although these accounts conflicted with hard evidence that the agents had been shot just 3 times each, the confessions attributed to Jimmy Eagle fitted a general sequence of events that the FBI was shaping into its theory of the crime. The first grand jury in the Resmus case was convened in Rapid City on July 14, and William Kunstler turned up to contest its right to subpoena more than 15 Indians, none of them from the AIM camp, without an evidentiary hearing. Referring to the reign of terror on the Pine Ridge Reservation, Kunstler declared that unless the situation changed, there's going to be bloodshed. Which is in part initiated by the federal government as a retaliation for Wounded Knee, as a retaliation for the emergence of the American Indian movement as a force in American affairs, and in order to set up some innocent people as the so-called murderers of the FBI agents. Edgar Bear Runner then tore up his subpoena, declaring that it had been served improperly, the law had given it to his mother to pass along to him. His action, he said, was an answer to a government under which he felt he had no rights. I'm not a citizen of this colonial system. I'm not a citizen of this federal government. 9. On July 17, following his refusal to cooperate with the grand jury, Bear Runner's name was added to the list of those suspected of having participated in the shootout. Because of a stolid refusal by local witnesses to give testimony, the first grand jury had to be disbanded. By the time it had reconvened in August, at least 50 Indians had refused to cooperate, among them June Little and Wanda Sears, a small, delicate woman who pointedly shut her mouth and refused to open it every time she was approached by the FBI. But the long visitors, non-political, scared, and bewildered, had already talked, and one or more others had apparently talked, too, although their identities were still confidential, on the public record. No one on Pine Ridge was willing to help out except law enforcement officers and goons. Even the long visitors would no longer cooperate. They were sent to prison on September 16 with Joanna L. Edo, who invoked the 1868 treaty and maintained her silence. Although pregnant, she was held in contempt of court. The keys to your cell are in your mouth, Judge Andrew Bogue informed L. Edo, who had her baby during her 8 months in prison. Perhaps the long visitors and El Edo were treated harshly in the hope that they would crack because they were separated from young children. A number of others who refused to testify, including June Little and Edgar Bear Runner, were never prosecuted. Apparently a decision had been made to concentrate on the outside Indians in the AIM camp. Despite the considerable risk of exposure, Peltier and his group had participated in a sun dance held at Crow Dog's Paradise in the first days of August. In fact, an informer notified the FBI on August 1 that he had seen Leonard Peltier at Crow Dog's Paradise that day as well as the evening before. Advised August 1, 1975, that Leonard Peltier is at Crow Dog's Paradise staying at the residence of Leonard Crow Dog's mother. Peltier evening of July 31, 1975, and day of August 1, 1975, at this location. That there are approximately 300 to 350 people at Crow Dogs participating in the sun dance, an Indian religious ceremony. Since Peltier is participating in a religious ceremony sanctioned by the National Council of Churches and other religious groups, and the fact that there are approximately 300 to 350 people at Crow Dogs, it is not deemed advisable to attempt to arrest Peltier at Crow Dogs. If an attempt was made to arrest Peltier at Crow Dogs, there is a good chance a gunfight could break out, thus endangering the lives of innocent people. Further, it is felt that a raid at Crow Dogs at this time could be interpreted as interfering with a religious ceremony. Sensibly, the FBI held back, not wishing an armed confrontation with hundreds of traditionals, who would resent any intrusion on the sun dance. Oddly, neither Peltier nor anyone else in the West Coast group is mentioned in a detailed report that came in later from another source. This could mean either that their participation at Oglala was still unknown to most of the Indians who were present, or that this informer felt he did not have to betray them in order to pick up his fee. On the other hand, the report claims that Marlon Brando was among those present, which Peltier says is simply not true. American Indian Movement. A source furnished the following information regarding events at the Sundance Festival held at Crow Dog's Paradise, Rosebud, South Dakota. July 31 through August 4, 1975. Sundance began Thursday, July 31, 1975 with everyone present gathering for a feast and get-together, followed by extensive drinking, partying, and use of marijuana. Indian religious ceremonies, including Sundance ceremony, took place during 4-day event. Among those pierced at Sundance religious ceremony was 4-year-old son of Russell Means, who was present at Sundance. Coincident to ceremony, persons associated with American Indian movement met and discussed future projects of AIM. One night former actor Marlon Brando was present, flying in via private jet to an airstrip at Mission, South Dakota and leaving the next day. Brando mingled with Indian leaders. Numerous non-Indians were allowed to be present at Sundance and festival, in departure from prior years and against wishes of Leonard Crow Dog. Crow Dog's paradise was surrounded by armed guards throughout the activity, though weapons were seldom brought into the grounds. Conversation among individuals who attended Sundance indicated that individuals present had discussed the burning of Catholic churches and missions on Indian reservations in South Dakota, and running off of priests, in order that the Indians can return to original Indian religion and medicine man. Legal efforts may precede this, but if these fail, burnings will occur. It was claimed that white man's religion was forced upon the Indians. Leonard Crow Dog, Indian medicine man, was proponent of this movement, which is to begin in the area near Crow Dog's paradise near Mission and St. Francis, South Dakota. Conversion of everyone on Rosebud, Pine Ridge, and Lower Brule reservations to AIM philosophy, or expel those reluctant with eventual desire to take over the state of South Dakota. Assassination of Bill Janklow, South Dakota State Attorney General, whom it was claimed furnished rifles to anti-AIM leader Dick Wilson. Something to do with the state of Maine, where it was stated some land has been given back to Indians and where they desire to take back the rest of their land, by fighting, if necessary. AIM participation in this activity appears to be planned for fall, 1975. Old Leonard Crow Dog, Indian medicine man, has predicted that all militant Indian activity will take place before the end of 1976, and because he is Indian religious leader, AIM members accept this timetable. AIM claims strength in every state where there are Indian reservations. AIM claims unlimited funds, and that funds for bond of any AIM member arrested are immediately available, no matter how high the bond. Many old-time South Dakota Indians still believe in the old religion and are somewhat sympathetic to AIM. They desire that land be returned collectively to the Indians, who were present first. In extremely remote areas of South Dakota, the Hill people are afraid not to assist AIM when present. It was stated that anti-AIM leader Dick Wilson has highly paid goons to commit acts of violence and blame AIM. The first such act was stated to have been the burning of a hall near Oglala the weekend of August 1 to 3, 1975. The desire to execute or exterminate Dick Wilson was repeatedly stated. On Sunday night, August 3, 1975, individuals associated with AIM left Sundance destined for Wanblee, South Dakota, where they are receiving food by air and taking it up in the hills nearby to people there. On August 1, at Marksville, South Dakota, 2 agents interviewed Andrea Sky, wife of Bob Robideau and the mother of his son, who said that on June 26, 1975, she and her husband were in Rapid City, South Dakota, visiting her father. A week later, the FBI announced that it was looking for Frank Blackhorse, 26, of Cherokee, North Carolina, wanted in connection with the shootings of 2 federal officers at Wounded Knee on March 11, 1973, and also Leonard Peltier, 30, wanted for attempted murder in Wisconsin, although these 2 men were thought to have been present on Pine Ridge on June 26. The FBI would not confirm that they were on the list of 16 suspects, which had been condensed from an earlier list of at least 30. Blackhorse, described by one of Peltier's friends as a loudmouth and joker who Leonard likes to kid around with, is the same man who, according to Lewis Moves Camp, had been awarded an eagle feather by Russell Means for wounding an FBI agent at Wounded Knee. Although Blackhorse himself had been heard to boast of having dusted a Fed, the eagle feather story is not taken seriously by anybody but the FBI, which has displayed an unusual interest in him ever since. As in the case of Frank Clearwater, the Cherokee killed at Wounded Knee, the FBI claims that Blackhorse is not an Indian at all, but an Italian-American out of Cleveland named Frank Leonard DeLuca, and this time the Bureau may be correct. Apparently this man was one of the young would-be Indians who attached themselves to aim at Wounded Knee. 10. On May 19, Black Horse had failed to appear before Judge Bogue in Rapid City for a pre-trial hearing on the Wounded Knee charge, nor did he turn up for his trial in July. Although the FBI assumed that he had been present at Oglala on June 26, the evidence against him in the Resmus case was scanty, since it mainly consisted of fingerprints found in the camp by White Clay Creek. However, a youth in Porcupine tentatively identified a photograph of Black Horse as that of a man who apparently sold Agent Kohler's shotgun to a mutual acquaintance on July 18, warning the buyer, "It's a hot gun, hide it or get rid of it." The seller was said to be a friend of Edgar Bear Runner. Also, BIA officer Marvin Stalt would inform the agents that about 1 week before the shootout at Oglala, in the immediate vicinity of Jumping Bull Hall, he had stopped 4 Indians for unspecified reasons. One he recognized as Jimmy Eagle, and another bore a strong resemblance to an individual whom he knows as Black Horse. In August, the intensity of the search had eased a little, although the FBI spent an estimated $4 million on the Resmus investigation in that month alone. On August 19, Director Kelly circulated new instructions to the regional office in Minneapolis and to Richard Held, who was still in charge of the investigation. Kelly cited the possibility of additional A.I.M. inspired violence in the future, and said that all indications of the accumulation of weapons and explosives, hit teams or similar groups, or the existence of safe houses or hideouts must be promptly resolved. Late in the month, 30 leaders of the Oglala Lakota Nation left for Washington, D.C., to present resolutions to the U.S. government concerning the 1868 treaty, the issue of sovereignty, and the excesses of Dick Wilson and the FBI on the Pine Ridge Reservation. On September 5, Chief Frank Fools Crow was invited to give the opening prayer in the U.S. Senate. That same morning, the FBI staged a huge commando raid on Crow Dog's property on the Rosebud Reservation. Chapter 10. The Fugitives I. July-November 1975. Non-Indians who find our old spiritual life way meaningful often wish to believe and hope that much of that ancient kind of religious life still exists among our people. Sometimes it seems I am the only one left who lives completely that way. Years ago, in the time of my youth, there were a lot of them. But now, even though there are others, including a few medicine men at Pine Ridge and Rosebud whom I have taught how to live holy lives, and how even to do some of the ceremonial things that I do, there are only a few. Some have tried to live completely spiritual lives, but the attempt is as far as they get. So many drink, you see, and haven't the strength or the dedication to live that way. They just give in and give up. I am not pleased to say this, nor am I boasting when I say I do better. I wish for the sake of the people that there were hundreds immersed in constant vision-seeking and prayer. But I think I am one of the very few left. The drinking problem has gotten worse with every passing year. Whiskey and wine are the most terrible things the white man ever brought to the Indian people. Alcohol is the bitterest curse we have, and it has done more to weaken and destroy us than anything else. We had no strong drink, no such thing as whiskey, before the white man came to our country. Frank Fools Crow. Oh. And Pine Ridge. It was only a matter of time before the fugitives were betrayed by an informer. They were also convinced, as Peltier had told Jean Day, that they would be shot on sight. Therefore they decided to leave Porcupine and seek sanctuary on the Rosebud Reservation, where Crow Dog's Paradise, on a large wooded tract in the Grass Mountain District, had sheltered AIM fugitives ever since the days of Wounded Knee. Although aware that the choice was risky, they wanted badly to participate in the Sundance and give thanks to Wakantanka, who seemingly had intervened to save their lives. On July 2, they arrived casually at Crow Dog's, as if just turning up early for the Sundance. They had not sent word of their arrival in advance, which among Indians makes the host responsible for their safe journey. To attract less attention, the group split up. Some stayed across the Little White River, on the property of Crow Dog's brother-in-law, Al Running. As soon as we got there, we just played like nothing happened and we just came to visit. We didn't want to get them in trouble, says Norman Brown, who still intended to take part in the Sun Dance, for which he had come to South Dakota in mid-June. Scattered among Crow Dog's people, they could kick back a little, as Nilak Butler says, and in the next few weeks they traveled back and forth as far as Denver, assembling equipment for the armed struggle to which they felt they were now fatally committed, and to which all had dedicated themselves in talks at Porcupine. At the end of July, the group was joined by Dennis Banks. On July 26, Banks had been convicted in Custer on the charges based on the courthouse riots of 1973. He was released next day on $10,000 bond, pending sentencing on August 5, after the Sun Dance. State Attorney General William Janklow expressed satisfaction with the verdict and dismay at the judge's decision to set bail, since Banks, subject to 15 years in jail, might decide to flee. A few days later, when Banks skipped bail and went underground, advising those who forfeited his bond that he feared for his life while in state custody, he gave as one reason Janklow's statement about putting a bullet through the heads of the AIM leaders. Leonard really danced that year, he really sacrificed for our people hard, Nilak Butler says. We were together as a group in that kind of way in ceremony and in prayer, really strong. That feeling of family was just so tight. And it was at that time that decided to go underground, so we thought we'd all just go together. When we left Crow Dogs, our group had gotten considerably larger, because a lot of people joined with us as an act of solidarity. To support us, they were putting their lives on the line, because the feds were crazy during that time. When we were underground, we were staying at one place and they had a farm and a cornfield and little pigs, and the little pigs got loose and all the guys had to chase these little pigs all over this farm. They were all talking about how fast they were and everything, and there they were, running around the farm trying to grab these little pigs. It was funnier than heck, it was really good. We had several cars at that point, so we were together, but we weren't always together, and people traveled in different cars and stuff. Mostly, like, in groups like that, it seems like the women stay together pretty much and the guys stay together pretty much. And I'm not a man, so I remember a lot of cooking. Nilak laughs. At that time, I was pretty naive. I had just wandered straight out of the movies, you know. As far as a lot of understanding, I just didn't have it. Back in South Dakota, that's when it started getting hard, because our family got broken up. When everybody was all together, they couldn't touch us. It's when people started going out in all different directions that we started getting nailed in all different directions. Dennis had told the court that he'd show up for sentencing the morning after the Sun Dance, but he decided against it, says Bob Robido, who served as security at Crow Dogs. They issued a warrant for his arrest, and that same night we took off for Colorado. I remember there was a big lightning storm, lit up the night sky all over Nebraska, and it seemed like some kind of a sign that nobody knew how to read. In Colorado, we had the support of the Chicano community, which provided safe housing all over the state. After the Custer verdict, Dennis had no place to go. Carter Camp had also skipped his sentencing in Cedar Rapids, and he joined us, too. We decided that the time had come for armed resistance against the oppression on Pine Ridge, and this time it wasn't going to be no Wounded Knee. We planned to take over the whole reservation, put in the traditional Oglala leaders, and those leaders agreed. A small group could handle it if it was done right, and we had accumulated about 30 people, which was enough to take out the police station, the courthouse, all the seats of authority. After that, we would set up roadblocks. That was going to happen as soon as we had sufficient armament and equipment. But we had an untrained and undisciplined group, with too many leaders, and things started to break down. One group split away in Colorado, then some of our Chicano volunteers got killed in a big fight down there among themselves. By the time we headed north from Colorado, we were back down to our original group and Dennis. The first ones to go back to South Dakota was me, Dino, and Nilak, and also Bernardine and Kamuk Nichols, and I think maybe Norman Charles. We went to Oglala, to a friend's place. While we were there, Anna May came in. She was real happy to see us, hugging everybody. She was just back from Canada, where she tried to straighten out custody of her 2 kids, and she was dissatisfied with her community work among the Oglala women and didn't think she was accomplishing anything. At this time she was suspected by a lot of people of being an informer working with the feds, but at the AIM convention down in New Mexico she got confronted very strongly by an AIM security man, and he was satisfied with her explanation. Well, that security man was Leonard, and he liked and trusted her. I trusted her, too. She stuck her neck out on many occasions when she didn't have to. Among those who did not trust Anna May was Leonard Crow Dog. And Anna May was cooking for Crow Dog. That was around the first day of the Sun Dance, Jean Bordeaux says, and Crow Dog was coming down on me because he wanted to hold a ceremony for Joe stunts, and I told him I couldn't do what he wanted me to do because I hadn't been Joe's girlfriend, the way he thought. So Crow Dog gets mad, saying, "Why can't you people get your stories straight?" After that, he turned on Anna May and started going about her being an informer. Anna May didn't cry easy, but after Crow Dog got done with her, she was crying. And I guess she didn't feel welcome there no more, 'cause she left the Sun Dance. Although she had been in Cedar Rapids on June 26, Anna May was wanted by the FBI in connection with the Oglala shooting, a 302 dated July 16, which also mentions her arrest on April 25, 1973, for her participation in the occupation at Wounded Knee, warns that she and Noji Eshik were armed and dangerous. On August 20, a teletype from Los Angeles to Washington compounded the confusion, revealing that Anna May, Nilak, and Ernie Peters had gone to South Dakota on some secret AIM project associated with the Tent City area. By now the feds weren't looking for us any harder in Oglala than anywhere else, Bob Robideau says. We figured Oglala was the last place they would look. And the local people there always watched out for us. We knew we were relatively safe, and we set up camp in a small house in the hills. But one day a man came on horseback, hunting a stray cow. He seen us and he got away, so we had to leave. We went back to our old camp in Porcupine, and me and Bernie Nichols, Kamook's sister, went back south to Colorado to pick up the rest of the group. By the time I got there, Leonard and Dennis were supposed to be in California. Their job was to raise $10,000 for arms and supplies, and I was kind of pissed to find them hanging around down there instead of tending to business. When they were still there 4 days later, I got in an argument with Dennis. See, I was never tight with Dennis the way Leonard and Dino were, and I didn't mind saying what I had on my mind. Leonard and Dennis finally left for California, but I left Colorado before they did. For the sake of morale, I had to get back to the people who were waiting for us in Porcupine. I remember we came to the residential by way of Oglala with the idea of taking the back road over the hills to Porcupine, missing Pine Ridge. This must have been about the 2nd or 3rd week in August. At Porcupine, we found that the group had returned to Rosebud. There had been a big gathering at Porcupine on the anniversary of Angel's death. Angel was an AIM leader, Apache, I think, who brought his group north at the time of Pedro's funeral. He got killed in a car wreck down in Arizona. Anyway, there were just too many goons and cops around, and our group had left. When we got to Rosebud, Dino was hopping mad because we were so late, and I didn't blame him. He had to move everybody, guns, equipment, and all out in a hurry with just one vehicle, this orange Scout that belonged to a guy called Leroy Cassads. Also, Bernie and Kamook felt uncomfortable at our runnings, just uneasy somehow, and I was always one to respect that kind of feeling. So I moved 10 or 15 miles away, over there near Parmalee, and set up tents back in the hills. Maybe 3 days later, when me and Bernie visited Dino and Nilak and Anna May, they were ready to join us. In fact, Anna May wanted to take off that night. We talked for about 20 minutes, and finally she said she would wait and go with the Butlers in the morning. That was the last time I ever saw her. Next morning I went into Rosebud, trying to reach Leonard or Dennis on the phone. Then we went by Runnings to pick those people up, and we saw a whole lot of action in there, and Bernie says, "Hey, those are feds." I kept right on driving by, and the farther I went, the faster I drove. According to AIM people, Leonard Crow Dog had been very strong during the Wounded Knee occupation, and his support for AIM at a time when other medicine men had not come forward is partly explained by deep resentment of the BIA that went back to his early childhood. Because Henry Crow Dog had persevered in his traditional religion, this family was much resented by the Catholic missionaries, who in the early 1930s with the aid of the BIA police drove the Crow Dogs out of the settlement of St. Francis during a blizzard, an experience which Leonard's infant brother did not survive. Leonard's sister Delphine, the stepmother of Jancida Eagle Deer, had been beaten by BIA police and left out in a field, where she died of exposure. In recent months his nephew Andrew Stewart, aged 18, had been killed in a shooting accident while in the company of a goon named Robert Beck. In early September, Crow Dog's nephew Frank Running and another boy had been assaulted by Beck and a drunken sidekick, William McCloskey. After midnight on the evening of the skirmish, Beck and McCloskey, who acknowledged later that he and Beck had been the aggressors, drove out to Grass Mountain to pick another fight. This time, the Runnings and their friends beat hell out of the goons, after which Beck lodged a complaint with the police. The Indians believe that, whether or not Beck set it up, the episode was used by the FBI in the same way it had used the cowboy boot episode involving Jimmy Eagle as an excuse for another paramilitary raid, which in fact occurred about 30 hours later. That morning of September 5, an air, land and river operation had descended at daybreak on the Crow Dog and Running properties, in a massive racketing of helicopters that swept in over the Don trees. More than 50 FBI agents in combat dress, with 4 large helicopters, military vehicles, trucks, vans, cars, and even rubber boats presumably to prevent aquatic escapes down the narrow creek called the Little White River, surrounded the houses and tents, shouting, "This is the FBI. Come out with your hands up." No one was given time to dress. Crow Dog himself was marched out naked, and even the small frightened children were lined up against walls as the agents ransacked and all but wrecked every house, tent, cabin, and car on both properties. Dino and I were staying over at the Runnings house, and a couple other people were at Crow Dog's. Something had happened over at Crow Dog's the night before. I still don't know what all that was about. And that night Dino and I were staying in this little house outside of Al and Diane's, and Anna Mae was in the tent. There was another guy and his little baby, and they were staying in a truck. Then there was the Runnings in their home. That night, like, you know, we'd gone through a lot of stuff at that point and we never got nervous. We were always concerned, but never nervous. And that night we got nervous. It was really strange. It was like something was gonna happen and we knew it. We were talking about, well, let's go out and stay in the bushes tonight. And we didn't. We didn't listen to ourselves. We should have, because the next morning at dawn, the feds came in. These FBI agents came in like they were in Vietnam or something, Norman Brown says. I was sleeping and somebody knocked on the door. So they called, "Come out with your hands up, this is the FBI." So we all did. The one who grabbed my hair, he said, "All right, motherfucker, lay down." So I laid down and they searched me and they put an M16 to my head. They said, "Who killed those FBI agents?" Told him I didn't know, so they picked me up, they pushed me with the M16 in my back, they pushed me. They said, "All right, walk to where the crowd were." And I was standing over with the crowd of my brothers and sisters. And as we were standing there, these women who weren't even dressed yet, people crying and everything, they brought Leonard Crow Dog out and he had nothing on. They wouldn't let him put on his clothes, and we tried to give him his pipe, but they had to go through his bags. They said there might be a gun there. So they tied me and 5 other brothers to the tree, had plastic cuffs like this around that tree. And we were sitting there for a couple of hours. So we hear choppers go by, and they were calling us all kinds of names, so we do nothing. During the execution of a search warrant on the AL running. Property, a closed green, yellow, and white tent was located by S.A. David F. Price and S.A. Charles P. Engar, S.A.S. Price and Engar called out words to the effect "FBI come out of the tent." A female voice answered approximately a minute later. A person who identified herself as Anna May Pictou, Indian, female, came out of the tent by unzipping the bottom flap and crawling out. Pictou was fully clothed with the exception of the fact that she was not wearing shoes. Pictou identified herself at the request of S.A. Price and was advised of S.A. Price's official identity. Pictou was advised that S.A. Price remembered her from earlier interview concerning the murder of Jeanette Bissonnette, and was asked several questions concerning events surrounding the murder of Bissonnette. Pictou advised she would not answer any questions concerning the Bissonnette murder. Pictou was asked whether she was a Canadian citizen. Pictou answered that she was a Native American. She refused to answer whether she was a citizen of the United States. At this point, S.A. Price was called back to the tent where Pictou had come. S.A. Thomas M. Duffin advised that he had found hand grenades, dynamite, and what appeared to be a sawed-off .30 caliber carbine in the tent. S.A. Price viewed the hand grenade, dynamite, and sawed-off .30 caliber carbine along with numerous .30 caliber rounds in the yellow, white and green tent. S.A. Price then walked back to where Pictou was standing. S.A. Price reintroduced himself to Pictou. Immediately after this, Pictou was advised that she was under arrest for the possession of illegal explosive devices. Crow Dog is a medicine man, and no arms were found on his property, but on Al Running's place the agents turned up rifles, sawed-off shotguns, pistols, and explosives, including a .44 Ruger rifle allegedly used at Oglala. Running informed the agents that Stan Holder had given him the .44 after the occupation of Wounded Knee, that he, Running, had asked Black Horse about it when it disappeared earlier that year, and that Black Horse had said it would be returned to him safely at a later date. Running said that the rifle had turned up again with Leonard Peltier and his group when they arrived on the Rosebud Reservation in July. In addition, an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle with an obliterated serial number was found abandoned on the riverbank. The only ammunition for this weapon was some .223 clips in a jacket marked Chicano Power, found on the Running property in an orange and white Scout registered in the name of Leroy Cassads, described in an FBI document as an AIM weapons and explosives expert. Also located in this orange and white Scout was a .357 service revolver issued originally to Special Agent Ronald Williams. I remember, says Nilak Butler, Diane Running came to the door and she said, get up, hurry up, get out of here. By the time we got up and got to the door, it was too late. See, Dino could have gotten out of there. He could have, but he wouldn't leave me. I wasn't dressed and I was trying to get dressed. He could have gotten out of there. They always talk about how these guys are always just looking out for themselves and cold-blooded killers and all this kind of crap. That's just what it is. Because they never have left us in any positions where we'd be hurt. I remember walking out that door. There were 2 feds on their bellies with M16s pointed at me and 2 standing up with M16s pointed at me, and 1 around each side of the house with pistols pointed at me. They had a couple of guys spread out, spread-eagled on the ground. There was just tons of them crawling all over the place, like a bunch of flies on a piece of meat. Just all over, and all excited, too. There was a tent over there, and I remember they were tearing up the camp and throwing stuff around. Later I was sitting in a car, and this Fed was just retarded. His name was Dave, but it wasn't David Price. My name is Dave. What is your name? Do you live on a reservation? And I wouldn't talk to him. I just put my head down. I wouldn't even talk to him. They'd gone in and torn up all the houses and everything that was sacred to our people. They just had no respect. And I remember Diane came out. They'd taken her son, they'd taken her husband, and they'd taken her brother that day. And she came out and she had her pipe with her, and she was praying. I just sort of prayed with her quietly while she was there. She's crying and she's praying like that, and the feds are making fun of her. Oh, are you going to make it rain? And stuff like that. That's how they act. That's the first time I talked to Dave, when she got done praying. I just turned to Dave and said, you know, you wonder why nobody will talk to you. You people have no respect. You have no respect, and you know nothing about justice, and that's why nobody will talk to you. Those people were insane, they were crazy. That day. Anybody who terrorizes children and threatens women, you know. I don't have no time for them kind of people. And I remember Henry Crow Dog, Leonard's father. He was already an old man then, and he comes over to a bunch of feds, very quiet, you know, and draws a circle in the dust in front of them and then draws a line right through the middle. This is you with your guns over on this side, he tells them, and this is us over here with our sacred pipe. And then he's quiet some more while they just stare at him. The circle is turning, he says after a while, and walks away, and all their mouths are just hanging open. So the feds were asking us a bunch of questions, and we were just trying not to get shot, because they were ready for it. And then they separated us, and they took Dino and they put him in a car, handcuffed him and put him in a car, and they took me and they put handcuffs on me, those plastic cuffs. And after a while, an agent comes by and saw my hands were turning black because they had the cuffs on me too tight, and he says, hey, those cuffs are too tight, and he loosens them, and later he comes back and says quietly, you want to talk to me? No. Later, maybe. No. Any time. No. And he's cool about it, he just walks away now. That guy scares me. But this other guy is running around like a maniac, and Anime says, that one's David Price. Price is not a warrior, because he freaks. He was running around, waving stuff around and yelling, look at this. And he wasn't the only one, those feds were wiping our fingerprints right and left.